Yan Shu had a childhood companion, a petite girl with whom he constantly clashed. From their early years, she had a penchant for stirring up trouble. In kindergarten, when he presented a strawberry milk to one of the girls in their class, she turned around and wept to her parents, claiming he had stolen her milk. In elementary school, after he exchanged Christmas cards with a classmate, she angrily devoured the apple he had received. During their school years, when a girl confessed her feelings to him, she promptly informed a teacher about his supposed early romance. Later, a friend inquired, "Are you quite close with Sumir? Could you assist a brother by delivering a love letter?" Yan Shu declined. When asked why, he was at a loss. Perhaps it was because she was his cherished childhood companion. She had stormed into an internet cafe during his rebellious phase, dragging him out, and consoled him when he faced setbacks in exams, reminding him that she too had to repeat a year due to not getting into her desired school. After a painful breakup, she spent an entire night drinking with him. Her eyes reddened as she chastised him for being a fool. Eventually, they prepared to marry, only for Sumir to tragically depart from this world due to an accident. With a smile, she had whispered, "In your next life, could you confess your feelings for me sooner? I've secretly liked you for so long." Upon reopening his eyes, Yan Shu found himself returned to the age of 18, confronted by a strikingly beautiful girl who angrily thrust a pink love letter against his chest. "If you help anyone else with their love letters, I'll tell Aunt Lee you have a crush on me." With an innocent expression, Yan Shu replied, "I didn't help anyone. This is my own letter, and I truly like you." The once fierce girl's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily fled. The cacophony of noise enveloped Yan Shu, the thick scent of smoke mingling with various foods and sweat rendering it difficult to breathe. "Brother Yan, are you getting up? You're not going home again tonight?" A somewhat familiar yet strange voice echoed in his ears. As he felt a few gentle taps on his shoulder, he sluggishly lifted his head. What greeted him was not his familiar home, but an unfamiliar environment. The sounds of keyboard clattering and expletives filled the air, and in front of him was a face that was both recognizable and foreign. "Zhang Sheng." Yan Shu's voice emerged. Raspy yet youthful, he was momentarily bewildered, as the person before him appeared equally astonished by his voice. Zhang Sheng, assuming he was merely groggy from sleep, exclaimed, "Brother Yan, you need to head back. You pulled an all-nighter last night, and you're doing it again? Don't you care about your health? Tomorrow's Monday, and we have classes." Yan Shu blinked, realizing that Zhang Sheng was indeed his classmate from high school. After he repeated a year, Zhang Sheng had graduated and returned to his hometown. They hadn't kept in touch much since then. Yet, he was currently dressed in their high school uniform. Zhang Sheng sensed something was off with Yan Shu today and waved a hand in front of his eyes. "Brother Yan?" Yan Shu grasped his hand firmly, a spark igniting in his eyes as an absurd thought flashed through his mind. "Tomorrow is Monday? We have classes." "Ah, yes. But, Brother Yan, are you okay?" Zhang Sheng attempted to shake off Yan Shu's grip. However, Yan Shu abruptly turned towards the illuminated screen, reading the date. 20. Had he truly been reborn? Was he now 18 years old? As the realization settled in, Yan Shu sprang to his feet. 18. His youthful self was back. Zhang Sheng was momentarily taken aback by a sudden movement. "What the?" At that moment, the door of the internet cafe swung open, and the manager lazily inquired, "Here to surf the internet?" Upon spotting a beautiful girl at the entrance, his demeanor shifted to one of eagerness. "Little sister, are you here to go online? We don't check IDs here." He had seen his fair share of overly made-up troublemakers, but a girl who exuded such purity and beauty was a rare sight. Standing at the entrance, her long hair tied back, her face free of makeup yet still exquisitely attractive. Her alluring, upturned, fox-like eyes, a delicate nose, and slightly pouting lips hinted at her displeasure. Dressed in a light jacket that concealed her figure, her jeans revealed long, straight legs, suggesting she possessed an enviable physique, complemented by an air of cold elegance that made her stand out in this smoky environment. As she entered, she drew numerous curious glances. However, Sumir was keenly aware of her surroundings, quickly scanning the hazy internet cafe despite her discomfort. Her gaze fortuitously met Yan Shu's, who had stood up to look at her. Her expression shifted slightly, and she hurried over, calling out, "Yan Shu." From the moment he laid eyes on her, Yan Shu was rooted to the spot, his heart racing as if it were no longer his own. After 3 long years, he was finally seeing her again. Just as he prepared to approach her, a soft hand intertwined with his. "Brother Yan." Yan Shu froze, instinctively trying to shake her off, but Sumir had already reached them. Yan Shu thought, on the first day of his rebirth, he had stumbled into a battlefield. Sumir's gaze fell upon the hand that clung to Yan Shu's. ARM.IT was adorned with glaring sequin nail polish. A flicker of sadness uncontrollably flashed in Sumir's eyes. She had long heard whispers of Yan Shu's closeness with Jean Lily from Class 9, and rumors suggested they had become a couple the previous week. Yet, she never expected him to bring her along to the internet cafe for an all-nighter. In stark contrast to Yan Shu's cold and mocking demeanor toward her, Sumir felt the urge to cry. But she had never been the type to shed tears easily or display her emotions in front of others. As her expression hardened, and she prepared to remove the hand from Yan Shu's arm. He suddenly jerked away from the grip, exclaiming, "No, little ear, you must listen. I'm not explaining." Jean Lily, who had been basking in her perceived victory over Su Mir, was momentarily stunned, glancing at her rejected hand in disbelief before looking up at Yan Shu. "Yan Shu," Yan Shu thought, "please don't call my name." He was genuinely flustered. Who would have thought a good person's rebirth would lead to such a chaotic situation? His future wife had bumped into his ex-girlfriend while they were both online. What a cataclysmic beginning. Indeed, the two girls before him. Jean Lily was his high school girlfriend. While he couldn't say he was deeply enamored with her, it was undeniable that her pursuit of him had been fervent, granting him considerable face. During his rebellious phase, she had introduced him to a world of indulgence. Partying, smoking, drinking. Ultimately, she had gifted him a massive green hat upon their high school graduation. Mocking him for his naive innocence, she merely desired a companion. Yet she no longer wished to play. The reason being, after more than a year with Yan Shu, aside from taking her online and out for leisure, moments of hand-holding and embraces were scarce, let alone kisses or any further intimacy to in due course. Yan Shu came to realize that he had become a human ATM, while Jean Lily frivolously spent his money on other suitors, of course. That was merely a postscript. At present, Yan Shu remained uncertain whether he was truly in a relationship with Jean Lily. His memories were somewhat hazy as for Su Mir, his childhood sweetheart and future wife. She was the little girl who secretly stashed strawberry milk for him in kindergarten, who would present him with the reddest apples and heartfelt cards on Christmas Eve during their primary school days. She was also the girl who, following a family crisis, scoured various internet cafes and gaming halls late at night in search of him. She accompanied him through his repeated studies, sharing a night of beer after he was heartbroken. Her eyes reddened as she scolded him for being foolish. Then, they both enrolled in the same university, pursuing graduate studies together. He finally confessed his feelings. She was truly stunning that day, even with tear-streaked cheeks. During the proposal, they received the blessings of all around them. And then, she passed away from a heart ailment before their wedding could take place. As he recalled this, Yan Shu glanced at Su Mir, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kati that moment, Zhang Sheng, caught awkwardly between the three, felt rather uncomfortable. What was the situation? However, based on past experiences, it was highly probable that Yan Shu would disregard Su Mir and leave with Jean Lily. After all, it seemed that Yan Shu truly despised Su Mir. This sentiment was not limited to Zhang Sheng. Su Mir harbored similar thoughts. Yet, after searching 7 internet cafes, she was certain that Yan Shu would not easily abandon her. At this juncture, with a pale face, she grasped his arm firmly, pulling him towards herself. "Come, let's go home." Their commotion had already attracted considerable attention. Several boys, presumably acquainted with Yan Shu, laughed and jeered, casting lewd glances at the beautiful Su Mir. "Isn't it Yan Shu? Are you planning to cuckold Lily? Who is this girl?" Jean Lily, with her made-up visage, could not hide her displeasure, casting a scornful glance at Su Mir and yanked Yan Shu's arm back. "The housekeeper of Yan Shu's family. He wouldn't want to go with you. Who do you think you are? Right, Yan Shu? You better not go with her, or I will break up with you." Jean Lily spoke with a sense of boldness, fully aware that each time Su Mir sought out Yan Shu, he never returned with her. She understood Yan Shu's current sentiments. He was reluctant to go home and was vexed by Su Mir. Thus, she was confident he would never accompany Su Mir back. With this thought, Jean Lily felt a surge of triumph. Her gaze towards Su Mir laced with malicious mockery. What did it matter how beautiful she was? What significance did being the school belle hold? To Yan Shu, she was nothing, while she herself was currently Yan Shu's girlfriend. Little did she know, Yan Shu, who had appeared dazed, suddenly brightened at Jean Lily's words. How splendid, he wouldn't even have to initiate a breakup. He now vaguely recalled that he had probably just recently begun dating Jean Lily, perhaps only a week ago. At that time, there hadn't even been hand-holding. Thus, Yan Shu promptly grasped Su Mir's hand. "Then we shall take our leave." And with that, he led Su Mir away, turning to exit. Chapter 2. Are you out of money? The audience, who had been engrossed in the play, momentarily froze, perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Su Mir was equally taken aback. While the words of Jean Lily stung her heart, she had grown accustomed to such jibes. She had steeled herself for the likelihood of being rebuffed and ridiculed by Yan Shu, as their relationship had become exceedingly strained. Yan Shu, however, was indifferent to these dynamics. His sole desire was to whisk Su Mir away from this unbearable place, for the atmosphere was suffocating. Given Su Mir's fragile health, she ought not to linger in such an environment. The pair hastily exited the internet CF, with Jean Lily's frantic voice chasing after them. Yan Shu, as her voice echoed. A group of boys, eager for drama, followed suit. Yet at that moment, Yan Shu was oblivious to their shouts. Upon stepping outside, the door swung shut, sealing all the clamor within. After taking a few strides, Yan Shu felt Su Mi's hand slip from his grasp. He turned, momentarily stunned, as he beheld her. An ephemeral daze washed over him, leaving him uncertain of her reality. Su Mi now appeared even more innocent and untainted, yet her complexion was radiant, devoid of the frailty she had exhibited in her previous life. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with caution, as if to say, "What mischief do you intend now?" Her voice, crisp and cool, echoed the sentiments of her peers at school who labeled her aloof and unapproachable. Yet, Yan Shu knew that beneath that facade lay a tender and playful spirit, a proud little girl. Yet, observing her current demeanor, he discerned that it was unlikely for Su Mi to exhibit any of her previous endearing traits towards him now. Yan Shu's throat tightened as he spoke, his voice hoarse. "Little ear." The moment those words escaped his lips, Su Mi froze. Ever since she had reported his early romantic entanglement in middle school, their relationship had been fraught with tension. He had not called her little ear since, just as his family did. "I have no ulterior motives. Did you not say you wanted to go home?" Yan Shu averted his gaze, fearful that she might notice the redness in his eyes, a sign of his uncontrolled emotions. He was concerned that such vulnerability might frighten her. Yan Shu had quickly accepted the reality of his rebirth. Whether it was a dream or not mattered little. His only desire was to amend past regrets. He had promised her not to keep her waiting too long and to confess his feelings sooner. If fate had granted him a second chance, he was determined to alter the final outcome. However, he had no time for further discourse, as Jean Lily, in a state of distress, had hurriedly gathered her companions to pursue them, accompanied by Zhang Sheng, who sought to mediate. A few boys obstructed Yan Shu and Su Mi's path. Yan Shu frowned at the assembled group, questioning their intentions. Jean Lily's expression was one of indignation, her eyes slightly red, tinged with a sense of grievance. "Yan Shu, what do you mean by this? You are my boyfriend. Are you really going to leave with her?" With a sigh, Yan Shu replied, "I simply wish to spend time with Su Mi and do not want to squander any more time on you and your friends. Did you not say that if I left with her, you would break up with me?" In an instant, tears streamed down Jean Lily's face. "How could you be like this?" Zhang Sheng quickly interjected, "Come on, there's no need for this." "Yan Shu, are you still upset about Lily's little tantrum last night? Girls just need to be pampered." Su Mi's expression darkened further. She cast a glance at Yan Shu. He was now someone else's boyfriend. This realization soured her mood even more. However, it was equally impossible for her to let him leave with Jean Lily and continue their frivolous antics. Her voice was frigid as she asserted, "Is this how you treat your girlfriend? Dragging him to the internet CAF every day?" The boys laughed, one of them retorting, "Hey little miss, you should focus on your studies. What's it to you if we hang out at the internet CAF? This is Lily's boyfriend. If he wants to hang out, let him. It's none of your business." Yan Shu's expression darkened, and he grasped Su Mi's wrist, shielding her behind him. Addressing the rebellious group before him with an icy tone, he declared, "If I say it concerns her, then it does. Jean Lily, that's enough. Stop crying. You're making it seem like you're the one who is suffering." His eyes were devoid of emotion as he continued, "When you brought your other boyfriend around your friends, did you play your part so well?" At this, Jean Lily and her friends stood frozen in shock. Zhang Sheng looked on, bewildered. What just happened? Is this a scandal waiting to happen? Initially shedding tears, Jean Lily's expression shifted to panic upon hearing Yan Shu's words. "Yan Shu, what are you saying? Are you the one who wants to cheat? Are you trying to turn this around on me? Do you think I like you that much? I only dated you out of pity." Her youth was evident in her defensive response, her voice tinged with embarrassment and anger. Yet Yan Shu dismissed her reaction. Even if she were to betray him now, it bore no consequence. Impatiently, he stated, "In any case, we're breaking up today. Is that acceptable? Otherwise, this will only become more awkward for you." Jean Lily glared at Yan Shu, unable to comprehend how he had transformed from someone who had once catered to her every whim into this stranger. Had someone whispered in his ear? Yet, the sight of Su Mi's gaze directed at her stirred an inexplicable irritation within her. Finally, tugging on the sleeve of a nearby friend, she declared, "Yan Shu, you better not regret this. Let's go." With that, she led her entourage away. Zhang Sheng remained behind, feeling the awkwardness settle around them. He glanced between Yan Shu and Su Mir before mumbling, "Well, I guess I'll be going too?" Yan Shu nodded at him, and Zhang Sheng, eager to escape the turmoil, swiftly turned to leave. Once again, only the two of them remained. Yan Shu stole a glance at Su Mir, his heart brimming with unspoken words, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him mute. Ultimately, he averted his gaze, fearing she might detect the turmoil within him. Su Mir, regaining her composure, cast a complex look at the averted Yan Shu. Was he wearing a green hat? No wonder he was willing to accompany her. Was she merely a tool in his life? A cold expression enveloped her face as she retrieved her phone and ordered a car. Finally speaking, "Rest assured, I won't divulge today as events. No wonder you were so eager to leave with me." Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Unfazed, Yan Shu attempted to dispute her insinuation, but before he could articulate his thoughts, she interrupted. "So, are you out of money? Has Uncle Yin cut off your allowance?" Su Mir's words were soft as she opened their chat window, and Yan Shu noticed that she had pinned their conversation to the top of her messages. A pang of bitterness coursed through his heart. Su Mir's eyes dimmed momentarily, and interpreting his silence as acquiescence, she concluded that it was indeed due to financial constraints. The car arrived swiftly, and they climbed in, enveloped in silence. In an effort to mask his emotions, Yan Shu resisted the urge to join Su Mir in the back seat, opting instead for the front passenger seat. This only served to further chill Su Mir's demeanor. Throughout the ride, neither spoke a word. Their families lived as neighbors, residing in the same complex. Despite Yan Shu's parents currently embroiled in a divorce, they had yet to separate. Thus, Yan Shu had not moved out. Once they exited the vehicle and entered the elevator, Su Mir broke the silence. "I've transferred 500 to you." Yan Shu was momentarily taken aback. "No need." Su Mir abruptly interrupted him, her gaze fierce as she looked up at him. "If you dare to use my money for your girlfriend, I'll—" Just then, the elevator dinged. Su Mir glanced at his bloodshot eyes from staying up all night, feeling a pang in her heart. Yet she couldn't bring herself to utter the rest of her words. She turned and exited the elevator. How she loathed Yan Shu. Chapter 3. Su Mir was still such a proud little girl. Yan Shu followed her out, only to see her swiftly enter and slam the door shut. Yan Shu stared at the door before him, both strange and familiar. In his previous life, during his senior year, his parents, who constantly quarreled, ultimately divorced. He chose to live with his father, which led to him leaving the home he had inhabited for 18 years. He had to return for a long time after that. He stood at the door for quite a while. Suddenly, the door opposite Su Mi's home swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to Yan Shu, about 60% alike. Seeing his son standing there in a daze, the man called out, "Son, what are you doing?" Yan Shu turned to see his father holding a garbage bag at the doorway. The elder Yan still appeared youthful, not as worn as in his past life. Yan Shu sighed. His rebellious phase in the previous life was entirely a consequence of his parents, who, despite having feelings for one another, argued daily over divorce. They even thought that a boy's rebellious phase was normal, completely ignoring Yan Shu's emotions at the time. It wasn't until Yan Shu's poor performance on the college entrance examination that they realized the seriousness of the issue. Despite their efforts to mend their relationship afterward, they nearly ruined Yan Shu's life. Had it not been for Su Mir, he would have faced a completely different fate. It must be said, parenting requires no examination, and thus is rather casual. If it had been the Yan Shu of his previous life, he would have likely scoffed at his father and turned to enter the house. But now, standing at the threshold was the 29-year-old Yan Shu, who said, "It's nothing. Have you and Mom finished your divorce drama?" The elder Yan's expression stiffened. In their family, the father was the homemaker while the mother was the breadwinner. Over the years, they had frequently quarreled over various issues. Yet he truly found it hard to part ways. Before the elder Yan could finish his sentence, Yan Shu interrupted him. "Dad, I'm 18 now." He then reached for the garbage bag in his father's hands and tossed it into the trash bin beside the staircase. Finally, amidst his father's bewildered gaze, he walked past him into the house. "Stop the antics. You'll end up remarrying anyway." "I would. Your mother is simply too domineering." The elder Yan's voice echoed behind him. However, Yan Shu had already entered his room and closed the door. Outside, he could still hear his father's voice. Hey, has your rebellious phase begun? Boys will be boys. Yan Shu carelessly dropped his backpack and crouched by the door. Tears that he had been holding back finally fell. For 3 years, he had struggled to live after Little Ear left. Was it true that heaven could no longer bear to watch him? He was a doctor, saving many lives, yet he could not save the one he cherished most. Thankfully, he was granted a second chance. Yan Shu desperately attempted to control his emotions, yet he could not. His countenance, a mixture of tears and laughter, was surely far from appealing. Nevertheless, the overwhelming joy engulfed him. He knew he must release his emotions, for he would be unable to restrain himself further when he next encountered Su-mi. He covered his face and cried silently for half an hour, gradually calming down. He reached for the backpack he had discarded on the floor, took out his phone, and discovered it was dead. After locating the charging cable and connecting it, he entered the bathroom, washing his face and gazing at the disheveled young man in the mirror. His hair had grown long enough to obscure his eyes, and he had dyed a portion of it. He looked rather unconventional. Yan Shu decided to pull his hair back, exposing his eyes, which were puffy from crying. Yet one could still see that he was quite handsome, with thick eyebrows, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips. Since childhood, he had always been popular with girls. Su-mi, how could you have liked someone like me for so many years? He pondered, scrutinizing his reflection for a while. If Su-mi could still like him at this stage, perhaps it was truly through some kind of filter. After showering, Yan Shu emerged, realizing he reeked of smoke and the scent of sleepless nights. It was unbearable. He planned to go downstairs to get a haircut. Once he finished his shower, he stepped out, powered on his phone, which vibrated incessantly. The majority of messages were from Jean Lily. Without even opening them, he knew it was about what had just transpired at the internet CAF. Yan Shu directly opened the WeChat message from Su-mi, which was located further down the list, and pinned it to the top, renaming it. Initially, he dubbed it wife, but reconsidered, thinking it inappropriate since she wasn't his wife yet. So he changed it to Little Ear. Their chat history was sparse, with the most recent message being a record of Su-mi's transfer. Above that, there were numerous messages from Su-mi, mostly monotonous inquiries about his whereabouts. Yan Shu flipped through the chat records and muttered, "Yan Shu, you really are something else." He did not click on the transfer record. Just then, a new message arrived. Not enough, and followed by another transfer of 300. Yan Shu was certain this was Su-mi's private savings. He typed back, "I have money," yet felt an uncontrollable urge to send more messages, such as asking if they could meet. However, he knew that it was not the right time. The response came swiftly. "Oh," after a while, another message arrived. "Then return the money to me." It seemed cold and detached. Even the period at the end felt indifferent. Yan Shu couldn't help but wonder. Did Su-mi still have feelings for him at this point? Why did she seem so frigid? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Su-mi was rolling on her bed, clutching a pillow. Yan Shu replied to her. They hadn't had a proper conversation in ages. Previously, whenever she reached out, he would never respond. A hint of pink appeared on Su-mi's fair cheeks. After rolling about for a while, she couldn't resist opening the chat history that had gone unanswered. Gazing at the 2 messages she had sent, she suddenly felt something was amiss. Was she being too aloof? Frowning in mild frustration, she realized she had grown accustomed to this tone with Yan Shu. It was a form of self-protection. She had faced rejection from him far too many times. Su-mi took a deep breath and sent another message. "I want to return it then." On the other side, the previously skeptical Yan Shu burst into laughter upon reading her message. He could even envision her expression at that moment. He almost forgot that Su-mi at this time was still a proud little girl, far from the seemingly calm, yet secretly affectionate Dr. Su from his past life. Yan Shu lowered his gaze and typed out, word for word, "I'll return you cash tomorrow. Wait for me when you head to school in the morning." Su-mi stared at the message from Yan Shu, momentarily stunned. Was he asking her to go to school together tomorrow? Chapter 4. What a silly girl. How could she have liked him all this time? Yan Shu looked at the cold that came from the other side of the phone. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, yet a chill lingered there. Why did it seem as though his wife no longer held any fondness for him? Yan Shu found himself suppressing a sigh as he sat before a pristine desk, endeavoring to recall his rebellious high school days. A glance at the clock confirmed the date. May 23rd, 20. the latter half of his sophomore year. Fights, skipping classes, and his relationship with Jean Lily filled his memories. A wave of darkness washed over him. Could Sue Meir still harbor feelings for him during that tumultuous time? What warranted such affection? Previously, Yan Shu had maintained commendable academic performance, nearly on par with Sue Meir. Otherwise, he would not have repeated a year only to gain admission to a prestigious medical school. However, following his rebellious phase, his grades plummeted. His first college entrance examination scores barely qualified him for a second-tier university. It's worth noting that their affiliated school was a key high school. During the entrance examination, Yan Shu ranked third in the city, with Sue Meir close behind at fifth. He sighed, staring at the chat logs on his phone, uncertain whether this reincarnated life was a blessing or a curse. Rubbing his face, he resolved to cut his hair first. As he changed clothes and opened the door, he was met with the sight of his parents, each seated on opposite ends of the sofa, wearing expressions of displeasure and silence. Yan Shu observed them. In his previous life, they had divorced only to remarry a year later. Their relationship remained strong, yet the one truly affected was the rebellious Yan Shu, whose life had nearly spiraled out of control. Faced with their stony demeanor, he spoke flatly, "I'm stepping out for a bit." Luya furrowed her brow at her son. "Where do you think you're going at this hour? Didn't you come home last night? And what else with that disheveled hair?" "Yan Shu, your teacher has expressed concern over your plummeting grades. Let me make this clear. Don't listen to your father-s talk about boys having a rebellious phase. Your priority now should be your studies." "What do you mean by that, Luya? Are you using me as a cautionary tale while raising our son? What's wrong with him? He is 18 and has his own thoughts." Yin Chung interjected. "Can you be less childish?" Yan Shu, without lingering further, pushed the door open and stepped outside. See, a child's rebellion can arise without reason. He headed straight for the neighborhood barbershop, dyeing and cutting his hair. Throughout the process, messages and calls from Jean Lily persisted, but Yan Shu paid them no mind. In his previous life, Jean Lily had always sought to keep him on a string while simultaneously dating another boy at the art school nearby. Thus, when their breakup occurred, his rage stemmed largely from the humiliation of having worn the proverbial green hat for so long. After all, teenage boys can be sensitive to such matters. Reflecting on it now, Yan Shu realized he had behaved rather poorly himself. In the end, both had wronged each other, and neither could cast stones at the other. Moreover, Jean Lily had claimed that if he were to be with Sue Meir, their relationship would be over. At present, Yan Shu felt no psychological burden whatsoever. After finishing at the barbershop, he returned home and went straight to bed, looking forward to attending school with his wife the next day. The following morning, Yan Shu was awakened by his father's voice. Having tossed and turned until 3 or 4 in the morning, he appeared fatigued. Concerned, old Yin reached out to feel his forehead. "Are you all right? If you're not feeling well, just take a day off." Yan Shu sighed. Sometimes he felt his mother had a point. Old Yin's parenting methods left much to be desired. "I'm fine. I'm off to school," he replied, grabbing 2 buns and a bottle of milk from the table before heading out. Despite his father calling after him, he didn't look back. Upon exiting, he spotted Sue Meir, clad in her school uniform, standing at the elevator, reviewing English vocabulary. It was already May, and the weather had begun to warm, so she wore summer attire, revealing her fair arms, which appeared slender, draped with a light jacket. Sue Meir suffered from a heart condition, which rendered her health frail. Hence, she was accustomed to wearing a jacket regardless of the season. Hearing the door open, she turned to see Yan Shu, momentarily taken aback by his newly styled hair and the smile gracing his face. However, she maintained her cool demeanor, stating, "You're too slow. The elevator is here. I want to wait for you." Yan Shu approached her, pressed the elevator button, and apologized. "Sorry, I overslept. I'll make sure to be earlier next time." The fresh scent of mint from his post-grooming routine wafted toward her as he leaned slightly in her direction to press the button, creating an impression that he might envelop her in his embrace at any moment. This thought embarrassed her. What had she just said? It had been foolish to declare she wouldn't wait for him when she hadn't even pressed the button. Accustomed to masking her emotions with a cold facade, she couldn't help but take a step back. Yan Shu noticed her retreat and pondered whether she was uncomfortable with his proximity, prompting him to enter the elevator first. It dawned on him that perhaps Su Mir did not harbor strong feelings for him anymore. Once inside the elevator, Su Mir broke the silence. So, does going to school together mean we'll be taking the bus? After all, it seemed Yan Shu was reluctant to give her a ride. Uncle Yin had mentioned he wasn't willing either. Reflecting on this, Su Mir secretly cursed Yan Shu. "What is wrong with giving you a ride?" He responded, recalling he had a bicycle in high school, completely forgetting his previous reluctance to drive her. "Don't you find it tiring to take the bus? It's crowded, and the smells can be overwhelming. You shouldn't have to endure that." He glanced sideways at Su Mir, only to find her gazing directly at him. A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over him, prompting him to touch his nose. "What's wrong? You used to be unwilling to drive me. If you're worried, I'll tell Uncle Yin and Aunt Lu. You can rest assured, as long as you don't go to internet cafes all night." "I want to inform them," Su Mir replied softly, before stepping out as the elevator doors opened. Yan Shu stood frozen, watching her retreating figure. Had he truly treated her poorly in the past? Why then did this silly girl continue to harbor feelings for him? As the elevator doors began to close, he hastily reached out to stop them and quickly followed after her. Su Mir's flickering hope extinguished completely when she heard no calls from behind. She should have known. Yan Shu despised her. He truly loathed her. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. Su Mir felt a lightness on her shoulder as someone lifted her backpack, momentarily stunned as it was pulled from her grasp. Yan Shu, smiling brightly, declared, "From today onwards, I'll give you a ride to and from class every day." Su Mir furrowed her delicate brows. "Why?" "Because I like you," he replied. "I want to make amends and treat you well." Chapter 5. Who could utter such words without a decade of cerebral thrombosis? The reason why inner thoughts remain unspoken is precisely because they cannot be voiced aloud. Yan Shu carried Su Mir's backpack as he walked ahead, adding, "No particular reason. I just realized I'm out of cash. Can I repay you through my work?" Su Mir paused, uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. Perhaps it was more joy. At the very least, she and Yan Shu had shared a moment of temporary peace. She hurried to catch up with him, "But you haven't even initiated the transfer yet." "Let us do that later. We'll be late for school," he replied dismissively. In truth, no one has ever ridden in Yan Shu's vehicle, not even Jean Lily. Jean Lily has been pursuing Yan Shu since her first year of high school. Yet he treated her with indifference until he entered a rebellious phase in his second year, during which their relationship improved slightly. During this period, Yan Shu rarely rode his bike, as he was unconcerned about being late for class. He was, after all, a typical rebellious boy. As he transported Su Mir forward, he could not help but exclaim, "You are rather light." Su Mir cautiously grasped his clothing, and upon hearing his complaint, she retorted, "What do you care? I don't eat at your house." Su Mir, who generally maintained a cool demeanor towards others, was always different with Yan Shu. Years of their mutual contention made it impossible for her to refrain from countering him. This had become a habitual exchange over the years. However, after speaking, she regretted it, fearing that Yan Shu might suddenly become angry and demand she dismount. Just then, they encountered a red traffic light, and Yan Shu abruptly halted the bike. Su Mir, caught off guard, collided with his back. Yan Shu had intended to say, "If you gained even a little weight from eating my family's rice, I would be upset." But before he could utter the words, he felt something soft slam against his back. He stiffened momentarily, acknowledging that Su Mir was indeed quite slender, though she had certainly developed in all the right places. No one understood this better than Yan Shu himself. After all, in his past life, he had been brought back to reality by the blaring of a car horn, accompanied by Su Mir's soft complaints. "What are you doing? Hurry up." Yan Shu adjusted his position and resumed riding, albeit in a somewhat awkward posture. Meanwhile, the girl behind him gently covered her chest, her face flushed from the sudden impact. Upon arriving at school, Yan Shu felt somewhat disoriented, having been away for quite some time. He was relieved that his grades were poor. Otherwise, it would have been rather embarrassing. The knowledge acquired in high school seemed to vanish the moment he graduated. If asked to write a medical paper, he would manage. But taking an exam would prove quite challenging. He pondered why others who traversed through time and space had systems, while he was left with merely death and a hellish battlefield. Quite a dismal fate. Sumir reached for the backpack dangling from the front of the bike, hesitated, and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Yan Shu responded with a slight, retrieving a carton of milk from his backpack and handing it to her. "I have. This is for you." Sumir was taken aback, staring at the milk in her hand. "Why are you giving me milk? Don't you like it? You were upset last time because I gave it to another girl." Yan Shu recalled how, in his previous life, the 29-year-old Sumir still remembered his childhood gesture of giving strawberry milk to another girl, and he was determined not to repeat that mistake. However, upon hearing his words, Sumir's expression turned icy as she shoved the milk back into his hands and turned to leave. Yan Shu was left bewildered. What had he said that had triggered her sudden anger? Yan Shu and Sumir were classmates, a serendipitous connection, having shared the same class since kindergarten, all the way to their second year of high school. Throughout the journey, Sumir silently chastised Yan Shu, her morning cheerfulness evaporating entirely. Did he dare to mention the past? Was she angry because he had given strawberry milk to another girl? Perhaps that was part of it. But the main reason was her own deception, convincing herself that she enjoyed strawberry milk, while her younger self had been told by her mother to get along well with Yan Shu. Though she reluctantly gave him the milk, he had turned around and offered it to another girl. Sumir believed she would remember him for a lifetime. Yan Shu had intended to pursue her, but upon seeing Sumir's frosty demeanor, he hesitated. They entered the classroom, but their seats were far apart. Sumir sat in the middle rows, while Yan Shu occupied the last row, designated for the underperformers. As he entered through the back door, he contemplated which of his remarks had upset her. His desk mate, Zhang Sheng, excitedly called out upon seeing him, "Yan Ge." Yan Shu looked up only to find Jean Lily, not from their class, sitting at his desk. Zhang Sheng stood awkwardly beside her. Jean Lily, having toned down her makeup for school, still sported a made-up face, her eyes slightly puffy as she gazed intently at Yan Shu. Zhang Sheng's loud voice drew the attention of classmates who had arrived early, including Sumir, who had just set her backpack down. "Yan Shu," he frowned at Jean Lily, "what are you doing here? Didn't we agree to break up? Why are you still in our class?" Unable to resist, he cast a glance toward Sumir, who, along with her desk mate, wore expressions of curiosity and indifference, respectively. Yan Shu cursed internally, his annoyance growing. Jean Lily felt wronged, and upon noticing his impatience, she abruptly stood, her voice sharp. "You question me about being here? Yan Shu, are you playing with me? You ignore my messages all night and didn't answer my calls. Do you even remember that you were my boyfriend?" Yan Shu furrowed his brow, looking at Jean Lily's pleading face. He had thought she understood the situation, given that he had made himself quite clear the previous night. How could she still have the audacity to confront him? Her shrill voice caught the attention of the onlookers, and murmurs began to circulate among them. Yan Shu had never harbored any fondness for Jean Lily and had initially intended to preserve their dignity, but since she was unwilling to do so, he saw no reason to maintain it himself. He had to uphold his integrity in front of Sumir. "We broke up last night. You have plenty of boyfriends. Do not make a scene and embarrass us all." His tone was devoid of inflection. Yet Jean Lily, with a pitiful expression, replied, "Those are just casual flings. My feelings for you are genuine. If you truly like me, why can't you accept all of me? You are unique in my heart. I don't want to break up." Yan Shu was astounded. What kind of oceanic rhetoric was this? It seemed that only someone with a decade's worth of delusion could utter such words. The entire class was equally shocked by her explosive declaration. However, Jean Lily stood her ground, unrepentant. While she may not have been deeply infatuated with Yan Shu, he was the one she had pursued the longest. Most importantly, being with Yan Shu would infuriate Sumir, which brought her immense satisfaction, especially after losing to Sumir in the high school flower competition. She certainly did not wish to part ways with him, given that he was handsome, wealthy, and generous, an impressive companion to present to others. After her bombshell statement, Jean Lily attempted to take Yan Shu's hand. However, he immediately recoiled as though she were contagion, responding in a thick northeastern accent. "No, sister, are you all right? If not, we should see a doctor. Don't delay. Your mind needs checking." Zhang Sheng stood too close and couldn't help but chuckle, letting out a soft laugh. Not just him. Several boys nearby stifled their laughter, covering their mouths tightly. Zhang Sheng was met with a glare from Jean Lily. Su Mier, who was originally approaching, halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated on Yan Shu. Since last night, there had been an unsettling feeling that Yan Shu was acting oddly. Was it merely her imagination? Jean Lily's face flushed crimson from the laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks as she glared at Yan Shu. However, Yan Shu seized the opportunity to speak before she could, adopting a tone reminiscent of the stern disciplinary head, Neo Dafeng. No, please spare us the theatrics. We are here to learn, not to partake in a soap opera. Off you go now, goodbye. As he gestured politely, he maintained his verbal onslaught, adding, and you mentioned breaking up. We never held hands, so rest assured. I want to demand compensation for lost youth. Feng Zheng, the athletic committee member, sitting beside Yan Shu, couldn't contain his laughter, bursting out in mirth. When he noticed Yan Shu and Jean Lily glaring at him, he quickly covered his mouth, apologizing amidst his laughter. With him leading the charge, a wave of suppressed giggles erupted around the room. Jean Lily, being a girl, had her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Teacher Su, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, arrived, knocking on the classroom door. What is going on here? Why are you all gathered? Which class are you from? Return to your own class. The crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed, for Teacher Su was known to be quite formidable. As an English teacher, her reprimands were often a mix of Chinese and English. While one might not fully comprehend, the intensity of her anger was unmistakable. Thus, the students held her in considerable regard. Jean Lily glanced at Yan Shu and said, We need to talk. I'll wait for you at our usual spot after school. Then she bowed her head and hurriedly left. Su Mier frowned slightly, although she couldn't overhear what Jean Lily had whispered to Yan Shu. She sensed it was nothing good. She resolved to stick by Yan Shu's side throughout the day. Otherwise, he might once again skip class with Jean Lily and her friends. Teacher Su entered the classroom with a stern demeanor, addressing the students. High school second semester. And you're still not serious? You're about to enter your final year. Is the college entrance examination far away? As she approached Yan Shu, she noted his recently dyed and cropped hair, her expression softening slightly. Yan Shu, come here. We need to discuss your absences. Right now. Yan Shu sighed. All right. Let me grab my backpack. Teacher Su nodded and turned to leave the classroom. Amidst the sparse sounds of students studying, Yan Shu opened his phone to send Su Mier a message. However, as Teacher Su suddenly turned to look at him, Yan Shu, oblivious to the address issue, sent the message without a second thought. Following that, he walked to the office under the sympathetic gazes of the boys in the back row. In fact, Yan Shu knew exactly what Teacher Su was going to say as he trailed behind her. Sure enough, she began with her usual lecture. Yan Shu, you've been skipping class frequently lately. Do you even remember you're in your second year? I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong, and it won't happen again. Yan Shu quickly replied, his tone earnest. Teacher Su, who had prepared for him to remain silent like in previous encounters, was caught off guard by his response. She faltered, forgetting the rest of her prepared speech. Pointing at him, she took a deep breath. What is the nature of your relationship with Jean Lily? You are students. You must remember your primary task is to study. There are many kinds of boys and girls in university. If Yan Shu hadn't previously attended university, he might have believed her. Internally, he scoffed at her words while maintaining a serious demeanor outwardly. After a few moments of scolding, seeing that he was genuinely remorseful, Teacher Su found herself unable to continue. She sighed, fine, you can go back now. But if there is another incident, I will call your parents. Whether it concerns your absences or Jean Lily. With a warning glare, she dismissed him. Yan Shu nodded, understood, teacher. Finally, Teacher Su waved him off with a hint of exasperation. Yan Shu felt no psychological burden. After all, he was not truly an 18-year-old boy. Acknowledging his mistakes to a teacher was no great matter. He recalled how, in his past life, Teacher Su was diligent and never considered giving up on him, always finding ways to help him learn more, despite his rebellious attitude at the time. With a sigh, Yan Shu entered through the back door and immediately noticed Su Mier inexplicably resting her head on her desk, causing him to feel a twinge of concern. Just as he sat down, Zhang Sheng leaned in. Brother Yan, did Teacher Su give you a hard time? No, Yan Shu replied, shifting his gaze away and patting Zhang Sheng's shoulder. What is wrong with Su Mier? Zhang Sheng looked confused, glancing ahead. I have no idea. Yan Shu clicked his tongue. I'll change seats and send a message. With no teacher present, the two stood up and switched places without anyone noticing. Just as Yan Shu pulled out his phone, he glanced at the chat page, where a message he sent to Su Mi 15 minutes ago read, "Wife. Did I do well? Cute, JPG." Yan Shu tightened his grip on his phone, realizing the implications of the word wife. Oh no, he had become too accustomed to using it. Meanwhile, Su Mi had yet to reply. He looked up again, only to find Su Mi had raised her head. Her desk mate, Zhang Xian, whispered in surprise, "Mirror, why is your face so red?" Chapter 7. Brother Yin feels nothing. Brother Yin senses his wife is falling behind. Su Mi checked her phone only after Yan Shu had gone to the office. She had always been a good student, rarely using her phone at school, but it was different when it came to Yan Shu. She had felt her phone vibrate earlier, but didn't intend to check it. However, she soon realized that at this hour, it was likely from him. With no one else in mind, she hesitated, and the first person across her mind was Yan Shu, even if she secretly doubted it would be him. But what if it were? Unable to concentrate on her studies, Su Mi couldn't resist glancing at her phone. Sure enough, it was a message from Yan Shu. A mere glance sent her thoughts into a whirlwind of fireworks, and her face instantly turned crimson. Fearing detection, she quickly lowered her head. Just as she regained her composure, Zhang Xian's curious inquiry reignited her blush. "It's nothing," she mumbled vaguely. Zhang Xian observed her flushed face and exclaimed, "You're so cute." Then, looking around cautiously, she leaned closer to Su Mi and whispered conspiratorially, "Do you think Jean Lily and Yan Shu really broke up? I feel like Jean Lily wouldn't give up easily." She pursued Yan Shu for a long time. Su Mi's heart sank at Zhang Xian's gossip, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Indeed, Jean Lily was Yan Shu's girlfriend, while she was merely the neighbor he seemed to disdain, even too lazy to respond to. He must have sent that message by mistake. Yan Shu, meanwhile, was grappling with how to explain himself when someone in front suddenly turned to shoot him a frosty glare. Yan Shu. Alas, the 29-year-old Yan Shu found himself at a loss on how to interact with the 18-year-old Su Mi. Why did she have to be so prickly? Yan Shu let out a sigh. Suddenly, a piece of bread was tossed in his direction. Following the trajectory of the bread, he saw Feng Zheng winking at him. Seriously? What kind of flirtation is this coming from a grown man? Yan Shu exclaimed, clicking his tongue. Feng Zheng had maintained a casual friendship with him during their second year of high school. But after repeating a year, their camaraderie had blossomed into something more substantial. In their previous life, they had kept in touch until the very end, with Feng Zheng even taking leave to accompany him for a couple of months during Su Mi's final days. They were indeed close friends, though now they were somewhat estranged. As for Feng Zheng's reason for repeating a year, Yan Shu recalled it was due to a romantic entanglement with a girl from another school during their senior year, which led to him missing an important exam. Being an athlete, he had no choice but to retake the year. Yan Shu still vividly remembered the sight of Feng Zheng's father chasing him around the school with a hefty stick. But that was all in the past. At this moment, Feng Zheng, seemingly taken aback by Yan Shu's remark about flirting, retorted, "Who's flirting with you? Just a reminder, the whole world is calling you a scumbag right now." Contrary to Feng Zheng's expectations, Yan Shu nonchalantly took the piece of bread, expressing no particular interest. After all, he had little fascination for the antics of high school students. His only desire was to find an opportunity to speak with Su Mi. However, as soon as the morning study session concluded, she walked off hand in hand with her deskmate. During the first class, she went with the girls in front to fetch water, completely ignoring him, although she did help him fill his water bottle. By the time the long break arrived, Yan Shu had yet to find a moment to utter a single word to her. During the long break, the teachers and principal at the affiliated school required the students to jog around the campus for their physical well-being. Apart from seniors running on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the first and second year students were expected to do so daily. Clad in their school uniforms, students gathered in small groups, lethargically jogging. The broadcasting station had junior students reading encouraging scripts, their voices melodious yet utterly ineffective. No one was keen on the exercise. Su Mi, who suffered from a heart condition, was advised against strenuous activities, but she could manage the slow jogs. Accompanying her was Zhang Xian, who jogged alongside her at a leisurely pace. Yan Shu let out a sound of disapproval, but eventually trotted up behind her. During their high school years, Su Mier was quite slender, even in her summer uniform. Her butterfly bones were quite prominent, and her neck was delicate and pale. After just a brief jog, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Yan Shu watched as a droplet of sweat slowly trickled down from her forehead, following the contour of her slender neck until it vanished into the gentle curves ahead. He quickly averted his gaze, realizing he could not afford to linger on such thoughts. At 18, his body was rather difficult to control. No sooner had he dismissed the wandering thoughts than Zhang Xian was called out by the class monitor, prompting her to exchange a few words with Su Mier before dashing away. Su Mier's complexion had turned pale. She was not adept at physical exertion, and after Zhang Xian departed, a figure suddenly approached her. Initially, she paid no mind, given her slow pace and the multitude of passers-by. However, this individual slowed their stride. Offering her a tissue, Su Mier's face paled further, yet she maintained a stoic expression, refusing to take the tissue. "Thank you," she began, but upon raising her gaze, the words of rejection faltered on her lips. Yan Shu smiled at her. "You're sweating." Su Mier's eyes shifted from his face to the tissue, and she reached out to accept it. With a somewhat rough motion, she wiped her face and neck, and Yan Shu noticed her delicate skin reddened slightly from the contact. Just as he was about to speak, Su Mier interjected, "You sent the wrong message." Well, it wasn't entirely incorrect. It was indeed directed at her, though the habitual form of address led him to agree. "But it wasn't a mistake. It was meant for you," he replied. However, before he could finish his thought, the previously sweet voice from the broadcasting station shifted. "Hello, can you hear me?" This voice struck a chord of familiarity. The joggers slowed their pace, murmurs of curiosity rippling through the crowd. "Who is it? Sounds familiar." The female voice from the broadcast chuckled and continued, "Good morning, classmates. I have an announcement to make." Instantly, the students erupted in excitement. Teachers who had been standing on the periphery rushed over to investigate. Yan Shu noticed the director of discipline, Director Nyo, hastily making his way toward the broadcasting station. "Yan Shu from Class 6 of the second year. I really like you. Can we not break up?" The declaration reverberated across the entire playground. Initially poised to observe the commotion, Yan Shu's expression stiffened. Countless gazes converged upon him, yet amidst the scrutiny, he keenly detected one gaze imbued with malice. "Yin Ge, that's impressive. Who is that?" Zhang Sheng approached, brimming with enthusiasm. "Let me interview you. How do you feel?" Yan Shu felt no particular sensation. Rather, he sensed that his own romantic pursuits were slipping away. Chapter 8. Women only hinder my study efficiency. The cacophony from the school's broadcasting station continued, soon becoming a disjointed clamor. Yet, Yan Shu could still feel the incessant scrutiny directed at him. While the first-year students might not recognize Yan Shu, the second-year students from their respective classes were certainly familiar with him. Yan Shu sighed, casting an innocent glance at the furious Su Mier, who appeared ready to slay him with her gaze. "I truly have no idea what is going on. I'm innocent." Su Mier, rarely one to abandon her composure, rolled her eyes dramatically. "Right? You didn't know. Just like when you confessed to Jean Lily on the basketball court. You also claimed ignorance." Her tone dripped with sarcasm. "Yet the whole world knew, except for you." The reason behind Yan Shu's popularity had been Jean Lily, who was utterly unconcerned with others' opinions. Just last week, their class had been invited to play basketball by Class 9. After school, they had headed over, only to find Jean Lily standing center court in her number 8 jersey, while Yan Shu's jersey bore the same number, surrounded by an array of flowers. Dressed in her jersey on top and a short skirt below, she revealed a pair of long, fair legs, her feet adorned with Yan Shu's matching Air Jordans. With flowers in hand, she boldly stood amidst the crowd, gazing at Yan Shu and declaring, "Yan Shu, I truly like you. Will you go out with me?" Su Mier later mused that perhaps no boy could turn down such a grand confession, which fulfilled every ounce of vanity that a boy at that age could possess. This became her excuse for allowing Yan Shu to date Jean Lily, even though it pained her deeply. However, she found herself incapable of such gestures. Be it a confession on the basketball court or through the broadcasting station, Sumir knew she couldn't bring herself to do it. Looking at the innocent Yan Shu now, Sumir thought that even if she were to attempt such a thing despite her physical limitations, he would likely still refuse. It wasn't about the act itself being inappropriate. It was simply that he didn't harbor feelings for her. An increasing number of people gathered around, with boys from other classes laughingly exclaiming, "Brother Yin, you are truly fortunate." Their voices were laden with envy. At that moment, Teacher Su approached with a stern expression, demanding, "What is all this commotion? Disperse. Yan Shu, come with me." Sumir's pale face betrayed a hint of concern. Yan Shu glanced at Sumir and then at the scowling Teacher Su, conceding, "All right." Teacher Su felt that Yan Shu was innocent in this matter. Yet Director Nyo insisted she take him away. Yan Shu was led away, reflecting on how eventful these past 2 days of his rebirth had been. There was so much happening, and he hadn't even had a proper conversation with Sumir yet. The main issue was that Sumir seemed rather reluctant to engage with him. This left Yan Shu feeling somewhat vexed. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing that Jean Lily was so overt and unreserved in her affections. Surely, it could be considered a sign of her liking him? Yet, how could she so readily tarnish his reputation? It was truly beyond his comprehension. Upon arriving at the disciplinary office, Yan Shu discovered that Jean Lily was already inside with several boys. She flashed a smile upon spotting him. Director Nyo's expression was exceedingly grim. "You're still smiling? Young lady, do you have no sense of shame?" Jean Lily retorted, "Director Nyo, how can you say that? There's nothing wrong with confessing one's feelings. We must be brave enough to express ourselves, just as we discussed in class." Director Nyo pointed at her, visibly irked. At that juncture, Teacher Su interjected, "Director, our class Yan Shu had no part in this." "However," Jean Lily insisted, "but he is another main character. How can you say he is uninvolved?" Yan Shu remained silent, directing his gaze at Director Nyo, saying, "Director, I genuinely know nothing about this." A boy beside Jean Lily scoffed, "No way, Yan Shu. Are you that cowardly? Aren't you the one dating Lily?" His tone reeked of dissatisfaction. Yan Shu retorted firmly, "That is not the case. We have broken up." Upon hearing this, the smile on Jean Lily's face vanished completely. "I don't agree." Yan Shu sighed, finally looking at her earnestly. "Do you understand why the school rules prohibit early relationships? Because flowers that bloom too early are prone to withering. Our primary task now is to study, to strive for the future of our nation." Sumir, clutching a stack of booklets, arrived at the office door just in time to witness this scene. Jean Lily and the 2 boys wore expressions of astonishment. Yan Shu was still proclaiming the need to build the nation. Director Nyo and Teacher Su wore satisfied expressions. The scene was rather absurd. Sumir found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was Yan Shu who noticed her standing at the door with an armful of booklets and quickly furrowed his brow. Walking over, halting his discourse about national construction, he reached out to take the books from Sumir's arms, remarking, "These are quite heavy. Is there no one else in the class to help you with this?" Sumir, as the class monitor, typically collected assignments and such. However, the papers and homework were rather thin. "These are books." Jean Lily suddenly snapped back to reality from Yan Shu's lecture, her tone turning sharp. "Didn't you say you're going to maintain distance from the opposite sex? What are you doing?" "Helping a classmate," Yan Shu replied, casting a glance at her. "Let me clarify. I maintain distance from those of the opposite sex who harbor ulterior motives towards me. After all, my current goal is to contribute to the nation's development. Women only hinder my progress in studying." "Yan Shu." Teacher Su quickly interrupted his nonsensical ramblings. Yan Shu fell silent. Sumir still bore a look of shock and finally spoke. "Director, this safety handbook belongs to our class. Both the parent and student signatures are present." Director Nyo's expression softened toward the diligent student. "Very well, place it over there." Yan Shu set the booklets down as directed. Initially thinking Sumir would leave, she stood still for a moment before suddenly addressing them. "Teachers, this incident truly has nothing to do with Yan Shu." This morning, Jean Lily was already bothering him in class, but he rejected her advances. As for the recent broadcast station incident, it has no connection to him as he was running laps at the time. Classmates can attest to this. Yan Shu was taken aback. Was Sumi here because she feared he would be unfairly treated by the teachers? Jean Lily's expression soured, realizing that Yan Shu's attitude towards Sumi had shifted. Teacher Su then spoke, "Let them return to class. This matter is genuinely unrelated to our students." As Yan Shu and Sumi exited the disciplinary office, the class bell rang outside. The corridor was empty and pristine. Yan Shu smiled and asked, "Were you worried about me? If you get a demerit, you might be expelled. Aunt Lu might break your legs." Sumi, her face devoid of expression, replied, then turned to leave. Yan Shu followed closely behind, still smiling. "It's fine. You wouldn't let me get my legs broken, would you?" Chapter 9. Sumi wants to be your deskmate. Yan Shu discerned that Sumi's words did not match her heart. Her hurried rush to the disciplinary office clearly indicated her concern for him, yet when questioned, she maintained a cold and indifferent facade. Yan Shu felt that the tension in their relationship was primarily due to his rebellious phase, which accounted for about 60%, while Sumi's character likely contributed the remaining 40%. Had he not known her prideful nature, it might have seemed somewhat understandable that his past self, during his rebellious phase, had not taken kindly to Sumi. However, Yan Shu dared not voice this thought. Upon their return to the classroom, where a physics lesson was underway, the physics teacher, an exceptionally meticulous old man surnamed Wang, took immediate notice of Yan Shu's tardiness. He had always disapproved of Yan Shu, who typically scored only 20 or 30 points on tests. With a darkened expression, he barked, "Yan Shu, stand at the door and listen. You would only fall asleep if you came in." To Sumi, he adopted a different tone. "Mir, come in." However, Sumi, who had already stepped into the classroom, withdrew her foot, her voice crisp. "Teacher, I came back with Yan Shu from the disciplinary office. We should both stand as punishment to avoid accusations of favoritism." Yan Shu had already positioned himself against the wall, but he turned to regard Sumi's cold profile. The other students in the class whispered among themselves, and Teacher Wang's expression darkened. The boys sitting at the back, led by Feng Zheng, began to voice their grievances. "Teacher, are you really going to punish Yan Shu for his poor grades? Is this blatant favoritism? He hasn't even been asked for a reason before being punished? So, the struggling students have no dignity?" It was evident that Teacher Wang's reputation was far from stellar. He cast a chilling glance at the usually obedient Sumi and said coldly, "I do not show favoritism. I simply did not say you were returning from the disciplinary office. Come in, take out your tests, and let us see your scores." Yan Shu heard the derisive laughter and scoffing from the boys at the back. He merely observed Sumi as frail silhouette as he returned to his seat, not affording her any unnecessary glances. Yan Shu glanced at Teacher Wang, who was glaring at him, and rubbed his nose as he made his way to the back of the classroom, realizing that being a struggling student was indeed quite unappealing. It seemed that, apart from Teacher Su, most of the other subject teachers held a rather unfavorable view of him. Yan Shu felt compelled to apply himself diligently to his studies. Yet, after being away from school for so long, staring at the blank test paper filled him with despair. Unable to suppress a sigh, he resigned himself to his fate. Director Nyo conducted his affairs with remarkable decisiveness, and the reprimand notification for Jean Lily and her 2 cohorts was issued during the break. The severity of the punishment was evident, as they received a major demerit, reflecting Director Nyo's genuine anger. Yan Shu, while listening to the announcement, found himself scribbling thoughts on the recent physics exam, realizing that he was not entirely inept at the subject. Across the aisle, Feng Zheng was engaged in conversation with his deskmate, Chung Su, speculating whether Teacher Su was rearranging the seating chart. "What a hassle. Isn't it almost the end of the term?" "Zheng Su Zima?" "Indeed," Feng Zheng replied. "She mentioned that our rows are too rowdy. Perhaps she's aiming to separate us." Yan Shu paused his writing, glancing at the considerable distance between him and Sumi, a subtle smirk forming on his lips. Was this not an opportunity? At that moment, Sumi was listening to Zhang Xian complain about the impending new seating arrangements, exclaiming, "Teacher Su even intends to pair boys and girls. Goodness, who want to sit next to a boy? At our age, is she not concerned about fostering early romantic entanglements?" Zhang Fei, seated in front, turned around with a smile, teasing, "Which boy from our class do you foresee stirring up rumors with you?" Zhang Xian gasped. That is out of the question. I have no interest whatsoever. While there are some attractive boys like Yan Shu and Feng Zhang. Oh, and Zhou Jia could work too. But I suspect Zhou Jia would prefer to sit with Mir. Upon hearing this, Su Mir frowned and interjected, "Stop with the nonsense." Biting her lip gently, she said, "I need to step out for a moment." Zhang Xian called after her, "Hurry back, Mir. Class is about to start." Su Mir did not respond, merely quickening her pace. Yan Shu, having stepped out to buy some water, pondered how teacher Su could ever agree to move his seat closer to Su Mir. Following Jean Lily's commotion, he sensed that the likelihood of any female presence nearby was dwindling. With a sigh, he was approached by someone who placed a hand on his shoulder. "Yan Shu, are you playing basketball at noon?" Feng Zheng inquired, grinning, after your encounter with Jean Lily. Yan Shu rolled his eyes. "What business do I have with her? I'm not playing. I have something to attend to. Consider it. Though, I have a secret to exchange," Feng Zheng said mysteriously. Intrigued, Yan Shu glanced at him. "Go on." "I just came from Teacher Su's office where I overheard Su Mir asking about changing seats. She wants to sit with you." Feng Zheng chuckled. "Aren't you the one who dislikes her? If you don't want to sit with her, just tell Teacher Su. She respects our opinions." Before Feng Zheng could finish, he noticed Yan Shu's eyes lighting up, and Yan Shu excitedly clapped Feng Zheng on the back. "Old Feng, you truly are a gem. Lunch is on me." The class bell rang, prompting Yan Shu to stride back to the classroom. Feng Zheng stood there, bewildered, thinking, aren't we close enough already? It was merely a basketball partner. After all, knowing that Su Mir was seeking a seat change had buoyed Yan Shu's spirits throughout the morning. This pleasant mood persisted until the conclusion of morning classes. The affiliated school was not entirely closed off. Students could venture out for meals, and many opted to eat out or return home for lunch. Yan Shu observed Su Mir walking with Zhang Xian and a group of girls. Initially, he intended to ask her to join him for lunch, but Zhang Sheng interrupted. "Hey, Yan Gu, aren't you going to the old spot anymore?" Yan Shu turned to him, having completely forgotten about Jean Lily's mention of the old spot. "What old spot?" "The place where you and Jean Lily used to go." "Near the activity classroom," Zhang Sheng replied, his voice not particularly quiet. Feng Zheng, who had initially stood to leave, glanced at Yan Shu and chimed in. "Aren't you treating me to lunch? Are we going or not?" Yan Shu regarded Zhang Sheng, unsure whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. His attitude towards Jean Lily had been unmistakably clear today. What was the point of going back to that old spot? He patted Zhang Sheng on the shoulder. "I've broken up with her. Any attempt to get close to her through me is futile. Find someone else." After saying this, he turned to Feng Zheng. "Let us go. Where should we eat?" He completely overlooked the awkwardness etched on Zhang Sheng's face. As they walked out of the classroom side by side, Feng Zheng remarked with curiosity, "I thought you wouldn't notice?" Zhang Sheng never used to call you Yan Ge. Yan Shu chuckled, realizing that he had never harbored any feelings for Zhang Sheng. It dawned on him that Zhang Sheng had begun to cultivate a friendship with Jean Lily as soon as she started pursuing him. In both this life and the previous one, Yan Shu had always felt somewhat awkward when confronted with Jean Lily's confessions. Yet, Zhang Sheng had been the first to stir up excitement about it. One could say that men understand men best. After their breakup, which occurred after graduation, the details had faded from his memory. However, those fragments were sufficient. Chapter 10. I am not like you. I can live without anyone's affection. Through these scattered memories, it became apparent that Zhang Sheng likely harbored feelings for Jean Lily, yet his actions of assisting her in pursuing other boys baffled Yan Shu. At that moment, he smiled at Feng Zheng and said, "Thanks for the heads up." "Ah, no, I didn't remind you of anything," Feng Zheng replied, eyeing Yan Shu. "You're quite the enigma. What magical elixir are you consuming this weekend? You seem different." "No, your concern for me doesn't stem from any ulterior motives, does it? I suggest you refrain from overthinking. I prefer girls." "Whoa, get lost. You like girls? Do you like Jean Lily?" "No." The camaraderie among boys often blossoms in the most unexpected places. Just as Feng Zheng began to appreciate Yan Shu, he realized that this guy had begun to treat him as a mere tool. Originally, they were contemplating what to eat at the snack street by the back gate, but Yan Shu suddenly announced he wanted ramen. Feng Zheng agreed, albeit somewhat reluctantly, as Yan Shu dragged him toward the three girls from their class. forcing a table to be shared. Feeling a tad awkward, Feng Zheng noted the confusion on Zhang Xian and Zhang Feifei's faces as they sat opposite him. Yan Shu, however, effortlessly turned to Su Mir and queried, "What did you order?" "I'll have the same." Su Mir, gazing at Yan Shu across the table, felt a familiar odd sensation wash over her. Nevertheless, she pointed at the signature beef noodles on the menu. Yan Shu promptly scanned the code to place an order, selecting the signature dish before asking Feng Zheng, "Old Fo, what are you having?" Feng Zheng internally lamented, "Do you not see the empty table next to us?" I feel a bit embarrassed. Yet, he quickly ordered a bowl of noodles and some dumplings, given the substantial exercise he had been getting. Zhang Feifei, with her lively personality, broke the silence. "You two are being rather quiet. It's a bit awkward." Zhang Xian took a deep breath, feeling the pressure of two handsome boys sitting opposite her. It was all clearly in jest. Feng Zheng, not one to be shy, smiled back as the girls initiated conversation. "Aren't you under pressure every day in class?" "That's different." At last, the tension dissipated. Yan Shu, however, continued to fixate on Su Mir, unabashedly staring. Su Mir's composure faltered under his gaze, prompting her to pull out her phone and start typing. Moments later, Yan Shu felt his phone vibrate. Opening the message, he read, "What do you want? Stop staring at me. It's awkward." Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of the others. Feng Zheng asked, "What are you grinning at your phone for? Have you fallen for someone online?" Yan Shu raised an eyebrow. "I would love to, but I fear the other party may not be interested." Su Mir shot him an exasperated look, yet Yan Shu only continued to smile. At this point, Zhang Xian could no longer contain herself. "Yan Shu, weren't you dating Jean Lily?" "Not anymore. We broke up entirely above board. We didn't even hold hands." Finally, Yan Shu had the opportunity to express his innocence. Little did he know, Feng Zheng sarcastically interjected, "Indeed, she hasn't taken your hand, but she certainly hasn't refrained from clasping it." Yan Shu was not deterred. After all, his brother was merely a facilitator, and he could well do without such a brother. Ex-Mister, seated across from him, chimed in, clasping hands inseparable. Zhang Xian detected an odd undertone in her words and discreetly cast a glance at Ex-Mister. Previously, classmates had noted Ex-Mister's considerable interest in Yan Shu, but he seemed to harbor a distinct disdain for her. Many had speculated that Ex-Mister had a secret crush on Yan Shu, a claim she did not deny. Zhang Xian now sensed a hint of jealousy in the air. Only Zhang Feifei, oblivious to the tension, curiously inquired, "Yan Shu, why did you break up with Jean Lily?" "Because he aims to contribute to the beautification of our motherland. Women hinder his pace in tackling problems." Ex-Mister languidly recounted Yan Shu's nonsensical excuse from the administration office. Feng Zheng and the others paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Yan Shu joined in and, after a fit of chuckles, remarked, "Ex-Mister, you are truly delightful. The high school version of you was simply charming." At this utterance, the once laughing crowd suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Ex-Mister's fair complexion flushed instantaneously, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yan Shu. The ambience shifted to an awkward tension once more. Fortunately, their ordered noodles arrived just then. "Verwonsvenk chuckled awkwardly, let's eat. The discomfort only escalated. Feng Zheng pondered whether Yan Shu had lost his senses. Did he not notice Ex-Mister's glare, as if she aimed to pierce through him? Their table drew considerable attention, primarily due to Yan Shu's eloquence. He was even the subject of confessions from other girls at the broadcasting station. Even those who had not known him were likely familiar with him after various accounts. Not to mention, he was dining with Ex-Mister, the reputed flower of the affiliated high school. The term reputed was used because aesthetic tastes vary among individuals. Nevertheless, the sight of the two dining together attracted numerous curious glances. Yan Shu could perceive Ex-Mister's discomfort and sighed, suggesting, "Shall we take it to go?" Before he could finish his sentence, Jean Lily burst through the door, her gaze locked on Yan Shu, fury evident on her face. "What do you mean, Yan Shu?" She glared at him. "I waited for you at our usual spot, and here you are dining?" Yan Shu found it perplexing, with so many boyfriends in her life. What difference did his absence make? Observing Jean Lily's aggressive demeanor, Yan Shu's tone grew impatient. I'm not eating. I'm having noodles. Enough of this. Don't embarrass yourself. Jean Lily glared at him, trembling with rage, unable to comprehend his sudden coldness. Previously, Yan Shu had been indifferent, but not to this extent. She believed that soon, he would come to like her. After all, they were in a relationship. Yet, why did he seem to have transformed overnight? Jean Lily's gaze shifted to ex-Mr. Did she threaten to tell your parents? Pointing accusatorily at ex-Mr., she continued, Is this how you choose to behave? Just because he doesn't fancy you, you resort to parental intervention? How old are you? Surely, you're not still playing the possessive childhood friend card? Jean Lily glared at ex-Mr., who would be drawn to someone as cold and unappealing as you. Yan Shu rose, his expression frosty, ready to speak. Yet, ex-Mr. interjected first. Does it matter who likes whom? Unlike you, I don't depend on anyone's affection to survive. She stood, disregarding Jean Lily's ghastly countenance, and grasped Yan Shu's collar. Given Yan Shu's height of 183 centimeters, he had no choice but to lean toward her, and he heard ex-Mr. assert clearly, I have no right to dictate his friendships, but I shall not stand idly by while you lead him down a misguided path. The proximity between them was striking. Yan Shu could see her flawless skin and delicate features, and he caught a faint whiff of her scent, unsure whether it emanated from her hair or her skin. His throat involuntarily bobbed. He, indeed, yearned for ex-Mr. He missed his beloved wife. In Chapter 11, it was evident that Yan Shu had never harbored any animosity towards ex-Mr. Although her words were delivered with fervor, she was genuinely terrified that Yan Shu might suddenly break free from her grip and walk away with Jean Lily. Thus, after speaking, she turned to cast a fierce look at Yan Shu, hoping to prompt him to behave. However, she had not anticipated their proximity. As she turned, her nose brushed against Yan Shu's. Instantly, her face flushed, and she released her hold on his collar, stepping back, her earlier bravado evaporating. When their noses had nearly touched, Yan Shu distinctly heard the collective gasp from those nearby, alongside his own racing heartbeat. If only he had been a little bolder and leaned in, perhaps he could have pressed his lips against hers. At that moment, the entire noodle shop seemed to fall into a hushed silence. Jean Lily's expression soured as she spat out. I've never encountered someone who shamelessly defends a mistress like this. By your own admission, you're also an interloper. Jean Lily, this is the third time. Yan Shu replied with palpable disdain. What relevance does our affair have to your attacks on others? You need not adopt a victim's demeanor. I initially intended to spare you some dignity, but it seems you have no intention of preserving your own. Isn't the reason for my breakup with you quite simple? You have one foot in multiple boats. Shall I count them for you? There's one right next to the vocational school. ISNT there? As soon as Yan Shu's words fell, murmurs erupted around them. Jean Lily was taken aback that he had spoken so bluntly. Did he not fear humiliation? Wouldn't he feel embarrassed if others learned of his predicament? Moreover, I could forsake them for you. You are my preference, Jean Lily asserted, gazing at Yan Shu. Didn't I once invest so much effort to pursue you? Proving my affection? I apologize, but I have a cleanliness obsession, Yan Shu replied with a sardonic smile. Besides, my family forbids me from associating with bad students. Jean Lily's hands trembled violently as she raised them, seemingly ready to strike Yan Shu. Ex-Mr. S voice suddenly pierced through. You dare to lay a hand on him? The murmurs intensified further. Ultimately, Jean Lily, feeling unable to maintain her composure, pointed a finger at the two. Fine, if we're breaking up, then so be it. But even if I part ways with Yan Shu, you have no claim over him. He has expressed to me that you are the one he finds most irritating. With that, Jean Lily turned to leave, tears streaming down her face, an image of deep grievance. Feng Zheng and Zhang Xian felt the discomfort in the air. And just then, ex-Mr., her face devoid of expression, stated, Let us go. We can't eat here any longer. She then picked up her backpack and strode out. Jean Lily's earlier remarks had indeed struck a nerve with ex-Mr. No matter when, Yan Shu seemed like a blade that could pierce her at any moment. Jean Lily was well aware of this and adeptly wielded it against her. Just as now, as she left in a state of disarray, she could not resist delivering one last cut. Zhang Xian exclaimed, wanting to follow. Feng Zheng lamented, glancing longingly at the untouched noodles. What a waste. Meanwhile, Yan Shu mentally chastised his former self for being foolish, hastening his steps. You all stay behind and pack. Zhang Feifei, filled with concern, contemplated following. Feng Zheng and Zhang Xian chorused, wait. Pack. Zhang Feifei was taken aback. Ah, do we really need this many people for packing? However, in the blink of an eye, Su Mi'er and Yan Shu had already vanished. Yan Shu quickly caught up with Su Mi'er, who was heading in the direction of the school. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her nose was also tinged with crimson, making the delicate pallor of her face particularly striking. She seemed on the verge of tears. Yan Shu felt a pang of compassion upon seeing her. Su Mi'er. Yet, Su Mi'er did not respond to his call. Yan Shu sighed and reached out to grasp her arm. Do not be upset. She is merely spouting nonsense. The two stopped beneath the shade of a tree by the school's side entrance, with a few students occasionally passing by. Su Mi'er shook off Yan Shu's hand and lifted her gaze to meet his, the glimmer of tears barely concealed in her eyes. Yan Shu, you need not pretend. I often fail to comprehend why you harbor such disdain for me. Other people's childhood sweethearts are not like this, even if they are not particularly close. It should not be to this extent, should it? It seemed as if the whole world knew of Yan Shu's aversion to her. Yan Shu's heart ached at her trembling tone. I do not despise you. It is just the two of us now. There is no need for this. I still maintain that I have no right to hinder your friendships. However, I cannot stand by and watch you squander your time, spending every day either gaming or on the computer. Su Mi'er averted her gaze. You may think I'm pretending, but if you continue to hang out with Jean Lily and the others, I will seek you out. If that fails, I will inform Aunt Lu. I am indeed a telltale, so feel free to keep despising me. With that, Su Mi'er turned and continued toward the school. Yan Shu followed her, stating, I just told Jean Lily that my family does not allow me to associate with bad students. And that is true. This statement seemed rather disjointed, prompting Su Mi'er to furrow her brows in confusion and remain silent. Yan Shu continued, the family I mentioned is you. You are my wife, after all. I heed your counsel. Indeed, Su Mi'er's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Yan Shu, relieved, intended to seize the moment to suggest they get along better. However, Su Mi'er stomped down hard on his foot. Yan Shu, are you a jerk? I am not your nanny, she exclaimed, her words laced with venom as she ground her foot down a few more times. Then, with a fierce look, she added, do not follow me, and dashed away. Yan Shu winced, muttering to himself, what a fierce girl, and she really puts her strength into it. He realized that taking things slowly was futile. Conversing with Su Mi'er was already a struggle. How had he failed to notice that Su Mi'er was so challenging to communicate with? Even a simple two-word response from her could be elaborated into a whole story in her mind. The thought of it made Yan Shu chuckle despite his frustration. Yet, he soon reflected that this predicament was, in part, his own doing. Had he truly expressed his dislike for Su Mi'er to so many people in the past? Yet, he had never genuinely disliked her. Even during his rebellious phase, when she sought him out incessantly, he had never held any animosity towards her. At lunch, Yan Shu indeed ended up eating the noodles that Feng Zheng had brought back, though they were unfortunately congealed. He wondered if Su Mi'er had eaten, as Feng Zheng had dragged him off to play basketball. Damn it, you invite me to a meal, and in the end, I pay for it myself. Now, off to play basketball, Feng Zheng grumbled. Yan Shu hastily apologized. Don't be mad. I'll transfer you the money. Get lost. Feng Zheng shouted, let us play. Chapter 12. Rounded up to a classmate. After their basketball game, both returned drenched in sweat. Yan Shu discovered that the exhilaration following the game was quite refreshing. In his previous life, he had been too busy to play, but this time he relished the rare opportunity to enjoy a good match. A group of boys, laughing and jostling, entered through the back door, reeking of sweat, prompting a few girls to grimace in distaste. Yan Shu glanced at Su Mi'er's position, only to find that she had turned to look at him as well. Perhaps not expecting him to be watching, she quickly turned away. Yan Shu smiled, having already contemplated that since polite conversation failed, he would adopt a more straightforward approach in their interactions. Aren't we supposed to be desk mates? I refused to be deterred. Feng Zheng was busy wiping his sweat, rummaging through something in the classroom desk. Suddenly, he pulled out a piece of paper and called out to the front class monitor. "Hey, coming. What is up?" The class monitor, a boy named Chen Fong, bit into a piece of bread while turning to face Feng Zheng, holding a piece of paper. Feng Zheng waved the paper. "This is the arrangement for our summer outing." At that, the class erupted in excitement. This summer outing was akin to the autumn and spring excursions, where the entire class would go on a trip together. It was a hallmark of their school, typically involving visits to museums, parks, or amusement parks. The 2-day, 1-night trips were exclusively for the second-year students and were usually scheduled after the college entrance exams. With no classes, collective outings, and overnight stays, all these factors combined made it quite alluring. The class buzzed with discussions about where they would go this year. Last year, they went to a temple fair. How ambient. "Hey, Lao Lu, you're living with me." Chen Fong quickly finished his bread and approached, taking the activity sheet from Feng Zheng's hand. "Hey, hold on a second," he shouted while walking towards the podium. "Before we discuss this, let us take a look at the new seating chart while we still have time. After class, you can change seats on your own. Make sure to switch before evening study." As the multimedia was turned on, a hush fell over the classroom when the new seating chart was revealed. Then, it erupted into chaos. Every seat was now an individual one. No one had a desk mate anymore. The most ruthless aspect was that the seating was arranged alternately by gender. Their classroom had initially been a large one, making individual seating feasible. The previous class had all had their own seats, but after they moved in, Teacher Sue had thought that the students needed time to get acquainted, so she had arranged them in pairs. Now, all those pairs had been shattered. The room was filled with lamentations. Only Yan Shu looked positively delighted to find Su Mir seated beside him. He even heard Zhang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Yan Shu glanced at him, but Zhang Sheng quickly averted his gaze, likely feeling quite awkward. Nonetheless, Yan Shu felt a sense of anticipation towards his new seat. Chen Fong clapped his hands on the podium. "Stop shouting. The teacher will be here soon. First, take a look at this. You can change seats after school." Class monitor, say something cheerful. "What's the arrangement for the summer outing?" Someone shouted. Chen Fong glanced at the paper in his hand and replied, "I haven't said yet. We'll have a meeting tonight. Mir, you should come with me since you're the vice class monitor." Su Mir's attention shifted from the seating chart back to him as she nodded. After quarreling with Yan Shu at noon, now she will be sitting next to him in the afternoon. If only she had known not to seek out the teacher. Su Mir mused internally, yet she felt an uncontrollable excitement bubbling within her. With the afternoon unfolding, few were focused on their classes. One of the 2 afternoon periods was self-study, while the other was Teacher Sue's class, which she had intentionally moved to the last period. As soon as the bell rang, she stood at the podium, watching as each student reluctantly changed their seats. Among them, Yan Shu, whose face bore a smile, seemed somewhat out of place. Feng Zheng couldn't help but click his tongue, exclaiming, "No, Yan Shu, are you out of your mind?" Surrounded by a vice class leader, a study committee member, a sports committee member, and a class monitor, and you can still manage to smile? Yan Shu thought to himself, of course. Yet, he replied, "Aren't you sitting behind me?" "Sports committee member," Feng Zheng remarked. This person must have something wrong with him. However, to others, it was indeed pitiful for Yan Shu to occupy the position of a struggling student. Surrounded on all sides by class officials, each of whom could keep a watchful eye on him. Delighted, Yan Shu arranged his desk next to Su Mir. Su Mir, seated nearby, glanced at him before averting her gaze once more. Zhang Xian continued to cling to Su Mir's arm, lamenting her unwillingness to part. Su Mir felt a pang of guilt. Initially, Teacher Su had not intended to place a student like Yan Shu beside her, considering her frail health. But it was Su Mir who had insisted. Otherwise, her seat would have been beside Zhang Xian. Yet, she truly yearned to be next to Yan Shu. At least this way, she would be the first to know if he decided to skip class. "All right, shall I accompany you for a meal?" Su Mir responded with a hint of resignation. Zhang Xian chuckled in delight. Just then, Yan Shu, who had just taken his seat, spoke up. "When will you ever speak to me so gently?" Su Mir's face flushed instantly, even though Yan Shu hadn't mentioned her name. The moment was interrupted as Cheng, who had just settled down, exclaimed in horror, "No, Brother Yan, isn't it natural to be gentle with my girlfriend?" Yan Shu had been focused on Su Mir's face. But Chung Cheng's obliviousness shattered the ambience. Yan Shu rolled his eyes and playfully tapped Chung on the head. "You're everywhere." Su Mi pulled Zhang Xian along as they headed out for dinner, eager to avoid revealing her moment of unwarranted sentimentality. Before Yan Shu could utter anything further, Feng Zheng and the others intercepted him, suggesting, "Let us celebrate our brother Yan, the only unfortunate soul surrounded by class officials. Treat us to a meal, will you?" "No. Why should I treat you?" Yan Shu retorted. "Let us drink a toast to your good fortune with a cola." Surrounded by a throng of boys, Yan Shu missed the opportune moment to escape. Nevertheless, this sensation was rather novel. In his past life, he had drifted through school, often sleeping or skipping classes. Later, during his repeat year, he merely focused on test papers. He had never genuinely experienced such a proper high school life. Perhaps this was a way to make up for lost time? On the first day of changing seats, Yan Shu failed to have a proper conversation with Su Mi, for upon returning from dinner, she had already gone to a meeting. Class monitor Chun Fong only hurriedly went to find her after Feng Zhang's reminder. The meeting dragged on, and by the time it concluded, Su Mi had yet to return. Having completed most of his exam paper, Yan Shu found the classroom nearly empty, with only about 10 students remaining. It was then that Chun Fong and Su Mi returned. Chun Fong, surprised to see Yan Shu still seated, exclaimed, "Why is brother Yan still here?" Su Mi, equally astonished, looked at him in disbelief. In Chapter 13, "You hated me even before you reached your rebellious phase." After finally seeing them return, Yan Shu exhaled, hastily stuffing his partially completed exam paper into his backpack. He had just realized that, apart from English, everything else was a struggle. It was understandable. After all, English was a commonly used language and seemed relatively easy. Mathematics and physics, on the other hand, nearly brought Yan Shu to his knees. At this moment, driven by a sense of pride, he did not wish for his partner to see the incomplete state of his paper. Is the school meeting really this disorganized? What time is it? Yan Shu couldn't help but complain, raising his chin slightly towards Su Mi. "I'm leaving, going home." The thought that he was waiting for her floated into his mind, and Su Mi couldn't suppress a slight smile. Just then, a boy approached, carrying a backpack. "Mir, are you leaving? Let me accompany you for a bit." Yan Shu glanced at Zhou Jiai, who was of similar height and build. He remembered him well. A top student who had excelled in the entrance examination for the affiliated school, frequently occupying the top spot in their grade, almost becoming the provincial champion in his past life. Of course, Yan Shu recalled him vividly because this boy had persistently pursued Su Mi. In his previous life, when Su Mi had accompanied him during his repeat year, Zhou Jiai was still in hot pursuit. Thus, it had actually begun from their second year. Yan Shu stifled an eye roll. He was particularly worried about Zhou Jiai's pursuit. After all, in his past life, despite his poor treatment of Su Mi, Zhou Jiai had been unsuccessful in winning her over. Now that he had been reborn, there was no way he would allow that to happen. Yet, as a male, he instinctively felt a twinge of disdain towards a rival. Chun Fong was internally astonished and somewhat excited. Wow, both of them are asking Su Mi if she wants to go home together. Who will our esteemed school beauty choose? Just as Chun Fong's mind was racing with possibilities, Su Mi spoke to Zhou Jiai. "You should head back. I can manage on my own." She turned to Yan Shu and said, "Yan Shu will accompany me home." Zhou Jiai glanced at Yan Shu, frowning slightly, but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement, "Goodbye," before turning to leave. Yan Shu could not resist commenting on Zhou Jiai's retreating figure. "Do you two often go home together?" Su Mi shot him a puzzled look. "Why would we go home together?" Chun Fong hastily packed his backpack. Brother Yan, I'm off." Su Mi politely bid farewell, while Yan Shu waved casually. With Chun Fong gone, Su Mi bent down to gather her belongings, saying, "Let us go." Yan Shu reached for her backpack, noting its weight, and walked ahead. Su Mi reached out to reclaim it, but he deftly evaded her grasp, leaving her to follow behind. The lights were still on in the senior class rebuilding, but several classes along the corridor they traversed had already turned off their lights. The two walked in silence, the corridor echoing only with the sound of their footsteps. Finally, Yan Shu spoke. "Did meetings always run this late?" "Not necessarily. It's just that meetings like today are quite rare, Su Mir replied, sensing something odd in Yan Shu's demeanor. What do you want to say? Yan Shu paused, slowing his pace, and ultimately, they walked side by side down the staircase. The lights were voice-activated, yet one level seemed to be malfunctioning, as the sound triggered no illumination. How will you get back after the meeting? Yan Shu suddenly realized, recalling that he had few memories of Su Mir during their repeat year, most of which revolved around their arguments, where she would mock him, and he would resort to silent treatment. He had never known that she sometimes needed to attend late-night meetings and return home at such an hour. Since childhood, Su Mir had been timid and suffered from a heart condition. Returning home alone at this hour must have been frightening for her. Yan Shu remembered how, in his past life, he would stay out late, leaving her to search for him in internet cafés. Most of the time, he would abandon her to follow Jean Lily and the others. She was so beautiful, and yet he had left her behind. Would she encounter danger? Was she scared? Some thoughts were better left unexamined. At that moment, Yan Shu wished he could slap himself, due to the darkness. Su Mir could not see the regret and concern in Yan Shu's eyes. Her tone remained unchanged as she replied, I take the bus. Sometimes, if it's too late, my father will come to pick me up or I'll take a taxi. Finally, they reached a level where the lights were functioning, and Yan Shu's voice broke through. I thought Zhou Jiai often accompanied you home. Why would he need to accompany me home? Su Mir found Yan Shu's words rather peculiar. After all, they merely shared the same bus occasionally, with the stop being 2 stations ahead of hers. After finishing her sentence, she paused and turned to Yan Shu, asking, what exactly do you wish to convey? Nothing much, just that I'll accompany you from now on, Yan Shu replied, suppressing the overwhelming emotions in his eyes and offering her a faint smile. I'll wait for you, no matter how late it gets. Su Mir's lips parted slightly, her expression teetering between words unspoken, a faint blush gracing her delicate face. She thought today Yan Shu was somewhat odd, and his statement only heightened her curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, Yan Shu, you've become quite strange. What is wrong with you? She contemplated reaching out to touch his forehead, sensing he might be unwell. Yet she recalled his aversion to her touch. Ultimately, she withdrew her hand, her gaze dimming as she continued, I do not know what your intentions are. If you fear I might inform uncle and aunt, let me assure you that as long as you refrain from skipping classes and staying out all night, I want to tell them. Lowering her long lashes, she added, you don't have to force yourself like this. Doesn't it make you uncomfortable? Not at all. Yan Shu retorted without a moment's hesitation, then countered, is it uncomfortable for you when you treat me well? That's different, Su Mir wanted to argue, but just then, footsteps echoed from downstairs. There were multiple people descending. She turned and walked down the stairs, her figure seemingly imbued with an air of hurried escape. Let us go home. Until they reached the entrance of the community, Yan Shu still awaited her response in vain. Were it not for the wait in the backseat of the car, he might have thought he had driven Su Mir home at all. The two of them entered the elevator in a strangely silent manner. Once the elevator doors closed, Yan Shu contemplated changing the subject, but Su Mir spoke first. Not uncomfortable. Is it uncomfortable for you when you treat me well? Not at all, he affirmed. Yet he refrained from elaborating further. Yan Shu felt that was sufficient. He had always recognized his girlfriend as a stubborn and proud young lady, and at this age, she was likely even more so. With a smile, he replied, I'm not uncomfortable either. Reflecting on his previous actions that had not been the most honorable, he added, I seem to have gone through a rebellious phase before. Now that it has passed, I understand who truly cares for me. The elevator chimed, and Su Mir glanced at him as she took her backpack from his hands. As she exited the elevator, she remarked, you disliked me even before your rebellious phase. Yan Shu, is it possible for me to go back and scold myself? Chapter 14. In the previous life, they were so close to fulfillment. Returning to scold herself was clearly unrealistic, and Yan Shu could only watch as Su Mir, with an arrow seemingly piercing her heart, made her way home. Before closing the door, she cast one last glance at him, perhaps feeling a touch of pity at the sight of him standing there, motionless, staring at her. With an awkward farewell, she managed to say, good night, before finally shutting the door. Yan Shu felt a sense of ease wash over him, finding her endearingly awkward. Yet, The guilt within him continued to seep into his heart. He sighed and turned to open his own door. To his surprise, the house was devoid of conflict. His parents sitting quietly on either side of the table, which bore two documents. Ah, the divorce agreement, I presume? Yan Shu surmised, already aware of what was to unfold. As expected, Yan Chung spoke. Son, if your mother and I divorce, who will you choose? Luya remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. However, Yan Shu's expression remained unperturbed. I'm an adult now. I choose neither. Just ensure you send me my living expenses on time. I'll continue living here. With that, he strode into his room. Both Yan Chung and Luya were left in stunned silence. Luya looked at the closed door, bewildered. What is wrong with our son? Yan Chung shook his head. I have no idea. They exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. This won't do. We must hold off on the divorce for now. What has gotten into him? I'll test the waters tomorrow. Unbeknownst to Yan Shu, the impending divorce, which had previously led to tumultuous arguments, was now paused due to his indifferent attitude. One could only attribute such occurrences to fate. Once in his room, Yan Shu opted for a shower. Meanwhile, Su Mir returned home, visibly preoccupied, calling out, I'm back. Welcome home, sweetheart. Come and drink this sweet soup. Su's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl. Would you like to invite Xiao Shu over to eat? Su Mir pursed her lips. Forget it. He rarely comes even when I ask 10 times. Su's mother dismissed the notion. Boys at this age are often difficult to read. What is bothering you, my dear? Su's mother shared a close bond with her daughter, having fought through challenges to give her life, and thus had indulged her throughout her upbringing. Fortunately, Su Mir was obedient, albeit a bit reserved. Nevertheless, Su's mother believed that this awkwardness was simply part of growing up, endearing in its own way. Su Mir confided everything to her mother, except for matters concerning Yan Shu, perhaps instinctively fearing her mother would think ill of him. At that moment, she shook her head. It's nothing. Are Uncle Yin and Aunt Lu still arguing next door? Ah, I've heard they're considering divorce. It's really Xiao Shu who is suffering. Su Mir lowered her gaze to the sweet soup, pondering what would happen if Uncle Yin and Aunt Lu truly divorced. Would Yan Shu have to move? Would they no longer even be neighbors? After showering, Yan Shu was surprised to find a message from Su Mir. He opened it only to discover she had retracted it. Yan Shu? She responded with a simple, nothing, I sent it by mistake. Yan Shu chuckled at her awkwardness, dismissing any annoyance. Wait for me in the morning. I'll give you a ride. Initially expecting her to be awkward about it, he was pleasantly surprised when she promptly replied with an O. They exchanged a flurry of emojis before Su Mir sent a final message. I'm going to sleep. Yan Shu replied with a good night kiss emoji. He noticed that after 5 minutes of her typing, not a single word appeared on her end. Most likely, she was feeling shy. After 10 minutes, she finally sent a terse, good night. Yan Shu felt the weight of the evening's earlier tension lift. Yet, as he lay down to sleep, a sense of unease enveloped him. He dreamt vividly of his previous life, the clarity of it rendering him acutely aware that it had indeed occurred. In that past existence, they had been so close to achieving fulfillment, yet it had slipped through their fingers. I'm sorry, Dr. Su, you know we tried our best. As the final moments dwindled away, it was time for a proper farewell. What a pity Dr. Su so young. Such a golden couple. I heard they were about to get married. Yan Shu's ears rang with a cacophony of voices, each vying for his attention, overwhelming him until he felt as if his mind might shatter. The last image burned into his mind was that of her pale, bloodless face, previously so proud, now resembling a fragile swan on the verge of vanishing. Her usually rosy lips were devoid of color. She stirred slightly, her long lashes fluttering, her once bright eyes now dulled. Yet they remained fixed on Yan Shu. Yan Shu. He reached out to grasp her icy hand, the delicate, beautiful hands that had saved so many lives now marred with needle marks and bruises. No matter how hard Yan Shu tried, he could not warm her. It was as if no effort could retain the fading essence of her life. Yan Shu, could you confess your feelings for me sooner in the next life? I have cherished my feelings for you in silence for so long. Su Mir attempted to pull the corners of her mouth into a smile. Yet the effort bore no fruit. She pondered how to leave him with a beautiful image of herself, but she was acutely aware of her current lack of beauty. Yan Shu gently brushed the hair from her face and softly spoke. In the next life, I promise to express my affection for you sooner. Will you wait for me? Or perhaps give me a hint? You often call me a fool, don't you? His vision blurred, and her face began to fade from sight. Yan Shu wiped his eyes and tears, finally regaining clarity enough to see her smiling face once more. It seemed she reached out, wanting to touch his face, but she lacked the strength. Yan Shu took her hand and placed it against his cheek, yet he could not hold on. She slipped away regardless. Those enchanting eyes eventually closed. It is said that when sorrow reaches a certain depth, tears cease to flow. Images flitted before Yan Shu's eyes like a revolving lantern. Two children, 3 or 4 years old, walked in tandem. The little girl behind called out softly, "Yan Shu, brother." The boy, impatient, retorted, "You're so annoying." The girl, angered, threw her strawberry milk at him, declaring, "I won't play with you anymore." In an instant, the boy turned 8, receiving an apple and a card from a classmate on Christmas. The lovely girl suddenly snatched the apple from his hands, taking a big bite. On their way home, they sat in silence in the back seat of the car, each ignoring the other, until the person beside him tossed a bright red apple and a crumpled card into his lap. Uncle Sue, who had come to pick them up, noticed and remarked with a smile, "This is the most beautiful apple that little ear picked out after a long night of selection." "Father," the girl exclaimed in frustration, yet couldn't he help but steal a glance at the boy. He, however, tossed the apple back, stating, "I don't want it," with tears glistening in her eyes. The girl bit into the apple defiantly. During middle school, when girls confessed their feelings to the 15 or 16-year-old boy, he was unable to respond. The girl stormed in with a teacher, demanding answers. In high school, a friend asked him if he was close with Sue Meir and if he could help deliver a love letter. Yan Shu replied it was not possible. When asked why, he was unsure. Perhaps it was simply because she was his secret childhood affection. Later, when family turmoil struck, she searched for him in every internet CAF and gaming hall throughout the city. She stood by him as he retook his studies, and after he was betrayed, she stayed up all night with him, red-eyed, calling him a fool. Eventually, they both attended the same university and pursued graduate studies together. He finally confessed his feelings. She looked stunning that day, despite her tear-streaked face. At the proposal, they received blessings from everyone. And then, the dream ended, leaving him face-to-face with his lifeless love. Yan Shu sat up abruptly, his face streaked with tears and fatigue from a night filled with nightmares. Chapter 15. Another heartbroken soul has joined the school. Yan Shu felt as if his mind were about to fracture. He covered his head with his hands and glanced around the pitch-black room, checking his phone for the time. It was 3 in the morning. In his previous life, for 3 years following Sue Meir's passing, he dreamt daily of her death. Even on days packed with surgeries, when exhaustion would send him straight to bed. That dream never released its grip on him. Last night, he had thought perhaps he hadn't dreamed of her because he had been reborn, believing that with the present Sue Meir, his old habits would have been cured. Now, it seemed he had overestimated himself. Taking a deep breath, he recalled their interactions throughout the day. She always maintained a careful guard, teetering between disbelief and an instinctual desire to protect him. All of this ached in Yan Shu's heart. In a youth he had overlooked, Sue Meir's affection had been so humble and cautious. He had never noticed or engaged with this before. Only now did he recognize how many years he had missed with her. Unable to sleep, Yan Shu decided to rise and splash water on his face. He felt an urge to smoke, but there were no cigarettes in his room. In his earlier days, he had no addiction to smoking, yet he would indulge occasionally. It did serve to invigorate him somewhat. However, after Sue Meir's departure, his craving had intensified. Now, the thought of not smoking left him restless. Thus, he ventured out. To his surprise, he found someone in the living room. The balcony door was open, and someone was smoking outside. At that late hour, the slightest sound was magnified. Yin Cheng, already smoking, turned to see his son standing behind him. He raised an eyebrow, initially thinking Yan Shu might have risen to wash his clothes, a typical behavior for a teenage boy. But Yan Shu had nothing in his hands. Yin Cheng lowered his voice, asking, "Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" Yan Shu approached and picked up a cigarette pack that lay aside, skillfully extracting one, and lit it with a lighter. Yin Cheng sighed, muttering to himself, "Well, you're an adult now." After taking a drag, Yan Shu looked at his father and asked, "And you?" Why aren't you asleep? Yan Shu replied, Your mother mentioned divorce. It's hard to sleep. He clicked his tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed discussing his marital issues with his son. Yet Yan Shu replied, What is there to be embarrassed about? You said I'm an adult now. Yet you clearly don't want a divorce. Why put yourselves through this turmoil? You'll end up remarrying anyway. Yan Shu was taken aback. He realized it had been ages since he had a genuine conversation with his son. Over the years, the deterioration of his relationship with his wife had caused them to neglect their child. Reflecting on it, he wondered how his child had grown up so fast. He couldn't recall celebrating a birthday properly with him. We aren't exactly model parents. Thankfully, you didn't go astray, Yan Shu suddenly remarked. Yan Shu thought to himself that he had indeed strayed for quite some time, but a certain girl had always held him close. However, he said nothing, merely replying, I don't need you to worry about me. You two should sort out your relationship. I don't understand what you're arguing about. But I know neither of you want a divorce. Your mother doesn't want a divorce? She said that? Yan Shu asked, surprised. Yan Shu glanced at his father, hesitating before mumbling an affirmative. After one last drag, he said, I'm going to sleep now. Yan Shu's eyes lit up as he replied, All right, go on. As Yan Shu turned to head back, he sighed, realizing that his parents were indeed neglectful. In their world, he felt like an unnecessary presence. After getting up so late, having a smoke, and returning to sleep, his father hadn't even asked him a single question. But Yan Shu was accustomed to it. It was all right, for he still had Su Mir. She cared for him. As expected, Yan Shu overslept the next morning. When he opened the door with a steamed bun and milk in hand, he spotted Su Mir standing by the elevator, checking her watch. Her expression softened upon seeing him. I thought you had left. Yan Shu smiled and handed her the milk. No, I just got up late. I'll ride faster. We won't be late. As the two stepped into the elevator, Su Mir accepted the milk from his hand. This marked the second day that Yan Shu had accompanied her to school. Ever since elementary school, Yan Shu had been reluctant to attend school with her. To be precise, it had been since the first grade, when she had offered him an apple that belonged to another girl. From that moment on, he had shunned her company. Reflecting on this, Su Mir couldn't help but pout her lips. At that time, she had merely felt a pang of jealousy that he had accepted someone else's apple, while she had chosen the most beautiful, reddest one for him from her home. Little ear? Yan Shu called out when he noticed she had no intention of exiting the elevator now that they had arrived. Su Mir froze for a moment, her large eyes fixed on him. What did you call me? Yan Shu was taken aback as well. Indeed, he had consistently referred to her by her full name throughout high school. Yet, since they had decided to be straightforward yesterday, he smiled and replied, I called you Little Ear. Wasn't that what I used to call you? Su Mir felt her cheeks flush slightly, quickly averting her gaze. Oh, she muttered, hastily stepping out. To Yan Shu, her retreating figure seemed almost like a flight from a battlefield. He quickly followed, picking up her backpack just as he had the day before. In the process of taking her bag, he subtly grasped her hand, which caused Su Mir to flinch as if startled. He then walked ahead as if nothing had happened. Was she merely overthinking? Nonetheless, it appeared that Yan Shu had indeed changed in some way. Su Mir stood still, contemplating his retreating silhouette. When Yan Shu noticed she was lagging behind, he called back, Come on, we'll be late for school. Su Mir exclaimed and hurried to catch up. Yan Shu, somewhat concerned, advised her to take her time. Su Mir couldn't help but retort, You have such high demands. Yan Shu chuckled, Just looking out for you. He observed as she pressed her lips together and let out a soft "oh," her eyes flickering with shyness. Yan Shu squinted slightly, as if he had discovered the key to interacting with her. At her age, Su Mir seemed to become obedient whenever he was direct with her. Like a prickly hedgehog, she would reveal her soft underbelly if gently coaxed with a little sweetness. Of course, this demeanor was exclusive to Yan Shu. He would later realize that while Su Mir softened at his touch, she was utterly unyielding in the face of others, as merciless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. After morning classes, Yan Shu observed other students beckoning Su Mir out. Beside him, Chun Fong remarked without hesitation, Watch closely. Another heartbroken soul is about to emerge from this school. Yan Shu responded with a slight Why is that? Chapter 16. Su Mir, do you have someone you like? Yan Shu genuinely didn't grasp the situation, as his gaze remained fixed on Su Mir as she exited. It was lunchtime, and many students were heading outside. Su Mir had been called out by a girl from the adjacent class, and there seemed to be a boy accompanying her. Yan Shu couldn't see clearly. That guy, the class representative from Class 3, is probably here to confess. I've heard he has a crush on Su Mir. He often found excuses to talk to her during their competition prep, Chen Feng whispered, lowering his voice in gossip. Just then, they noticed Zhou Jia also leaving, seemingly heading in Su Mir's direction. Oh, is it going to be a love showdown? Chen Feng craned his neck to see. To his surprise, Yan Shu, who had been sharing the gossip, also stood up and prepared to head outside. Hey, where are you going? Chen Feng called out. Going to eat? Yan Shu replied. Wait for me. Chen Feng stood up hastily. But Yan Shu waved him off. I've got plans. Chen Feng uttered a soft "oh," sensing that Yan Shu's pace seemed a bit rushed. Was he that hungry? Could Yan Shu not be anxious? One after another, they were all eyeing his girl, weren't they? He made his way toward their recently vacated direction, where an empty classroom awaited. Ah, the rumored confession sanctuary, as the surveillance cameras had been broken for some time. It was there that he had once been cornered by Jean Lily during a confession. Indeed, as he approached, he spotted Zhou Jiai's back. Yan Shu hesitated, wondering whether to approach. Deep down, he knew that whether he intervened or not wouldn't alter the outcome. Su Mir would not accept anyone. This certainty stemmed from the confidence Su Mir had instilled in him in a previous life. Yet, he still felt an urge to assert his claim, even if their relationship was, for the moment, merely that of innocent childhood friends. Su Mir, do you have someone you like? Zhou Jiai's voice was gentle, much like his demeanor. Yan Shu's foot, which had been poised to step forward, faltered. Su Mir's voice carried a hint of confusion. Why do you ask? What does it have to do with you? Yan Shu felt a pang of sympathy for Zhou Jia at that moment. What a question that left no room for a straightforward answer. Yet, it was precisely the kind of response Su Mir would give. Zhou Jia, taken aback by her reply, paused before sighing. I thought at least we were friends. Just now, I even interrupted someone else's confession for you. Su Mir appeared puzzled as she regarded the boy before her, slowly realizing that he might have feelings for her. If that were the case, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Primarily, she hadn't considered this angle at all, which made the situation quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Yan Shu called from around the corner, Su Mir, it's time to eat. Su Mir's eyes lit up. Perhaps she was unaware of it herself. But Zhou Jia could see it clearly. Earlier, he had noticed Su Mir's excessive attention toward Yan Shu, but since Yan Shu had never responded to her, it seemed quite normal for Zhou Jia. After all, who hasn't had a crush on someone exceptional in their youth? Yan Shu was indeed quite good-looking, fitting the type that many girls would swoon over, not to mention that Su Mir and Yan Shu were childhood friends. However, Zhou Jia had also observed a shift in Yan Shu's attitude yesterday, which prompted him to ask such a question today. He certainly hadn't anticipated Su Mir's answer would be like this. As he watched Yan Shu simply standing there, Su Mir swiftly dismissed the earlier question and said to him, I'm going to eat, before dashing toward the boy waiting at the corner. Yan Shu met Zhou Jiai's gaze for a fleeting moment, catching a glimpse of his discontent. Yet, he quickly averted his eyes, focusing on the girl before him. Let's go. I've been waiting for you forever. Su Mir's eyes sparkled with delight, even as her lips protested. I didn't make you wait. Yan Shu chuckled, right? It was my choice to wait. I wanted to have lunch with you. Je m'irais face flèche dans ton lit. The expressionless face she had worn during Zhou Jiai's confession transformed into a rosy hue at Yan Shu's words. Their figures, one in front of the other, faded from Zhou Jiai's view. Yan Shu glanced back at Su Mir, who lagged half a step behind him, and remarked, Can't you walk alongside me? Su Mir regarded him, letting out a soft "oh," for she had grown accustomed to standing behind him. Yan Shu waited for her to approach his side, and together they walked forward in silence. After a moment, noticing her reluctance to speak, Yan Shu decided to break the silence himself. Had he just been confessed to? Su Mir was still pondering Yan Shu's earlier words when he suddenly spoke, prompting her to hastily clarify, Not really. I had not anticipated someone waiting for me when I went out, but Zhou Jia came by and left without saying much. Her words tumbled out ahead of her thoughts. Only after she finished explaining did she realize there was no need for such an explanation. Perhaps Yan Shu had merely asked out of casual curiosity? To her astonishment, Yan Shu followed up with, does Zhou Jiai like you? Su Mi halted in her tracks, turning to face Yan Shu, her eyes reflecting surprise and confusion. Yan Shu, gazing at her in profile, maintained eye contact without flinching. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, Su Mi broke the silence, her tone remarkably candid. I always thought there were quite a few people who liked me. I cannot prevent others from having feelings for me, but matters of affection, as long as they do not disturb others, are solely my own. Just as my feelings for you are my own, and you are unaware of them. After speaking, Su Mi continued on her way. Yan Shu, who had merely sought a conversation starter, sensed a shift in her mood following her declaration. He quickened his pace to catch up, asking, "So, I can tell he likes you. Do you like him?" "No." Su Mi replied, seemingly exasperated. Yan Shu, you are far too nosy. Is that so? I suppose it's not overly intrusive, Yan Shu replied with a chuckle. Hey, do you have someone you like? Hurry and say yes, so I can ask further. If we just break through this barrier, we could embark on our first romance. Yan Shu delightedly plotted in his mind. However, he seemed to have underestimated Su Mi's stubbornness and pride. Su Mi quickened her pace, declaring no. Didn't you say our primary task now is to build our nation? I think you are absolutely correct. Not that building the nation needs us urgently, she added. Jean Lily observed, Yan Shu trailing behind Su Mi, a shadow of gloom crossing her face. How had Yan Shu changed so drastically? She refused to believe it. Chapter 17. Are you in a relationship? Although Yan Shu ultimately could not extract from Su Mi whether she had someone she liked, he was already well aware of the answer, and her silence was of no concern. Throughout the day, Jean Lily had not appeared before Yan Shu, which greatly improved his spirits. After all, when it came to romance, it was best to part amicably. Their emotional connection was hardly profound, was it? During evening study, Yan Shu wore a grave expression. Several test papers lay on the desk before him. Last month's monthly exam, he noted. Feng Zheng glanced over curiously, then gasped, picking it up for inspection. No way. Yan Shu, your score, really, you can't possibly score this low, even on a multiple-choice question. Previously, Feng Zheng had been intrigued by how someone could score in single digits. It was hard to believe. Chen Feng leaned in to take a look, then gasped, Yan Gu, you're incredible. Yan Shu thought to himself that he, indeed, felt quite impressive. A resigned smile appeared on his face. Just average. Meanwhile, Su Mi, sitting not far away, turned to glance at his glaringly red score, her brows slightly furrowing. Yan Shu suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Su Mi's scores were remarkably high. He placed his hand over his paper, conveniently concealing the score, and said, Next time, I'll study hard. I'm sure I can score more than this. Let us hope, Feng Zheng replied, returning the paper. Su Mi noticed the glaring 9 on the physics exam and felt a flicker of realization. No wonder the physics teacher always seemed to target him. The class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher entered. None other than the physics teacher himself, who glared at Yan Shu. Each time, their poor scores dragged down the class average, causing the physics grades to languish at the bottom, which often led to his name being called during staff meetings. The teacher's displeasure with Yan Shu was palpable. Yan Shu felt as though he were being pierced through by the teacher's gaze, and he longed to ask if his eyes ever tired. However, the teacher's expression made Yan Shu hesitant to voice his thoughts, fearing a physical reprimand. Yet, Yan Shu conceived a clever plan, one that could elevate his grades and draw him closer to Su Mi. After evening study, the two were able to leave on time. Su Mi, initially poised to board the vehicle, hesitated momentarily. Supplementary classes? Yan Shu inquired, hanging her backpack on the front of the bike, genuinely curious about its heavy contents. In contrast, his own bag contained nothing but papers and pens, feeling light as a feather. Well, my grades aren't exactly eye-catching, are they? He remarked confidently, recalling how Su's uncle had advised her to study with him during last year's New Year's dinner. Anyway, during evening study, you mentioned you didn't need to. Su Mi faltered, unable to counter his reasoning, and quietly replied, But you said it wasn't necessary. Yan Shu's grades were indeed dismal. At least, they were at present. Su Mi had previously inquired, only to be met with Yan Shu's mockery, suggesting she was too good for his lackluster performance. In short, he had conveyed his reluctance. Afterward, Sumia refrained from mentioning any academic matters in his presence. She had not anticipated that Yan Shu would bring it up tonight. Yan Shu had already prepared his excuse. Adopting a somber tone, as he stated, "Everyone must grow on their own. With my grades, I doubt I'll even make it to university." He swung his leg over the bike, signaling Sumia to hop on. "Will you help me with my studies or not?" Sumia obediently took a seat on the back, gently tugging at his school uniform's hem, and huffed, "Consider it your fee for the ride." Yan Shu beamed, "All right then," and pedaled off. Unbeknownst to him, the girl behind him had her eyes gleaming and her lips curving into a beautiful smile. As May arrived, the weather began to warm. The wind gently rustling their school uniforms as they swayed. Their shadows, cast by the streetlights, elongated on the pavement. Upon arriving home, it was just past 9, and Yan Shu had followed Sumia the entire way. As she was about to unlock the door, she could no longer contain herself and turned to him. "Why are you following me?" Yan Shu feigned innocence. "Didn't we agree on supplementary classes?" Sumia responded now, her voice tinged with confusion. With my grades being like this, how will I fare in the finals?" Yan Shu retorted with an air of justification. Sumia seemed to concede to his logic. Biting her lip, she replied, "My parents are home, and yours are likely in the study." Yan Shu blinked innocently, then casually suggested, "Then why not come to my house? Although the study might not work, my room is fine. I'll open the door." Faced with his invitation, Sumia felt she could not refuse any longer. She nodded, "All right, I'll come over shortly. Today, we can study physics?" Yan Shu recalled the glaring 9 and fell silent for a moment. After a moment of hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. It was only after watching Sumia enter that he swiftly turned and hurried home. Yan Chung, taken aback, barely had time to say anything before he saw his son dash into his room. "What's wrong, son?" Yan Shu called out, following closely behind. Yan Shu surveyed his relatively tidy room and breathed a sigh of relief. It was neat and devoid of any unpleasant odors. "But why are you so flustered?" Yan Chung inquired, stepping inside and glancing around. Yan Shu replied vaguely, "Oh, it's nothing. Little Ear is coming over to tutor me." Yan Shu nodded. "Oh, I see. But wait, weren't you reluctant before?" Yan Shu hesitated, mumbling, my grades are a bit concerning." "No, I thought about it seriously later. I sensed something was off with you last night," Yan Chung said, reaching out to grasp his son's arm, scrutinizing Yan Shu intently. "You've changed quite a bit recently. Haven't you? Tutoring? Just the two of us at home. Are you secretly in love? Does someone look down on your grades?" Yan Shu looked at his father, who wore a curious expression, and could no longer hold back. Is it appropriate for a father to say such things? What is inappropriate about it? You're already 18. Yan Chung retorted with a teasing click of his tongue. Just as he was about to continue, a gentle knock at the door interrupted. Yan Shu pushed his father aside and walked towards the door, realizing that his girlfriend had arrived. "What are you saying? You haven't even pursued her yet?" Yan Chung remarked with a sigh. As the door swung open and he saw Sumia, Yan Shu couldn't help but smile. "You're here?" Sumia, feeling inexplicably nervous, recalled how often she had visited Yan Shu's home as a child, only to come less frequently after their relationship soured. The thought caused her previously uplifted spirits to dim slightly. She greeted Yan Chung politely. "Uncle Yan, I apologize for the intrusion." Chapter 18. Is there a reward if I pass? Yan Cheng's face brightened with a smile upon seeing Sumia, his eyes sparkling with fondness for the neighbor's child. "Little Ear has arrived? Come in. What intrusion? We should be grateful to you for helping this rascal with his studies." Sumia offered a shy smile, stepping past the doorway and into the house. She must have just come from shower, clad in loungewear, her hair cascading down, still damp. Yan Shu frowned slightly as he glanced at Yan Chung, who was urging Sumia to eat some fruit. "Dad, don't let her eat. Having fruit in the evening is hard on her digestion, and she doesn't even like oranges." Upon hearing this, Yan Chung exclaimed, "I completely forgot. Why don't you both go study? I'll get you a glass of water." Sumia was momentarily surprised by Yan Shu's recollection of her aversion to oranges, especially since her digestive issues had only arisen in recent years. "How do you know?" Hearing Yan Cheng's words, Sumia quickly replied, "No need to trouble yourself, uncle. You're making me feel embarrassed." Yan Shu gently took her arm, saying, "Dad, we need to study now. Please don't disturb us. I can get my own water." With that, He led Su Mir into his room, tempted to shut the door but fearing it might startle her. He guided her to a clean desk, devoid of anything but a half-assembled Gundam model. "Just a moment. Let me dry your hair, or you'll end up with a headache later," he said. Recalling how in his past life, Su Mir often neglected to dry her hair, leading to persistent headaches. Su Mir, taken aback by his natural tone, snapped back to reality as Yan Shu approached with a hairdryer. Feeling somewhat awkward, she stood up, saying, "No need, it'll dry soon." Observing her nervousness, Yan Shu stepped back and offered the hairdryer, asking, "Would you like to do it yourself, or shall I help you?" Ultimately, Su Mir accepted the hairdryer, thinking it too odd to have Yan Shu do it for her. Yan Shu felt a twinge of disappointment. Had she held out a moment longer, he could have insisted on helping her dry her hair. Regrettably, as she turned on the hairdryer, he moved the half-assembled Gundam aside and retrieved his physics test, which he had scored a mere 9 out of 100. He even fetched a chair from the living room. Surprisingly, Yin Chung did not eavesdrop. But then Yan Shu considered that they had grown up together. Yin Chung likely wouldn't suspect anything untoward. After all, when they had been together in their past life, their parents' shock had been genuine, not feigned. Yan Shu felt a vague sense of disappointment. Was he really so trusting? He entered the room, carrying the chair and a glass of water. Su Mir had already dried her hair, which now appeared fluffy and voluminous. Yan Shu placed the glass down, arranged the chair, and casually reached out to touch her hair, saying, "It's dry now." His casual demeanor caused Su Mir's cheeks to flush, making her wonder if she was overreacting. Yan Shu took a seat in the chair he brought, observing Su Mir still standing. "Why don't you sit?" he prompted. Noticing her blush, he couldn't help but smile slightly. His first step was to make her accustomed to his touch. Su Mir stammered, "Oh," and then took a seat beside him. The desk was not particularly small. Yet, as a teenage boy, Yan Shu was already quite tall, his shoulders broad. Su Mir felt as if the desk was too cramped, prompting an uncomfortable proximity between them that quickened her heartbeat. This fluttering intensified when she caught sight of Yan Shu's dismal test score, a sight that would make anyone's heart race and blood pressure rise. Her previously flushed cheeks turned pale as she gazed at the paper in disbelief, curious about how he managed to score 9 points. "Oh, you got one multiple-choice question right and half of one fill-in-the-blank correct. The rest are mostly blank." Taking a deep breath, she turned to Yan Shu and asked, "Do you have any questions you can solve on this test?" Yan Shu replied candidly, "To be honest, I find that 9 quite glaring." He had already reviewed the test and, in truth, could answer quite a few questions now. Clearing his throat, he took the paper from her, attempting to salvage his image in her eyes. "How was he focused during the exam? I do know some things." Su Mir's expression softened slightly as she returned the paper to him. "Then write down the ones you do know first." She then opened her practice book and began working on problems. Yan Shu had envisioned a scenario of stolen glances and accidental touches, conjuring images of romantic scenes from novels and films. Yet the reality was far more mundane. His girlfriend was like a relentless studying machine, diving straight into her exercises. Noticing that he was still holding the test without making any progress, she urged him, "Why aren't you working on it?" Yan Shu sighed, acknowledging her words, and picked up a pen to begin the test. Su Mir watched him intently as he lowered his head to write, discreetly covering her racing heart with one hand, telling herself to calm down. In the presence of Yan Shu, one finds it impossible to contain oneself. Yan Shu spent approximately 40 minutes diligently solving all the problems he could manage. Afterwards, he propped his chin on his hand, observing Su Mir as she tackled her mathematics. After a brief moment of scrutiny, he suddenly extended his pen and pointed out a mistake, declaring, "This is incorrect." Su Mir, who had been struggling to reach an answer, followed his gaze to find Yan Shu's face adorned with a look of doubt. Simultaneously calculating in her mind, Yan Shu inadvertently voiced, "I blame my hastiness." With a slight chuckle, he added, "I was merely speaking casually." However, Su Mir recalled that Yan Shu had once excelled in mathematics, consistently ranking within the competition class until it was disbanded, leading them to be placed in a regular class. Even now, despite his seemingly lackadaisical attitude towards studying, he had never failed a mathematics exam. This realization made it seem quite reasonable for him to identify the errors. Sumier responded with an L and recalculated at the point he indicated. Indeed, the final answer aligned perfectly with the standard solution provided. She exhaled in relief and then glanced at Yan Shu's paper, asking, "Have you completed yours?" "MHM, I've written down everything I know." Yan Shu replied listlessly, "I did my best." Sumier reached for his paper, but Yan Shu restrained her, inquiring, "If I pass, is there a reward?" Chapter 19, "But aren't you supposed to take your little plum home?" He said this with his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, Sumier appeared perplexed, pointing out that Teacher Wang had already written the answers on the board that evening, so remembering them was not particularly remarkable. Yan Shu sighed and released his grip, conceding, "I knew rewards wouldn't come easily." Sumier pondered over the paper in her hands. She remembered all the answers. But Teacher Wang had only provided the answers without the workings. To her surprise, the methods Yan Shu had written for the major problems were all correct. After calculating the score, she was astonished to find he had achieved 68 points, a commendable feat compared to the glaring 9 he had received previously. She looked at Yan Shu, asking, "These are the ones you knew?" "Yes, the rest eludes me," he admitted, looking at her. He added, "I'm not as hopeless as you might think, am I?" A smile broke across Sumier's face as she cheerfully affirmed, "No." Seeing this, Yan Shu felt an opportunity to act, but before he could speak, Sumier suggested, "Then let us go over the remaining problems together." They continued discussing the last physics exam until 11 o'clock. Su-uncle knocked on the door to remind Sumier it was time to return home and rest. Yan Shu, who had failed to take advantage of the situation, stood to accompany her out. Holding his own paper, Sumier gently bit her lip and casually inquired, "Will you need my help tomorrow?" "Absolutely. I need you," Yan Shu replied without a moment's hesitation, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "I need you." This declaration made Sumier's lips quiver with the urge to smile, but she suppressed it. "Then, I'll tutor you until the final exams," she whispered, glancing at her father chatting with Su-uncle in the living room. "If you pass all your finals, I'll consider any reward you desire." She quickly added, "Except for allowing you to stay up all night on the internet." Yan Shu's eyes lit up. "Is that even a possibility?" He readily agreed, "All right." Sumier cast him a glance and softly said, "I'll be heading back now." They exited one after the other. After seeing the father-daughter duo off, Yan Chung reflected, "Old Su truly cherishes his daughter, as he has for decades." He then glanced at his son, who was beaming, adding, "Daughters are indeed preferable." Yan Shu rolled his eyes and retorted, "Then perhaps you should consider having a second child with my mother. I wouldn't mind, and it might improve your relationship." With that, he turned and retreated to his room, neglecting to notice how his offhand comment left his father in deep thought. Upon closing his bedroom door, Yan Shu was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of Sumier's body wash, or perhaps it was her shampoo. Regardless, it filled him with delight. Remarkably, that night, possibly due to Sumier's scent, Yan Shu drifted into a dreamless slumber until dawn. The two maintained their routine of attending classes together during the day and engaging in private tutoring at night for an entire week. This week of school life unfolded quite serenely. Jean Lily had not made an appearance, and Yan Shu found this rather pleasant. Before long, Saturday arrived. Now in their second year of high school, they had classes on Saturdays as well, albeit without evening study sessions. Since Yan Shu had exposed Zhang Sheng's hidden affections, the latter had scarcely spoken to him. Additionally, due to a seating rearrangement, Yan Shu had grown closer to Feng Zhang and his group. Yan Shu and Feng Zhang seemed destined to become good friends, as their personalities meshed remarkably well. In this brief span of a week, their bond had developed notably. Chen Feng remarked that the two exuded a certain camaraderie that prompted Sumier to cast them a thoughtful glance. Yan Shu quickly released his hand from Feng Zhang's head, exclaiming earnestly, "No way. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." Feng Zhang retorted, "The way you said that makes it seem as though we really have something going on. Are you out of your mind, Yan Shu?" The surrounding boys erupted into laughter, and Yan Shu even caught a glimpse of Sumier smiling. During the final class, Chun Feng and Sumier departed for a meeting. At that moment, Zhang Sheng approached, initially intending to sit in Sumier's chair. This was the last self-study period, and many students were swapping seats. Yan Shu, noticing this, called out, "Hey, don't sit there." Zhang Sheng, poised to take a seat, froze mid-action and pointed at Chen Feng's former spot, asking, "Can I sit here?" "Sure," Yan Shu replied, diverting his gaze and returning to his equations. Studying had become a source of considerable torment for Yan Shu. Zhang Sheng settled into the seat in front of him, formerly occupied by Chen Feng, and quietly asked, "Yinggu, why are you still studying?" "To contribute to the construction of a beautiful motherland." Yan Shu responded without lifting his head. Zhang Sheng pressed on, "So, are we going to the Wild Boys tonight for an all-nighter?" The Wild Boys was a nearby internet CAF that Yan Shu had frequented in the past. Upon hearing this, Yan Shu finally looked up, and Zhang Sheng, sensing an opportunity, quickly added, "All our old buddies are going. Didn't we plan a team battle?" Yan Shu regarded Zhang Sheng, uninterested in engaging in circles, and asked directly, "Did Jean Lily send you?" Zhang Sheng's expression turned awkward, his smile stiffening. "No, Yinggu, what are you talking about?" "Oh, I'm not going," Yan Shu replied seriously. "A guy who chases after someone ends up with nothing. Why not just confess to her directly? I do feel sorry for you otherwise." Feng Zheng behind him couldn't hold back a laugh, prompting Zhang Sheng and Yan Shu to turn their attention to him. Feng Zheng feigned innocence. "Hey, I wasn't eavesdropping. It's just that you two were loud enough." Ultimately, Zhang Sheng, likely feeling embarrassed, walked away with a scowl. Feng Zheng poked Yan Shu with his pen, exclaiming, "Hey, socialist successor, are we playing basketball after school?" His voice was tinged with barely contained laughter. This was primarily because Yan Shu had been using the excuse of being a socialist successor, striving for the construction of a beautiful motherland, to refuse going online with his former group of friends. It had become a source of amusement for Feng Zheng and the others. It is evident to those who understand that this is merely a feigned excuse for refusal. Typically, one would exhibit the courtesy to refrain from returning. Feng Zheng has persistently teased him about this. Yan Shu felt a stir of emotions. He had no interest in online activities, for he had long outgrown the age of indulging in video games. After becoming a doctor in his previous life, he scarcely engaged in games, let alone WeChat, preferring direct phone calls for any matters. Nevertheless, he always made time to play basketball, as maintaining a physician's health is paramount. And they all commit to regular exercise. At this moment, he glanced at Feng Zheng, contemplating a full court game. After all, it was rare to have a night without evening classes. How could he not play a full game? Feng Zheng raised an eyebrow and then made a playful grimace. "But aren't you supposed to take your little green plum home?" The thought of Su Mi caused the corners of Yan Shu's mouth to lift slightly. "Ah, indeed. But I suspect she will come and watch me play." "So confident?" Feng Zheng exclaimed, intrigued. Yan Shu smiled. "Yes, I am that confident. I have always known I am favored." Chapter 20. The Boldness of Talent, Brother Yan. Feng Zheng clicked his tongue. "But what if she declines?" Yan Shu looked at him with a bemused expression. "Then I will escort her home first and return, won't I?" "What else would I do?" Feng Zheng conceded, realizing that this lad clearly had feelings for his little green plum, although their relationship had appeared somewhat peculiar at first. His close observations indicated that there was indeed something between them. Meanwhile, Su Mi had just concluded a meeting and was exiting the conference room with Chen Feng. Chen Feng sighed as he examined the itinerary. Did the previous group visit temples and scenic spots? Why are we left with merely museums and parks? How dismal. Su Mi only smiled without offering a response. She was not particularly enthusiastic about such activities, yet she would not consider skipping them. As they were about to return to their classroom, a female voice called out, "Hey, Su Mi." Both Su Mi and Chen Feng turned to see Jean Lily approaching with a few girls in tow. Chen Feng muttered, "Why is she always loitering around here while everyone else is attending school? How pathetic, like a campus drifter." Su Mi. She had intended to hold back, but could no longer contain herself. As Jean Lily drew closer, she caught sight of Su Mi smiling. Jean Lily's face darkened, convinced that she was being mocked. "What are you laughing at?" Jean Lily asked, her tone somewhat aggressive. Su Mi shot her a glance, and, recalling Jean Lily's association with Yan Shu as his ex-girlfriend, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. The smile vanished from her face. "Is there something you need?" Jean Lily clicked her tongue, clearly disliking someone like Su Mi, whom she perceived as pretentious. However, She remembered that her main objective was to provoke Su Mi-er. So she wore an air of triumph and declared, "I'm just informing you that today, Yan Shu is going online with me. You'd be wise to stop following him around. It's quite bothersome." Jean Lily firmly believed that even if Yan Shu no longer harbored feelings for her, he would not be able to break free from his online addiction. Therefore, despite Zhang Xing not having responded yet, she was confident that he would not be disappointed. Curiously, Chun Fong inquired, "Has Yan Shu gone mute? Why are you bringing him up?" Upon hearing that Yan Shu was going online, Su Mi-er felt a surge of discontent, especially since he had promised to study with her. It was not that she doubted Jean Lily, but Yan Shu had a notorious history of such behavior. However, Chun Fong's remarks snapped her back to reality. Indeed, Yan Shu had not mentioned anything to her. What did Jean Lily even matter? Su Mi-er glanced at Jean Lily, who was rolling her eyes and muttering something to Chun Fong. "Mind your own business." With a slow drawl, Su Mi-er retorted, "That statement is yours. I don't need your concern regarding my affairs with Yan Shu." Turning to Chun Fong, she added, "Class leader, we are leaving." This left Jean Lily stamping her foot in frustration, declaring behind them, "I'll be watching to see how you pursue Yan Shu." Su Mi-er thought to herself, "Pursue? I have no intention of doing so. I know he does not like me." At that moment, she turned to Chun Fong and expressed, "Thank you, class leader." Jean Lily was renowned as a troublemaker at the school, and most would likely have fled. After all, who desires conflict? Yet Chun Fong had been waiting for her all along. Chun Fong waved his hand dismissively. "For what? I would never abandon any student from our class." Su Mi-er nodded in acknowledgement, still offering her gratitude. The two returned to the classroom, one following the other. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Fong announced the upcoming trip scheduled for June 1st and 2nd. Instantly, the previously not-so-quiet classroom erupted in excitement. Yan Shu recalled that in his previous life, he had taken a leave of absence and missed the trip. This time, however, he reached over and tapped Su Mi-er's desk. When she looked up, he asked, "Are you going?" The class leader mentioned there would be an amusement park in the park. Su Mi-er had always cherished visits to amusement parks during her childhood. Even if she could only partake in less thrilling rides, she still enjoyed going. Yan Shu smiled and said, his tone unconsciously light and coaxing, "How about I accompany you on the carousel and the Ferris wheel?" The smile on Yan Shu's face seemed to heal the sting Jean Lily's words had left on Su Mi-er's heart. She felt as though she were under the spell of Yan Shu's charm. Each time he was involved, he effortlessly soothed her, amidst the chatter of her classmates. She blurted out, "I was planning to go anyway." Yan Shu smiled and replied, "Great." He then recalled that he would likely be returning home late to play basketball that evening. So he casually mentioned, "By the way, I'll be home a bit later tonight." Before he could finish, he noticed Su Mi-er's expression darken, and she shot him a glare. Clearly still angry, she pinched his hand. Yan Shu winced. Was this not the habitual gesture of his girlfriend when she was upset? What had he done wrong? It wasn't as if he intended to skip basketball practice. After all, "You want to go online again?" They both exclaimed in unison, one fiercely, the other quietly grumbling. Then they both froze. Yan Shu quickly asserted, "I am not going online. You are slandering me." He then turned to Feng Zheng. "Come on. Tell her whether I asked to go play basketball." Feng Zheng, who had been engrossed in conversation with the person seated behind him, was suddenly dragged into the exchange. He stammered, "Oh right, that's true. I just asked him if he wanted to play basketball after he said he wasn't going online with Zhang Shang." He chuckled, adding, "You two know what you resemble right now?" Su Mi-er's face flushed due to the misunderstanding, and her delicate hand, which had been attempting to retract, was firmly held in place. Amidst Feng Zheng's teasing, it resembled the way my father would inform my mother before leaving the house. Yan Shu felt that, to some extent, Feng Zheng had hit the nail on the head. At least that was how it seemed to him. However, seeing Su Mi-er's face turn crimson, Yan Shu playfully shoved Feng Zheng away, saying, "Scram." Yet, he did not release Su Mi-er's hand. Who could understand? After being reborn for just a week, he finally held his girlfriend's hand. Seizing the moment, he held on a little longer as she blushed furiously, both from Feng Zheng's words and from the warmth of his grip. She tried to tug her hand back, but her efforts were in vain. Yan Shu showed no intention of letting go and softly remarked, "Earlier, you misunderstood me. You scolded me," and before she could finish her words, the voice of Su Mi-er, laced with urgency, pierced through the air. This is school. Let go. Then, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she added awkwardly, I'm sorry. Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle. Upon seeing her genuine distress, he released her hand and inquired, so, if it weren't school, would you allow me to hold your hand? Su Mi-er, still youthful and shy, felt her fair complexion flush with an unusual warmth. She chose not to respond, instead turning away and resting her head on the table. Acutely aware of the lingering sensation in her hand where Yan Shu had grasped it, a mix of tingling and heat. What did he mean by that? Chun Fong, who had been silently observing the entire exchange, could only admire Yan Shu's audacity, having clearly navigated the complexities of social interactions before. Chapter 21. My singleness is due to the fact that the one I adore may not yet desire a romantic relationship. In a buoyant mood, Yan Shu felt exhilarated. The slight displeasure he had felt from being scolded was now overshadowed by the significant progress of their hand-holding. Yet, he still recalled Su Mi-er's earlier words. Who was to blame for her misunderstanding? His gaze shifted to Chun Fong, who had just realized he had stumbled upon something significant. Leaning closer, he whispered about their recent encounter with Jean Lily and her unwavering confidence that Yan Shu would be online. Chun Fong mused. Her conviction was so strong that I found myself believing it too, particularly given Yan Shu's rather extensive history. Yan Shu was taken aback that Jean Lily had not given up, especially since he had already rejected Zhang Sheng. He felt a sigh welling within him. Sometimes, in youthful folly, one must ponder their actions thoroughly. For instance, why had he consented to be with Jean Lily when he clearly held no affection for her? He couldn't quite recall his own reasoning. Glancing at Su Mi-er, who was still resting her head on the table, he thought it unwise to let his girlfriend misunderstand him. The final bell rang, signaling the end of class. The students buzzed with excitement over their upcoming outing, which was set to take place on Monday, a delightful prospect for their age. Even as the bell chimed, no one seemed inclined to leave. Feng Zheng dashed out, clutching a basketball, exclaiming, I'm off to claim the court. Remember to come, and if you can't make it, just send me a message. Yan Shu replied with a casual okay. From his bag, he retrieved a strawberry-flavored lollipop he had picked up earlier when the supermarket had failed to provide change. He gently offered it to Su Mi-er, his voice imbued with warmth. Class is over. As she took the lollipop, she finally stirred. At that moment, Zhang Xian, having just finished packing her bag, turned to Su Mi-er and asked Mi-er, would you like to join us? We're heading to the bookstore. Under normal circumstances, Su Mi-er would have eagerly accepted Zhang Xian's invitation. However, lately, she had been returning home with Yan Shu, who had just mentioned he was going to play basketball, piquing her interest. Yet, he had not extended an invitation to her. Su Mi-er bit her lip, casting a quick glance at Yan Shu before her gaze darted away. Yet Yan Shu, knowing her too well, smiled at Zhang Xian and said, classmate Zhang Xian, let's adhere to the principle of first come, first served. I've already invited Su Mi-er to watch me play. Zhang Xian, possessing a playful spirit, retorted, you claim it's an invitation, but hasn't Mi-er yet agreed? Right, Mi-er? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Mi-er's lips as she tightened her grip on the lollipop, whispering, actually, I've already agreed. Zhang Xian exclaimed dramatically, oh no, Lily, we've been abandoned. Let's make our own way. With a playful wave, she bid them goodbye, wishing them joy. Feeling a touch of shyness yet buoyed by a rush of excitement, Su Mi-er followed Yan Shu, who stood up with a grin. Let us go. You promised me. With the lollipop now in her possession, she trailed behind him, her expression inscrutable, though her eyes sparkled with anticipation. In the past, she had only dared to observe from a distance, never summoning the courage to appear alongside other girls at the basketball court. Deep down, Su Mi-er was timid and frail, always fearful of encountering Yan Shu's impatience or disdain. Yet today, it was he who had invited her. Upon reaching the basketball court, Feng Zheng and the others were already warming up. The court was bustling as students were relieved from evening study sessions, and the hour was still early. Yan Shu found a spot for their bags and instructed Su Mi-er to sit there, cradling their belongings while he gently patted her head, an action so instinctive. It seemed he had performed it countless times before. In truth, he had. It was nearly second nature. Afterward, he dashed over to join Feng Zheng and the others. left behind with 2 bags in her arms. Su Mir touched her head, reflecting on Yan Shu's affectionate gesture. She had witnessed his transformation during these days, his commitment to studying, punctuality, and avoidance of his previous distractions. Everything seemed to be returning to normalcy, yet the most striking change was in Yan Shu's attitude towards her. This shift was so profound that it often left her feeling as though she were in a dream. Even now, as she watched the smiling boys on the court, they appeared radiant, yet Su Mir struggled to fully believe in the reality of it all. It is often said that girls mature faster than boys. She recognized her feelings for Yan Shu the moment she saw someone confessing to him. Yet, she was painfully aware that he had never reciprocated her affection. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression dimmed. In the realm of unrequited love, regardless of her own merits, she could not escape the clutches of insecurity. Ah, is that Yan Shu? The one who was confessed to at the broadcasting station? Several girls were quietly discussing, catching Su Mir's attention. She glanced over to see 2 or 3 unfamiliar girls, likely freshmen, giggling as they watched the court. He is quite handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? Inquired one girl with short hair, clearly intrigued by Yan Shu. I doubt it, replied another girl, but as she spoke, she noticed Su Mir's gaze and was momentarily taken aback. She nudged her companion, prompting the short-haired girl to follow her gaze and smile at Su Mir. Hello, senior. You're even more beautiful in person than in the photos we saw. She was the kind of girl whose amiable nature was hard to dislike, Su Mir mused. So different from herself. Certainly the type Yan Shu would find appealing. Yan Shu, who had been listening to the girls discuss their plans for half-court games, turned his attention to see Su Mir expressionless, observing the trio. Frowning slightly, he passed the basketball to Feng Zheng and made his way over. As he approached, he overheard one girl ask, Senior, you're in the same class as Yan Shu, right? Do you know if he has someone he likes? Su Mir remained silent. Yan Shu chuckled. Why not just ask me directly? All 4 pairs of eyes turned in unison toward him, with a smile gracing his lips. Yan Shu's gaze fell upon Su Mir. I have a girl I fancy, he mused, but my single status likely stems from her reluctance to embark on a romantic journey just yet. Chapter 22. Who is the girl Yan Shu likes? Yan Shu's candid admission of having a crush was quite striking. Eventually, the 3 girls present shyly retreated. As Yan Shu turned to Su Mir, who appeared momentarily stunned, he nearly inquired whether she was curious about the identity of his beloved. Although confessing his feelings now seemed rather abrupt, he thought that if she were to ask, he could effortlessly respond in kind. Planning everything meticulously required an inordinate amount of time, and in his past life, Yan Shu felt he had already waited too long. During their time together, one thing he could ascertain with certainty was that Su Mir held a unique place in his heart. This realization bolstered his confidence. However, before he could elicit a question from her, he was interrupted by Feng Zheng's furious shout. Yan Shu, it's begun. Suddenly, Su Mir seemed to snap back to reality, lifting her chin slightly. They're calling for you, she remarked, her voice devoid of emotion. Yan Shu turned to acknowledge them and said to Su Mir, wait for me, before sprinting back to the court. Su Mir gripped her backpack tightly, her fingers turning pale. Did Yan Shu truly have someone he liked? It certainly couldn't be Jean Lily. If he had feelings for her, he wouldn't have ended things so readily. Who could it be? Su Mir pondered, struggling to recall if she had seen him being particularly close with any other girls at school. Could it be someone he met outside of school? The thought caused her to frown. Were they perhaps acquaintances from online? If that were the case, she feared she might have to engage in activities that would irritate him once more. Their relationship had been remarkably amicable lately, yet Su Mir felt a pang of discomfort. She had lost interest in the game, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the girl Yan Shu admired. In the end, they played only half a match, as the captain of Class 2 had other commitments, resulting in a shortage of players. As they dispersed, Feng Zheng continued to grumble about relationships and dating, questioning their merits. Yan Shu thought to himself, when you like a girl and still manage to mess up your college entrance exams, you might want to reconsider your own situation. Noticing Yan Shu's silence, Feng Zheng glanced at him, then at Su Mir, who remained seated at the edge of the court, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Forget it. You're just as bad. Following Feng Zheng's gaze, Yan Shu spotted Su Mir sitting at the spot he had designated earlier, bidding farewell to her classmates. He smiled softly, thinking, "You wouldn't understand." With that, he waved and made his way towards her. Su Mir stood as Yan Shu approached, pulling out a water bottle from his bag. "Why only half a match?" she inquired. Yan Shu chuckled. "Someone's eager to meet their girlfriend. Besides, if we play the full game, I do worry you might get hungry." As the streetlights flickered to life, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. After quenching his thirst, Yan Shu casually wiped away the sweat with a tissue, stating, "Let us wash our hands by the cafeteria, then I'll take you somewhere delicious." He naturally reached for both backpacks. Su Mir observed his actions, pondering how gentle he must be with the girl he liked. Noticing her silence, Yan Shu asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just contemplating a problem," Su Mir replied, uncertain why she felt the need to fabricate an excuse. Perhaps she wished to avoid disturbing the pleasant rapport they shared. "How shameless of you," she chastised herself inwardly, feeling a mix of disdain and sorrow. The revelation that Yan Shu had affections for someone else hit her with a force akin to discovering his early romance with Jean Lily. Yet, she found herself utterly uninterested in learning the identity of that girl. Knowing would only make it harder to accept how well Yan Shu treated her. Having just finished playing, Yan Shu was somewhat exhilarated and did not dwell on these thoughts. He handed Su Mir her backpack as they reached the cafeteria, where the crowd was sparse, though more students trickled out. To his surprise, he recognized a senior, a boy from the third year. At their school, the uniforms for first to third years appeared similar, but the insignia on the chest distinguished their grades. The trio of boys who emerged exuded a carefree demeanor, reminiscent of Yan Shu's past acquaintances. The leader noticed Yan Shu and called out, "Hey Yan Shu, skipping the internet today? Aren't there activities going on?" Yan Shu glanced up, struggling to recall the boy's face. It had been years since he had last seen them. His memories remained hazy since his rebirth, yet the familiarity of the boy's tone hinted at a former friendship. Yan Shu smiled. "I quit that. Just finished playing basketball." The boy chuckled, his gaze suddenly landing on Su Mir, who was patiently waiting with her backpack. He certainly recognized her. She had drawn considerable attention upon her arrival at school, especially given her absence from military training due to health issues, resulting in her being the fairest among the newcomers. Coupled with her good looks and figure, the title of school belle had quickly been bestowed upon her. "Ah, have you switched to a new girlfriend? Your tastes have changed?" the boy teased. "Weren't you always at the internet CAF with Jean Lily? Didn't TU say you didn't like the goody-goody type?" Yan Shu was adamant that he had never uttered such a statement, for at this point in his life, he had no romantic interests. How could he declare a dislike for obedient girls? He shot a glance at the boy, unwilling to engage further, preferring not to squander time on such trivial exchanges. After all, if he responded, the boy would likely continue prattling on. So he deftly sidestepped the topic, urging, "Let us grab a bite," and walked away. The boy appeared eager to say more, but Yan Shu had no intention of granting him the opportunity. He took Su Mir's backpack from her arms. "Let us go." Su Mir cast a glance at the trio of boys who had been scrutinizing her, her brow slightly furrowing. Their gaze was uncomfortable, prompting her to avert her eyes and walk alongside Yan Shu. After a few steps, Yan Shu noticed her pallor and turned to regard the three boys, his expression devoid of warmth, his eyes cool. His unwavering gaze caused them to falter momentarily. Yan Shu understood that these boys likely had a close association with Jean Lily, who had approached Su Mir earlier that day. It seemed he had not yet managed to resolve that situation. In his previous life, he had not been particularly close to Su Mir, and thus these boys had never troubled her. However, this time, Yan Shu's expression darkened. He would not allow them to disturb her. She was a precious treasure he had painstakingly reclaimed, and no one had the right to harm her. Chapter 23. Aren't you curious who I like? Yan Shu quickly composed his expression. Su Mir, unaware of any change, was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Sensing her distraction, Yan Shu leaned closer. "Can you smell the sweat?" "Of course, it's sweltering today," she replied, knowing full well the answer. Su Mir cast a fleeting glance at him, reaching for her backpack and retrieving a strawberry-flavored lollipop, which she extended toward him. "Are you going to take a shower when you get back?" Yan Shu replied without a moment's hesitation. I certainly won tea. You'll likely become too lazy to step out again and will drag me into studying. There was a hint of grievance in his voice. Sumi blinked, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Indeed, she would insist on studying with him. Noticing her silence, Yan Shu let out a sigh, took the lollipop from her, unwrapped it, and brought it to her lips. You're just an unfeeling studying machine. The pink lollipop gently brushed against her soft, pale pink lips, causing them to yield slightly under its pressure. Yan Shu felt a sudden rush of awkwardness wash over him. His throat bobbed as he thought, well, this is my wife before me. Is this inappropriate? With that thought lingering, he couldn't bring himself to look away. Sumi, unperturbed by his natural gesture, instinctively parted her lips. Her small tongue darted out to taste the lollipop, confirming it was indeed a flavor she adored before she took it fully into her mouth. This habit of licking whatever she consumed had remained unchanged even as she entered her 20s. Yan Shu's mind raced with more illicit images, causing him to release his grip in a slight panic. He shifted his hand, holding the backpack slightly forward. Sumi, oblivious to his unusual demeanor, was still savoring the lollipop when she muttered, I was originally going to give it to you. Don't you like it? Yan Shu's voice came out a bit hoarse as he cleared his throat, his expression somewhat awkward. Let us go. Sumi responded with an O, feeling as though his movements were rather stiff as he walked ahead. Did you hurt your foot playing basketball? No. Throughout the evening, even until they finished dinner and it was time for tutoring, Sumi couldn't shake the feeling that Yan Shu was acting strangely. Now, both had showered and were studying in Yan Shu's room, the door slightly ajar. Yin Cheng and Lu Yu were in the living room, engaged in some activity that produced no discernible noise. Yan Shu belatedly realized that his parents seemed to have quarreled less recently, and the topic of divorce had not arisen. Perhaps it was Sumir's frequent visits that made them hesitant. A fleeting glance at the person beside him was quickly averted. Although he had considered doing something during their shower, Sumir was quite punctual. Before he could even prepare himself, she had already arrived. It wouldn't be right to keep her waiting, so he emerged, which only contributed to the more primal thoughts that crept into his mind upon seeing her. He couldn't be blamed. After all, he was at an age filled with vigor. It was unreasonable to expect him to be entirely devoid of desire. Moreover, he was inherently someone who relished indulgence, and now, being able to see but not touch was quite the torment. Yan Shu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Sumir glanced at him, then at the distance between them. The table was of a modest size, and when they previously sat together, they would often unintentionally brush against one another. Now, however, Yan Shu had seated himself at the far corner, creating enough space for another person to occupy the gap between them. It felt as though he was deliberately distancing himself from her. Sumir recalled his earlier words about having a girl he liked. Was he afraid of upsetting her? Anger bubbled within her, and in a childish manner, she scooted her chair closer to Yan Shu, thinking, if you have the courage, go find her to tutor you. Why do you have to keep your guard up around me? Yan Shu, momentarily lost in thought, realized that his wife had now seated herself right beside him. His body tensed as he glanced at the space between them, noting that the opposite side of the table was practically empty. Little ear, do you think there is a distance between us? Yan Shu ventured cautiously. Sumir halted her pen, as she was a girl with a naturally delicate sensibility. Her earlier childishness had been exposed by his directness, and with a stiff expression, she pulled her chair back. Oh, Yan Shu sighed. You could come over here if you want. Who wants to move over there? Sumir retorted coldly, glancing at the exam paper in front of him. Have you written anything? Yan Shu glanced at the untouched paper and replied, Oh, I will start now. By the way, next week let us not chat. Let us focus on the exam. Sumir's tone remained flat. Are you angry? Yan Shu inched his chair closer, but before he could settle down, Sumir looked up at him. Don't you think this is too close? Yan Shu chuckled, realizing that his earlier words had indeed provoked her. He reached out and gently held her hand that was gripping the pen, suggesting, let us talk for a bit. Sumir's heart raced at the warmth of his long fingers enveloping her own. Her ears flushed crimson. Yan Shu felt a surge of joy, seizing the moment to flirt, thinking that if he confessed soon, as her boyfriend, they wouldn't need to maintain such distance. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, a couple of knocks echoed from the door, and before they could respond, it swung open. Yan Shu felt the hand he had been holding retract quickly. Liu Yainter, carrying a platter of fruit. Have some fruit, little ear. Your uncle just bought these cherries. They're delicious. Yan Shu glanced at Su Mir and whispered, "Okay, Annie." He worried that if his mother approached too close, she would see Su Mir's flushed cheeks and likely make a fuss. Hurriedly, he stood to take the fruit platter. Grumbling, Mom, why didn't you wait for us to agree before coming in? Liu rolled her eyes. The door opens when you knock. Yan Shu acknowledged her with an "oh" and urged, "Hurry up and leave. Little Ear is scolding me right now. It's so embarrassing with you here." Liu chuckled. Little Ear's scolding you is well-deserved for your poor grades. Despite her words, she was nudged toward the door, turning back to Su Mir to say, "Don't be polite, little Ear. Scold him as much as you want." Yan Shu promptly closed the door behind her, releasing a breath of relief. He glanced at the fruit platter he was carrying and heard Su Mir muttering softly, "I didn't scold you." Her tone was filled with displeasure. Yan Shu smirked. "So you would want my mom to see your blushing face?" Su Mir shot him a quick look, their gazes meeting momentarily before she quickly averted her eyes. "Of course not. If I could, I do want to throw you out." She certainly didn't want him to see her flustered. Yan Shu placed the fruit platter before her and resumed the conversation he had been too hurried to finish earlier. "Aren't you curious about who the girl I like is?" Chapter 24, Yan Shu. Am I blocked? Su Mir hadn't anticipated him bringing this up. Did she want to know? Of course, she did. She had been wondering about it all evening. She had barely managed to solve a few problems on the exam paper. Initially, she had speculated that perhaps it might be her, considering that Yan Shu had mostly been with her lately. But she quickly dismissed that thought. Why did she have to think that? Yan Shu could never possibly like her. Although it was painful to accept, it was the truth. In fact, Su Mir had confessed once a long time ago, during that incident when she had interrupted Yan Shu and that girl with the teacher. That day, she had slipped a love letter into Yan Shu's drawer. However, on her duty day, she unexpectedly discovered her love letter in the trash bin. Without even glancing at it, she knew that Yan Shu could not possibly fail to recognize her handwriting. This only indicated his lack of desire to read it. Carelessly discarded it instead. It was precisely because of this that Su Mir resolved to retrieve her love letter and seek out Yan Shu, only to witness him smiling as he received another girl's confession. At that moment, rage surged within her, and her heart began to race. She was far too young then, unaware that affection does not guarantee reciprocation simply because of one's feelings. At that time, Su Mir had not yet matured to her current understanding. She believed that having grown up alongside Yan Shu, there was no reason for him not to like her, was there? Thus, she committed an act that would irrevocably sour their relationship for the ensuing years. She approached a teacher. Later, Yan Shu confronted her, questioning, "Are you out of your mind?" At the tender age of 14, Su Mir's eyes reddened, her pale face betraying her vulnerability. "I've always been unwell." Yan Shu's expression was one of pure disdain as he turned and walked away. That was the first time Su Mir experienced a breakdown. In the aftermath, Yan Shu faced reprimands, and he stood at the hospital door, voice raised, declaring, "I simply dislike her. Why should I care for her? I will never go near her again." They were merely children of 14 and 15. The adults assumed it was just childish quarrels. Yet, Su Mir understood that in the years that followed, Yan Shu genuinely harbored a deep-seated disdain for her and kept his distance. Nonetheless, he could not bring himself to abandon her entirely. Thus, whenever she visited the internet safe to find him, despite his sullen demeanor, he would still emerge to meet her. However, he would not accompany her home, merely calling a cab for her, warning, "If you come again, I'll inform your parents." Su Mir dared not let her parents know, for she did not want them to perceive Yan Shu as a bad influence. Otherwise, she feared she might never be able to approach him again. At this moment, upon hearing Yan Shu inquire whether she wished to know who he liked, Su Mir's expression hardened, and she abruptly closed her book, replying, "I do not wish to know. If you don't want to study, then so be it. I shall take my leave." With that, she stood up. Yan Shu sighed, perplexed. Why this deviation from the expected? A moment of silence would have sufficed, allowing me the chance to express my feelings. Why this indifference? He reached out, grasping her wrist. Her slender wrist seemed as though it could snap with the slightest pressure. Yan Shu frowned slightly, muttering, "Do you not eat?" Yet, Su Mir recoiled as if scalded, violently shaking off his hand. "Mind your own business," and attempted to walk away. As long as she remained oblivious to his feelings, she could feign that nothing had transpired and continue to linger by his side without shame. Consequently, Su Mir quickened her pace, her urgency palpable. Yet, no matter how swiftly one might walk, sound travels faster, does it not? What if it were you? Yan Shu's voice pierced through to Su Mir. She opened the door and stepped outside without a moment's hesitation, offering no response to his words. Yan Shu found himself questioning once more. Did Su Mir truly harbor feelings for him? It was evident she had affections, as she often stole glances at him, appearing quite adorable in those moments. Yet, why was she so frigid in the face of his confession? Originally, he had intended to say, "I like you," but just beyond the living room door stood his parents. If he dared to let them hear that confession today, he would likely find himself punished and sent next door to apologize to Su's father, claiming he had harassed Su Mir. Su Mir conversed with her parents in the living room before exiting. Yan Sheng appeared at the doorway. "Son, have you upset Xiao Er? Why are your eyes so red?" Yan Shu frowned, sensing something amiss. He wondered if he had overlooked something. How could his own confession have brought tears to his eyes? "I haven't. It's probably because my grades are poor and my inability to comprehend has angered her," Yan Shu remarked as he walked outside, contemplating whether he should go next door to comfort her instead. Luya had just closed the door when she interjected, "Forget it. What time is it now? If you don't rest, she won't either. You can always talk tomorrow. If things get too tense, just send her a message." High school students indeed have their drawbacks. Yan Shu halted his steps. Yan Sheng continued, "You might consider being more accommodating toward Xiao Er. Don't anger her. Remember back in middle school, when you made her so upset, she fell ill?" Yan Shu paused, recalling that incident vividly. It had been due to someone confessing to him that Su Mir reported them to the teacher for dating prematurely, resulting in him having to write a self-reflection. The memory was too profound. He could still envision Su Mir's pale visage in the hospital bed. After that, he dare not approach her, always feeling as though a mere touch might shatter her. Their relationship deteriorated further. Yan Shu felt a twinge of pain in his head, turning to retreat to his room. "I'll go back to my papers. Remember to comfort Xiao Er," Luya reminded him, as she frequently came over to tutor him. Yan Shu responded with a non-committal his tone somewhat dismissive, before shutting the door amidst his parents' persistent chatter. Once the door was closed, he promptly made a phone call, a habit he had cultivated from his previous life as a doctor. If there was something to discuss, it was best done face-to-face or over the phone, simple, direct, and clear. There was truly no time to send messages and await replies. It was far too inefficient. However, the other party was evidently uncooperative, and the call was abruptly ended. Yan Shu sighed and collapsed onto his bed, nostalgically reminiscing about the tempestuous Su Mir from his previous life, who, at least back then, spoke her mind and could not tolerate any grievances. It spared him the agony of incessant guessing. Teenage girls are indeed perplexing, despite having lived 2 lifetimes. Yan Shu still lacked a degree of emotional intelligence. Yet, it mattered not. When it came to Su Mir, he was abundantly patient. After all, she had stood by his side for so many years in his past life, enduring with remarkable patience. Reflecting on this, a softness washed over Yan Shu's expression. Su Mir had quietly endured his disdain for so long, suffering countless grievances. What did his troubles amount to in comparison? He opened WeChat and patiently typed, "Are you angry? Can you let me finish?" The message was sent, only to be met with rejection. Yan Shu? Blocked? Chapter 25. Su Mir has already confessed? Meanwhile, Su Mir, her cheeks flushed, returned to her room, her first act being to block Yan Shu. Su's mother, sensing something amiss, called from outside the door, "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Your face is so red." "Nothing. It's just that Yan Shu's room doesn't have air conditioning." Su Mir was not adept at lying. Yet fortunately, due to her frail health, her emotional fluctuations had always been subtle when she spoke. Therefore, there was no discernible anomaly in her tone. Su's mother felt reassured, responding, "That's good. Make sure to rest early. By the way, are you all going on that trip to the neighboring city on Monday? Has the school sent notifications? Are you going?" Sumir patted her face, walked over, and opened the door to see her mother's concerned expression. She softly replied, "Everyone is going, and I want to go too. I will be careful. I want to engage in any risky activities." Sue's mother's eyes were filled with concern. "I'm just a bit worried about your health." She reached out to hold Sumir's hand. "Is Yan Shu going as well?" "Well, at least your mother feels a bit more at ease, as she has noticed you two attending classes together lately. Wasn't it the case that you were reluctant to be seen together before?" I recall asking Sumir why she didn't attend classes with Yan Shu. At the time, Sumir explained that being seen together at our age would invite gossip. Although Sue's mother worried about Sumir lacking companionship, she could only accept this reasoning. After all, during adolescence, boys and girls tend to maintain a certain distance. Yet, it seems that recently, the two have suddenly cast aside such reservations. This piques her curiosity. Recalling Yan Shu's earlier words, Sumir tightened her grip on her phone, realizing it was indeed the remuneration for the tutoring session. "I'll just take a rest, Mom." Sue's mother shook her head, muttering, "You young folks, go ahead, rest. But if you're leaving, I'll inform your teacher." Sumir nodded, "Okay, thank you, Mom." Once the door was closed, Sumir approached her bedside, seized the nearby teddy bear, and landed a couple of punches upon it, exclaiming, "I absolutely detest Yan Shu." Her voice was quite fierce. Subsequently, she engaged in a silent stare-off with the innocent bear. Embracing it, she lowered her head and removed Yan Shu from her blacklist. Although uncertain whether Yan Shu's comment was genuine or merely a jest, Sumir felt a genuine surge of anger. After all, she had confessed her feelings. And how could he jest with such a tone and choice of words? It was infuriating. On the other hand, Yan Shu sent a series of emojis every 5 minutes, all of which went unanswered. Finally, one of his messages got through. He abruptly sat upright, sending a simple, "I'm sorry." One must not strike a smiling face. An apology first. The response indicated that she was typing, and then another 5 minutes passed. Unable to contain himself, Yan Shu texted, "Are you going to scold me for this long?" The typing indicator vanished. Yan Shu sighed, pondering what goes through the minds of girls at this age. Moments later, a message came through. "Don't joke about such things in the future." Yan Shu instinctively replied, "I wasn't joking." Given that the conversation had already been initiated, Yan Shu had no intention of retreating, nor would he wait for her to respond. "I mean it. I have someone I like. Why can't it be you?" Yan Shu patiently waited for a minute. Ultimately, he made a call, but as anticipated, it was abruptly ended. He contemplated knocking on her door. Meanwhile, Sumir silenced her vibrating phone and tossed it aside, her eyes wide as she stared at it, as if it were a monster. This behavior from Yan Shu was truly unusual. How could it be that in such a short span, the boy who had seemingly loathed her suddenly harbored feelings for her? It was utterly perplexing. Having known Yan Shu for 18 years, she believed she understood him well. Just weeks prior, he had refused to share an elevator with her despite being late. Now, he was questioning why the girl he liked couldn't be her. Tears welled in Sumir's eyes as she thought, "Yan Shu, how could you do this to me?" The phone vibrated again, yet no one answered. Yan Shu felt disheartened, regretting not having insisted she stay earlier. Now, he doubted Sumir would ever answer his calls again, nor would she respond to his messages. Feeling frustrated, he sent her a few texts. "Can we talk? This won't resolve anything. You know you can't avoid me, right?" His temperament had mellowed significantly since becoming a doctor, but in the past, he would have acted impulsively without hesitation. Now that the proverbial window had been shattered, Yan Shu decided to drop the pretense. After all, he was determined to pursue his beloved. Sumir had harbored a crush on him for so many years. He couldn't allow her to suffer any longer. He texted, "It's fine, I can take my time." Descending from his bed, he resigned himself to a sleepless night. Approaching his desk, he noticed a scrap of paper left behind by Sumir, filled with Yan Shu's name. His heart lightened. It seemed she wasn't as serious about him as he had feared. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor, which appeared earnest as if she were solving a problem, he realized she had likely written nothing substantial. Yan Shu picked up the paper, snapped a few photos of it, and carefully folded it before placing it in a drawer. Sumir seemed to truly be timid, yet Yan Shu found it puzzling. Based on his understanding of her personality, she didn't strike him as the type to harbor unspoken affections. In a previous life, He had asked her about it, but she had never been willing to disclose the reasons behind her feelings or when they had begun. She would become upset and refuse to acknowledge him whenever he broached the subject. Furrowing his brow, Yan Shu recalled previous instances when he had merely pacified her. Now it felt as if something was amiss. Su Mi-er could candidly confess to her past feelings, yet refuse to reveal the reasons why. Was that reasonable? It was perplexing. Yan Shu exhaled deeply, wondering if there was something he had overlooked. Had Su Mi-er perhaps confessed to him before? The mere thought sent a shock through him. Given Su Mi-er's character, she would never engage in unrequited love. She was too assertive for that. If she liked him, she would have confessed without hesitation. Yet, he had no recollection of such an event. Chapter 26. Yan Shu, why are you spreading rumors? The following day was Sunday. On Saturday night, Yan Shu had been stirred by Su Mi-er's teasing, only to have those thoughts dissipate as he pondered whether she had ever confessed her feelings. He truly had no recollection of it. Eventually, he fell asleep around 3 in the morning, experiencing a dreamless night, but upon waking, he still had to wash his clothes. Yan Shu lamented the drawbacks of being reborn. It offered sights without satisfaction, leaving him, a healthy youth, to sleep alone at night. After finishing his laundry, he stepped outside to hang it up, only to find Yin Chung doing the same. "Ah!" Yin Chung exclaimed, raising an eyebrow at the pants in Yan Shu's hands. Young. Indeed, despite not being particularly young himself, Yan Shu met his father's gaze without a hint of embarrassment. After all, he was 18. Yin Chung, still curious about whether Yan Shu had a crush on someone, saw the perfect opportunity for a quick chat. "Son, have you got someone you fancy?" Yin Chung asked bluntly. As he later reflected upon the matter, it seemed that he had indeed been outmaneuvered by this young rascal during their last encounter. Thus, this time he decided to be straightforward. "Yan Shu." He gazed at his father with solemnity and remarked, "Old Yan, it appears you have not quite fulfilled your duties as a father." Yin Chung nodded in agreement. "Indeed. So are you currently dating a girl? You certainly were not like this before. It seems you've transformed entirely." "No, when I was like that, you didn't care. Now that I am diligently studying." "What are you worried about?" Yin Shu was genuinely perplexed. Yin Chung, however, was forthright. "How could I not care? Even when I did, you ignored me. So I decided to let it be. Once you experience loss, you'll understand. But now it's different. At your age, love can be impulsive, and I fear the girl might suffer. What if something goes awry?" Yin Chung gazed at his son with earnest concern, primarily fearful of dire consequences. Yan Shu felt that, although it was a flawed rationale, there was indeed a sliver of truth in it. However, this did little to disguise the fact that his parents were, in truth, rather irresponsible. He sighed, "I haven't been in a relationship. The one I wish to pursue is now ignoring me." "Oh, so little ear did not deceive me." Yin Chung mumbled. "Wait, have you inquired about Su Mi-er?" Yin Shu looked at his father, recalling that he had not seen the two engage in conversation. "I did ask. Since he wouldn't respond, I turned a little ear." Yin Chung shot back, giving him a stern look. "And don't you dare call her little ear. I wasn't speaking of her for no reason." Yin Shu retorted, but then recalled something. "We spend every day together. Why don't you suspect us of dating?" Yin Shu genuinely could not comprehend this. In his previous life, he had cohabited with Su Mi-er, and once, when his mother visited and saw Su Mi-er in her pajamas, she assumed she was merely staying over for the night, never contemplating that anything more was afoot. Now, too, even though there were suspicions regarding his early romance, as he spent every day with Su Mi-er, no one seemed to question it. Yin Chung clicked his tongue and remarked, "Didn't you say you disliked girls with little ears temperament? I can't help but envision that scene and feel compelled to hit you." Yin Shu was taken aback. "What did I ever say that? During that incident when little ear fell ill, I nearly struck you myself," Yin Chung said, growing irate. "Your rebellious phase arrived early and has lingered. Do you recall how little ear fell ill? It was because of you." Yin Shu remembered that Su Mi-er had indeed fallen ill once, during the occasion when the teacher had come to catch him in a romance. And it was after that incident that their relationship had soured considerably. Yet, upon reflection, Yan Shu found something amiss, despite Su Mi-er's pride and stubbornness. Why had she suddenly informed the teacher of his supposed early romance? This was not something she would typically do. Before he could ponder further, a knock resounded at the door, prompting Yan Shu to rise and open it. To his surprise, he found Su Mir standing there, her expression unreadable, holding a book in her hands. Upon seeing him, she said, somewhat sternly, "Come, let us tackle some problems." Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle. She had promised to tutor him today, and even amidst their quarrels, she still remembered to come. He stepped aside, voice laced with amusement. "I thought you wouldn't show up." Sumir entered, her ears slightly flushed. "I promised, and I remember." She was a girl of her word. The only time she had ever broken a promise was when she had vowed to live earnestly, yet ultimately departed. At this thought, Yan Shu's smile faded slightly. "Hello, Uncle. Little Ear has arrived. I'm off to buy groceries. We'll have lunch at home." "All right, Uncle," she replied just in time, as Yan Shu's parents were not home for lunch. Yan Shu gazed at Sumir's slender figure, blinking. This time, nothing would go awry. As long as she did not accompany him to study medicine, everything would remain unchanged. Sumir sensed Yan Shu's gaze upon her, initially troubled by the events of the previous night. Yet, she lowered her lashes, longing to see Yan Shu. Yan Chung remained oblivious to their shared oddity, conversing with Sumir for a while before departing to procure groceries, even cautioning Yan Shu against bullying her. It was only after the door closed behind them, leaving just the two of them, that Yan Shu sighed, "My father truly overestimates me. How could I dare bully you? I'm more afraid you'll ignore me." Sumir shot him a sidelong glance, pouting, "Don't speak nonsense. I wouldn't ignore you." "I'm not speaking nonsense," Yan Shu protested, feeling unjustly accused. Yet he recognized his previous poor demeanor and the distance that had formed between them. However, he sensed his patience waning. Having been reborn, he did not wish to squander time on needless misunderstandings. Since they had begun to be forthright last night, he decided to continue in that vein. "Little Ear, did I do something that made you unhappy before?" "Oh, there are far too many," Sumir thought, her expression impassive, thus she did not deny it. "Yes, many." Yan Shu was taken aback by her bluntness. He sighed, "I apologize. I was indeed quite terrible before, very terrible." Stealing a glance at Sumir's unyielding face, he steeled himself and asked, "Did I ever reject you?" Sumir's eyes widened in surprise, locking onto his. Yan Shu thought, just as he suspected. "Yan Shu, you have such a thick skin. How could you still spread rumors?" Sumir's incredulous voice interrupted his thoughts. "Huh? Wasn't it so?" Chapter 27. Words rush ahead. Thoughts lag behind. In Sumir's estimation, Yan Shu had indeed not rejected her. After all, he was so disinterested that he had simply discarded her love letter into the trash, recalling the little love letter still tucked away in her drawer. Sumir's gaze grew colder. It was filled with the innocent musings of a 14 or 15-year-old girl, along with her joys, all unceremoniously tossed away by Yan Shu. Sumir began to regret coming over. She glanced at the door. Since Uncle Yin had already left, she might as well return home, claiming she had plans with classmates for lunch. Although she felt slightly guilty towards Uncle Yin, the sight of Yan Shu only served to deepen her discomfort. Yan Shu noticed her shifting gaze towards the door and guessed she wished to leave, hastily saying, "Hey, I was just joking. I was merely curious. Why don't you believe what I say?" "I thought." He trailed off, reflecting on what foolish things he might have done at that naive age that would lead her to distrust him. Sumir responded with an "oh" and countered, "Do you still study? Is there no topic for us beyond studying?" Yan Shu remarked, a hint of lament in his tone. To his surprise, Sumir nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there isn't. What else is there for us to discuss?" Yan Shu inhaled deeply. "Then how about we start dating?" Sumir's heart began to race uncontrollably. Had Yan Shu truly transitioned from subtle hints to outright declarations? She found herself questioning if he was being serious, her emotions shifting from anger to doubt. Yan Shu observed Sumir's reaction, feeling anxious. "Please don't be too excited. I'm being serious. Would you consider dating me? Or rather, should I be the one to pursue you?" He pondered this, feeling troubled, as he had never pursued anyone in his past life. Even his eventual relationship with Sumir had come about more as a natural progression, with her taking the initiative in the early stages. Now, he wondered just how much mental preparation had she undergone at that time to become so proactive. No one understands Sumir's capricious nature better than Yan Shu. Upon reflecting on this, Yan Shu felt somewhat foolish for previously speculating that she had confessed her feelings for him. If she had truly done so, given Sumir's temperament, it was likely she would never have taken the initiative again. Just as Yan Shu dismissed his own conjecture, he heard Sumir's voice. Yan Shu, you lost the love letter I wrote for you. Are you insulting me by acting this way? What? I didn't. You're slandering me. Yan Shu blurted out without a second thought, firmly convinced that he had never misplaced any love letter from Sumir. He had not merely lost it. He had never even laid eyes on it. Observing the solemnity etched upon Sumir's face, he insisted, I truly haven't. I know I was quite the jerk before, but when have I ever been indifferent to you? After uttering those words, Yan Shu felt a twinge of unease. Ahem, let's not count the last 6 months. Sumir gazed at him with her dark, penetrating eyes, scrutinizing him intently. At length, she spoke slowly. So, are you implying that your feelings for me are genuine? Do you wish to pursue a romantic relationship? Yes. Yan Shu's eyes sparkled, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. However, in the next instant, Sumir remarked, her tone remarkably flat. Oh, we've known each other for 18 years. For the first 17 years, you despised me. Suddenly, in this 18th year, you want to date me? Have you been possessed, Yan Shu? Her inflection remained devoid of any fluctuation. Yet, Yan Shu seized the opportunity to clarify. I never hated you during those first 17 years. The reason I didn't want your strawberry milk was that you enjoyed it too. The milk I took was actually swapped for sugar. I intended to give it to you, but upon seeing those little boys delivering milk to you, I drank it out of frustration. In elementary school, I accepted that girl's apple because I won a bet against her. I had the highest score in math, but Sumir ended up eating that girl's apple instead of the one I had prepared for her. I was furious and refused to accept her apples thereafter. As for middle school, you must understand the context. I was already planning to reject that girl. Yet, Sumir brought the teacher over, effectively branding me as someone involved in early romance. This was the moment Yan Shu began to find Sumir bothersome. Why did Yan Shu feel compelled to recount these incidents? Because they were matters Sumir frequently referenced in their past life, indicating how deeply she cared about them. Initially, Yan Shu wished to explain in their previous life, but he ultimately relished watching her petty grievances resurface. It was undeniably adorable. After airing her grievances, she would seize the chance to make him do something for her, which was essentially her way of being affectionate. However, in this life, he had to clarify. Otherwise, he might lose his wife. When Sumir processed Yan Shu's words, she was genuinely taken aback. How could he know that these matters held significance for her? And how could he perceive them in such a light? Sumir blinked at Yan Shu, but, Yan Shu, you are truly peculiar. Ever since you distanced yourself from Jean Lily and the others, you seem to have changed. Yan Shu, undeterred, replied nonchalantly. Could it not be that I found my way back? Sumir responded with an oh, perhaps. But you shouldn't like me. Shouldn't? After all these years without any feelings, how could I suddenly like you? He had even lost his own love letter. What a scoundrel. Sumir pouted, unable to conceal her annoyance. Yan Shu, you are truly infuriating. Noticing the potential for romantic progress, Yan Shu instinctively leaned closer. Why shouldn't I? I genuinely like you. As he drew near, Sumir felt an urge to retreat. Being alone with him at home created an inexplicable sense of pressure. She took a small step back. Do you truly not remember ever losing my love letter? Yan Shu's expression froze. I absolutely cannot admit to that. Yet, it became evident why Sumir reacted as she did to his confession. Yan Shu couldn't help but wonder if he had indeed committed such a brazen act. But he had no memory of it. When did that happen? He asked curiously. Oh, it was when you were caught in an early romance. I did it out of spite. I was being petty. Why should you lose my love letter and then accept someone else's confession? Sumir looked at Yan Shu, her eyes brimming with grievance, though her tone remained fierce. Yan Shu felt a pang of sympathy, promptly denying it. Impossible. At that time, the object of my dreams was you. How could I have lost your love letter? The words slipped out before he could think, and the air suddenly felt charged with tension. Yan Shu was left stunned, inwardly exclaiming, what on earth? Chapter 28. Yan Shu the Scoundrel. Sumir's face registered confusion. What had Yan Shu just said? Dream object? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively pressed her hand against her heart, unable to handle such stimuli. Yan Shu, who had initially intended to comfort her upon noticing her distress, hastily reached out. No, Mir, please don't be alarmed. I'm the shameless one. I was being a rogue. Sumir instinctively recoiled from his beautiful hands, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. Had she learned anything from her biology class? Now that Yan Shu was already 18, surely the implications of those thoughts were overwhelming, and the more she pondered, the more her breath became labored. Yan Shu, who had felt a twinge of hurt from her backing away, now noticed her rapid breathing and quickly took a step back. Don't overthink it. I want to touch you. I merely wish to clarify that I could never have lost your love letter. Regarding this matter, Yan Shu had never shared it with anyone before. In truth, his first romantic interest had indeed been Sumir. As adolescents, they had both studied biology, which was perfectly normal. Once a doctor, Yan Shu understood well that this was merely a natural progression of physiological health. In fact, it was from that dream that he began to feel awkward around Sumir, as nothing seemed right in their interactions. Gradually, he became hesitant to approach her, primarily out of embarrassment. It was a combination of awkwardness and shyness, and he avoided contemplating the nature of his dream. For various reasons, especially his youthful mindset at the time, Yan Shu was oblivious to his own feelings for Sumir. Consequently, a series of events unfolded, leading to an increasingly strained relationship between them. By the time high school rolled around, his late-blooming rebellious phase had caused him to forget any prior affection he had harbored for her. At that moment, Yan Shu cautiously observed Sumir, who sat on the couch, her face flushed and hand over her heart. Sighing, he reiterated, I speak the truth. I have never seen your love letter. Something must have gone awry in this convoluted misunderstanding. Yan Shu felt a sense of grievance. Had he seen it earlier, perhaps none of this would have transpired. The notion of personal advancement alongside one's spouse may render the concept of a rebellious phase quite obsolete. Sumir swiftly cast a glance at Yan Shu, only to avert her gaze as if scalded, murmuring, I do like a sip of water. Primarily, it was Yan Shu's presence that made her heart race uncontrollably. Yan Shu responded with an affirmative, oh, turning to pour water, adding with a hint of concern, you better not take this opportunity to flee. Sumir shot him a glare, retorting, flee? Why would I? It's not as if I lack self-respect. The conversation dwindled, for she had not dreamt of such a shameless scenario. Despite knowing these feelings were normal, Sumir felt an acute embarrassment at Yan Shu's candidness. Just how could he state it so openly? The awkwardness was palpable. Deep down, Sumir was indeed tempted to make a hasty exit. Yan Shu, unfazed by her admonition of shamelessness, merely chuckled. What of it if he was shameless? Being modest would only hinder his pursuit of the proud little lady, Sumir. This lifetime, he vowed not to squander as he did in the previous one. As he entered the kitchen, Yan Shu chastised himself for his impulsive tone. Why speak so hastily? That had only led to discomfort. Nevertheless, the outcome seemed not entirely unfavorable. Although it felt somewhat mischievous, at least the misunderstanding had been clarified. And while Sumir's cheeks had flushed, she had not bolted. Yet, Yan Shu had perhaps overestimated her fortitude. Just as he reveled in the fact that she hadn't run away, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. With a sudden turn, he witnessed her petite figure darting away. Yan Shu mused that he had indeed misjudged Sumir's resilience. Was she genuinely that bashful? He hesitated for a moment, choosing not to pursue her, primarily concerned that her excitement might be too overwhelming for her heart to bear. Watching the water he had poured, he let out a sigh, taking a sip before moving to the door, where he heard the sound of her door closing, indicating she had returned home. He retrieved his phone, contemplating sending Sumir a message, uncertain of what to write, but feeling the need to establish his presence. The misunderstanding had been resolved. Surely, his affections deserved acknowledgement. However, his gaze fell upon a sticky note on the table. Approaching it, he discovered it was a note from Sumir, filled with her handwriting. Do not contact me. Do not seek me out. Yan Shu, you shameless rogue. No dreaming of me. The final remark was punctuated with 3 exclamation marks, an emphatic emphasis, no doubt. Below it was a simplistic drawing, a small girl striking a small boy. Given the brief time she had, her artistic effort was commendable. A smile graced Yan Shu's face as he envisioned her blushing while furtively glancing at him, diligently sketching away. Goodness, his wife was truly adorable. Yan Shu sighed in admiration, carefully collecting the sticky notes. Such a charming young lady deserved to be embraced and kissed, he thought. Reminiscing about the sight of Su Mir, face flushed, eyes brimming with tears after he had kissed her. How to put it? He felt a rush of emotion. He finished the water in his cup, returned it to the kitchen, and then proceeded to his bedroom with the sticky notes in hand. Though Su Mir had instructed him not to reach out, Yan Shu leisurely took out his phone and texted, "No more tutoring?" Of course. His message was met with silence. She was undoubtedly too shy to respond. Unfazed, he sent another message. "What if my dad asked why you didn't come for dinner?" This time, the screen indicated that she was typing. After a brief moment, she replied, "I've made plans to dine with Zhang Xian." Yan Shu chuckled softly. She was tough on the outside, yet tender-hearted within, concerned about his feelings. She even specified who she was dining with. A warmth enveloped him. Su Mir had always been well-behaved, ever since childhood. Her only act of rebellion was likely her insistence on accompanying him for a repeat year of studies against her family's wishes, resulting in a fierce argument with her mother, who even slapped her. It was well known that, due to her health and her naturally obedient demeanor, her parents had always indulged her unconditionally. Yet, that slap had awakened Yan Shu to reality. Chapter 29. You see, the whole world knows you like me. Yan Shu still vividly recalled the sight of Su Mir. Her face flushed and eyes reddened, stepping into his bedroom to tell him, "Yan Shu, what is the big deal? It's not like I did poorly on the exam. I didn't get into my desired school, either. Let us retake the year together." At that time, Yan Shu was in a dismal state. His parents were caught in a cycle of divorce and reconciliation, leaving no one to attend to him. He had once thought of her as his girlfriend, but with such a heavy label thrust upon him, he felt like a mere clown. Although he didn't harbor strong feelings, years of companionship had surely fostered some attachment. The primary concern was the humiliation. However, Yan Shu couldn't help but notice her face. It was strikingly pale, and the redness stood out painfully, her eyes slightly swollen. "What happened to your face?" he questioned, his tone less than gentle. "Are you still crying? Did someone bully you?" Su Mir, however, smiled. "I haven't been bullied. I'm perfectly fine. So, Yan Shu, will you join me for a repeat year?" Yan Shu fell silent, unsure of what he could possibly do. It felt as though nothing would go right. So perhaps it was best to do nothing at all. His silence only deepened Su Mir's distress, causing her eyes to redden further. She said nothing and turned to leave. At that moment, Yan Shu thought, let everyone just leave him be. Yet, it wasn't long before Su Mir returned, carrying a multitude of beers. The room was dimly lit, but the door was ajar, allowing the glow from the living room to illuminate her face. She had even remembered to buy them chilled. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "They say cold beer tastes better." Su Mir opened a can and offered it to Yan Shu. "Want some?" Yan Shu scrutinized her for a long while. Even in his foolishness, he could discern that Su Mir's feelings for him were unique. He accepted the beer, and Su Mir sat quietly beside him, likely experiencing her first taste of alcohol, frowning and sticking out her tongue, evidently disliking the taste. How could a girl who adored strawberry milk enjoy beer? Yet, she remained by Yan Shu's side, sipping from her can of cold beer. Having finished his own, Yan Shu took the beer from her hand, declaring, "If you don't know how to drink, then don't. There's milk on my table." Yet he was well aware that he never drank milk. Su Mir, however, retorted, "I can learn." Yan Shu chuckled. "What is the point of learning that? Aren't you attracted to girls like that?" Su Mir countered, "Smoking, drinking, browsing the internet. Completely different from me. You just don't like me." Her voice was soft, tinged with grievance, yet she refrained from crying. "Well, I dislike you too." Yan Shu laughed. "Disliking me doesn't concern me, does it? You care about me." Su Mir exclaimed fiercely, only to find herself unable to hold back tears upon witnessing the tears trickling down Yan Shu's cheek. "Yan Shu, you fool. So foolish." That day, Yan Shu felt as though his wretched existence was, perhaps, not so miserable after all. He seems to possess nothing, yet paradoxically, he appears to have everything. He shares a peculiar bond with a childhood friend, a delicate green plum, and it seems they harbor mutual disdain for one another. Yet, amidst the oblivion of others, she remains steadfastly by his side. She reaches out, guiding herself toward the light. Sumir, I echo your sentiments. Yan Shu gazes at Sumir's reply, his vision momentarily blurred. Such a compliant Sumir. He inhales deeply and responds, All right, do you need me to accompany you? But she retreats into her shell once more. He patiently continues, What I say is sincere. Wouldn't you consider it? Missing the chance for young love could lead to regret. Inside her room, Sumir stares at Yan Shu's message, utterly bewildered, who claimed that early romance would impede her contribution to the nation's development. Is this not a double standard? Yet, this realization leads Sumir to ponder. Could Yan Shu's feelings indeed be genuine? Does he truly harbor affection for her? The mere thought sends her heart racing once more. Yan Shu likes her? Just contemplating this possibility causes a subtle smile to grace her lips. She glances at the message on her phone, her slender fingers twitching, unable to resist replying. Sumir has never been able to refuse Yan Shu. Though she feels somewhat pathetic for this inability, she is powerless to control it. Thus, Yan Shu receives her response. You have influenced my ability to contribute to our beautiful nation. What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? Sometimes, one must refrain from speaking recklessly. Yan Shu winces at her reply. But it matters not. He is undeterred. It's fine. I do not hinder your contributions to our beautiful nation. You focus on your nation building, and I shall cultivate the home of our love. It sounds a bit cliché, but he reasons that if his beloved is somewhat aloof, a touch of sentimentality is acceptable. And then, the conversation comes to a halt. Yan Shu sighs, finding Zhang Xian in the class group chat and adding her as a friend. He is uneasy about Sumir going out alone, yet he fears that if he accompanies her, they might not even step out the door. Thus, he devises a roundabout way to ensure her safety. Zhang Xian, likely engrossed in her phone, accepts the request swiftly, sending a question mark in response. Yan Shu meticulously types out a message. Are you dining with Sumir? She might be experiencing some emotional fluctuations today. Please keep an eye on her and contact me if anything seems amiss. Thank you. A quick reply comes back. Yengo, have you confessed? Can you make Sumir's emotions fluctuate so greatly? She even includes a cheeky emoji. Yan Shu thinks, is this girl spying on me at home? How does she know? He sends 3 question marks in reply. Zhang Xian then retracts her previous message, saying, Sorry, forget I said anything. Yan Shu promptly sends a voice message. I saw it. I just wondered if you were monitoring me at my house. Zhang Xian responds quickly, her voice filled with excitement. What? Did you really confess? How thrilling. Yengo, that's impressive. Yan Shu retorts, How do you know that my confession would make her emotional? Zhang Xian explains, Because Sumir is usually a stoic academic robot. After all this time, aside from her reactions to your matters, she shows no emotion towards anything else. She's so innocent. She probably thinks she's concealing her feelings well. Please, we can all see she likes you, but no one has said it. Do you remember when she lost that first prize to the principal's niece? She didn't even get upset. But the day she found out you skipped class to go online with Jean Lily, she nearly had a breakdown. Yengu, Sumir is head over heels for you. If she declines, it will surely be due to shyness. Do not give up. You see, the whole world knows you like her, while I was oblivious all this time. Chapter 30. Who told her to like Yan Shu so much? Zhang Xian's words hit Yan Shu like a bolt of lightning, stirring a pang of sympathy for Sumir, who has harbored such evident affection for him. Yet he remained oblivious. In stark contrast is Yan Shu's attitude toward Sumir. Zhang Xian cautiously probes, but Yengu, didn't you seem to dislike Sumir quite a bit? I mean, based on your previous demeanor. The girl believes her probing is subtle, yet Yan Shu sees through it effortlessly. Just as Sumir thinks her affections for Yan Shu are concealed, everyone else is aware. I am not afraid of the world knowing I like you, but I fear you discovering it. This sentiment perfectly encapsulates Sumir's predicament. Yan Shu takes a deep breath. I do not dislike her. In fact, I truly like her. But how to articulate this? Fortunately, upon hearing his admission, Zhang Xian breathes a sigh of relief. That's good to know. Yengu, rest assured, I will look after Sumir. Even after the call ended, Yan Shu found himself still in a daze. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped his phone. He took a deep breath, slowly settling into a nearby chair. Upon returning, he had continually reminded himself to disregard past foolishness and to pursue Su Mir earnestly, making amends for his previous life's regrets. However, it turns out that these thoughts lingered. Yan Shu inhaled deeply, suddenly realizing why Su Mir's reaction had been as it was. She had already granted him a measure of grace. Had he perceived it as mockery? The transformation in attitude was striking. Yan Shu closed his eyes and muttered, "Yan Shu, you truly are a piece of work." Finally, he rubbed his face and went to wash up. "All right, take it slow. Little Ear has a heart condition, and I mustn't rush. She has liked him for so long. He too must take his time." That day, Su Mir did not respond to any of Yan Shu's messages, nor did they meet. Consequently, Yan Cheng reproached Yan Shu for possibly upsetting Su Mir. Yan Shu silently acknowledged the truth in this. Later that evening, as Yan Shu tidied up his belongings, Yan Cheng stood at the door, munching on fruit while advising his son, "When you go out, look after Su Mir. Her health isn't great." "I know, Dad," Yan Shu replied. Yan Cheng remarked, "You seem much more obedient now. In the past, when I advised you, you would just shut the door." Yan Shu paused. "Was I really that unkind to Su Mir?" Yan Cheng responded naturally, "I don't know about that. After all, in front of us, you acted that way. Old Su even asked me if you had a problem with her." Yan Shu felt as though an arrow pierced his chest. He walked over and gently pushed Yan Cheng out the door. "All right, enough of this. I need to sleep." Yan Cheng sighed, but the door had already closed. "These teenage boys can be quite a handful. They are hard to manage," he muttered quietly, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Once the door was shut, Yan Shu ceased his fussing. It was merely an overnight visit, and he collapsed onto his bed, feeling disheartened. He picked up his phone, contemplating sending a message to Su Mir, but unsure of what to say. Today, Zhang Xian had informed him that Su Mir seemed fine. They had gone to dinner and even visited a bookstore together. Apart from occasional daydreaming, everything appeared quite well. Yan Shu let out a sigh. Lost in thought, was he thinking of me? A sudden recollection jolted him upright from his bed, prompting him to stride over to his desk, where he pulled out several sheets of paper and seized a pen. Yet, as he poised the pen to write, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Yan Shu had never penned a love letter before. With only 2 relationships under his belt, both of which had been initiated by the girls, he felt utterly unprepared. In a state of confusion, Yan Shu retrieved his phone, opened the browser, and gradually typed the format of a love letter, classic phrases for love letters, and how to write a heartfelt love letter. Ultimately, he drafted a 500-word love letter in his handwriting, which was perhaps only decipherable to himself. Gazing at those words, he couldn't help but wonder if Su Mir took a long time to write her letter to him. He was genuinely curious about the contents of Su Mir's love letter. Would she rewrite it for him if he asked her now? After a moment's contemplation, he felt the probability of her rolling her eyes at him was significantly higher. With a frustrated sigh, he lunged toward the desk, exclaiming, "Ah, I've been reborn. Couldn't I have returned a bit sooner?" It seemed trivial, as he had practically raised his wife from childhood. Meanwhile, while Yan Shu wrestled with insomnia, Su Mir too found herself unable to sleep. Today, Zhang Xian had approached her, brimming with excitement, inquiring if Yan Guo had confessed to her. She even showed Su Mir their chat history, leaving her utterly bewildered. Su Mir had begun to entertain the notion that Yan Shu indeed harbored feelings for her, as there seemed to be an element of sincerity in his affections. Upon seeing the chat logs between Yan Shu and Zhang Xian, it appeared that he genuinely liked her. He had mentioned that he had never disliked himself. Su Mir pulled a nearby plush toy to her face, its small ears turning a bright shade of red. She found herself unable to sleep. Did Yan Shu truly like her? If so, would she confess her desire to be with him? Without a moment's hesitation, the thought flashed through her mind. Yes, she had liked Yan Shu for so long and yearned to be with him. Even amidst her uncertainty regarding whether he was teasing her or genuinely liked her, Su Mir's first instinct upon facing Yan Shu's confession was to agree. After all, it was Yan Shu. Even if it turned out to be a jest, admitting her affection for him was not something to be ashamed of. She would acknowledge her feelings without hesitation if anyone else asked her about her feelings for Yan Shu. Yet, in his presence, Sumi struggled to articulate her emotions. She lacked the courage to admit her feelings. Although Yan Shu had clarified the trivial matters that had once bothered her, the years of estrangement could not simply be erased. Sumi had always been somewhat awkward, fully aware of it herself. Her parents often reminded her that she need not be so reserved, that she could openly express her likes and dislikes. However, personality traits are not so easily altered. Just as Sumi's affection for Yan Shu would not simply fade with the passage of time, she quietly moved her pillow aside and murmured, "If Yan Shu confesses again, I suppose I'll agree." As she spoke, her delicate lips curved into a faint smile. So, should she agree? Who could blame her for loving Yan Shu so dearly? After waiting so many years, would it be too much to ask for him to confess once more? Chapter 31. Class Monitor, why didn't you call my name? Unfortunately, Yan Shu lacked the ability to read minds. Oblivious to the fact that he was mere moments away from a successful confession, the following morning, he ventured out unusually early. Clutching a bottle of strawberry milk he had purchased the day before as he awaited the elevator. He was also carrying a backpack. For today, they would be embarking on a summer trip with the school, and he needed to bring his belongings. Among them was the hastily penned love letter he had revised multiple times. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain whether to present it to Sumi. He recalled how pale her face had turned yesterday. What if he pushed too hard and overwhelmed her? Lost in thought, the door across from him swung open. Sumu, following closely behind Sumi, advised her not to overexert herself and to avoid any strenuous activities. Upon spotting Yan Shu, she paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "Good morning, Yan Shu." Yan Shu promptly straightened his posture. "Good morning, Annie." Sumi cast a glance at Yan Shu, feeling her cheeks flush, and quickly lowered her gaze. Meanwhile, Yan Shu engaged in small talk with Sumu. Aware that Yan Shu was waiting for Sumi, Sumu couldn't help but urge him to take good care of her, given her delicate health. Though she felt a tad uneasy, knowing that Yan Shu had seemed somewhat unreliable over the years, it was reassuring to have someone familiar watching over her daughter. Yan Shu appeared obedient in front of Sumu. "Don't worry, Auntie. I will take good care of Xiao Air Duo." Sumi could no longer bear it. "Mom, we're going to be late." Only then did Sumu refrain from further admonitions, pressing the elevator button for them. "You two take care and stay safe." They both nodded obediently. As the elevator doors closed, it was just the two of them inside, yet neither spoke. Yan Shu cautiously glanced at Sumi, then offered her the strawberry milk. "Have you had breakfast?" Sumi initially intended to decline, saying she had already eaten, but upon noticing the strawberry milk, she couldn't resist extending her hand to accept it. She had long since outgrown the dilemma of whether to accept a bottle of strawberry milk. However, this was from Yan Shu, and that made it special. Seeing her take the strawberry milk, Yan Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He reached for the heavy backpack slung over her shoulder. "It's quite heavy. Let me carry it for you." Sumi finally spoke up. "No, it's okay. It's a bit heavy, but I can manage. You're aware it's heavy, right? Be careful. If you carry too much, you won't grow taller," Yan Shu casually remarked. At a mere 162 centimeters, Sumi shot him an indignant look, her eyes ablaze with fire. In the northern regions, 162 is indeed considered below average, especially when standing in front of Yan Shu, who towered over her at over 180 centimeters. Sumi glared at Yan Shu. "Are you implying I'm short?" Yan Shu quickly replied, "No, it's just that women don't tend to be reasonable from a young age, right?" He genuinely didn't mean it that way, and knew that Sumi was one of those who had a late growth spurt. She had shot up from 162 to 168 in her senior year, yet her ideal height remained 170 as she wished to round it up nicely. Indeed, Sumi was a bit of a perfectionist. At that moment, Yan Shu wore an innocent expression. "I truly didn't mean it that way. You're quite adorable as you are." As he spoke, he playfully ruffled her hair. Ding! The elevator arrived. Sumi puffed out her cheeks and thrust her backpack into Yan Shu's hands before turning to exit. "Oomph. I hope you don't grow any taller," although he was already tall enough. Yet, Sumi was quite conscious of her height, especially in comparison to Jean Lily, who was exceptionally tall. Yan Shu's comment about not growing taller must have been a reflection of his own insecurities regarding his height. She was infuriated, feeling that she absolutely loathed Yan Shu. As Yan Shu carried her backpack, he remained unaware that within those fleeting moments, he had transformed in Sumi-er's mind from someone she would readily accept if he confessed again to the most detestable person in her life. He touched his nose and sighed, "Wait for me." Yan Shu ultimately rode his bike to school. Upon arrival at the school, there was no need to head to the classroom. Instead, the students gathered directly at the school gate. The class monitors held up signs, awaiting the arrival of their respective classes. Typically, 5 or 6 classes would embark together on such excursions. Yan Shu's class was situated adjacent to Jean Lily's, making an encounter inevitable. Jean Lily's gaze remained fixed on Yan Shu from the moment he appeared. She observed as he handed Sumi-er her backpack, only for Sumi-er to reach out and reclaim it. Yan Shu seemed to let out a sigh, murmuring something under his breath. His expression a blend of resignation and indulgence, entirely devoid of the demeanor he usually exhibited. It had only been a few days since she began pursuing Yan Shu, and their so-called dates were predominantly confined to the realm of gaming. Yes, still in a 4-person team. Yan Shu exhibited no interest in accompanying her to the cinema or for shopping. He perpetually wore an air of impatience and aloofness. Initially, Jean Lily had assumed this was his inherent nature, which just so happened to appeal to her. However, witnessing his demeanor towards Sumi-er ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. She began to question whether Yan Shu had merely toyed with her feelings previously, relishing in her embarrassment. Redirecting her gaze, she reassured herself there would be more opportunities. Yan Shu, reluctantly surrendering the backpack to Sumi-er, did not seem to mind being seen with her. In fact, he almost welcomed it. Yet, Sumi-er, being somewhat bashful, pressed her lips together and hoisted the backpack onto her own shoulders. Meanwhile, Chen Fong had already spotted them, calling out, "Mi-er, come take attendance." Sumi-er, serving as the vice class monitor, responded promptly and strode over. At that moment, Feng Zheng suddenly emerged from behind Yan Shu, cheekily exclaiming, "Oh dear, how tragic, left behind." Yan Shu swiftly grasped Feng Zheng by the neck. They were of similar height, and Feng Zheng found himself bending over in response, pleading, "Hey, Yan Ge, my mistake. Yan Ge, spare me." Yan Shu clicked his tongue softly. "So this is when your mouth started to be so cheeky, huh?" Feng Zheng, caught off guard, failed to comprehend. Yan Shu, however, continued to drag him towards the back of the classroom, passing by Jean Lily without sparing her a glance. Jean Lily bit down on her candy in frustration. Her fervent pursuit of Yan Shu had been quite the spectacle, and now a number of onlookers were whispering among themselves. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly her relationship with Yan Shu, and Sumi-er was mentioned as well. Jean Lily let out a breath. She would show them. Yan Shu could not possibly harbor feelings for Sumi-er. However, Yan Shu seemed utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. His focus solely on Sumi-er as she called out the names of their classmates. Eventually, she announced, "All present, we can board the bus now." At this juncture, Yan Shu interjected, "Hey, class monitor, why didn't you call my name?" Laughter erupted among several boys, teasing, "Yan Ge, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Ha ha ha. Just to mess with the class monitor." Yan Shu wore a smile, yet his tone remained innocent. "But you really didn't call my name?" Sumi-er's cheeks flushed as she glared at him. She blinked, then called out Yan Shu. "Yes, I'm here, class monitor." The laughter grew louder among their peers. Sumi-er bit her lip, gazing at Yan Shu, who continued to smile while fixating on her. A secret joy blossomed within her heart. Chapter 32. Do you still like me? Boys at this age could stir up endless ruckus, prompting curious glances from students in other classes. Yan Shu noticed that Sumi-er's face was nearly crimson. Just as he was about to speak up to quell the ruckus, their teacher Su and others approached. Since the entire class was departing together, 2 teachers supervised them. Yan Shu's class was fortunate to have both their homeroom teacher, Ms. Su, and a young, amiable physical education teacher, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, still smiling, inquired, "What all this commotion? Let me in on it." Feng Zheng, with a mischievous glance at Yan Shu, remarked, "Oh, they're asking about our Yan Ge." Yan Shu swiftly seized Feng Zheng by the neck again, retorting, "As if you're the only one with a mouth." Mr. Zhou playfully urged Yan Shu to share. "Come on, Yan Ge, tell us." It was a rare opportunity to enjoy a day out, and Ms. Su was not wearing a stern expression. All right, Chun Fong, Mir, is everyone present? Su Mir, blushing, handed over the attendance sheet, declaring, all here, Ms. Su. Chun Fong stifled a laugh, echoing, all present, teacher. Good, everyone, get on the bus, and we'll take attendance again once we're aboard. Understood, teacher. Lu, sit with me. Get lost. One by one, the students boarded the bus. Yan Shu caught Sumir's just as she glanced in his direction. He smiled and mouthed, will you sit with me? Sumir quickly averted her gaze. Yan Shu, in high spirits, interpreted her silence as acquiescence. He turned and boarded the bus, seeking a good seat. Chun Fong and Sumir were the last to enter, followed closely by the two teachers. Once inside, it appeared that all seats were taken at a glance, save for two vacant spots up front. Sumir immediately spotted Yan Shu, who was seated next to Feng Zheng, the latter reaching for something. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sumir's eyes. He had clearly said he would sit with her. Chun Fong glanced at the empty seats, asking, Mir, do you want the aisle or the window seat? Zhou Jiai, sitting in the second row, furrowed his brow, preparing to speak. Before he could, Feng Zheng exclaimed, no. Vice Monitor, that's my seat. Yours is over here. After the earlier uproar, Feng Zheng's shout incited another round of commotion on the bus. Yan Shu clicked his tongue. You lot should wrap it up. Haven't you had enough? Feng Zheng, clutching snacks, grinned. Exactly, still not done yet? With that, he ambled over. Yan Shu stood up, vacating the window seat, and watched as Sumir approached. Indeed, Sumir bit her lip, locking eyes with Yan Shu for a moment before resolutely carrying her backpack over. Amid the teasing of their classmates, her face grew increasingly red, yet her steps towards Yan Shu displayed no hesitation. Yan Shu's smile radiated brighter than ever. Sumir settled into the window seat, and once again, her backpack found its way into Yan Shu's hands. Instead of placing it in the overhead compartment, he sat on his lap. Ms. Su and Mr. Zhou boarded, calling out, all right, what is all this commotion about? Let us take attendance. First, why not put it up there? Sumir inquired, glancing at the backpack resting on his lap, noting that it was quite heavy. The journey would take 2 to 3 hours. Leaving it there would be quite tiring. Although she wasn't particularly keen on placing it above, holding it herself felt different than Yan Shu carrying it. Yan Shu replied without a second thought, I'll hold it. It's cleaner this way. Otherwise, you'll end up uncomfortable again. Sumir paused, studying Yan Shu. He turned to her, asking, what's wrong? Sumir slowly shook her head, nothing. Just sometimes I feel like you understand me very well. This was not merely Sumir making a bold statement. It genuinely felt that way. In various nuances, details that most overlooked, Yan Shu seemed to grasp, including some of her little habits. This sensation was, in fact, rather disconcerting, especially in connection with Yan Shu. Sumir was quite certain that their relationship over the past few years had indeed been rather ordinary. If there was anything exceptional about it, it was perhaps the fact that she had always been trailing in his wake. She was well acquainted with many of Yan Shu's habits, as her gaze had perpetually been fixed upon him. However, Yan Shu was different. He was the one being pursued, and thus his awareness of his own habits seemed rather peculiar. Yan Shu was taken aback by her remark, his hand clutching Sumir's backpack momentarily stiffening. This was merely a habit. Habits are curious phenomena. It was as if, despite Sumir's absence for 2 or 3 years, he still found himself purchasing her favorite desserts whenever he passed by the dessert shop they frequented, even when there would be no one to share them with upon his return. Yan Shu had never had a taste for sweets, yet after Sumir departed, he consumed every last morsel of the treats he bought for her. When cooking noodles, he would add a poached egg and luncheon meat, for she had claimed it was delicious. He would always wash the duvet separately from the pillowcases, as that was her preference. He left his left hand free, so he could hold hers at any moment. During business trips, he had to sit by the window. Otherwise, he would succumb to motion sickness. Though Sumir was gone, Yan Shu had unconsciously morphed into a reflection of her. It was as if she had never truly departed. Those little gestures and habits remained etched in his memory. Even after his rebirth, there was no sense of unfamiliarity. He continued to indulge in these seemingly trivial habits, yet Sumir noticed. Yan Shu smiled faintly, is that so? It's quite a strange feeling, she murmured, I've always sensed something odd. As the vehicle began to move, she continued, often. I feel as though I'm quite familiar with you. Not in terms of how long we've known each other, but sometimes you give me this bizarre yet unfamiliar impression. Sumir cast a bewildered glance at the boy beside her, her eyes brimming with confusion. Why did she feel this way? She should be well acquainted with Yan Shu. Yan Shu gazed into her eyes, which were now filled with uncertainty and a familiar intensity. Throughout their acquaintance, Sumir's focus on him had been unwavering, regardless of what he was engaged in. Even during their most intimate moments, her concentration never wavered, as if this were the only way to etch him into her heart. A sharp pang struck Yan Shu's heart. Perhaps there was something amiss with his own heart, for how could it ache so fiercely? He chuckled softly. Perhaps this is another facet of me that you have yet to discover? Sumir responded with a soft "oh," and then, do you still like me? Even if I am this way? Yan Shu suddenly inquired. The car was somewhat noisy, with others chatting and laughing, accompanied by the sound of the engine. Yet, Sumir could hear her own heartbeat quickening. Chapter 33. Does it feel like being caught in an affair? As her heart raced, Sumir heard her mind racing with a response. I do like you. As long as it was Yan Shu, she liked him. In truth, Sumir could not articulate why she was fond of Yan Shu. Perhaps it was simply because he had always been by her side throughout her life. She found it difficult to identify any moment when her heart would lose its rhythm around him. Owing to her frail health, those around her had always been protective, and Yan Shu was no exception. Although he might have seemed a bit awkward, he consistently shielded her. Over the years, Sumir had been aware of this. Yet she could not pinpoint when their relationship had transformed, nor could she ascertain the reasons behind it. Despite the tumultuous nature of their relationship, she had never regretted her feelings for Yan Shu. However, under his direct gaze and question, Sumir averted her eyes. She muttered softly, "Who likes you?" If only her words were more convincing without her blushing or avoiding his gaze. Yan Shu, hearing her words, merely smiled, his free hand reaching out to tousle her hair. How can you be so adorable? Sumir avoided looking at him, yet her head instinctively leaned into his palm. Yan Shu felt his heart melt. How could he not like her in this moment? Along the way, Sumir pulled out an earbud and glanced at Yan Shu, asking, "Are you listening to the English audio?" Although it was a question, she promptly inserted it into his ear. Yan Shu replied, "Aren't we supposed to be having fun? Why are you listening to English?" In truth, his English was quite proficient. He seized Sumir's hand, his tone exasperated yet amused. "You're quite ruthless. Even while we're out having fun." Sumir attempted to withdraw her hand in vain, her gaze flickering nervously around them, relieved that no one was paying them any mind, except for Zhang Xian, who was making faces at her from across the aisle. Sumir, blushing, insisted, "Let go of my hand." "Not a chance." Yan Shu, unabashed, held her hand upon his knee. "Stay still, if you don't move. I'll focus on the listening exercise." Sumir pursed her lips, thinking, why is he like this? They hadn't even established that kind of relationship yet. Yet here they were, holding hands. Nevertheless, her struggles gradually subsided. Lowering her gaze, she pressed the play button on her iPod. Yan Shu glanced at their intertwined hands. She had ceased to resist. The English words flowed into their ears, and Yan Shu was slightly taken aback as he looked at the girl beside him. She had closed her eyes, leaning against the seat, and he couldn't tell whether she was genuinely asleep or merely pretending. Yet the verses resonated within him, so familiar. "And the sunlight clasps the earth, and the moonbeams kiss the sea. What are all these kissings worth if thou kiss not me?" These lines were from Shelley's Love's Philosophy, Sumir's favorite poem from her past life. It dawned on him that she often listened to it during this time. Yan Shu gazed at her profile, longing to reach out and whisper, "I would only kiss you." The journey stretched over 2 hours, with the road remarkably clear. As they neared their destination, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Most passengers had succumbed to sleep. Yan Shu remained awake. As the English poetry continued to play in his earbuds, Sumir leaned against him, not quite on his shoulder, but rather nestled against his chest. He dared not move, fearing that this embrace might be an illusion, so he remained utterly still, even as one side of his body grew numb. He noticed Su Lauscher rising from her seat, prompting him to finally shift. Sumir, a light sleeper, opened her eyes the moment he stirred. Confusion etched on her face as she wondered how she had dozed off. Yet, the familiar scent wafted into her nostrils. Having spent so much time in the back seat of Yan Shu's car, she was intimately familiar with his scent. And in that moment, her bewilderment vanished completely. Quickly sitting up straight, she dared not meet Yan Shu's gaze. Had she truly fallen asleep in his embrace? Yan Shu shifted his numb body, while Teacher Su called out from the front, "All right, we're almost there, everyone wake up." One by one, students began to rouse. The sound of hushed conversations returning. Noticing her little ears turning crimson, Yan Shu feigned a sharp intake of breath. Indeed, the one who had previously avoided looking at him suddenly turned her head with concern, asking, "What's wrong?" Yan Shu pointed to the shoulder she had just leaned against. "It's gone numb." Sumi, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety, extended her hand but hesitated, unsure whether to touch him. "I'm sorry." Yan Shu took her hand and placed it on his shoulder, pressing down slightly. "It really is numb." Sumi felt the slenderness of his shoulder beneath her palm. Yet there was still a hint of muscular definition. She bit her lip and gently pressed, hearing Yan Shu inhale sharply, feeling a twinge of regret. "Why didn't you say anything?" Yan Shu merely smiled. "You were finally sleeping well. By the way, don't press any longer. Drink some water first. Your lips are dry." However, the hand Sumi had placed on him remained unmoved. Teacher Su continued, "In a bit, we'll head straight to lunch and then to K Mountain Park, with her south, an amusement park." As she spoke of the day's itinerary, her gaze swept over to Yan Shu and Sumi. Narrowing her eyes, she thought, "Are these two getting a bit too close?" As if sensing Teacher Su's scrutiny, Yan Shu suddenly looked up, meeting her contemplative gaze. His movement was rather conspicuous, prompting Sumi to also glance over, only to quickly retract her hand as if scalded. She wasn't afraid of Teacher Su discovering anything, but she was concerned about Teacher Su's potential disapproval of Yan Shu. She didn't wish for any negative perceptions to form. Seeing the distance between them increase, Teacher Su finally diverted her gaze and resumed discussing the day as plans. The other students were happily discussing the upcoming schedule. Yan Shu chuckled softly, lightly brushing his hand against Sumi. "Doesn't this look like we're caught in an affair?" Sumi's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at him incredulously. "Do you hear what you're saying?" Yan Shu retorted, "I was careless. I forgot I'm sitting next to my high school wife." Chapter 34. "Buddy, why not sit over there?" But it was all right. Yan Shu had thick skin, grinning brightly at the incredulous Sumi. The others were completely oblivious to his earlier words. Lacking his fortitude, Sumi decided to ignore him, reaching over to take the earplugs from his ears as they disembarked. The vehicle had indeed come to a stop, revealing a hotel outside. Presumably, the school had booked it, as no other vehicles were in sight. Other classes were beginning to disembark as well, and Teacher Su called for them to exit in an orderly fashion. "You can leave your backpacks on the bus. The driver will lock the doors." Yan Shu grasped Sumi's wrist, urging her to wait until others had exited first. Sumi instinctively flinched at his touch, yet Yan Shu did not release her hold. She felt a surge of anxiety. Anyone glancing in their direction would easily see their interaction. Nevertheless, Yan Shu showed no sign of letting go, thinking that his wife was currently frightened of him, and perhaps it was best to start with the most basic physical contact. Sumi glanced at him, and he looked back with an expression of innocence, showing no intention of relinquishing her hand. Deciding against further comment, she merely noted how the area where he touched her began to warm, a sensation spreading, causing her heartbeat to quicken. Sumi's long eyelashes fluttered, akin to a startled butterfly. Yan Shu watched as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue on her fair face. Even tinting her eyelashes with a layer of sunlight, she was truly beautiful. Zhang Xian observed their hands, wondering if they were being too blatant. Yet, she had to admit, they were quite a match. Clearing her throat softly, she urged me, let us go. If we don't hurry, more people will see." Upon hearing Zhang Xian's voice, Sumi startled and quickly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "Oh." Yan Shu sighed, standing up as well. Hesitating, Sumi asked, "Shall I help you carry that down?" It felt odd for everyone to leave their belongings on the bus, It would be even stranger for Yan Shu to carry hers. Sumia reached for her backpack, replying, "No, it's fine, just leave it." The backpack was placed by the window, and after a glance, Yan Shu nodded and stepped out first, with Sumi following closely behind. Zhang Xian then rose with Zhang Feifei, trailing behind Sumi as they exited. Zhang Feifei remarked, Xian, do you know what you resemble?" Zhang Xian queried, "What?" "A love security guard." Zhang Feifei's tone was both astonished and subdued, echoing what Zhang Xian had noted earlier. Sumi was quite different with Yan Shu, a fact evident to anyone familiar with her. Naturally, Zhang Feifei noticed this, which prompted her comment on Zhang Xian's behavior. Zhang Xian nodded, "Well, that is wonderful. If they get married, I can't be at the table." This was said in jest, but Sumi overheard, her ears flushing crimson as she turned to them. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yet her thoughts drifted to the idea of marriage. Her and Yan Shu? Will they truly marry? She glanced at Yan Shu's back, who had just exited the vehicle when Feng Zheng approached him, whispering something. Yan Shu playfully patted him on the shoulder. Afterward, Yan Shu turned to look back at the group, where Sumi was already standing with Zhang Xian and Zhang Feifei, seemingly engaged in conversation. Her face flushed. Teacher Su stood nearby, so Yan Shu dared not be too overt, following Feng Zheng into the hotel. Teacher Zhou was leading the way. Teacher Su's gaze swept over Yan Shu and Sumi and after years of teaching, she believed the feelings between these young students were glaringly evident. It was merely a matter of whether she was willing to confront it. Frowning slightly, she pondered how these two could possibly end up together. In truth, she should have been vigilant from the moment Sumi chose to sit beside Yan Shu. With a sigh, Teacher Su averted her gaze, deciding to address the matter later. Upon entering, the lobby was nearly filled to capacity. Chun Fong and several class leaders occupied 5 tables, which should suffice. Feng Zheng dragged Yan Shu towards the boys' side, clearly intending to share a table. Yet, Yan Shu hesitated, glancing at the sea of boys. What else would it be? The girls are all over there. Feng Zheng thought little of it and plopped down with Yan Shu. Sumi was similarly pulled by Zhang Xian and her friends to sit with the girls. Yan Shu withdrew his gaze, conceding to the arrangement. However, they soon realized their table was the last one and not completely filled. They were to share a table, which was the most exasperating part for Yan Shu. Sharing a table for a meal was one thing, but why did it have to be with Jean Lily's group? Jean Lily had already taken a seat nearby, and upon spotting Yan Shu's table, she stood and approached them. A few individuals who typically trailed behind her followed suit, while several classmates who had initially intended to join them took their seats. The situation surrounding Jean Lily's pursuit of Yan Shu was well known among them. Although it seemed to have quieted down of late, her current actions still incited a stir among the onlookers. Sumi glanced through the crowd towards Yan Shu, who was now adjacent to Jean Lily. Despite the presence of others on either side of him, Jean Lily cheerfully asked the boy next to her, "Could you please make some room? I wish to sit here." As the teachers entered through the door, they witnessed this unfolding scene. Chun Fong had already stood up, suggesting that if necessary, he could swap places with Yan Shu. Feng Zheng also cast his gaze towards Jean Lily. With a resigned sigh, Yan Shu placed a hand on the shoulder of his somewhat awkward companion. Rising to his feet, "If you truly wish to sit, then take this spot." He surveyed the room, and Chun Fong gestured, "Yingu, sit here." Su Laoshi, feeling a bit exasperated, approached. "No need for everyone to crowd. You can share a table." "Can't you?" She glanced over at the table occupied by the girls. "You all should join the girls' table. Mir, bring a few girls over to this side." Zhang Xian and Zhang Feifei pulled Su Mir up, declaring, "We'll sit there, teacher." 2 more girls, also class representatives, rose to join them. Jean Lily's expression soured, and the girls behind her exchanged awkward glances. Su Laoshi shot them a look. "Go on then." Jean Lily's homeroom teacher frowned. "Aren't you going over yet?" Given Jean Lily's previous antics, her teacher was somewhat weary of her. Ultimately, Jean Lily reluctantly made her way over. Yan Shu settled back in his seat and nudged his friend beside him. "Could you shift over a bit?" The boy beside him, with an expression of mixed emotions, sighed and moved to the other side. The newly vacated space was just enough for 5 girls to sit. Yan Shu watched as Su Mir approached. Chapter 35. Is he also paying attention to me? Although Su Mir was aware that their classmates were oblivious to the nature of her relationship with Yan Shu, she often sensed that Su Laosher's gaze bore deeper significance. Nevertheless, she took a seat beside Yan Shu, despite knowing that, had it not been for their teachers in Chunfang, she would not have allowed Jean Lily to occupy the space next to him. No way. Yan Shu had professed his affection for her, so he ought not to be so close with another girl, especially not his former girlfriend. Contemplating this, Su Mir's expression grew colder. With the teachers present, everyone refrained from making the same ruckus as before, speaking quietly amongst themselves. Teacher Zhou called for a few instructors to come over for lunch. It wasn't until all the teachers were seated together that conversation began. A boy chuckled. Yinggu, it seems Jean Lily is still unwilling to give you up. Many had overheard Yan Shu's prior rejection of Jean Lily in class, and he mused to himself about how adept his classmates were at steering the conversation, especially with a little refrigerator beside him. Feng Zheng couldn't help but chuckle at this irony. The boy beside Yan Shu, observing both him and Su Mir, seemed to discern something as he remarked, I was just contemplating whether to get up. If I do, it feels wrong, but if I don't, that doesn't feel right either. He deftly redirected the conversation. Yan Shu felt compelled to treat this friend to a meal, while he thought it best to distance himself from Feng Zheng, who was more of a frenemy than a true companion. Perhaps it was time to seek out a new friend altogether. The topic shifted thanks to the boy's interjection. Initially, the girls remained silent, but being classmates, they soon fell into conversation, all except for Su Mir, who maintained her stoic demeanor. Yan Shu shot her a glance and quietly asked, Are you feeling jealous? I don't get jealous. Su Mir's tone was curt, revealing her irritation. Yan Shu chuckled softly, finding her adorable. He nodded, All right, I understand. Reaching into his pocket, he produced a piece of candy, placing it gently in her palm. Here, something sweet. Su Mir paused, staring at the candy in her hand. Why do you carry candy with you? Well, to curb my smoking habit, Yan Shu replied with a gentle smile. I can't have you inhaling secondhand smoke. In his previous life, Yan Shu had indeed attempted to quit smoking. During his repeated studies, he had managed to abstain for a while. Yet, any smoker knows that while it may be easy to quit when the craving is light, resuming is all too simple. Being a doctor was truly exhausting. Yan Shu had forgotten when he had resumed smoking. Perhaps it was after a grueling day of performing surgeries from dawn until the early hours of the morning. Afterward, he had felt utterly drained, and when a fellow doctor offered him a cigarette, he succumbed. Su Mir had a heart condition, and he recognized that he should not smoke. Yet he was overwhelmed by fatigue. That evening, after showering, he returned home only to be met with Su Mir's embrace. You've been smoking, haven't you? Her voice was soft, tinged with concern. You must be so tired. On that occasion, Su Mir had not been as forceful about his smoking cessation as before. She simply stated, It's all right, if you're too tired, go ahead and smoke a couple. Yan Shu understood her tendency to be gentle with him. Afterward, he had not smoked much, but whenever she was away, he found it difficult to resist lighting up when feeling empty. Yet, he still maintained his routine of showering before returning home, fearing the lingering scent would distress her, even though she had long since departed. Now, as he gazed at her youthful, beautiful face, he said, You keep me in check. Su Mir looked at the candy in her palm, realizing how easily she could be appeased. A single phrase from Yan Shu had lifted her spirits. She managed to suppress the urge to smile, responding with a simple "oh." The frustration she had felt moments ago dissipated entirely. The hotel served the dishes promptly, though meals shared among a large group often lacked in taste. Yan Shu himself felt satisfactorily full. It seemed Su Mir had not eaten enough, as many of the dishes were not to her liking. Indeed, Su Mir was somewhat picky when it came to food, albeit in a subtle manner. Yan Shu sighed inwardly, contemplating getting her something to eat later. After lunch, there was little time to rest. The group was ushered onto the bus by the teachers. Yan Shu had no opportunity to buy Su Mir a snack. They arrived directly at a park featuring an amusement area that seemed rather dated, especially on a weekday with few visitors. Su Laosher and teacher Zhou took photos at the entrance and briefed everyone on safety protocols before instructing Chun Fong to distribute the tickets. You will be working in groups, free to form teams, preferably co-ed, and select a leader. Each group should comprise 6 to 8 individuals. As Su Laosher outlined the instructions, students began to form groups autonomously. Yan Shu, quick on the uptake, beckoned Feng Zheng and the boy beside him to join Su Mier and her 2 friends. Zhou Jiai approached Su Mier. "May I join your group?" Meanwhile, his deskmate called out to him, "Jiai, aren't you with us?" Yan Shu clicked his tongue as vice class leader. "We also wish to be in your group." Feng Zheng and the boy chimed in, "Only you, not us." Yet, the 2 of them remained considerate and refrained from speaking. Su Mier cast a glance at Zhou Jiai, whose somewhat embarrassed expression was quite evident. Zhou Jiai's gaze dimmed momentarily. After all, Su Mier's previous attitude had been unmistakably clear. Nevertheless, who could resist the charm of a beautiful and accomplished girl? He found himself contemplating another chance. The truth was, with Yan Shu present, it seemed Su Mier would never choose anyone else. He chuckled softly. "Well, it appears you have enough people here, so I shall join them." Nodding, he made his way toward his waiting deskmate. Su Mier glanced at Yan Shu. "I'll inform the teacher." Feng Zheng smiled. "All right, vice class leader." Cheeky as ever. Yan Shu playfully slapped him on the back, nearly causing him to choke. "Damn, you rascal." Su Mier felt a faint blush creep on her cheeks as she turned to find the teacher. Yan Shu glanced at a nearby convenience store. "I'll go buy something. Wait for me." And with that, he departed. Zhang Sheng looked at Yan Shu's retreating figure and then over to Class 9. Jean Lily had beckoned him to follow Yan Shu, but he felt too awkward and decided against it. When Su Mier returned, she held tickets in her hand, but Yan Shu was nowhere to be found. Instead, Feng Zheng and the others were engaged in conversation. "Where's Yan Shu?" She wondered aloud, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "He went to the convenience store," Feng Zheng pointed. Just then, they spotted Yan Shu emerging with a large bag. Was he preparing to buy snacks for the entire class? Zhang Xian exclaimed. However, when Yan Shu caught Su Mier's gaze, he smiled at her. Su Mier slowly blinked, feeling an inexplicable warmth. Was he perhaps buying treats for her? After all, he seemed to be paying attention to her. Chapter 36. Sometimes, a small misstep can lead to a lifetime of consequences. Su Mier's intuition was not misplaced. Yan Shu had indeed purchased such a large quantity of snacks for her. After all, Su teacher's scrutinizing gaze had been all too apparent moments ago. Yan Shu suspected she had discerned something, and although he was unafraid, he was concerned about the impact on Su Mier. Thus, he had bought an assortment. As Yan Shu approached, he glanced at Su Mier. "Have you got the tickets? Shall we head inside?" Other groups were already beginning to enter. Su Mier replied, "Oh, I got the tickets. Let us go." The group proceeded inside. The event had emerged in response to complaints from stressed students, and for the school. It was merely a means to confine them in a different location for some recreational activities before returning them. There were no stringent requirements, except that they had to gather at the entrance by 5:30 p.m. The park was currently under the school's management, so once they entered, they couldn't leave until the designated time. It was relatively safe, allowing the teachers to be less vigilant. Once inside, the others began discussing their plans. But Yan Shu suggested, "Why don't we find a spot to enjoy some snacks?" Feng Zheng, without a second thought, replied, "I'm quite full. Didn't we just eat?" Su Mier glanced at the large bag in Yan Shu's hands. He must be feeling quite exhausted from carrying it. Zhang Xian, noticing that Su Mier hadn't eaten much earlier, chimed in, "How about we find a place to sit for a bit? I'd hate to feel nauseous after just eating." The group agreed and sought a place to settle down. Zhang Feifei had brought a picnic blanket, and the group spread it out in the park before sitting down. Many others were doing the same. Yan Shu emptied the bag's contents and handed a bottle of strawberry milk to Su Mier. "This is the only brand available, not the one you usually have." Su Mier acknowledged with a soft "oh," noticing the red mark on Yan Shu's hand from the bag. She accepted the bottle, feeling that, although she hadn't taken a sip yet, it seemed to already possess a sweetness. Beside her, Feng Zheng mischievously offered a bottle of water. "Yan Ge, I want one too." While searching for Su Mier's favorite snacks, Yan Shu quipped, "Do you want me to slap you?" Feng Zheng quickly withdrew his hand. "No, thank you. That is not necessary." Laughter erupted among the others. Yan Shu chuckled as well, arranging the snacks he had bought for Su Mier in front of her, the rest merely being fillers. He turned to her, "Make sure to eat more. You barely had anything for lunch. Sumire nodded, her gaze falling upon the snacks, most of which were her favorites. A subtle smile graced her lips as she carefully placed them down. Thankfully, apart from Feng, Zheng teasing Yan Shu, no one else made a fuss. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, and they were contemplating how to keep entertained until 5. Zhang Feifei sighed, honestly, I don't enjoy amusement parks. We're no longer children. Plus, there's always the hassle of checking in our belongings. At that moment, Sumire spoke up. It's all right. You all go have fun. I'll keep an eye on the things. I can't participate. Her light-hearted tone, however, elicited an expression of regret on Zhang Feifei's face. She had forgotten about Sumire's delicate health. The activities Zhang Feifei found tiresome were precisely those Sumire could not partake in. I'm so sorry, Mir, Zhang Feifei murmured. What is there to apologize for? Sumire smiled. My health is my concern. You all go enjoy yourselves. Chung, feeling a bit awkward, added, but it wouldn't be right. You could still ride the carousel or something. Yan Shu shook his head at Sumire. No, someone needs to watch the things. You all go ahead. I genuinely don't mind. He smiled at them, making them feel even guiltier. A subtle ache lingered in Yan Shu's heart. Sumire had been born with a heart condition, and numerous examinations had concluded that surgery was not advisable. Yet, it was not entirely hopeless in her previous life. She had been on the verge of undergoing surgery. If only she had returned in time, she would have been able to have the procedure. However, during a study trip, she contracted a severe flu, and the situation turned critical, leading to the lockdown of the area they were in. They were trapped there, and as a result, they all became infected. Yan Shu and the others were frantic, but there was little they could do, separated by distance. The scheduled surgery could not proceed, and Sumire and her companions were confined for half a year. Although the flu was eventually brought under control, Sumire was unable to take many medications due to her heart condition. Even if she did, her body and heart might not withstand it. What Yan Shu awaited for half a year was a frail lover. Even before he met her, she had continuously assured him she was well. All her colleagues had conspired to keep her condition hidden. As Yan Shu recalled that image, his eyes grew moist. He averted his gaze, as if to mask his emotions, and popped a mint into his mouth. You all go ahead. I'll sit this one out. Sumire looked at him. Why aren't you joining us? Because your Yengu is too cool for childish activities. Feng Zheng and Chung gasped in disbelief. Sumire couldn't help but retort. I'm just a tad older than you. Hence, I shouldn't call you Ge. Yan Shu laughed, playfully ruffling her hair. But I'm taller than you. When we step outside, you'll definitely look younger than me. The atmosphere between the two became unbearable for Feng Zheng and the others, prompting them to rise from their seats. Well, we shall take our leave, Zhang Xian declared. We'll indulge for a while and return, allowing you two to explore. As she spoke, she cast Yan Shu an encouraging glance before pulling Zhang Feifei away. Yet, Yan Shu's spirits remained somewhat subdued. Despite the passage of time, he found himself reluctant to revisit the past. The piercing ache in his heart was simply too much to bear. Sumire, ever sensitive to Yan Shu's emotions, observed him with a slight frown. Why are your eyes so red? It's nothing. This mint candy is just a bit spicy, Yan Shu replied, shaking the wrapper of the mint candy in his hand. Sumire glanced at it, recalling it was a candy she had tasted before, and it was certainly not spicy. Though she thought this, she still lowered her gaze into the assortment of snacks before her, extracting a peach-flavored candy. She tore the wrapper and extended her small hand toward Yan Shu. Spit it out. Let us change the flavor. Yan Shu regarded her outstretched hand, bemused. You wanted to spit it into your hand? Isn't this person a bit of a germaphobe? Yet Sumire nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Yan Shu chuckled, clasping her soft hand in his throat moving as he swallowed the candy. Why are you so silly? Can't you use a tissue? I haven't tea. I've only kissed a little girl. Sumire blinked, as if realizing her own foolishness. She smirked slightly, attempting to retract her hand, but you still swallowed it. However, the grip on her hand seemed unyielding. Sumire widened her eyes, casting furtive glances around. What are you doing? What if the teacher sees us? Then we'll just admit that we're in a secret romance, Yan Shu replied cheekily. As expected, he noticed her face gradually flush. the rosy hue creeping down to her neck. How adorable, he thought, feeling the cool sweetness of the mint candy drying his throat, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Who has in a secret romance with you? Sumire retorted fiercely, her other hand roughly shoving the candy into his mouth. Let go. Her voice tinged with irritation. Though the candy was unwrapped, it was still encased in plastic, prompting Yan Shu to feign a gasp and cover his mouth with his hand. Sumire pulled her hand back but then looked at him with concern. Are you all right? Her gaze fell upon his mouth, and then she glanced at the candy wrapper in her hand. Is Yan Shu really that delicate? Yan Shu's expression remained pained as he provocatively stated, Could you check if I've cut my mouth? I sense a metallic taste. At his words, Sumire grew anxious. I'm sorry. Let me take a look without further thought. She leaned closer. Yan Shu, seizing the moment, swiftly lowered his hand and pressed a gentle kiss on her cheek. The motion was light and fleeting, so quick that Sumire barely registered what had transpired. The soft warmth of the contact reminded Yan Shu of her tangible existence. Softening his heart, he smiled at Sumire. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Her face, already flushed, was now a canvas of astonishment and bewilderment. Had Yan Shu just kissed her? The warmth of his lips lingered on her cheek as she instinctively covered her face with her hands. She leaned back, even scooting away a significant distance, yet never once considering to slap him. In truth, Yan Shu had braced himself for the possibility of being struck, not even contemplating evasion. However, he did not anticipate Sumire's reaction, like a startled snail, retreating without putting up a fight. Dumbfounded, he chuckled. He had witnessed her confront a rogue before and understood that her demeanor was merely a reflection of her feelings towards him. This realization only sparked a desire to engage in even bolder actions. Little ear, Yan Shu began, but Sumire, still covering her face, snapped in annoyance. Shut up. Yan Shu sighed in resignation. All right, we're in public now. Don't run away. I want to say another word. They each occupied their respective sides. Sumire burying her face in her knees, unwilling to meet Yan Shu's gaze, while he, on the other hand, never shifted his attention from her. Unbeknownst to them, not far away stood three girls. One of them cautiously glanced at Jean Lily. Lily, are we going over? Jean Lily's expression was inscrutable as she regarded the girl who spoke. What for? To witness their melodramatic romance? As she spoke, she cradled 2 cups of milk tea, turning away and tossing one into a nearby trash bin. She had just spent considerable time locating Yan Shu, only to find him leaning in to kiss Sumire. It was disheartening. She genuinely harbored feelings for Yan Shu, which was why she had been so tenacious. But it seemed he had suddenly changed, breaking up with her and now appearing to have feelings for Sumire. Jean Lily pondered whether she should attempt to win him back. Men's hearts were indeed capricious. The 2 girls exchanged glances, one of them speaking up, Lily, I actually think it's not easy to get to Yan Shu. Why not just threaten Sumire? She seems so fragile. Are you out of your mind? She has a heart condition. Who is responsible if something happens? Jean Lily's voice brimmed with impatience. What if she has a panic attack? Don't even think about it. If Jean Lily could manipulate Sumire, she wouldn't need their reminders. Though she found Sumire unappealing, she had always refrained from taking advantage of her physical vulnerabilities. The 2 girls murmured in agreement. They knew their classes were close. Thus they were aware of Sumire's frail health, but had never paid much attention to the reasons behind it. To their surprise, Jean Lily recalled it vividly. The girl who had spoken earlier chuckled. Lily, how do you remember that so clearly? Jean Lily rolled her eyes. I put in so much effort to pursue Yan Shu. Sumire is his childhood friend. Of course I'm well informed. Mentioning this made Jean Lily irritable. Enough about this. I'm leaving to have some fun. I'm so fed up. The trio swiftly made their way toward the amusement park. Meanwhile, Yan Shu remained fixated on the still embarrassed Sumire, who had resolutely avoided looking at him for half an hour. Yan Shu sighed. What will it take for you to look at me? I want tea. Sumire retorted sulkily. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with me? Yan Shu couldn't suppress his teasing nature. I haven't done anything. Haven't I often kissed you before? You. Sumire couldn't help but glare at him. That was before I turned 3, before kindergarten. Their intimacy had waned once they began attending school together. As this realization struck her, Sumire shot Yan Shu another glare. Yet, he continued to beam with delight. See, You're looking at me now. However, he dared not mention it further, fearing she would once again retreat into her shell. He chuckled. I've already apologized. If worst comes to worst, I'll just kiss you back. At this, Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su-mi never anticipated that his audacity could be so brazen. Yet, she seemed somewhat helpless. She had never intended to confront Yan Shu, nor did she possess any means to do so. It was quite evident that ever since Yan Shu confessed his affection for her, he had begun to make attempts to engage with her. This engagement manifested both physically and verbally. However, he had yet to declare his feelings again. Thus, it was clear that Yan Shu was merely toying with her. After arriving at this conclusion, Su-mi's tone turned somewhat sharp. Is this how you treat other girls as well? She questioned, her voice edged with indignation. Yan Shu quickly retorted, I haven't tea. You are the only girl I've kissed. Chapter 38. Yan Shu, why are you lying? Yan Shu spoke these words with not an ounce of guilt, for they were indeed the truth. What was there to feel guilty about? He gazed at Su-mi earnestly, asserting, in fact, you could say that you are my first kiss, as you often kissed me when we were children. Shouldn't you take responsibility for that? The more he contemplated, the more reasonable his argument appeared. After all, there were distinctions between genders, and was that not a cause for accountability? Su-mi was taken aback by Yan Shu's shamelessness and his audacity to speak so boldly. Then why don't you take responsibility for me? You kissed me when we were little. At that time, how old were they? Children kissing each other on the cheeks was perfectly normal. Yet somehow, in Yan Shu's words, it felt akin to him being a rogue. Su-mi was left astounded. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she sensed something amiss. Yet it was too late. Yan Shu, with a smile, proclaimed, All right, I'll take responsibility, but I fear you may not want that. Su-mi's cheeks, already flushed, grew even redder at his remarks. She glared at him, feeling as though she had been ensnared in a trap. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. There was no right way to articulate her thoughts. But still, he had properly confessed. Yan Shu merely observed Su-mi, awaiting her response. However, before she could reply, a sudden scream pierced through the air, Yao Yao. Both Yan Shu and Su-mi turned to see a girl on the ground convulsing, with two others nearby, seemingly attempting to reach out to her. Instinctively driven by a deep-seated reflex, Yan Shu swiftly rose and dashed over. Su-mi followed suit. The park was spacious, yet numerous classes had gathered, and many were already approaching due to the girl's screams. Yan Shu pushed through the whispering crowd and immediately spotted the girl lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, her jaw clenched, and her limbs trembling violently. It was epilepsy. At that moment, two boys crouched down, ready to touch the girl. Yan Shu's voice turned stern. Do not touch her. The greatest danger lay in someone forcibly pressing on the limbs of an epileptic patient during a seizure, as this could easily lead to fractures. Some might even press the philtrum upon witnessing the patient's brief unconsciousness, all of which were incorrect actions. Yan Shu quickly knelt beside the girl, gently positioned her flat on the ground, and since she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, there was no need to unbutton her collar or sleeves. He supported her head and body to one side, allowing saliva and vomit to flow out. Then he looked around, asking, who has a handkerchief or something similar? Su-mi jogged over, extending a small handkerchief to him, a habit she had developed of carrying one. Yan Shu placed the handkerchief in the girl's mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue. As her convulsions gradually slowed and eventually ceased, he slowly turned her onto her side, awaiting her awakening. An ambulance had already been called, and soon the teachers arrived. The surrounding voices buzzed with speculation. Yet Su-mi's gaze remained fixed on Yan Shu. During this ordeal, his hands were steady, his movements swift and unflustered, even imparting to her a sense of familiarity. This side of Yan Shu felt strangely unfamiliar to Su-mi, evoking a peculiar sensation once more. The teachers quickly approached, noticing Yan Shu crouched beside the girl, looking somewhat tense. You all, keep your distance, one admonished. Yan Shu stood up, pulling Su-mi to the side. The ambulance arrived promptly, and the girl had already regained consciousness. Nevertheless, she was escorted onto the ambulance by her class teacher. The doctor remarked, Your school's teachers are quite professional. This was handled very well and promptly. Sumi-er and her classmates who had witnessed Yan Shu's adept handling of the situation turned their gazes toward him. Yan Shu remained composed, his expression calm, as if he had seen it all on television. Sumi-er sensed he was lying, despite his tranquil demeanor. She could feel the dishonesty radiating from him. Before long, the ambulance departed, and the teacher instructed them to go and enjoy themselves. Gradually, people dispersed. Yan Shu exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful that no one pressed him with questions. His actions had been purely instinctive. Perhaps he was just a tad too skilled, but surely no one had noticed. Teacher Zhou and Teacher Su approached them, praising Yan Shu. Then Teacher Su inquired, "Where are your teammates? Why are just the two of you here?" Su spoke up, "They want to play, and I'm watching their bags for them," while Yan Shu was just asking me questions. Yan Shu shot her a glance, realizing she was continually aiding his image. Teacher Su's expression softened slightly. Teacher Zhou cheerfully suggested, "How about you two join us for a while?" The teachers had only rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Yan Shu quickly interjected, "Teachers, let us not. It's rare for us to be out having fun. Facing teachers is quite the tragedy." Teacher Zhou chuckled, "You little rascal." Sumi-er hastily added, "We're still watching the bags for others, so we'll just wait here for them and not disturb you." Teacher Su scrutinized them thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. "Very well. If anything arises, seek out the teachers and do not act impulsively." This remark was directed at Yan Shu's recent actions. Hearing this was somewhat uncomfortable. Teacher Zhou quickly clarified, "Your teachers worry that you might not know what to do. It will be quite troublesome if something were to happen to that student. Well, if you have any issues, approach the teachers." Though the explanation was vague, both Yan Shu and Sumi-er comprehended its meaning. Today had indeed been fortunate. The girl was unharmed, and Yan Shu's techniques were quite practiced. Had anything gone awry, Yan Shu would likely have borne the brunt of the blame. Their concerns were ultimately for their well-being. Yan Shu and Sumi-er obediently nodded. After Teacher Su offered a few more instructions, she turned to leave. Yan Shu glanced at Sumi-er, suggesting, "Shall we head back? You can explain the questions to me?" His words carried a hint of levity, teasing her with her earlier remarks. However, Sumi-er did not laugh. Instead, she furrowed her brow, gazing earnestly at Yan Shu. Yan Shu remarked, "I'm quite handsome, yet your stare is making me a bit uneasy." He was primarily unsure why he felt a twinge of guilt. To his surprise, Sumi-er directly asked, "Yan Shu, why did you lie just now? Your actions were far too practiced, as if you had done it many times before. It can't possibly be your first time." Yan Shu's heart sank. How could he explain this? It seemed that as long as Sumi-er was present, she could easily discern his discrepancies. In this moment of uncertainty, one cannot discern whether to feel joy or confusion. Yan Shu gazed at Sumi-er and inquired, "What do you think is happening with me?" Chapter 39 reveals that it is my desire to attend the same school as you. Sumi-er was taken aback by the manner in which he redirected the question. How could she possibly know what was amiss? After all, her inquiry stemmed from her own ignorance. She regarded Yan Shu with an earnest expression, recognizing the familiar features and smile that had the power to momentarily engulf her in a haze of tenderness. "Yan Shu, something feels off," she whispered, yet she could not articulate precisely what that was. Yan Shu, however, was aware that she would likely be unable to fathom the truth. After all, how could one guess at the concept of reincarnation in reality? It would require an extraordinary imagination. In a novel, your situation seems akin to a journey through time or reincarnation, Sumi-er remarked, inadvertently interrupting Yan Shu's thoughts. He stared at her, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stammered, "Wait, you still read novels?" Sumi-er, puzzled, replied, "Why shouldn't I? Is it strange to read?" "No, I mean, what kind of novels do you read?" "Those about reincarnation and time travel." Yan Shu cleared his throat, attempting to maintain a facade of composure. Sumi-er exclaimed, "It's one introduced by Zhang Xian and the others, written by an author named Spicy Rabbit Head with a dash of sugar. They are quite captivating. Many in our class are reading them." She nodded affirmatively, then added, slightly embarrassed, "I don't read them every day, just occasionally during breaks." As she spoke, Sumi-er scrutinized Yan Shu, "But that's not the point. Why do you seem a bit anxious?" Yan Shu chuckled softly. "It's not anxiety. It's just that your imagination seems rather expansive. Reality isn't like a novel. There aren't that many instances of reincarnation or time travel. Sumir fell into silence, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, the realms of fiction and reality could not be equated. Unbeknownst to her, she was perilously close to the truth. Yan Shu recognized that he had to concoct a plausible excuse. Finally, he spoke. The reason I seem familiar is that I have a keen interest in medicine. Otherwise, you would have noticed that I've been studying diligently lately. It's because I have a goal. He mentally congratulated himself, believing this explanation to be quite reasonable. However, Sumir looked at him with surprise and disappointment, saying, I thought you were studying hard for my reward. But it turns out you found a goal. With a sigh of relief, she added, that's quite good. Having a goal is beneficial. Yan Shu sensed the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes and wondered if he had overlooked something. But before he could analyze it further, Sumir asked, do you want to become a doctor in the future? Yan Shu, feeling a twinge of caution, did not respond immediately. Instead, he countered, what do you wish to study? I don't know. I haven't decided yet, Sumir replied obediently. Yet, Yan Shu felt a wave of relief mingled with concern. Was it true that in the previous life, Sumir had chosen to study medicine because of him? But this time, that could not be, as her health was not suited for the profession. Yan Shu spoke softly. There's no rush. You still have time to think it over. If you pursue medicine, Sumir interjected, her eyes suddenly brightening. But Yan Shu's expression soured. No, my desire to study medicine has nothing to do with you. His voice was stern due to his nervousness. Sumir's face fell, revealing the hurt she felt. In truth, Yan Shu would not have mentioned his aspiration to study medicine if he hadn't been startled by Sumir's comment about reincarnation. He was afraid that she might once again choose to pursue medicine because of him. Sumir's expression darkened. She realized she had misread the situation. Believing his recent demeanor and ambiguous words meant he wanted to study medicine alongside her. She knew he had always disliked attending the same school as her. With a cold demeanor, Sumir stood up, her voice equally frigid. I was joking. You don't need to be so tense. However, Yan Shu noticed the slight redness in her eyes. Her fair skin made the flush all the more apparent. Yan Shu quickly rose, his tone filled with apology. That's not what I meant. I just don't want you to choose a profession you dislike because of me. Yet at that moment, Sumir was overwhelmed with embarrassment and disappointment, and when she saw Yan Shu extend his hand toward her, she instinctively stepped back, avoiding his touch. I understand, she murmured. Her gaze lowered, saying she understood, but Yan Shu knew she was misinterpreting his intentions. He was well aware of one undeniable truth. Misunderstandings should never be addressed in haste. It was best to let her calm down. The unfortunate outcome of this cooling-off period could result in her seeking solace in someone else. The trials and tribulations of experience. Thus, Yan Shu took a step forward, grasping her wrist, his voice laced with exasperation and indulgence. You think you know something, but you're probably just overthinking it. I wish to attend the same school as you. But more importantly, I want you to find a field you're passionate about. Sumir was momentarily taken aback by the tone of indulgence in his voice, casting a hesitant glance at him. This unfamiliar side of Yan Shu stirred something within her, causing her heart to race. Moreover, pursuing medicine is arduous, and given your health, I genuinely feel that I would be reluctant to see you struggle. Yan Shu's hand slid down from her wrist to clasp her hand, his tone earnest. If you genuinely wish to attend the same university as me, when you discover what you love, I can choose a similar field. Yan Shu spoke sincerely. He indeed held a fondness for medicine, having snatched many lives from the clutches of death. Yet, in comparison to Sumir, his preferences paled in significance. All that mattered was Sumir's sentiments. With her hand clasped in his, Sumir instinctively stirred, her voice low as she retorted, I have no desire to attend the same school as you. Yan Shu smiled. No, it is I who wishes to attend the same school as you. The melancholy that had previously enveloped Sumir's heart began to lift, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upward. Yan Shu noticed this change, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. While she may be proud, she was also easily appeased. He tugged on her hand, playfully shaking it. Are you no longer upset? I am not angry. Su Mier protested, her embarrassment evident as she shot him a glare. Yet, meeting his playful gaze caused her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. She was, after all, still a young girl. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor, she realized she had indeed been unjustly irritable. With a slight pout, she murmured, "I'm sorry." In truth, Yan Shu's words were not without merit. Her health was indeed poor, and the life of a doctor would likely be quite taxing. Su Mier's expression dimmed, as she often felt that she could never quite keep pace with Yan Shu. Chapter 40. Do you have someone you like? Yes. Yan Shu gently squeezed Su Mier's hand. Don't overthink it. For now, just focus on your studies. There's still time. The remark was made with the intention of lifting her spirits, having perceived her despondency. However, upon hearing his words, Su Mier hesitated, casting a glance at him. Yan Shu chuckled. The damage is minimal, but the implications are quite strong. He had momentarily forgotten his current academic performance was lacking. Making such comments to someone who consistently ranked first, like Su Mier, rather inappropriate. Su Mier clearly wished to express something, yet was apprehensive about hurting Yan Shu's pride. Thus she refrained from speaking. Consequently, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. However, it was not long before Zhang Xian and the others approached from the other side, allowing Su Mier to discreetly withdraw her hand. This time, Yan Shu did not insist on holding it any longer. Upon seeing Su Mier standing there unharmed, Zhang Xian and the group sighed in relief. Feng Zheng, known for his forthright nature, remarked that he had overheard someone mention an incident involving a girl that required an ambulance, causing them great concern, particularly for Su Mier, who was frail. They had lost their appetite for amusement and returned immediately. Yan Shu rolled his eyes and suggested that perhaps Feng Zheng should refrain from speaking. Cheng Su nodded in agreement. Su Mier smiled, expressing her gratitude, assuring them that she was fine, explaining that the incident involved a girl who seemed to be having an epileptic seizure, as confirmed by the doctors. Only then did they truly relax. Zhang Feifei scrutinized Su Mier's complexion and suddenly inquired whether she was feeling unwell, noting her pallor. All eyes turned to Su Mier, who touched her face and replied, "No, I'm fine." Yan Shu furrowed his brow slightly, aware that while she had not explicitly stated it, she was clearly affected by his earlier words. Although she had offered an explanation, he sighed inwardly, realizing that Su Mier was overly sensitive and likely still troubled by it. Once the group returned, their interest in continuing the festivities had waned. Feng Zheng took out a deck of playing cards from his backpack, suggesting they play a game. Perhaps 3 Kingdoms Kill or Werewolf. As he rummaged through his bag, he sighed, remarking that there was nothing particularly enjoyable about their previous outing, as they had merely stood in line. He also mentioned a game of Truth or Dare, asking if they would like to play. The group, indeed lacking enthusiasm for the amusement park, decided to sit down in a circle, gazing at the board game in Feng Zheng's hands. Yan Shu commented on how well prepared he was, to which Feng Zheng proudly asserted, "Otherwise, what would we do? Just stare at each other." They began with Werewolf. But after a few rounds, Yan Shu cheerfully declared he was done, his gaze landing on the somewhat guilty-looking Su Mier, lamenting the lack of game experience. Regardless of her role, she was always the first to be eliminated, often at the hands of the leader, Little Ear. Feng Zheng, relishing the chaos, eagerly participated. "Isn't this blatant revenge?" he teased, while Su Mier appeared increasingly flustered, casting furtive glances at Yan Shu, fearful of his displeasure. Cheng Su commented that, with their small group, Werewolf lacked excitement. The others nodded in agreement, and Zhang Xian, quick to act, suggested they play Truth or Dare, eyeing Su Mier and Yan Shu with a sly look, having sensed the tension between them earlier. However, at that moment, everyone had been preoccupied with Su Mier's well-being, making it awkward to inquire further. Yan Shu caught Zhang Xian's mischievous gaze, but chose not to respond, instead asking Su Mier if she wanted to play. Although she was hesitant, fearing her luck would be poor, she did not wish to dampen the group's spirits and eventually nodded, conceding, "All right." Zhang Feifei then chimed in, "Let us stick to just Truth. No dares. We can't have anyone jumping into the lake." She laughed, and they agreed, emphasizing that all truths would be acceptable. Feng Zheng retrieved the shuffle cards and asked if they could proceed with the game. As he spoke to Cheng Su, he sent him to buy some cola. Chung Su stood up with a smile and headed toward the convenience store. Zhang Xian pointed out the drinks they had purchased earlier, but Feng Zheng insisted. It's not the same. Cola causes bloating, and water doesn't tea have that effect. Noticing Su Mier's worried frown, Yan Shu leaned closer and whispered, "Don't worry. I'll drink it for you." Su Mier felt his breath brush against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. She playfully replied, "I might not necessarily lose." Yan Shu merely smiled in response. Initially, both Su Mier and Yan Shu enjoyed a streak of good fortune, winning several rounds together. Chung Su's girlfriend was from a prestigious school, and Feng Zhang's first crush from the second year of middle school was revealed. Zhang Feifei, on the other hand, was currently harboring a crush on a boy from their class. The group chuckled but refrained from probing further, sensing her reluctance to discuss it. Feng Zheng eyed Yan Shu with amusement, noting, "You and the assistant class leader are quite lucky." Yan Shu nodded absolutely. Su Mier began to feel an ominous premonition. As anticipated, in the next round, she drew the smallest card, while Chung Su drew the largest. Chung Su hesitated, as he was not well acquainted with Su Mier. Nevertheless, the other's eyes lit up with curiosity, eagerly urging him to proceed. "Come on, don't hold back. Ask us what we want to know." Su Mier, already anxious, felt even more pressure under their intense scrutiny. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she gazed at Chung Su. He swore his loyalty to his girlfriend. But it was undeniable that Su Mier was undeniably attractive, which often softened the hearts of boys, even in this instance. Despite knowing what Feng Zheng and the others were eager to hear, when faced with Su Mier's enchanting gaze, he ultimately asked, "Do you have someone you like?" How to respond to such a question? It felt nearly as if the inquiry had been rendered moot. Nevertheless, it was indeed a question that skirted the edge of what they truly wished to know. The group collectively scoffed. Even Yan Shu emitted a soft TSK. Was Chung Su even competent enough to handle this? Despite his verbal reassurances to Su Mier to remain unafraid, he surely harbored some anticipation within. Su Mier caught Yan Shu's disapproving glance and turned her face toward him, realizing he was not as earnest as he pretended. Yan Shu flashed her an innocent smile, indicating that he was not involved in this matter. Although the question posed by the group was evident to all, it still made Su Mier feel a bit shy. However, she softly admitted yes. Chapter 41. Call me Brother Yan, and if you do, I won't ask anymore. The others erupted in playful oohs, and Zhang Feifei hastily gathered the cards, urging, "Quickly, next round." They all hoped for another chance with Su Mier, but they were determined that the questioner should not be Chung Su, as he was clearly unfit for the task. Perhaps their evident anticipation was too palpable. For in the next round, Su Mier again drew the smallest card, and the questioner this time was Yan Shu. "Oh!" Feng Zheng instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to Yan Shu. "Brother Yan." Su Mier followed suit, looking toward him as well. Yan Shu held the small joker, while Su Mier had the three of spades. As he beheld Su Mier's lovely face and her big, glistening eyes, he could empathize with Chung Su's earlier reluctance. Ignoring the teasing from the others, he declared, "Call me Brother Yan, and if you do, I won't ask anymore. Otherwise, my questions might become rather challenging." "Wait, how can you be so shameless?" Feng Zheng exclaimed, incredulous. "I thought this was supposed to be about truth." "Exactly. Brother Yan, how can you twist it like that?" Zhang Feifei, somewhat disgruntled, exclaimed her desire to pose a question, although addressing Yan Gu as such was undeniably sweet. Zhang Xian, with a hint of excitement, pinched Zhang Feifei's cheek while exclaiming, "Actually, that works too. I have a feeling Mier will choose truth. After all, it is well known that Su Mier is rather bashful." Meanwhile, the program observed Su Mier's face gradually reddening, feeling they had gleaned a valuable lesson. Next time they went out with their girlfriend, they could tease her a bit. Truly, Yan Gu was remarkable. Su Mier's cheeks were indeed flushed, and while she could hear the voices of her classmates, they were not entirely clear. What resonated more vividly was the sound of her own heartbeat. Her gaze remained fixated on Yan Shu without a moment's pause. She firmly believed that Yan Shu would honor his word. Perhaps the questions she refrained from asking were indeed those she could not answer herself. But to call him Yan Gu in front of so many people? Although she had heard Feng Zheng and others address him that way, it felt peculiar. After all, Sumier was older than Yan Shu. There was a time when he even referred to her as sister. When had she ever called him brother? Yan Shu discerned the hesitation and defiance in Sumier's eyes, finding it amusing. He urged, "Come on, time waits for no one. If you don't ask, I'll inquire about your favorite." Before he could finish, Sumier, somewhat flustered, interjected, "I'll ask." Her face, already reddened by embarrassment, appeared particularly pitiful, with tears glistening in her eyes. Yan Shu's fingers brushed the cards, feeling the urge to abandon the game. Yet he hesitated. However, Sumier had already reached for the cola, declaring, "I'll choose the third option, drink cola." The eager crowd gasped in anticipation. Feng Zheng, filled with regret, lamented, "Had I known, I wouldn't have bought the cola." Sumier had already seized the cold beverage, which was typical in the warm weather, as everyone was accustomed to purchasing chilled drinks. However, Sumier wasn't particularly fond of icy beverages. Yet, no one seemed to notice. She remained undeterred and promptly opened the tab on the cola can as others began to gather the cards. Yan Shu sighed at the sight of the can being opened, reached out, and took the cola from her hand. The icy can pressed against his palm, and he knew she shouldn't drink it. Zhang Xian observed their subtle exchange, and, seeing Yan Shu tilt his head back to gulp the cola, playfully teased, "So, Yingge, why the need?" Feng Zheng turned to him, quietly commenting, using the cola to trick her. "Huh?" Unfazed by the teasing, Yan Shu replied, "So what if I did?" Laughter erupted among the group. Only Sumier watched him as he drank the cola, the sun shining brightly, seemingly enveloping Yan Shu in its warm embrace. The movement of his Adam's apple, the carefree smile gracing his lips, and the other hand offering her strawberry-flavored candy were all captivating, though the candy remained unopened. Sumier could already sense the mingling scents of strawberry and cola, one sweet, the other refreshing, yet unexpectedly pleasant. Her fingers curled slightly before she reached for the strawberry candy he had extended. Feng Zheng and the others urged her, "Come on, down in one go." Yan Shu exclaimed in surprise, You better hold on." "Feng Zheng, just wait for me," he said, finishing the last gulp of cola, feeling as though the candy he had offered had finally been taken. Her hand, warm in the pleasant weather, lightly brushed his palm. Yan Shu burped from the cola, realizing how cruel this group was. Now, his throat and stomach felt chilled. Thankfully, he and T let Sumier have a sip, as he initially considered taking advantage of the situation. If she drank first, he could follow suit, creating an indirect kiss. But he hesitated. It was simply too cold. Yan Shu felt the emptiness in his palm. Turning his gaze, he saw Sumier, her eyes lowered as she unwrapped the candy in her hand. He chuckled softly, teasingly calling her little heartless. He then noticed her long eyelashes fluttering as she looked up at him, extending a different candy, one with an orange flavor. Yan Shu was momentarily taken aback, but still reached out to accept it, although he had just finished the cola and was not in the mood for candy. This was a gift from Sumier. He didn't want to refuse her, even for a mere piece of candy. The mingling flavors of the orange candy and cola created an unexpected sensation. As for a fleeting moment, he felt as though he was drinking cola, but rather orange soda, perfect for summer. Suddenly, Yan Shu found the cola quite palatable. The next round commenced. In Sumier's silent prayers, she was relieved that the wheel of fortune did not land on her this time. She continued to listen as Feng Zheng was mercilessly targeted by the luck of Yan Shu, even revealing that he had wet the bed at the age of 7. Feng Zheng grumbled while Yan Shu chuckled with delight. However, it seemed fortune could no longer bear to watch. The next question shifted to Feng Zheng inquiring about Yan Shu. With a radiant smile, he teased, "Yingge, it's your turn." This marked the first time Yan Shu found himself in a hot seat. And the questioner was none other than Feng Zheng. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he warily eyed Feng Zheng. "Make sure to ask appropriately, and remember there are girls present." Feng Zheng retorted, "When you asked me about wetting the bed, did you consider that there were girls around?" Yan Shu chuckled, "Well, if you asked that, I could also respond." "I won't," Feng Zheng quipped mischievously, his gaze darting between Yan Shu and Sumier, and in that moment, Yan Shu felt an overwhelming urge to smack him. He shot Feng Zheng a warning glance. Yet, Feng Zheng seemed intentionally indifferent, chuckling, Hey everyone. Do you have someone you like? Chapter 42. You wouldn't understand, would you? This is called flirtation. The question nearly made Yan Shu burst into laughter. This kid had some cleverness to him. He glanced at Sumi-er and smiled, yes. The others exchanged knowing glances, and Sumi-er's heart raced. That fleeting glance Yan Shu had cast upon her, combined with the presence of the others, eliminated any possibility of it being anyone but her. The thought sent her heartbeat into a frenzy. Yan Shu, observing Feng Zheng and the others, anticipated their next inquiries, believing he could seamlessly reveal his own feelings. After all, in the realm of truth, sharing honest sentiments could hardly be wrong, right? Yan Shu's mind was abuzz with calculations. Unfortunately, cooperation was necessary. Zhang Fei and the others indeed wished to press further, but were thwarted by the mischievous Feng Zheng. Yan Ge just lost a round. That is one question. At that moment, Yan Shu wished to toss him into the nearby artificial lake. The audacity of that kid was evident. Taking a deep breath, Yan Shu forced a smile through clenched teeth. All right, just you wait. Alas, throughout the remainder of the game, neither Yan Shu nor Feng Zheng found the opportunity to confront one another. Despite his desire for another loss, Yan Shu's luck was astonishingly favorable. He never faltered. With only a few participants, everyone soon grew weary of the game. Ultimately, they settled into casual conversation. Yan Shu, having indulged in a cola, felt an uncomfortable fullness and stood to take a stroll. He spotted Jean Lily in the distance, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Zhang Sheng was also present. It seemed someone had noticed him, as Jean Lily quickly turned her gaze in his direction. Yan Shu's expression was devoid of emotion, and his heart remained tranquil. The matter concerning Jean Lily felt like a distant memory to him. He had once harbored no affection for her, and dragging her along had indeed been inappropriate. Yet she had not behaved particularly well either. Thus, he felt no sense of guilt or indebtedness. He averted his gaze and returned to take a seat beside Sumi-er. The already assembled class began to gather, and several students tidied up their belongings, collecting their litter. Zhang Fei was still inquiring. Everyone is going to the temple fair tonight, right? There's a famous street for the fair nearby. Yan Shu could discern that Sumi-er was keen on attending, although there were many activities they could not partake in. The culinary offerings remained enticing. However, Sumi-er expressed her concerns, but the teachers might not let us go, right? They should, considering the previous cohort was allowed. We just need to return by the designated time. Let's see. I suspect the boys in our class will also inquire with the teachers. Indeed, on the bus back to the hotel, someone approached Teacher Su with a question. In truth, Teacher Su was somewhat apprehensive about safety and appeared reluctant to consent. Nonetheless, Teacher Zhou interjected, advocating for their independence, stating they were of an age where group outings, as in the afternoon, would suffice as long as they returned by the agreed time. Observing the eager expressions on their faces, Teacher Su relented. Gather in the hotel lobby at 9:30. No, teacher. It should be 10:30. There are fireworks at 10. Chun Fong interjected amidst the collective gaze of his peers. With his lead, others soon followed suit. Ultimately, Teacher Su, besieged by their insistence, acquiesced. Sumi-er, buoyed by her classmates' cheers, wore a brighter smile. Yan Shu turned to look at her, unable to suppress a smile of his own. Regardless of her age, Sumi-er had always relished strolling through night markets and snack streets. It was true that she had a hearty appetite, yet her discerning palate and inability to gain weight, coupled with her aloof exterior, created a curious contrast. In their past lives, she had often lamented to Yan Shu about how unfamiliar diners assumed she would eat little, leading her to shy away from indulging. Yan Shu had laughed then. Just eat your fill. Why concern yourself with others' perceptions? The proud little girl had playfully nudged him. I worry it might make them uncomfortable. A true little hedgehog with a tender heart hidden beneath her prickly demeanor. As Sumi-er sensed his gaze upon her, she turned to meet it. What are you looking at? Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Shu replied, looking at you. Sumi-er, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. How could he speak so unabashedly? Yan Shu noticed her expressionless face, her ears tinged with crimson as she retrieved her earplugs and inserted them into his ears. The familiar English flowing forth once more. The little girl, now equipped with her earphones, turned to gaze out the window. They were now each listening to the same English poem. The dusk had settled outside, streetlights flickering to life. Yan Shu caught a glimpse of his own faint reflection in the glass, aware that Su Mi was likely observing it too, though she would probably never confess it. In that moment, Yan Shu's heart found solace, soothed by the poetic verses and the presence beside him. Since his rebirth, he had been consumed by haste, always yearning for swifter progress. Yet, as he beheld her profile, he suddenly felt that there was no need for impatience. This time, they had ample time ahead of them. Yan Shu inhaled deeply and slowly closed his eyes, reminding himself not to rush and to avoid startling her. The journey from the park to the hotel was not lengthy. Merely half an hour. They had dined at the hotel, instinctively resuming their previous seating arrangements from lunch. The hotel rooms were standard doubles. Su Mi shared a room with Zhang Xian, while Zhang Feifei was paired with her former deskmate. As for Yan Shu, he graciously invited Feng Zheng, who initially declined but later succumbed to coercion. After distributing the room keys, Teacher Su admonished, students planning to go out must form groups and come to me for registration. Although it seemed somewhat cumbersome, the prospect of venturing out excited everyone, and they readily agreed. Nearby, they overheard that another class's teacher was denying permission to go out. The boys and girls were situated on different floors, so Yan Shu and Su Mi parted ways in the elevator, arranging to meet at 7:30, allowing time for a brief respite. As Yan Shu ascended with Feng Zheng, they overheard boys from Class 9 lamenting about their teacher's strictness, noting that other classes were permitted to go out while theirs was not. It turned out that it was Jean Lily's class that was denied, which would not affect Su Mi's mood. Yan Shu felt his spirits lift. Feng Zheng unlocked the door with a room card, muttering, "Yan Gu," rein in that smitten grin. Yan Shu raised his hand as if to strike. "Call me Yan Gu again, and I swear I'll hit you." He grumbled as he entered the room. "Aren't you disgusted? You're not secretly in love with me, are you?" Feng Zheng followed him inside, retorting, "Get real. I'm straight as an arrow. I just want to gross you out." Feng Zheng tossed his bag aside, unabashedly declaring, "Now you find me disgusting? Just a moment ago, you were flirting with the vice class monitor, calling yourself Yan Gu." Feng Zheng wore a look that seemed to question what pearls of wisdom could emerge from Yan Shu's mouth. He awaited Yan Shu's embarrassment. But who was Yan Shu? Embarrassment was not in his repertoire. At that moment, he merely smiled at Feng Zheng. "You wouldn't understand. This is what we call charm." Feng Zheng exclaimed, "What? How could someone be so shameless?" Chapter 43. She glimpsed the profound, unbreakable affection. Yan Shu smiled with grace, leaving Feng Zheng astonished and with a newfound awareness of his audacity. The two bantered casually before taking turns to shower. Meanwhile, Su Mi found herself blushing under Zhang Xian's incessant questioning. "We really didn't do anything," Su Mi stammered, unable to meet Zhang Xian's gaze. Observing her flushed cheeks, Zhang Xian exclaimed, "Oh, Mi, you have no idea how lovely you look right now. Although you are beautiful, it's clear you're lying. So shy." Su Mi sensed that Zhang Xian was about to utter something scandalous, hastily pushing her away. "I'm going to shower." Watching Su Mi flee, even her neck flushed crimson, Zhang Xian felt she was tantalizingly close to uncovering the truth. Thus, she sent a message to Yan Shu, "Yan Gu impressive." Mi just rushed in a shower, her face all flushed. Upstairs, Yan Shu reflected that he hadn't actually done anything particularly impressive. But why was she blushing? Perhaps he would inquire later. After a meticulously timed gathering, they approached Teacher Su to report their plans. After a few instructions, Teacher Su permitted them to go, although her gaze lingered on Yan Shu and Su Mi for a moment longer. It seemed they were indeed inseparable, confirming her suspicions. Teacher Su felt a tinge of concern. However, the others were simply elated about their outing. The six of them conferred and decided to take a taxi. Initially, they planned for the girls to ride in one car and the boys in another, but Yan Shu insisted that 3 girls alone might be unsafe. So he forcibly joined them. Though it was technically forced, the girls welcomed it, feeling more secure with a boy in an unfamiliar place. Feng Zheng remarked, "Truly shameless." Nevertheless, the distance to the temple fair was not far, and the taxi ride took merely 20 minutes. At first, they believed that the temple fair they were about to attend would be the sort steeped in local charm. Little did they realize, however, but the term Temple Fair merely referred to the name of the street. Feng Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't this a case of false advertising? This is nothing but an ordinary night market. Cheng Su, ever the patient one, reassured him, it's all right. We're here now, and there must be something unique to discover. Besides, there are fireworks to look forward to. With no other option, the group ventured inside. In truth, the food street was quite typical. They initially expected something more distinctive, but only one or two stalls offered local specialties. The rest were largely standardized, featuring the ubiquitous stinky tofu and grilled squid found in food markets nationwide. Nonetheless, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, filled mostly with students. Yan Shu even spotted several familiar faces from their school. After walking for a short while, Zhang Xian suggested, "Shall we split up? This food street is quite expansive, and there's a fork in the path ahead." With a playful wink directed at Yan Shu and Su Mier, she proposed, "How about we form pairs?" Her suggestion was immediately understood by everyone. Although Feng Zheng feigned annoyance at Yan Shu, he was not so thoughtless as to ignore the situation. He promptly stated, "Perfect. Cheng Su and I will check out that area." He casually pointed in a random direction. Zhang Xian linked arms with Zhang Feifei, saying, "Let us head back for those mei hua cakes we just saw. Yan Shu, you can go with me here. We'll keep in touch via our phones." Without waiting for the two to respond, the four of them disappeared into the crowd. "Hey," Su Mier called softly, but her voice went unheard. Yan Shu thought to himself how considerate they were. When they eventually marry, they must sit at a separate table. He glanced at Su Mier, who had also grasped what was happening, and said, "Let us go. We shouldn't squander their good intentions." Su Mier chuckled at his choice of words, revealing a subtle dimple on her cheek, making her look rather endearing. Yan Shu felt a sudden urge to poke her cheek, but restrained himself, realizing that such an action might dissuade her from accompanying him. He sighed, rubbing his fingers together. "You didn't have enough for dinner, did you? What do you feel like eating?" With a smile still gracing her face, Su Mier looked into Yan Shu's eyes, which sparkled under the lights. Behind her was the vibrant life of the marketplace, while before him stood a treasure of the world. He felt that the most beautiful scene was encapsulated in this moment. "Shall we see what lies ahead? The busier stalls usually have better food," Su Mier suggested quietly, reaching out to grasp the strap of Yan Shu's backpack, a gesture she was accustomed to when riding in the back seat of his car on school days. However, today he had come out without a backpack. Her hand lingered awkwardly in the air, and she blinked, preparing to retract it. Yet, to her surprise, Yan Shu took her hand, guiding her forward. His motion was seamless and natural, as if they had done this countless times before. Yan Shu felt her hand stir slightly in his palm, leading him to believe she might pull away as she had in previous instances. He was ready with a justification, explaining that they were in a crowded place and might get separated. However, the anticipated withdrawal did not occur. Her small hand merely shifted, seeking a more comfortable position. Surprised, Yan Shu turned to look at her, only to find her cautiously stealing glances at him. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze to a nearby stall. However, the bright lights illuminated her shyness and embarrassment clearly. A smile crept onto Yan Shu's lips, and for once, he refrained from teasing her. Their hands intertwined, creating a shared heartbeat at their point of contact, a rapid pulse that spread warmth, encapsulating the innocence and unspoken feelings of youth. The food street stretched long and vibrant, and they encountered fellow students who expressed their astonishment upon seeing the two holding hands, with some boys even letting out playful exclamations. Yet neither of them showed any inclination to let go, even as Su Mier, his heart raced faster. Yan Shu, meanwhile, was focused on finding her something to eat. After some time, he located a stall selling egg cakes, recalling that Su Mier had adored them in their previous life. Although he was unaware of why they were so delightful, he released her hand, saying, "Wait here, I'll buy you one." There was a line in front of the stall. As soon as he let go, Su Mier felt an immediate emptiness in her palm. She gently clenched her hand, letting out an "oh" in response. Then she watched as Yan Shu took his place at the end of the queue. He stood out as the tallest and most handsome in the crowd, drawing Su Mier's gaze solely to him, filling her heart with joy. Yan Shu was truly handsome. Occasionally, female onlookers would steal glances at him, but he remained oblivious, engrossed in his phone. Whenever he glanced at Su Mir, she would quickly avert her eyes, reminiscent of someone caught in a guilty secret. Yet, when their gazes met, Su Mir felt as if she could see an unbreakable bond of affection reflected in his eyes. Chapter 44. What we call an indirect kiss. Yan Shu was acutely aware of Su Mir's gaze upon him. He often felt like a kite soaring high and far, yet the string was always in her hands. He observed the little lady patiently waiting for him, slowly merging with the memory of her from the past. In his recollections, she always wore a smile, playfully winking at him when their eyes met, an irresistible charm. Yet now, she appeared more bashful. At times, Yan Shu couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Despite their shared past filled with love, it felt as if they were starting anew. She remained unchanged, while he had transformed. This sensation was akin to a gourmet banquet goer suddenly finding themselves back at a roadside stall. Perhaps this metaphor was inappropriate, likely due to the circumstances of waiting in line. As a science student, Yan Shu's metaphors were typically lacking, and this was the best he could muster to describe his emotional disparity. During this phase, Su Mir often elicited his impatience, stemming from his insecurity. He yearned to see the same affection in her eyes as in their past life, to reassure him that she still loved him. Yan Shu found himself lost in thought, his gaze falling. Sometimes, he felt he possessed nothing worthy of her affection. He feared that Su Mir, at this moment, might not hold the same feelings for him and could turn away at any time. Yet, he found himself unable to act. He loved Su Mir and dreaded the thought of her no longer liking him, or worse, realizing his unworthiness and withdrawing altogether. Yan Shu lacked the confidence to win Su Mir back. She had always been the one to approach him. He took a deep breath, recalling the psychological assessments he had to undergo regularly due to his profession in his past life. He had always barely scraped by, indicating that his mental health was far from robust. Even when he appeared to be doing well, it was merely a fade for others. After buying 2 egg cakes, Yan Shu turned to find a boy standing in front of Su Mir. Her expression had reverted to one of neutrality, and she slowly shook her head. The young man must be a university student, accompanied by a few friends. Su Mir is dressed in her own clothes, who would venture out in a school uniform. A simple white t-shirt paired with a skirt and white sneakers epitomizes the quintessential female ensemble. Yet, due to her striking beauty, she seems to radiate a brilliance that surpasses that of her peers. Yan Shu quickens his pace. As he approaches, he overhears the young man inquire, "Which university are you from? Let's be friends. I'm not a bad person." Su Mir responds with a chilly tone, "I'm still in high school." The young man visibly falters, a hint of awkwardness creeping in, but he maintains, That's even better. My grades are quite good. Perhaps you'll be my junior one day." At this moment, Yan Shu interjects with a smile, "No need for that. Her grades are exceptional. She often ranks first in her year." He stands beside Su Mir, offering her a freshly made egg cake. "Eat while it's warm. I bought 2 flavors." The young man watches as the previously expressionless girl obediently accepts the treat, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh." Yan Shu then turns his attention back to the young man, his smile radiant. "Why not add me on WeChat, senior? My grades aren't impressive." The young man awkwardly retreats a few steps. "No, I'm sorry." He then walks away with his friends, who could be heard murmuring, "They must be a couple, right? They look good together. Do high school students develop this well nowadays?" Awkward, isn't it? Yan Shu's gaze returns to Su Mir's dark eyes, and he momentarily freezes. "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my tutoring?" Su Mir gasps, taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation, and shakes her head. "No, not at all." "Oh, I thought perhaps you were unhappy and wanted to find someone else," she remarks coolly, taking a bite of the egg cake, her eyes lighting up with joy upon tasting something she loves. Yan Shu, realizing her hesitation, chuckles lightly. "Well, I can't just say, hey, you can leave now. That feels a bit rude." Su Mir glances at him again before her gaze falls upon the egg cake in his hand. "I want to try the different flavor." However, a single egg cake is quite substantial, and finishing both would leave her unable to eat anything else later. Su Mir hesitates. Yan Shu quickly discerns her uncertainty, taking the egg cake from her hands and placing it in her palm. "Go ahead, eat. If you can't finish, I'll help." Sumir's cheeks flush slightly. Isn't that inappropriate? Isn't this something only couples do? She gently bites her lip. This feels a bit wrong. What's inappropriate about it? I've often eaten the leftovers you left behind when we were kids. Yan Shu initially intended to say when we were younger, but he deftly alters his phrasing. Sumir tightens her grip on the egg cake. But that was when we were children. Haven't we all grown up now? Indeed, we have grown up. And now we can experience young love. Yan Shu replies with a smile, deliberately taking a bite of the egg cake she had just tasted. What we have now is akin to an indirect kiss. Sumir's eyes widen slightly, momentarily at a loss for words as she gazes at his smiling lips. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she stutters, "Why you?" But nothing comes out. Yan Shu, sensing her discomfort, suggests gently, "Why don't you eat first? It won't taste good if it gets cold." Sumir abruptly turns and walks ahead, even stumbling slightly without realizing it. Yan Shu watches her from behind, finding her adorable, capturing the moment on his phone as he rushes to catch up. "Hey, wait for me. Once you've finished, tell me what you were trying to say earlier." "Shut up." "No, are you shy? Your ears are so red." "Yan Shu, how could you?" "Well, it's just because I enjoy teasing you. You're truly insufferable." Yan Shu observes as she takes a hearty bite of the egg cake, his eyes filled with a tenderness she remains oblivious to. Although Yan Shu is quite bothersome, it seems Sumir has developed a fondness for him. In the end, Sumir never manages to articulate what she wanted to say, her heart racing with excitement. Fearing her emotions might overwhelm her. After all, she had forgotten to bring her medication. Sumir realizes that Yan Shu has taken to teasing her rather delightfully. It feels intentional. She steals a quick glance at him, pondering his peculiar nature. The playful banter, the occasional glimpses of sadness, and the moments of inadvertent tenderness directed at her, all of it feels remarkably strange. Chapter 45. Jealousy? Sumir refrains from inquiring further, having noticed that her previous attempts at probing were deftly deflected by Yan Shu. Therefore, this time, she opts for silence. Moreover, she finds herself enjoying the present moment. After pursuing Yan Shu for so long, his willingness to turn towards her, regardless of the reason, brings her joy. The two meander through an exceedingly lengthy food street. Yan Shu muses, "I believe the reason this place thrives is due to its remarkable length. I've never seen such an extensive food market. Indeed, it is lengthy." After walking for 30 minutes, they still haven tea reach the end. Sumir begins to feel fatigued. At this moment, she clutches a cup of milk tea while Yan Shu carries an assortment of treats. Whenever Sumir expresses a desire for something, Yan Shu dutifully cues to purchase it. However, the appeal of the food stalls often masks the reality that not everything tastes as good as it appears. Yan Shu samples everything edible. If he can't finish, he simply carries it along. Fortunately, Sumir has nearly finished her share. Now, she gazes at the items in Yan Shu's hands, troubled by the thought of having purchased too much. "What should I do? It seems like we might have overdone it," she admits sheepishly, having not felt the excess during their earlier purchases. Yan Shu, catching the hint of her unease, smiles reassuringly. "It's fine. I'll consider it a late-night snack." She would never allow any food to go to waste, as Sumir has always been frugal with her resources, sometimes even donating her save allowance. Even in her later work, she contributes every 6 months. She is a remarkably kind-hearted young lady. Sumir purses her lips and glances at him. "Aren't you full?" Yan Shu raises an eyebrow. What is so strange about it? Boys our age get hungry quickly. Checking the time, he adds, "Let us head to the bridge and secure a spot. We're going to watch the fireworks soon." However, it is evident that many share their sentiments. By the time they arrive, the bridge is already teeming with people. The prime viewing spots are particularly crowded. Yan Shu scans the area, realizing it wouldn't be prudent to push Sumir into the throng. Instead, he leads her to a less crowded area beneath the bridge, which also offers a good view, albeit with fewer people. He extends his arm protectively to shield her from the crowd, sighing, "Is it really necessary to see the fireworks? We've seen them before. Why are there still so many people?" Sumir glances at him and replies, "But I want to see." Yan Shu, with no particular stance, responds, "Then let us watch." The fireworks are scheduled for 10 o'clock, and when they arrive at 40 minutes past the hour, they manage to find a spot just before it reaches 50 minutes. surrounded by people and enveloped in a cacophony. Yan Shu feels his phone vibrate several times but cannot reach for it. It is likely messages from Feng Zheng and the others. Soon, the countdown begins, with voices rising from the crowd as they start counting down from 30. As the countdown reached 10, they could not help but gaze up at the sky. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! The brilliant fireworks burst forth in the night sky. Sumir looked upward, her eyes sparkling with the vibrant displays, a smile gracing her lips. However, Yan Shu's gaze, from the moment of the initial bang, remained fixated on Sumir's face. Her small countenance radiated joy, her eyes reflecting the blooming fireworks. Yet in Yan Shu's eyes, there existed only the petite figure of Sumir. He yearned to reach out and touch her, to kiss her, yet he understood that such a moment was not yet appropriate. Suddenly, Sumir turned her head towards him. Yan Shu, she paused, observing his expression. Are you feeling down? The emotion was unmistakable. Noticing the concern etched on her face, Yan Shu replied, no. He gestured subtly toward her back, indicating a couple indulging in a kiss. Beneath the fireworks, they embraced in a tender moment. Sumir's lips parted slightly, as if to speak. But ultimately she managed to utter, well, if you have a girlfriend in the future, it's fine too. Then does that mean if I have a girlfriend, I can do anything? The peculiar tone of the question left a strange impression. Sumir glanced at him. How would I know to ask about your girlfriend? Isn't she not yet your girlfriend? Yan Shu replied with a chuckle. So, I thought I might inquire in advance. Not yet your girlfriend. And you still want to ask? Sumir paused, appearing momentarily dazed. She pursed her lips and turned away. Let us just watch the fireworks. Was Yan Shu a fool? Why did he not ask one more question? If he had, she would have surely agreed. Yan Shu gently ruffled Sumir's hair and whispered, why are you acting like this? However, she swatted his hand away. Don't mess with my hair. Yan Shu felt perplexed. Why did she seem to have become more aggressive? Was it because he had teased her slightly? Was a girl's heart truly so difficult to decipher? The fireworks did not last long, merely 2 to 3 minutes, and soon enough, the crowd began to dissipate. Yan Shu continued to protectively stand beside Sumir, intending to wait until the throngs had cleared before they departed. Sumir, meanwhile, was absorbed in her phone, recalling how Feng Zheng and the others had said they couldn't find them and had decided to watch the fireworks. To facilitate communication, the 6 of them had formed a small group chat. Yan Shu nodded, relieved they hadn't been found. Otherwise, it would have been disruptive. Sumir responded a few times in the group, coordinating to meet at the entrance shortly. She glanced around, noticing the area was already much emptier. Shall we leave? Yan Shu checked the time. It was past 10. Teacher Su had mentioned they should return before 10:30, so he said, let us go. He naturally took Sumir's hand before she could speak, asserting confidently, there are too many people. If we don't hold hands, we might get separated. Sumir pursed her lips. I didn't ask about that. Yan Shu laughed. Then what did you want to ask? Nothing, Sumir replied somewhat curtly. Hey, don't you feel uncomfortable leaving half of a conversation unfinished? Yan Shu sighed. But I'm quite uncomfortable. Please finish your thought. Sumir glanced at him. Then I'll say it. Go ahead. Was it like this when you were dating Jean Lily? Yan Shu replied, perhaps you should just refrain from saying anything. Had he known it would lead to this, he would not have asked. Did every girl, regardless of age, enjoy dredging up the past? Yan Shu felt another sigh rising. But he countered her. Are we even dating? Her hand was promptly released. No. Observing her cold and indifferent figure, Yan Shu hurried after her. Wait, are you not concerned I might get lost? I assure you, things with Jean Lily never progressed to that point. We merely gamed together, no hand-holding. Oh. Yan Shu regarded Sumir, perplexed by her awkwardness. He reached out and pinched her cheek. When she turned to face him, her cheeks flushed with anger. He leaned closer, gazing in her eyes. Are you jealous? Chapter 46. It's merely a matter of unwillingness. Sumir took a step back, her expression slightly discomposed. What are you talking about? Let us hurry back. She then turned her gaze away from him as she walked ahead. Yet, this only confirmed for Yan Shu that she was indeed shy. He followed closely behind, admiring her petite frame. You haven't grown taller yet. You will next year. Then you won't seem so small. After walking a short distance, Su Mi felt her heartbeat gradually steady. Noticing Yan Shu had fallen behind, she couldn't resist turning her head to glance back. He stood a short distance away. While not far, it felt vast to Su Mi. Her hand moved slightly. Just moments ago, they had been holding hands. So she spoke, "If you don't catch up, I'll think you've gotten lost." Yan Shu chuckled, striding over and naturally taking her hand once more. "Then we 1T get lost." Su Mi's lips curled into a slight smile before she quickly let go. "What if someone sees us? They might misunderstand." "Just for a moment," Yan Shu said amiably. "No one will see us. Many people saw when we first arrived. Who cares?" Yan Shu retorted, "You silly goose." True to his word, once they reached a less crowded area, he released Su Mi's hand. After the fireworks, the food street was significantly less populated, appearing quite empty. Su Mi glanced at her now empty hand, realizing she had never noticed how obedient Yan Shu could be. She shot him a blank look, but said nothing as she continued walking ahead. Yan Shu was puzzled by her expression. What else with that look? Am I not supposed to let go? However, he had spotted a teacher from their class on the food street earlier. It was fine if classmates noticed, but if a teacher did, it would be troublesome. The pair quickly reached the entrance, where Feng Zheng and the others were already waiting, along with classmates from other groups. They all shared a taxi back. Unfortunately, Yan Shu couldn't ride with Su Mi as the car was full. The group returned just in time, with Teacher Su and Teacher Zhou waiting for them in the lobby. They were the last to arrive, but at least everyone was accounted for. Teacher Su sighed in relief. "It would have been troublesome if even one of you was missing. All right, you all head up and get some good rest. It's getting late." The group nodded and began to ascend the elevator in batches. As Su Mi and her friends exited the elevator, Yan Shu called out good night. Though he did not specify whom he was addressing, everyone understood. Feng Zheng chimed in with a playful good night, while Zhang Xian and the others also echoed the farewell. Su Mi cast a glance at Yan Shu, feeling quite happy about their outing. A smile crept onto her lips as she replied, "Good night." As the elevator doors closed, Chung Su remarked, "I must say, our vice monitor is truly stunning." Yan Shu shot him a glance, recalling how he had previously let him win in their games. "Is it appropriate for you to say that, considering you have a girlfriend?" Chung Su feigned innocence. "My girlfriend thinks our vice monitor is beautiful too. After all, she is quite the campus flower. Many find her attractive. I'm just expressing normal aesthetics." Feng Zheng sighed. "Ah, Chung, you've completely missed Yan Shu's point. He jealous and doesn't want you to praise her." "Chung Su, huh?" "Yan Shu, I apologize, but have you managed to catch up with the vice monitor?" "That's quite disheartening, my friend." Amidst Feng Zheng's uproarious laughter, Yan Shu felt a twinge of pain in his chest. Chung Su wore an expression of innocence. How on earth did that lad find himself a girlfriend? Why does he have one while I remain single? Is that fair? Feng Zheng's laughter echoed loudly beside them. Even Chung Su couldn't help but interject, "Stop laughing. What's so amusing about this?" The elevator doors chimed open. The three of them stepped out together, Chung Su appearing bewildered, Yan Shu speechless, and Feng Zheng wearing a smirk of schadenfreude. However, upon spotting Jean Lily stationed near the elevator entrance, their expressions shifted to one of confusion. Although this was a hotel and not a dormitory, they were certain this floor was exclusively for boys. Jean Lily had come up alone. It wasn't as if one could simply ride the elevator to the dormitory. Their class was not permitted to go out tonight, with the teacher vigilantly stationed downstairs. After playing cards with her classmates for a while and finding it lackluster, Jean Lily's mind drifted back to the afternoon when she witnessed Yan Shu interacting with Su Mi, a stark contrast to the Yan Shu she knew. So, she decided to come, waiting for quite some time until finally he appeared, standing tall. Jean Lily fixed her gaze on Yan Shu and asked, "Shall we talk? I was left in the lurch after our breakup. Surely, I can see clarification?" Yan Shu sighed as he regarded Jean Lily before responding. "Isn't it clear enough? I simply wish to avoid being too blunt." Just then, a new group arrived in the elevator, led by Chun Fong and several boys from their class. They halted momentarily upon seeing Jean Lily. As the class monitor, Chun Fong instinctively stepped in front of Yan Shu, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? This isn't the girls." He hesitated, realizing that he had started to say dormitory, which was also inaccurate. But Jean Lily remained focused on Yan Shu, pressing, shall we talk? It seemed she understood how to engage him, bringing up Su-mi-er. As expected, Yan Shu's attention turned toward her. His demeanor frigid. One of the other boys from their class suggested, "Should we call the teacher?" This was absurd. Some, ever eager for drama, chimed in, "Yan Shu, they're blocking the door. Why not have a chat?" Ha ha ha. Indeed, right at the door. Feng Zheng, who already harbored an aversion to Jean Lily and her group, tugged at Yan Shu, saying, "Let's go back and rest. Why waste time on this?" Jean Lily retorted, "If you want to talk to me, I'll just find Su-mi-er to chat instead." Yan Shu took a deep breath, conceding, "Oh, so you seek reasons for the breakup? I'm aware you've entangled yourself with other boys. I'm not fond of such green-eyed scenarios. And you needn't feign distress. With your vast pool of suitors, what does losing one fish matter?" His gaze towards Jean Lily was laced with unmasked irritation. "As for your reluctance to part with me, it's only been a few days, and all we did was go online together a few times. Your current dissatisfaction stems solely from the effort you invested in pursuing me, only to be cast aside." Yan Shu's voice remained flat, as if recounting a mundane occurrence. The surrounding murmurs and Jean Lily's displeased expression failed to evoke any emotional response from him. The matter of their so-called breakup was merely a concern for the two of them, and had expressed everything that needed to be said. So, it's best not to disturb Su-mi-er, otherwise he may not remain as civilized as he is now. Jean Lily regarded Yan Shu as if seeing him for the first time. Suddenly, she smiled and nodded, "I understand." Chapter 47. Honey, you're back? To everyone's surprise, after hearing Yan Shu's words, Jean Lily actually turned and entered the elevator to leave. The previously silent Zhang Sheng followed suit into the elevator. Yan Shu overheard Feng Zheng Muta. Does Zhang Sheng fancy Jean Lily? Yan Shu brushed off the thought, stretching and declaring, "I'm heading back to sleep. Good night, everyone," before making his way to his room, with Feng Zheng waving goodbye to their classmates as he followed. Yan Shu hadn't invested much thought into Jean Lily. In fact, had she not mentioned Su-mi-er, he would have bothered to respond to her queries. There was no necessity, and Jean Lily lacked the standing to interrogate him. Their brief dalliance was utterly inconsequential. While he could somewhat comprehend Jean Lily's discontent, he felt no obligation to address it. After all, if every girl who harbored feelings for him sought closure, could he possibly cater to all of them? His sole responsibility lay with Su-mi-er. However, it seemed that little Yu had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Yan Shu sighed, collapsing onto his bed, remaining utterly still. Feng Zheng, just entering, closed the door and exclaimed, "What is wrong? Regretting your earlier outburst? It's not about saying or not saying. Your mouth is truly reckless. How have you not been hit yet?" Yan Shu replied lazily. Feng Zheng chuckled. "Who says no one has hit me? They just can't match me." Yan Shu shot him a glance, recalling that in a previous life, Feng Zheng had mentioned meeting his then-girlfriend through a fight. The manner of their acquaintance struck Yan Shu as rather explosive. At that moment, Yan Shu couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Feng Zheng rummaged through his phone while searching for clothes, and casually reminded, "By the way, the class chat is a buzz about Jean Lily confronting you. Perhaps you should consider how to explain things to the vice monitor." With that, he slowly wandered into the bathroom. Yan Shu muttered, "Damn," as he pulled out his phone and silenced the class chat, finding indeed that conversations were underway. The topic centered around Jean Lily waiting for Yan Shu by the elevator. A particularly gossipy boy from their class, who relished such tales, had initiated the chatter. Yan Shu thought, "How careless of me. I didn't expect them to gossip right in the presence of the parties involved." He scrolled through, noting Su-mi-er had not contributed to the conversation. She was likely sulking over Jean Lily tonight. What on earth was happening? He sent a private message, asking, "Are you asleep?" accompanied by an innocent emoji. Yan Shu, in the past, had shunned such cute emojis, but Su-mi-er had a fondness for them. Each time he sent one, she seemed more agreeable. Her reply came swiftly, "I'm asleep." Yan Shu chuckled aloud. "So you're sleepwalking while chatting with me?" "Yes. Then can you sleepwalk over to my room?" There was a brief silence on the other end. "Yan Shu, you're truly shameless." He could practically envision her blushing, yet feeling compelled to respond. Yan Shu decided to send a voice message instead, his tone laced with laughter. "I merely wanted to see if you were awake. Don't pay heed to the nonsense in the group. I am completely innocent." Downstairs, Su-mi-er, upon hearing Yan Shu's voice message, glanced toward the bathroom where Zhang Xian was bathing. She played the voice note, listening intently, then replayed it. Was Yan Shu attempting to clarify things? A flicker of joy crossed her face. Indeed, their earlier group chat had affected her mood. She disliked seeing Yan Shu's name alongside other girls. In the past, she had been concerned about him and Jean Lily, but now it seemed she was averse to him being associated with any girl. Sumir was somewhat taken aback by her shifting feelings. At the moment of her internal conflict, Yan Shu's explanation arrived. Sumir, listening to the phrase innocent and pure, yearned to inquire, what about me? Am I also innocent and pure? She was eager to comprehend Yan Shu's definition of innocence. Pressing her lips together, she tapped again on her phone. As Zhang Xian stepped out, she overheard the last words, innocent and pure. Recognizing Yan Shu's voice, she paused, bewildered by the phrase. Then she noticed Sumir toss her phone onto the bed as if it were burning her, quickly rising to her feet, exclaiming, "It's nothing, I'm going to shower," before dashing into the bathroom. Zhang Xian, with a soft exclamation, found her flustered demeanor endearing. Why does she always employ this tactic? It's simply too adorable. Yet she pondered, doesn't she have Yan Shu's contact? If she chose not to inquire, she could always ask directly. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yan Shu awaited Sumir's response, contemplating whether he should compose a little essay to assert his innocence. At that moment, a voice message from Zhang Xian arrived. Yan Gu, how have you and Mir become so innocent and pure? I asked her a single question, and she blushed and ran away. Yan Shu felt an urgent need to treat Zhang Xian to a meal. With a smile, he replied, "It's nothing. She isn't angry, is she?" The response came swiftly. "She doesn't seem angry. It appears more like she's shy." Relieved, Yan Shu responded, "I will definitely treat you to a meal when I have the chance." Zhang Xian sent an okay emoji and then curiously inquired, "How's the pursuit going?" Seeing the question, Yan Shu sighed internally. Why was the progress bar not moving? He had kissed her cheek and held her hand, yet they remained merely friends. His heart felt heavy as he replied, "The revolution has not yet succeeded. I'm still striving." Zhang Xian sent him a cheering emoji. Yan Shu set down his phone, feeling fortunate that someone was conveying Sumir's emotional shifts, sparing him the need to guess, allowing him to understand how to act appropriately. Not having succeeded yet, he resolved to keep persevering. He recalled his love letter, thinking, yes, I'll start from there. That night, they spent the night at a hotel, and the next morning they prepared to return home. Unlike their spirited departure, everyone appeared listless on the way back. They instinctively seated themselves in the same positions as when they arrived. Teacher Su muttered a few remarks about the youthful energy being utterly absent. The classmates merely responded with vague affirmations, seeming rather perfunctory. Yan Shu glanced at Sumir beside him, who appeared to be in good spirits. Perhaps his gaze was too evident, for Sumir expressionlessly inserted her earplugs again, this time with some physics principles. Thus, Yan Shu slept throughout the journey home. As they neared their destination, someone gently nudged him awake. Blinking in confusion, he smiled upon seeing Sumir, reaching out to grasp her hand and kissing it, saying, "Dear wife, you're back." Sumir was taken aback. Chapter 48, finished. And now the wife doesn't allow any contact. Yan Shu's voice wasn't loud, and most of their classmates were still asleep. However, that did not mean no one heard him. For instance, the programmer sitting behind them who had been awake the entire time. At that moment, his expression mirrored that of an elderly person on the subway peering at a phone. Wait, is Yan Gu that bold? Calling her wife right off the bat? I wouldn't even dare to call my girlfriend that. The programmer quickly covered his mouth, glancing around to see if anyone else was awake. Relieved to find it seemed only he had heard. To be fair, Yan Shu was still in a drowsy state, not entirely aware of his actions. Sumir felt her hand, which he had just kissed, was slightly warm. Did Yan Shu just kiss her hand and call her wife? What was happening? At that moment, Teacher Su stood up and called for everyone to wake up, announcing, "All right, prepare to arrive at school. Everyone wake up." This loud call jolted the drowsy Yan Shu awake. He sat upright, still holding Sumir's hand, his eyes wide with shock. What has happened? Did I really fall asleep? Did I just say wife? How was he to smooth that over? Fortunately, he didn't need to address it immediately, for Teacher Su instructed Chun Fong and Sumir to disembark first to take attendance. Without a word, Sumir pulled her hand away and stepped off the bus. Yan Shu sighed with relief, but also felt a headache coming on. This is truly troublesome. How am I supposed to smooth this over? Gradually, classmates began to disembark. Yan Shu, seated towards the back, remained in place. While he was mulling over his predicament, the programmer's head popped up from behind, startling Yan Shu. Whoa! The programmer quickly apologized. Sorry, Yan Gu, did I frighten you? After a brief pause, he added, You startle me too. Yan Shu looked at him. You heard what I just said? Yes, I heard it. Yan Gu, that's impressive. Is this how guys pursue girls now? The programmer's voice brimmed with admiration. But next time, maybe choose a different spot. There are so many people here. If it doesn't work out, it could be awkward. It was indeed a sincere suggestion, yet Yan Shu felt a surge of irritation at the mention of possibly not succeeding. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Thank you. But did many people here? Not many, just me, the fortunate one. The programmer adjusted his glasses, adding they were all asleep. Yan Shu responded with a sinister smile, implying, So if I don't succeed, I could just silence you, and I wouldn't feel awkward at all. The programmer's eyes widened, and he hurriedly exited. No, Yan Gu, you're so handsome. Of course you'll succeed. I didn't hear anything. What did you hear? Someone quipped in curiosity. Nothing. Yan Shu shot back. Why are you so nosy? Watching the programmer flee, Yan Shu felt his earlier anxiety dissipate a bit. He optimistically thought, perhaps Sumir is too shy to ask about it. And then I won't need to respond. With that thought, Yan Shu felt lighter, standing up to grab both their bags and disembarking. He was the last to step off. As he did, Sumir reached out for her bag. Yan Shu glanced at her, but didn't insist, releasing his hold. Teacher Su gathered everyone at the entrance, saying a few words before taking a group photo to confirm their safe return. Afterward, they were dismissed to head home, with classes resuming the following day. The school was indeed quite considerate in this regard. Yan Shu waited for Sumir, remaining still while waving goodbye to other departing classmates. Feng Zheng teased him, saying he resembled a lucky cat, prompting Yan Shu to chase after him, delivering a few playful kicks. On the other side, Sumir handed the attendance sheet to Teacher Su. Hearing Feng Zheng's cries for Brother Yan, she couldn't help but glance over. Teacher Su followed her gaze, remarking, Boys these days are quite immature, aren't they? Sumir paused, meeting Teacher Su's gaze, which was laden with unmasked scrutiny. She recalled that during their outings, Professor Su's gaze often seemed to linger on her and Yan Shu. The current probing was also overtly evident, lacking any subtlety. Sumir hesitated, pondering how to respond. However, this hesitation was already sufficient. Professor Su had mentored too many students, those who wished for early romance, or those who were already entangled in it, invariably found it difficult to escape her discerning eyes. It felt akin to a teacher standing at the podium, observing students attempting to engage in mischief, convinced they were concealing it well. In truth, everything was visible from the podium. It merely depended on whether the teacher chose to intervene. The same was true at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Professor Su addressed the evidently hesitant Sumir, saying, All right, you may head back now. Be careful on your way. Sumir cast a glance at her, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, despite the fact that her relationship with Yan Shu was currently non-existent. Known for her reticence, she could only murmur, Goodbye, Professor. Meanwhile, Yan Shu had already chased after Feng Zheng, delivering a few playful kicks. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Feng Zheng quickly exclaimed, Hey, the vice class leader has left. This tactic proved effective. Yan Shu initially thought it was a deliberate ploy, but upon turning around, he indeed saw her walking ahead without calling for him. He felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the earlier incident in the car, where he had referred to her as wife, and now, witnessing her demeanor, he feared she was upset. With a sigh, he glanced at Feng Zheng before returning. Feng Zheng waved goodbye, no longer teasing, likely perceiving Yan Shu's sudden drop in spirits. Yan Shu turned to catch up, his mind racing with thoughts. If this were to come up, a thorough explanation would be necessary. In truth, Sumir was not angry. As she walked, she took out her phone to message Yan Shu, I'll wait for you at the next intersection. Otherwise, under Professor Su's seemingly knowing gaze, Sumir indeed felt a pang of guilt. However, Just as she sent the message, Yan Shu caught up with her. "Little ear, why didn't you wait for me?" A familiar voice rang out. Su Mier paused, turning to meet his anxious and apologetic gaze. The term wife, which she had almost forgotten, surged back into her mind. Initially surprised, she had assumed Yan Shu was still in a dreamlike state, for dreams lacked logic and reason. Perhaps he would wake up and forget. Yet, his gaze indicated otherwise. Did he remember? What else could this look signify? Seeing Su Mier remain silent, Yan Shu furrowed his brow and reached out to take her hand, only to have Su Mier shy away. His heart sank. Was it truly this serious? Not even allowing him to touch her? Then he heard her softly murmur, "Professor Su is watching Chapter 49. Are you feeling any better? If not, I will search again." Upon hearing her quiet words, Yan Shu finally exhaled in relief. The hand he had extended to grasp hers withdrew. He refrained from looking back, for that would be too conspicuous, and walked alongside Su Mier, their steps mirroring each other. Why did it feel somewhat like a clandestine romance? Yan Shu asked with concern. Did Professor Su say anything about us? Su Mier halted briefly, softly inquiring, "What is there between us?" Yan Shu replied, "Currently, nothing, but there will be much to come." He sighed, muttering under his breath, "If you give me the chance, our story could fill a book." After saying this, he chuckled to himself. Actually, if we began writing from the moment we were born, we could probably publish a volume by now. Su Mier couldn't help but chuckle at this. They had known each other since birth, and indeed, if they had chronicled their lives from that point, a book would be inevitable. Seeing her smile, Yan Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. They turned a corner, heading toward the place where Yan Shu parked his vehicle. Only then did he glance back, realizing Professor Su was no longer in sight. She probably couldn't see them either. He pressed on with his inquiry. "What did Professor Su say? Did she make it difficult for you?" Su Mier turned to glance at him, but said nothing. I have nothing that could prompt her to say anything, she thought. This was the truth. Su Mier excelled academically and avoided trouble, making her a favorite of Professor Su. As long as she wasn't involved in early romance, there was truly nothing to discuss. Yan Shu felt slightly reassured. He approached his car and retrieved it, remarking, "With your reaction, I thought something was amiss. Let us head home." Su Mier obediently handed him her backpack and settled into the back seat. As Yan Shu pedaled forward, she asked, "What will you do if Professor Su mentions me?" "Well, in that case, we'll just have to maintain a certain distance at school. I'm quite afraid of you being talked about." "I don't mind. My skin is thick." Yan Shu's voice was somewhat carried away by the wind. Su Mier simply responded with an "oh," falling silent. In truth, she was indeed apprehensive about this, which was why she hadn't disclosed to him what Professor Su might have discerned. Comparatively, she would rather face scrutiny herself than have him distance himself from her. Su Mier held on to her thoughts, remaining silent. Yan Shu assumed she was tired, thus slowing down his pace. He sensed her gently resting her forehead against his back. For a moment, Yan Shu's body tensed before relaxing again. The journey from school to the residential community was not long. Even at a leisurely pace, they would reach the complex in under 30 minutes. Throughout, Su Mier refrained from asking about the wife incident, and what had initially been a concern for Yan Shu morphed into disappointment. How to articulate this feeling? If she had asked, he could have probed further or hinted at something. Yet, the typically earnest Su Mier remained completely silent today, as if she had entirely forgotten about the matter. Yan Shu felt a sense of frustration building within him. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of her home that Yan Shu finally spoke. "Are your parents working late today? Would you like to come over for dinner?" Su Mier's parents, a doctor and a teacher respectively, were often busy. Aunt Huang, being a doctor, frequently worked late, while Uncle Su, a homeroom teacher for the 3rd year, was also quite occupied. Thus, Su Mier often found herself home alone. In her childhood, she had spent considerable time at his home for meals. After all, his father was somewhat of a part-time caregiver. Yan Sheng wasn't a full-time caregiver, as he was a screenwriter predominantly working from home. Luya ran a small company. Well, it could hardly be termed small anymore, as it had developed into a medium-sized enterprise in recent years, and she had become increasingly busy. Consequently, Yan Shu enjoyed a bit more pocket money, even as his parents frequently quarreled and his mother's presence was almost non-existent. This was a significant reason for Yan Shu's rebellious phase in his previous life. sensitive during his adolescence. Hearing his parents argue at home was particularly painful, especially when they uttered hurtful statements like, "If it weren't for you making me pregnant with Yan Shu, my company wouldn't be struggling to take off." Only those who have experienced such words can truly comprehend their sting. Sumier looked at Yan Shu, who had invited her, and shook her head. "No, I'm going to the hospital to have dinner with my mom." Yan Shu didn't press further, simply asking, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No, I'll take a taxi. Otherwise, you'll have to make another trip," Sumier responded. Uncertain why, she felt an odd atmosphere lingering between them. Yet she couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt off. Yan Shu nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent as an inexplicable wave of melancholy washed over him, the cause of which eluded him. Sumier observed him hesitantly and uttered then, "Goodbye. Go back now. Just let me know when you leave and when you arrive," Yan Shu replied with a faint smile. Sumier acknowledged this and entered the room. It was only after she had stepped inside that Yan Shu finally rubbed his face with his hands, realizing that little ear had likely sensed his emotional turmoil. He never wished to reveal such vulnerability, yet he found himself unable to contain it. At that moment, he longed for a cigarette. Taking a few deep breaths, he turned and headed home. It was a rare occasion for him to find the house empty at this hour, which was fortuitous since he did not want Yin Chung to notice anything amiss. Upon entering his room, Yan Shu instinctively reached into the drawer for cigarettes, only to come up empty. It dawned on him that he had intended to quit smoking, as Little Ear could not tolerate the scent. However, during the latter years of his previous life, his craving for cigarettes had been insatiable. Now, when troubled, he instinctively yearned for one. Instead, he fished out a strawberry lollipop from the drawer, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. His gaze then fell upon a love letter draft tucked away in the corner. Ah, it was a very draft he had penned previously. He pulled it out, and upon seeing the words Little Ear, his features softened. Little Ear was still here. "Yan Shu, you must not rush. Patience is crucial." Just moments ago, as he awoke in the car, he found himself unable to extricate from the dream of his past life. He had the impression that he was merely trapped in an interminable slumber, and that once he awakened, Little Ear would be before him. It was reminiscent of countless times when he had grown weary from surgery, falling asleep in the lounge, only to be gently awakened by Little Ear, who would tenderly say, "Darling, it's time to go home." As he reminisced, the smile in his eyes waned considerably. At that very moment, his phone vibrated, followed by a series of notifications. He picked it up, astonished to find a message from Sumier. Upon opening it, he discovered a link to a Weibo post, filled with cold jokes. She had earnestly shared 5 or 6 links with him, then inquired below, "Feeling a bit better? If not, I'll search for more." Chapter 50, isn't it? That was, after all, the love letter he had spent the entire night writing. Yan Shu gazed at the messages, his mind conjuring an image of Sumier with a slightly furrowed brow, earnestly searching for jokes. She must have looked utterly adorable. Suddenly, the sweetness of the candy in his mouth seemed to intensify. Regardless of her age, Sumier had an uncanny ability to detect his emotional shifts. This feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. Lowering his gaze, he replied, "Much better, but if I could see your selfie, I'd be 100% better." The typing indicator appeared, and he patiently awaited a response. Yet minutes passed without a word. He sighed inwardly, suspecting that it was a lost cause. Sumier had become rather shy and easily flustered. Just as he was about to dismiss the thought, a photo arrived from her side. Yan Shu paused momentarily, his fingers instinctively tapping to open it. The image revealed a young girl in pajamas adorned with a duckling pattern, looking quite adorable. Her little face, facing the camera, bore an expression of unease, her pink lips pressed together, appearing more serious than in an ID photo. Most would not look good in such a pose. Yet Sumier was stunning, her features exquisite. Her ID photo had even been stolen from the honor wall at school, prompting the installation of glass to protect it. Thus, Yan Shu could not help but find his wife beautiful, promptly saving the photo. In the next instant, the picture was retracted, and a message appeared on his screen. "Then you can continue feeling down." Sumier regretted sending the photo, feeling it was silly and believing that Yan Shu's tone was deliberately teasing. She hastily retracted it, simultaneously praying that he had not seen it. Her cheeks burned. There was something undeniably awkward about sending a photo. She chided herself for not being as photogenic as other girls, who always seemed to take stunning pictures. Yet, in the following moment, Yan Shu sent her a selfie along with the message, "All right." Unable to control her excitement, Sumi-er quickly opened and saved it before scrutinizing it seriously, mainly to prevent Yan Shu from retracting it. The boy in the photo smiled at the camera, his lips curling slightly, looking incredibly handsome. Sumi-er's previously warm cheeks blushed crimson. Yan Shu was undeniably good-looking, and he took excellent photos. After sending the picture, Yan Shu anticipated that Sumi-er would not respond further, but he knew she would secretly save his photo. He exhaled deeply, setting his phone aside to glance at the love letter he had hastily written. There was still time to rewrite it. The following day, they met again at the elevator entrance. Sumi-er claimed it was a chance encounter, not a deliberate wait. Everything felt as it had before as they made their way to school together, seemingly unchanged. The academic workload in the second semester of their second year was quite heavy. Upon entering the classroom, both began studying diligently. Yan Shu was especially motivated, recalling Sumi-er mentioning a reward if they passed all their subjects by the end of the term. He aimed to surprise his wife beyond mere passing grades. Thus, he worked hard, even remaining at his desk, while Sumi-er went out to lunch with Zhang Xian and the others. However, upon her return, she found Yan Shu had vacated his seat. Chun Fong was present instead. Sumi-er placed the milk tea she had brought for him on the table. Just as she settled back in her seat, she noticed a pink envelope had mysteriously appeared in her drawer. Zhang Xian, with her sharp eyes, gasped in surprise, "Hey, who wrote you a love letter?" Sumi-er's expression mirrored her confusion. Chun Fong, overhearing, glanced over and remarked, "Oh, I think a boy from an next class came to find Yingu earlier. When he returned, he left that envelope in your drawer. It must be that boy's love letter. He had come to sneak a peek at you before." Sumi-er's expression darkened. Yan Shu, just yesterday, he had sent her a selfie, and today he was delivering someone else's love letter. What a scoundrel. Upon returning from lunch, still feeling a bit anxious after finding the love letter, Yan Shu quickly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. There was a puddle of liquid on his desk, as if a drink had been spilled but hastily removed, while Sumi-er's desk held a cup of milk tea. Typically, she would have brought him one too. Why hadn't she this time? He gently tapped the surface of Sumi-er's desk, where she was focused on her test, and cheerfully inquired, "Where's my milk tea?" At the milk tea shop, Sumi-er replied coldly, continuing to concentrate on her exam. Yan Shu was taken aback, perplexed. Had she suddenly become upset? His mind raced. He hadn't provoked her that morning, had he? She had even asked if he wanted milk tea during lunch, claiming she would get some for him. At that moment, Zhang Xian entered from outside, noticed Yan Shu's sigh, and shook her head lightly, her expression revealing her disapproval. Yan Shu pressed on, "What is going on?" He wished to cast a glance into Sumi-er's drawer to see if the love letter he had placed inside still remained there. Was it perhaps due to his inadequate writing? However, Sumi-er's body obscured the view, rendering the drawer invisible. Just as Yan Shu contemplated retrieving his phone to consult Zhang Xian, he suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Good afternoon, director." It seemed the director was making rounds. Yan Shu had no choice but to return his phone to his pocket. This delay meant that the afternoon classes commenced without him ever discovering what he had done wrong. Surely, if he was dissatisfied with his love letter, he could simply rewrite it until it met her approval. After school, students trickled out one by one to dine. Yet Sumi-er remained still, becoming increasingly agitated. What exactly did Yan Shu mean? When Zhang Xian approached to inquire she would like to join for a meal, Sumi-er declined. Clutching the crumpled love letter in her hand, she had yet to even unfold it to read. She had always been this way, never glancing at the letters others offered her. Unfortunately, Yan Shu was unaware of this. He, too, abstained from dining, resolved to ascertain what was amiss. As most of their classmates had already departed, given that the evening was still quite young, Feng Zheng and his friends planned to play basketball and asked Yan Shu if he would join. Yan Shu declined. At that moment, Sumi-er turned to Yan Shu and commanded, "Come with me." Her voice was icy. Yan Shu noticed the familiar envelope in her hand, and his heart sank. Was this expression indicative of impending rejection? Nevertheless, he rose to follow her outside. It appeared they were headed towards the empty classroom at the end of the corridor. At that moment, his phone vibrated with a message from Zhang Xian. Yan Ge, are you confused? Why are you delivering love letters for others to me? Yan Shu thought, what? That was a letter I spent the entire night writing. Who had the audacity to claim it? Chapter 51. I truly like you. Yan Shu was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that someone would attempt to co-opt his love letter. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, en route to the cafeteria, sneezed and murmured, Is my grandma thinking of me? Su Mir entered the empty classroom with a stern expression. Inside, a few boys were smoking. Upon noticing her entrance, they mistakenly assumed she was a teacher, hurriedly extinguishing their cigarettes and scrambling off their desks. To their surprise, it was Su Mir who had walked in, and one of the boys from their class sighed in relief. You scared us, vice class monitor. Yan Shu entered just then, immediately overwhelmed by the acrid smell of smoke. He exclaimed softly in dismay. As they walked in tandem, a boy called out, Inga, what's going on? Yan Shu smiled slightly. Just discussing something. Are you all heading to eat? The boys exchanged knowing glances, chuckling amongst themselves, before one of Yan Shu's classmates led the way out, murmuring as they left through the back door. Su Mir found a lingering scent of smoke unpleasant, her discomfort evident as she furrowed her brow. Yan Shu, taking note, opened the window wide. As he turned back, he was startled to find Su Mir had silently approached him from behind. The exquisite girl, her face flushed with anger, thrust the crumpled pink love letter forcefully against his chest, her voice fierce. If you deliver another love letter for someone else, I will inform Aunt Lu that you have a crush on me. Yan Shu feigned innocence, gazing at her flushed face and glistening eyes. But I didn't deliver it for someone. This letter is mine. I truly like you, he insisted. You can tell my mom. The girl, once brimming with indignation, turned beet red, her eyes wide with surprise and uncertainty as she stared at him. Yan Shu anticipated a response, yet she chose to flee in a fluster. Su Mir dashed out of the classroom, her previous indignation shattered by his nonchalant admission of affection. The tumult of emotions surged within her, transforming her initial grievances into a bewildering blend of sweetness and confusion. Yan Shu had just confessed his feelings for her. Her heart raced, overwhelmed by the sudden shift in sentiment. Her once rosy complexion paled as she returned to the classroom, realizing she needed to take her medication. Yan Shu hurried to catch up with her, alarmed to see her clutching her chest. He quickened his pace, noting her complexion had turned ashen. She is having an episode, he thought. Gently, he urged, breathe slowly. He seized a classmate, one of the girls, and implored, please grab some medicine and water from Su Mir's bag. The girl, initially annoyed, rushed back once she recognized the severity of Su Mir's condition. Their classmates were aware of her illness, and even the most mischievous boys refrained from provoking her. Yan Shu guided Su Mir to lean against him, placing his hand over her heart. Relax, he urged softly. Her heartbeat indeed quickened. Who could have imagined that a confession could cause such turmoil? At that moment, Yan Shu regretted his timing. Fortunately, the girl returned promptly with the medicine and water, and other classmates emerged, some even calling for an ambulance. Everyone knew that a doctor's hands were supposed to be steady, often bearing the weight of lives in their care. Yet, Yan Shu's hands trembled as he looked at Su Mir's pale face, filled with fear and regret. Thankfully, after taking her medication, Su Mir's breathing gradually steadied. She was somewhat accustomed to this. She noticed Yan Shu's pallor and mistakenly believed he was frightened by her episode. The last time he had witnessed her illness was back in middle school. Her icy fingers gently clasped his hand, her temperature shockingly low despite it being summer. It's okay. I don't often have these episodes. Don't be afraid, she reassured him cautiously. I'm just like everyone else. You needn't worry, she added. Despite the presence of many classmates nearby, Yan Shu unabashedly tightened his grip on her cold hand, bringing it to his lips. I know, our little ears are incredibly resilient. His voice trembled, betraying his own anxiety. Whispers circulated among their peers regarding Su Mir's condition and Yan Shu's intimate gesture. Soon, a teacher arrived in haste. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Not long after, an ambulance arrived. Su Mir's complexion remained poor, although she insisted she was fine. Everyone was on edge. Ultimately, she had to board the ambulance. Su Shui, observing Yan Shu sitting in the ambulance, felt a vein in her forehead throb uncontrollably. Yan Shu, why are you getting in? She questioned. Yan Shu appeared considerably calmer, though his eyes were still slightly red. With an air of defiance, he declared, I'm accompanying a family member. Su Mir tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, What do you mean by family member? Teacher Su was so enraged that her voice broke. Yan Shu glanced at the visibly distressed Su Mir and curled her lips. We are childhood friends. I was by her side when her episode struck. Surely I am more useful than you, teacher. I will escort her there, and once Uncle and Aunt arrive, I shall return to class. Yes, you. Teacher Su retorted. What is your assurance worth? Yet, observing Yan Shu's determined demeanor, she realized that prolonging the situation was futile. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, Fine, but you must call me later. At this moment, Su Mir softly interjected, Perhaps we will return together soon. Ultimately, Teacher Su watched the ambulance depart, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Yan Shu sat beside Su Mir, noting that while her complexion had improved from earlier, it still bore a pallor. Su Mir sighed. Your complexion is worse than mine. A nearby nurse chuckled. Were you startled? A seemingly innocuous remark cast a shadow in Su Mir's eyes. She had never witnessed her own appearance during an episode, but she was certain it was unflattering. How could an episode be anything but alarming? Did Yan Shu find her frightening? Had she regretted her feelings? For years, Su Mir had navigated her sentiments regarding Yan Shu based on her own assessments. Yet today, Yan Shu had confessed her affection. Thus, biting her lip, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with hesitation and slight tremors. Yan Shu. Chapter 52. A smile that does not fade, but transforms. Yan Shu, still in a state of shock, immediately tensed upon hearing the unusual tone in Su Mir's voice. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? The attending nurse and doctor turned their attention to her, extending a hand. Su Mir quickly waved it off. I am fine. I was just a bit anxious and forgot I was in an ambulance. Yan Shu, still concerned, grasped her hand gently and urged, If you feel unwell, please speak up. Do not endure in silence. Yan Shu recalled how, in a previous life, Su Mir had prepared medicine and water for her when she had orchestrated a confession. Yes, in that past life, Su Mir had deliberately provoked Yan Shu into confessing. At that time, they were both preparing for their graduate entrance examinations, and Yan Shu had naturally harbored feelings for her. However, Yan Shu had never been particularly confident, especially after developing feelings for Su Mir, who was exceptionally talented. Yet, Yan Shu could sense that Su Mir regarded her differently. After years of companionship, even a fool could discern it. Still, Yan Shu hesitated to take that next step, unsure if it was truly appropriate. Affection could render even the most extraordinary individuals timid and insecure. Not to mention, in comparison to Su Mir, Yan Shu did not perceive herself as particularly remarkable. Undeniably, their relationship was splendid, and, as close friends, the thought of becoming lovers left Yan Shu uncertain if she could fulfill Su Mir's desires. After a brief moment of indecision, which felt like an eternity, Su Mir, acutely aware of Yan Shu's emotional shifts, invited her to the library that very evening. As usual, they lingered there until closing time, the campus pathways nearly deserted, with only half an hour remaining before the dormitory curfew. Passing the basketball court, Su Mir remarked, Yan Shu, a younger student confessed to me a few days ago. Yan Shu was already aware of this incident. Su Mir remained the belle of the campus, with many admirers, and her gossip was easily acquired. Yan Shu, harboring her own feelings, thought the younger boy too naive and inexperienced. Su Mir paused, gazing into Yan Shu's large eyes, which reflected a guilt-inducing glimmer. Previously, you mentioned that being older creates a generation gap. What about those my age, who have yet to achieve anything, daring to pursue me? What kind of person should I seek? Are you interested in dating? Yan Shu countered. To her surprise, Su Mir nodded earnestly. Yes, I am in my 20s now. As she spoke, she handed her water cup to Yan Shu, who instinctively took it and twisted the cap off, mumbling, What is so great about dating? Yan Shu, will you not say you like me? Yan Shu stood frozen, a sudden flutter in her heart as if something was amiss, causing it to race uncontrollably. Yet before she could respond, she saw Su Mir, pale-faced, producing several pills. If you don't answer me soon, I will. I like you. Yan Shu's complexion paled, hastily offering the water back. Are you all right? Su Mir managed to smile, though her pallor persisted, not resembling a person in distress. I like you too, she whispered, so, shall we begin dating? All right, let us date. Later, Yan Shu realized that Su Mir had indeed brought medication, as she was genuinely anxious. During the subsequent proposal, Yan Shu refrained from crafting grand surprises, intentionally dropping hints to ease the tension. Su Mir's heart condition was akin to a ticking time bomb. Even in her rebirth, knowing of Su Mir's affection, Yan Shu could only proceed cautiously, allowing her to acclimate gradually. Today, however, she had acted impulsively. She had not considered that Su Mir had not read the love letter. From the moment Su Mir had requested that she refrain from delivering a letter to another, Yan Shu discerned that she likely had not seen it. Otherwise, she would have recognized that the letter was penned by Yan Shu herself. The written word often bears less impact than spoken declarations, providing her with time to digest the sentiment. Ultimately, she could not resist confessing that she had authored the letter, admitting her feelings to prevent any misunderstandings. At this juncture, Yan Shu murmured an apology, her voice laced with regret. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Do you regret it? Su Mir's voice grew urgent. The nurse nearby, observing the two, admonished, please control your emotions. Do not become overly agitated. Su Mir reflexively apologized, and Yan Shu echoed the sentiment. Yan Shu gently patted Su Mir's hand, lamenting her impulsiveness in revealing her feelings, yet affirming, what I said was genuine. I truly like you. Su Mir gazed at Yan Shu, her previously taut heart, now feeling as if it were tenderly caressed. A smile crept onto her lips, oh. Though she yearned to laugh, the coy girl feigned indifference. Yan Shu, captivated by her smile, refrained from asking for a response, sensing that perhaps no answer was necessary. Yan Shu's lips curved upward, yet her eyes brimmed with concern. The ambulance soon arrived at the hospital, where Dr. Huang awaited at the entrance, her expression troubled. She had received a call from Teacher Su, informing her of Su Mir's episode, which had alarmed her greatly. Seeing her daughter descend from the ambulance, albeit pale, but otherwise well, brought her some relief. Yan Shu remained unscathed, merely trailing behind as Su Mir entered for examination. It was only when Dr. Huang confirmed that everything was indeed fine that she exhaled in relief and turned her attention to Yan Shu, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Yan Shu. I heard from Teacher Su that you were the first to notice something was amiss with her little ear. We are fortunate to have you. Yan Shu felt a twinge of guilt at the praise, glancing at Su Mir, who sat on the hospital bed, gazing at her. Only the two of them understood that the cause of Su Mir's episode was Yan Shu herself. In the end, Yan Shu did not return to school, but accompanied Su Mir home in her uncle's vehicle. Dr. Huang kindly arranged for both of them to take leave. As anticipated, during the car ride, Su Mir's uncle once again expressed his gratitude to Yan Shu. At this moment, Su Mir's complexion brightened, as she observed Yan Shu awkwardly accepting her father's praise. Yan Shu sighed, Uncle, please refrain from complimenting me. It makes me feel rather embarrassed. He truly felt a sense of embarrassment. Teacher Su, being a considerate individual, was well aware that children at this age often possess thin skins. Thus, he nodded and shifted the topic to their childhood, saying, I still recall that one Christmas when you two had a quarrel, didn't you? Little Ear had meticulously chosen apples at home for a long time, but you refused to accept them. As a result, she returned home in tears, refusing to share the apples with us and angrily tossed them out. How adorable! Su Mir's smile faltered, replaced by a hint of awkwardness. Father, how long ago was that? The smile, a transient expression, seemed to have migrated to Yan Shu's face, who responded with a grin. Indeed, how delightful. Did you prepare for long? Yes, 2 or 3 days in advance. I asked her mother to buy a large bag of apples, and we arranged them on the table for selection, he replied. Yan Shu, Su Mir whispered urgently, her voice tinged with anxiety. Yan Shu turned to her, softly saying, The apples you discarded, I retrieved them. Chapter 53. Is there anything wrong with preserving photographs of my girlfriend? This was not a mere attempt by Yan Shu to placate Su Mir. It was indeed the truth. Back then, they were merely children, and the quarrel was genuine. However, since their families lived directly opposite each other, Yan Shu had regretted his actions. After returning home, Yin Sheng mentioned how Little Ear had prepared for a long time and had even specifically inquired about Yan Shu's preference for apples. Realizing he had refused them must have saddened her greatly. Yan Shu, with his childlike temperament, quickly moved past his anger. He had even hesitated at the door, contemplating whether to apologize. He had witnessed the little girl tearfully tossing that apple into the trash before turning away. He heard Uncle Su say something at the door, only to hear Su Mir retort fiercely, "I don't want it. I detest Yan Shu." Once the door across the way had closed, Yan Shu went out and retrieved the apple from the trash. When he returned, Yin Cheng, unaware of the apple's origin, assumed they had reconciled and was quite pleased. Subsequently, Su Mir never offered him apples again. Instead, she brought grapes, kiwis, peaches, and other fruits, but never apples. The little girl certainly held onto grudges. At this moment, upon hearing him softly claim he had retrieved them, Su Mir paused in surprise. Yan Shu said no more and quickly resumed conversing with Uncle Su, who was driving. Su Mir had many questions she wished to pose to Yan Shu, but since they were being driven home by her father, there was little opportunity for privacy. Moreover, her father was currently in a tense state, making it unlikely that she could use studying as an excuse to linger. Ultimately, she could only accompany teacher Su back home for the time being. After Yan Shu watched them enter their home, he turned to head back to his own. Yin Cheng was somewhat surprised by his early return. "Why are you back so soon? Aren't you supposed to have evening study? Isn't it Wednesday?" He had likely shared with Little Ear about Su Mir's sudden illness earlier that afternoon. Indeed, Yin Cheng appeared worried, exclaiming, Little Ear is such a wonderful child. It's a pity her health is poor." Yan Shu was about to settle onto the sofa when he caught Yin Cheng's expression of concern. In his previous life, when he intended to marry Little Ear, things hadn't gone smoothly. Being an only child, he understood that Su Mir's health was not conducive to having children. This was also the reason Su Mir wished to undergo surgery quickly. She desired to give Yan Shu a child. In truth, Yan Shu didn't mind. He only wanted Su Mir. Having or not having children made no difference to him. However, the perspectives of parents were inevitably different. In the past, he had clashed with his family over the issue of children. His parents often lamented, "You are our only child. If only you had siblings. We would have to worry so much." Now, gazing at his still youthful father, Yan Shu suddenly inquired, "Old Yin, how are things going with my mother?" Yin Cheng chuckled, "You brat, what do you mean? It's just as it is. I mentioned before that you should consider it. A few years ago, didn't Mom express a desire for another child? You stubbornly insisted it wasn't safe due to age," Yan Shu earnestly suggested. "You're barely in your 40s. A checkup for a child is still feasible." "What are you talking about?" Yin Cheng regarded his son with suspicion, recalling how, as a child, he had cried vehemently at the thought of having a sibling. "Come on, old Yin, that was when I was a child. I'm much older now," Yan Shu retorted. He spent considerable time persuading his father, and it was evident that Yin Cheng was indeed swayed. Yan Shu felt reassured. He knew that his parents didn't want a divorce, but their relationship had grown too tense. Perhaps having a child would help mend things. It would be beneficial for the entire family. Upon returning to his room, Yan Shu discovered his phone had run out of battery. After charging it, he noticed a message from Su Mir pinned at the top. He opened it to find, "My father is worried about me going out. Even though it's just a few steps. Our backpacks are still in the classroom. Are you going to do some practice papers?" Below was a stack of photos of the papers. Indeed, it seems that academic overachievers are quite diligent, Yan Shu thought, although he had no desire to tackle the papers. He wanted to see Su Mir, so he promptly replied, "Yes, give me 5 minutes." Then he opened the door and asked Yin Cheng, "Dad, did you make soup today?" "Yes, are you hungry?" "It's ready," he replied. "No, just pack me some. I'm heading over to study," Yin Shu said. Even as he watched his son take the soup out, Yin Cheng felt something was amiss. When had his son become so studious and considerate, actively seeking to study at someone else's home? When Yin Shu knocked on the door, Su Wang was preparing dinner. Upon seeing him with the soup, she remarked that he should go thank old Yan, as little ear was busy studying in her room. This child just can't sit still. You should also remind her to balance work and rest. Understood, Uncle, Yan Shu replied obediently. Then Teacher Su went over to express his gratitude. Yan Shu observed that his future father-in-law sometimes bore a striking resemblance to Su Mir, both being quite innocent and devoid of any awareness of gender distinctions. As Yan Shu approached Su Mir's door, just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. Su Mir stood at the threshold, her fair face devoid of expression. She glanced at Yan Shu, saying, "Come in." Yan Shu noted her impassive demeanor, yet her delicate ears were slightly flushed. She must have overheard his conversation with Uncle in the living room and had been waiting behind the door for him. As he hesitated to knock, she had taken the initiative to open it. Ah, the little white rabbit willingly opens the door for the big bad wolf. How utterly charming, Yan Shu thought. He made an effort to suppress his amusement, feigning ignorance of her flushed ears as he entered with the soup, intending to drink it first. As it was likely at the perfect temperature, Su Mir obediently followed him, reaching out to take the soup. But Yan Shu gently evaded her grasp and sat down to drink. He then strolled toward her desk. Su Mir's room bore a resemblance to Yan Shu's, yet the decor featured a touch of pink, typical of a young girl's sanctuary. Although he had been familiar with it in his previous life, it was his first time entering after his rebirth, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The room carried the familiar scent of Su Mir, a subtle, refreshing fragrance. Yan Shu realized she had already bathed and changed in a loungewear. Why is it not that little duck? Yan Shu placed the soup on the table just as Su Mir was about to take her seat. For a moment, her body froze. Did you see it? Yan Shu observed her expression, which appeared to be one of shyness. Her emotions seemed stable, so he honestly admitted, "I was waiting by my phone for your pictures. How could I possibly have missed it?" At that moment, Su Mir earnestly recalled the previous photo, biting her lip and blushing as she asked, "You didn't save it, did you?" Yan Shu looked at her as if it were the most natural thing in the world, thinking, what's wrong with saving pictures of my girlfriend? But she wasn't even his girlfriend yet. Chapter 54. Please let me bear this little trouble, will you? Su Mir flushed with color at his words, girlfriend. Yet, she still remembered to retort, when did I ever become your girlfriend? Is it some sort of forced transaction? Upon hearing this, Yan Shu wore a look of grievance, but, he trailed off with a sigh, his mood disheartened. Okay, I understand what you mean. You're rejecting my confession, aren't you? His lowered eyelashes concealed the amusement in his eyes, and his voice carried a hint of disappointment. I don't think I can study right now. I've experienced heartbreak and need some time. I never said I was rejecting you, Su Mir exclaimed, her voice rising with urgency as she stood and reached out to grasp Yan Shu's hand, hesitating as if she had reservations. I didn't mean to reject you. Not rejecting means you like me, right? Liking me implies being together, doesn't it? If we are together, wouldn't you be my girlfriend? Yan Shu lifted his gaze to meet hers, unable to hide the joy in his eyes any longer. Su Mir realized then that he had not been disheartened at all. He had always known she liked him. A mix of shyness and irritation colored her fair cheeks. Who said that just because I like you, I have to be your girlfriend? I never agreed. This left Yan Shu momentarily stunned. Wait, so liking someone but not dating them means you're not their girlfriend? Is this some sort of tragic love story? If it were another girl, he might think she was playing hard to get, but Su Mir was not that type. Given her personality, it wouldn't be surprising if she wasn't the one being pursued. Of course, only he could take care of her. With this thought, Yan Shu calmed himself and patiently asked, so what do you mean? You like me, but you don't want to be together and you don't wish to be my girlfriend? Is there something I've done wrong? That's not it. Su Mir bit her lip, surprised at how naturally the conversation had evolved to this point. But since it had come this far, her expression turned serious. I have an illness. Ah, and then? I know. Yan Shu replied gently, I don't mind. Such a lovely little ear. Perhaps it was too perfect, hence fate bestowed upon her a minor flaw. Yan Shu did not see it as a significant issue, whether in this life or the last. Yet Su Mir lowered her gaze in silence, hesitating. She had never blamed her parents for her health condition, knowing they loved her dearly and provided her with the best. However, that did not mean she felt no insecurity. As a child, she wondered why she couldn't engage with the things that others could. She had cried and thrown tantrums, but as she matured, she came to understand everything. When she realized she liked Yan Shu, she felt a mix of shyness and joy, followed by a confession. Then came that one instance of her illness, when Yan Shu had argued with Uncle Yin at the door. What did she do? His every word held no disdain. Perhaps they were mere retorts during an argument. But the girl's heart was sensitive, especially hers. She remembered it well. Today, when she fell ill, Yan Shu's face turned pale and his body trembled. Was he frightened? If he were with me, he might frequently encounter situations like today. Though I try to control it, who can truly master their emotions? Sumir murmured, Yan Shu, I am a burden. Indeed, that is true. So let us not trouble others. Please, allow me to bear this little inconvenience, will you? Yan Shu leaned forward slightly, observing her gaze directed downward, avoiding his. Little ear, we have known each other for a long time. We are aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Are you afraid? His voice was gentle yet earnest. If you are rejecting me because of me, I could take a step back, pursue you slowly, even for longer. However, if your reason is your illness, I find that unacceptable. Sumir lifted her gaze to meet his, but as she locked eyes with Yan Shu, his serious and profoundly emotional expression left her momentarily speechless, causing her to forget what she was meant to say. Seeing her bewildered state, Yan Shu felt a pang of reluctance. She had just fallen ill earlier that afternoon, and he worried that pressing her too hard might agitate her emotions again. So tell me, what do you plan to do? Neither accepting nor rejecting. Just waiting to see? Yan Shu sighed. If that's the case. No. I want to give you a chance to reconsider. Sumir interrupted, her voice soft yet resolute. I fear you might regret it. You might think it's acceptable now. But our relationship. She met Yan Shu's gaze. Once we are together, I have no intention of breaking up. Do you understand what I mean, Yan Shu? I never intended to. I don't need you to answer in haste. You know my nature. I can be a bit awkward and might sometimes come off as harsh. My health is also a complication. Not a minor one, but a significant one, Sumir interjected. So you must think carefully, if you merely wish to date. I'm not suitable. In truth, Sumir was reluctant to utter such definitive words. She liked Yan Shu deeply, yet she was no longer the carefree girl she had been years ago, boldly confessing her affection. She was grateful he hadn't seen her confession letter back then. Because Sumir had matured, she understood she was a burden. If she were to be with Yan Shu, she could never let go. And what of Yan Shu? He would be trapped for a lifetime. Perhaps in the end, he would no longer love her. Yet because of her condition, he would never have the chance to voice it. They could not part ways. The ties between them were too numerous. Sumir had confided in Jean Lily, stating that as long as it wasn't them, she would not interfere with Yan Shu's friendships. This was genuine, as long as it was someone Yan Shu liked, and the person wasn't leading him astray. She would silently watch him with someone else, no matter how much it pained her. Sumir's feelings were pure and fervent, yet she dared not express them easily. Today, she had lost control, which led to her illness after Yan Shu confessed to her. Right now, she gazed at Yan Shu, still suppressed. You still have the chance to choose, many opportunities for romance. But if the partner is Sumir, you will only have one chance to date. So think carefully. This may be the only opportunity one ever give you to contemplate. Yan Shu looked at Sumir, his eyes reddening. The same words had been spoken by her in a previous life, following the moment when he, terrified, confessed his feelings for her. Chapter 55, My Love is a Lifelong Commitment. Initially, Yan Shu believed that after confessing his feelings, the two of them could seamlessly embark on a journey together, hand in hand into the future. However, while Yan Shu was still basking in the joy of finally having a girlfriend, Sumir, who was in his embrace, spoke up. Though it may be disappointing, Yan Shu, we cannot be together for the time being. Yan Shu was taken aback, wondering if he had done something wrong. Yet Sumir shook her head and said, In my eyes, aside from your absurd rebellious phase in high school, you are truly wonderful. Her expression was earnest as she continued, It's my fault. You know my health condition, and once I enter a relationship, I don't wish to part ways. If we were to break up, it would mean nothing at all. Sumir looked at Yan Shu seriously, her eyes shining with light. So, don't rush to answer. Let us set a deadline. If you wish to be in a relationship, I cannot accompany you. Once we're together, there will be no other opportunities. She declared. My notion of love is one that lasts a lifetime. How about a week? We both need to contemplate this. At that moment, Yan Shu gazed at the vibrant young woman before him, her face still bearing traces of youth. Despite the differing words, the sentiment conveyed was identical. He realized that Su Mir had long adopted an all-or-nothing mindset towards him. He heard the voices of his father and Uncle Su just beyond the door. Yan Shu whispered, "All right, let us think it over, but we should set a deadline, shouldn't we? How about after the final exam results come out? You'll have time to evaluate me." If he had immediately claimed to have already considered it, Su Mir would likely have thought him impulsive. Indeed, upon hearing this, "Je m'aurais expression sauvetant." She looked at Yan Shu and asked, "Less than a month? Is that sufficient?" Yan Shu smiled and nodded. "It's more than enough. I even feel it's too long. I've actually been contemplating this longer than you might imagine. I stand before you as a little ear traversing through time and light. I love you dearly, but perhaps I'll never have the chance to tell you that. However, I will ensure you feel the depth of my affection." He added, "During this period, you cannot refuse my kindness. After all, a prospective boyfriend deserves some privileges. Don't you think?" Yan Shu leaned in slightly, gazing into her eyes that shimmered with uncertainty. The sound of Uncle Su's footsteps served as the perfect distraction, as Yan Shu seized a moment to plant a quick kiss on her forehead before standing upright. "What are you two doing? Have you finished your soup, little ear? Dad has washed the bowl and is returning it to you," came Uncle Su's gentle voice accompanied by a light tap on the door. Sumir snapped back to reality, flustered as she turned to the soup on the desk. "Dad, wait a moment." She quickly gulped down the warm soup in one go. The spot where Yan Shu had kissed her forehead still felt warm. Yan Shu exclaimed, "Hey, take it slow." Uncle Su, also concerned, added, "No rush." Yet, Sumir felt her hands tremble at Yan Shu's voice. Her father was nearly at the door. How could he be so bold? Sumir felt her face flush. But Uncle Su was right outside waiting. She dared not look at Yan Shu, much less ask him to hand the bowl to her father. Instead, she lowered her head and circled around to give the bowl to Uncle Su. Noticing her flushed complexion, he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Why are you so red?" As he reached out to touch her forehead, Sumir quickly blocked his hand. "I'm fine, Dad. The soup is just a bit hot, and, Yan Shu made me angry with his questions." Sumir was not adept at lying. She had always been a good child. Thus, as she uttered those words, her heart felt heavy with guilt. However, her obedient nature meant that Uncle Su didn't think much of it, merely sighing and advising her to be patient, as everyone's comprehension varies. In the end, Sumir responded absent-mindedly a few times as Uncle Su headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He kindly remarked, "I might be a bit noisy while cooking, so please close the door while you work on your assignments." One could say that, in the eyes of both parents, they still perceived the two as the soft, innocent children they once were, completely unaware that they had grown up. Yan Shu replied with a smile, "Understood, Uncle." He then moved to close the door. Sumir's instincts warned her against allowing Yan Shu to shut the door. What if he crossed further boundaries? They had just shared a kiss. She placed her hand on the door he was about to close, attempting to sound stern, but finding her voice soft and somewhat hesitant. "What are you doing?" Outside, the sound of Uncle Su chopping vegetables could be heard. Yan Shu innocently replied, "Uncle asked us to close the door if it gets too noisy." "It's not noisy," Sumir exclaimed, a bit flustered. Yan Shu chuckled at her blush. "What are you so anxious about? Uncle is still outside. I wouldn't dare do anything." He then released his grip on the door. "So, should we not close it? Are we still doing our assignments?" What did he mean by not daring to do anything? He had clearly been bold moments earlier. Sumir glanced at Yan Shu, who appeared calm and composed, clearly someone who had prior experience in romance. A pang of jealousy surged within her, and she turned to the desk, muttering, "I'll just go find a chair to bring in." Why did you suddenly switch to a slightly irritated tone?" Yan Shu pondered, completely oblivious to the fact that Sumir was mentally revisiting past grievances. He obediently went out to fetch a chair. Upon returning, he found a set of yellow river exam papers placed in front of him. Logically, he could tackle them, but the previous papers Sumir had given him were merely foundational exercises. Suddenly, they had turned into competitive questions. Was the prize for a kiss now 10 problems? He could certainly manage that. Su Mir was deliberate in her actions, yet as she noticed Yan Shu's lack of movement, she began to question whether she was being too harsh. Yan Shu watched as a delicate hand emerged to take the exam paper from before him and replace it with another. You've picked the wrong one. Do this instead, she instructed. Yan Shu couldn't help but smile, but given the playful banter they had just shared, he feared that pushing further might genuinely upset her. He felt a twinge of regret, yet his spirits remained high. After all, he had thought he would never see the end of his unrequited affection. And now there was a defined timeline. Once that moment arrived, his long pursuit of love would finally reach its first milestone, becoming her boyfriend. Just thinking about it brought him joy. After all, a prospective boyfriend could never compare to an actual boyfriend. Otherwise, the kiss earlier would have been on her lips rather than her forehead. Yan Shu sighed wistfully. Su Mir paused mid-writing, unable to suppress her curiosity. What's wrong? Is the question too difficult? Chapter 56. Yan Shu resolved to bring her strawberry milk tomorrow. At least it was pink. He turned to her side, resting his head on the desk. The desk was quite small, and with this position, it was inevitable that he would brush against Su Mir. Habitually, she instinctively leaned back to give him more space. Yan Shu noticed her movement and sighed, adopting a sorrowful tone. You seem to be quite afraid of me. Do you not like me? Su Mir was perplexed by the conclusion he had drawn, unable to suppress a frown. What are you saying? You don't like me. Can someone who dislikes you be kissed by you? What do you take yourself for? Su Mir felt a surge of irritation. Yan Shu, discerning her thoughts from her expression, quickly extended his hand and playfully remarked, Actually, I feel that you like me too. However, your earlier evasive movement was truly hurtful. His words were earnest and sincere. Indeed, Su Mir's countenance shifted to one of discomfort. She had instinctively recoiled. The warmth from the kiss Yan Shu had planted on her forehead still lingered, that soft touch remaining imprinted on her skin. This was the second time Yan Shu had kissed her. Observing her expression closely, Yan Shu moved his outstretched hand slightly, asking, Shall we hold hands? You should attempt to make contact with me. His voice was gentle and laced with allure. When one harbors affection for another, the desire to touch them becomes irresistible. I like you more than you realize. Thus, I cannot help but reach out to you. And your retreat feels quite painful to me. The latter part was a guilt-ridden figment of Su Mir's imagination. She blinked and ultimately chose to grasp Yan Shu's hand, her soft, fair fingers enveloping his palm gently before she quickly turned her head away, exclaiming, No more talking. Focus on the exam, and refused to meet his gaze again. Yan Shu watched their intertwined hands. Hers, no longer chilled as it had been during her illness, rested warmly in his palm. The mirth in his eyes was almost uncontrollable, and his heartbeat gradually returned to a normal rhythm. He tightened his grip slightly, feeling her discomfort as she shifted but did not pull away. Their palms pressed together. Their heartbeats seemed to synchronize. Silence enveloped them, one diligently writing the exam with one hand, while the other, blushing and eyes cast down, perused a book. Their postures may have appeared somewhat awkward, yet neither showed any inclination to withdraw their hands. Though the air conditioning filled the room, the warmth of their clasped hands rendered them aware of a sticky sensation. But what did it matter? They continued to hold on to one another. Yan Shu desired little, merely wishing to affirm that he had her hand in his, and that was sufficient. He was to return to Yinsheng when called for dinner. When their hands finally separated, they exchanged a fleeting glance. Su Mir's beautiful eyes shimmered with shyness, yet there was also a hint of pride. As Yan Shu prepared to leave, she hastily defended herself. I don't dislike you, nor am I being forced. In summary, I like you, and I am willing. Yan Shu smiled, reaching out to tousle her hair. I understand. The door swung open to reveal two fathers standing in the living room. Su Mir felt compelled to caution Yan Shu against his boldness. However, the two fathers merely glanced in their direction before turning away, showing no further interest. Yan Shu casually greeted Su Wang before turning to accompany Yan Sheng back. During dinner, Su Wang suddenly remarked, It seems that Yan Shu has changed quite a bit for the better. Su Mir, who was in the midst of serving herself, couldn't help but smile subtly, replying, Yes. He's quite nice now. Su Wang looked at her in surprise. You seem to have a rather ordinary relationship with him before. Su Mier whispered, not really. Su Wang chuckled and shook his head. Children your age all have their own thoughts. The conversation did not progress further. In her heart, Su Mier added quietly, I never had an ordinary relationship with him. I've always liked him immensely. Yan Shu's day had been a roller coaster of emotions, ultimately culminating in joy. That night, he dreamt of an unrelated scenario where he received a love letter from Su Mier during middle school, and they seamlessly became a couple. Upon waking, a smile adorned his face, tinged with a hint of melancholy for the years they had lost. But the thought that he was now Su Mier's prospective boyfriend sent his spirits soaring. The next morning, he left home earlier than usual. Consequently, when Su Mier stepped out, she was surprised to find Yan Shu waiting at the elevator. She paused, glancing at her watch. Am I late today? Her voice carried a hint of frustration. But upon checking the time, she realized it was the usual hour. Yan Shu handed her the milk and instinctively reached for her backpack, only to realize, no, I've just left earlier. It dawned on him that both their backpacks were still at school. Why? It's not your turn for duty today. Su Mier took the milk and pressed the elevator button. Her curiosity piqued. As they ascended, the elevator was not empty, filled with neighbors heading out for their morning errands. They exchanged polite greetings with the familiar aunties, responding dutifully. Thus, Yan Shu did not immediately answer Su Mier's question, waiting until the elevator doors opened. Following the aunties out, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I'm pursuing you, so you should be more proactive. Su Mier, caught off guard while sipping her milk, suddenly choked and began to cough. Yan Shu, taken aback, quickly reached out to pat her back gently. Is it really that startling? Once Su Mier managed to regain her composure and looked up at him, her cheeks tinged with red, she protested, What are you doing? I never asked you to chase me. Yet, Yan Shu's gaze remained fixated on the girl's flushed face. The remnants of milk at the corner of her mouth, coupled with the mist in her eyes, sparked thoughts in his mind that were less than innocent. Su Mier stared at him, momentarily bewildered, calling out, Yan Shu? He took a deep breath, awkwardly diverting his gaze. As his eyes returned to her, he reached out and softly instructed, Don't move. He gently wiped away the white streak on her face, his expression growing serious. Let us go. It's time for school. He turned away, his movements somewhat awkward as he walked ahead. Su Mier stood rooted in place, puzzled by his strange demeanor, questioning what is wrong with him. Yan Shu resolved to bring her strawberry milk the following day. After all, it was pink. Chapter 57. Yan Shu's words, deceitful whispers. They returned to school, as usual. Upon entering the classroom, Su Mier immediately attracted the attention of her peers. Several familiar girls, including Zhang Xian, gathered around her, expressing their concern and affection. Yan Shu observed the seemingly expressionless girl, whose ears turned pink under the warmth of her classmates' kindness. She even retrieved some snacks from her drawer to share with them. In a certain light, Su Mier embodied a childlike innocence. She was the type who, when treated well, would reciprocate that kindness tenfold. Yet, her inability to express herself often led others to perceive her as unapproachable, a proud little girl with a remarkably tender heart. Feng Zheng spoke up. Wipe that smile off your face. It's rather frightening. Yan Shu rolled his eyes. You should be quiet. Beside them, the program was munching on bread and interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly a case of infatuation. His words were somewhat muffled due to the bread in his mouth. Feng Zheng and Chen Feng erupted into hearty laughter. Yan Shu directed a warm smile towards the program, expressing, I truly appreciate your insight. The program grinned innocently, replying, No need for thanks. Su Mier and the others were drawn to the laughter of Feng Zheng and Chen Feng, glancing over in curiosity. What's so funny? Zhang Xian inquired. Ha ha, it's just Yin Gu's infatuation. Feng Zheng chuckled. A synchronized "oh" escaped the lips of the crowd, their reaction surprisingly harmonious. Many had witnessed the anxious demeanor of Yan Shu when Su Mier fell ill yesterday, including the tender moment when he kissed her hand. Thus, with this reminder, their gazes towards Yan Shu and Su Mier took on a more ambiguous tone. Zhang Feifei playfully remarked, with Mier's looks, infatuated admirers are bound to be plentiful. She winked at Yan Shu, teasing, "ISNT that right, Yinga?" Yan Shu, wearing a smile, engaged with the jest, but others cannot be infatuated, can they? The crowd erupted into another round of O's. Sumire's face flushed red. Why was he being so overt? Yan Shu, however, deemed himself quite discreet. If he wished, he could have announced, "Look, the most beautiful one is mine." This marked him with a label of possession, leaving no chance for other boys who might express interest in her. Hence, he believed his actions were indeed modest. Fortunately, at that moment, Teacher Sue entered the classroom, chiding them. "What are you all chattering about like monkeys? Settle down and prepare for the morning reading." The group dispersed. Teacher Sue, noticing Sue Meier's overly rosy complexion, gently inquired, "Meier, are you feeling all right?" Sue Meier promptly stood, assuring, "I'm fine, teacher. I apologize for causing you and everyone concerned." "Ah, as long as you're well," Teacher Sue replied, having been startled herself by Sue Meier's sudden illness. Fortunately, someone had noticed in time, administered medication, and called for an ambulance. Otherwise, if something truly dire had occurred, it would have been disastrous. Hence, she had deliberated for quite some time, contemplating an opportunity to speak with both Sue Meier and Yan Shu separately. The situation between these two was rather conspicuous. However, after witnessing Sue Meier's distress the previous day, Teacher Sue hesitated. Sue Meier was such a well-behaved child. Therefore, she spoke to Sue Meier with gentleness. "No need to stand. Please sit down and focus on your studies." Then, she turned to Yan Shu. "Yan Shu, please come over here." With little else to do, Sue Meier could only seek out Yan Shu. Yan Shu stood and followed Teacher Sue out of the classroom, casting a reassuring glance back at Sue Meier. Yet, he was aware that her naturally worrying disposition would render her anything but at ease. Upon entering the office with Teacher Sue, they found it empty, likely as others were supervising the morning reading. Teacher Sue took her seat, observing Yan Shu, who stood somewhat carelessly yet possessed a face that many girls would find appealing. Otherwise, the fervent pursuit of Jean Lily from Class 9 would not have occurred, complete with public confessions. At this age, both boys and girls were in a phase of yearning for the opposite sex. Teacher Sue understood this well, having experienced it herself. In fact, she had spoken to Yan Shu several times before when he frequently skipped class. Yet, she hadn't anticipated his newfound seriousness. He had become more obedient, prompting her to seek him out for a discussion. Primarily, this made approaching the topic more challenging than before. After a few moments of silence, without Teacher Sue speaking, Yan Shu decided to break the ice. "Teacher, did you call me here to punish me? Should I fetch my vocabulary notebook?" Teacher Sue glanced at him. "You seem to be quite conscientious now." Yan Shu smiled innocently, as he had a hunch about Teacher Sue's intent for calling him over. The previous incident in the park had made her expression rather clear. Teacher Sue gestured for him to sit. "I'm not here to punish you. Just take a seat." Yan Shu obediently complied. Teacher Sue finally spoke. "What is going on between you and Meier?" Yan Shu responded with a surprised, "Ah, what aspect are you asking about, teacher?" Teacher Sue pressed, "Are you two in a romantic relationship?" Teacher Sue inquired in one breath, feeling somewhat frustrated. To her astonishment, Yan Shu shook his head. "No, teacher. At least not at this moment. There won't be any opportunities this semester." He sighed, reiterating, "I genuinely mean it, teacher." Teacher Sue frowned, recalling how readily he had acknowledged his relationship with Jean Lily before. "You were quite forthcoming with your past relationship with Jean Lily," she remarked. "And I am equally forthcoming now. I truly have not been dating." Yan Shu insisted earnestly, "I'm not lying." After all, they hadn't even begun a relationship yet. He had pondered the previous night, questioning if perhaps his wife was dissatisfied with his academic performance, hence motivating him to strive harder. With this thought, Yan Shu felt increasingly restless. "Teacher, I need to return to morning reading. I genuinely haven't been dating." Sue Meier mentioned wanting to contribute to the nation, and I can't be a stumbling block on her path. Thus, he too must contribute to the nation, while also working towards building a beautiful home. He chuckled. Teacher Sue, oblivious to his underlying thoughts, hesitantly asked, "So, have you been rejected?" Yan Shu felt as though everyone recently was pricking at his heart. While not a complete rejection, it was close enough. Consequently, his expression darkened. Teacher Sue assumed her assumption was correct. Nowadays, children possess a strong sense of pride. She quickly redirected the conversation. Well, Sumir has excellent grades. You should study hard as well. Who knows, perhaps in college, she might change her opinion of you. Strangely, the conversation had turned into teacher Su offering him solace. Initially, Yan Shu did not interrupt, but as the conversation continued, he felt embarrassed to interject. He could only listen attentively as teacher Su comforted him and painted a picture of the benefits of university life, including the chance to meet many outstanding young women. If not for his prior experience, he might have almost believed it. Chapter 58, she responded to Yan Shu in her own clumsy manner. Teacher Su earnestly encouraged him to study until the bell signaled the end of morning reading, allowing Yan Shu to return. Sumir, however, was not taking her morning reading seriously. Lately, Yan Shu had not caused any trouble, nor was he arriving late or skipping classes. Thus, what could teacher Su possibly discuss with him for such an extended period? Sumir's first reaction was that it must have been about early romance. Teacher Su's all-knowing gaze had left a profound impression on Sumir. Unfortunately, after morning reading, classes resumed immediately, leaving no time for a break. Yan Shu entered the classroom right behind teacher Su, and Sumir found no opportunity to speak with him. However, as he passed by her desk, his hand casually brushed against the surface, leaving behind a small white rabbit milk candy. Sumir blinked and turned her profile towards him, but Yan Shu wore a neutral expression, still smiling at her. Perhaps she had been overthinking things? All right, everyone wake up. Class is starting. Take out the papers we were discussing before. You all look so listless. It's almost senior year. The Chinese teacher rapped on the desk, urging them to pay attention. Sumir withdrew her gaze, gently reaching for the candy that still seemed to carry Yan Shu's warmth, thinking to herself, I haven't even tasted it yet, but I can tell it will be sweet. For Yan Shu, the Chinese class felt somewhat hypnotic. However, today I persevered and managed to listen until the end. With only 2 weeks left until the finals, I must strive diligently. I aspire to stand shoulder to shoulder with his wife as soon as possible. Although it has been quite some time since I left high school, the memories of Yan Shu's repeated studies remain vividly etched in my mind. Thus, I still have some recollection of the content found in many books or exams. Don't ask me why. Often, my responses are merely reflexive. Hence, Yan Shu feels quite confident about this upcoming final, primarily because he had previously performed rather poorly, so any effort might lead to improvement. During the first class, the teacher extended the lesson, and as soon as the bell rang, Sumir turned to Yan Shu, expecting him to inquire. Yet, before she could pose her question, she was whisked away by Zhang Xian and the others to the restroom. To this day, Yan Shu cannot fathom why girls insist on going to the restroom together. Nevertheless, with Sumir gone, the gossiping Feng Zheng approached. Brother Yan, what did teacher Su want to discuss with you? Chun Feng also expressed curiosity. Yes, what did she say? She mentioned that flowers that bloom too early are prone to withering. Yan Shu replied languidly. Feng Zheng and Chun Feng exchanged puzzled glances. What does that even mean? Yan Shu glanced at the two of them and asked, Do you know why Xiao Ming's grandfather lived to 105? I know this one. Chun Feng interjected. Isn't it because he didn't meddle in other people's affairs? But does this relate to our discussion? Feng Zheng, having grasped Yan Shu's sarcasm, clicked his tongue in understanding and looked at Chun Feng with pity. Feng, you should read less and think more flexibly. This guy is suggesting we're being nosy. Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle at their banter. Feng Zheng and Chun Feng then began to discuss what kind of sack would be suitable for trapping him. In such a light-hearted atmosphere, Yan Shu felt at ease. After entering the workforce, perhaps due to his profession as a doctor, where he witnesses the cycle of life and death all too often, the feeling of ease seemed to have become a luxury. Yan Shu often pondered whether he would choose to become a doctor again if given the chance. He did not wish for Sumir to embark on this path, as she had also pursued medicine for his sake in their previous life. Yet, Yan Shu genuinely enjoys his work. He has saved many lives, and although it is exhausting, witnessing the revival of those on the brink of death fills him with joy. Given another chance, it seems he would still consider pursuing medicine. However, he would consult Sumir and take her opinions into account, for in Yan Shu's eyes, nothing is more significant than Sumir. when Su Mir and the others returned. The second period commenced, which was taught by teacher Su. Following that was the break for running exercises. Su Mir felt that despite being merely separated by a track, they had no opportunity to exchange a single word. Teacher Su supervised the running, and Su Mir, feeling somewhat guilty, dared not be overly familiar with Yan Shu in her presence, so she walked alongside Zhang Xian and the others. Yan Shu, lagging behind, felt a sigh building up within him. However, this scene, in teacher Su's eyes, likely solidified her belief that Yan Shu had indeed not pursued Su Mir. She knew Su Mir was a child with a sense of propriety. During the running exercises, the teacher did not accompany them, but stood in small groups along the track, chatting, occasionally glancing over at her class. Thus, Yan Shu slowed his pace to match that of Su Mir, who was at the back. "Have you been holding back all morning? Is there something you want to ask?" Each time Su Mir ran, her complexion seemed less than ideal, and this time was no exception, though her breathing remained steady. "What did teacher Su want with you?" As Yan Shu drew alongside Su Mir, Zhang Xian, who had been beside her, playfully dashed ahead. "Well, she was discussing the issue of flowers blooming too early," Yan Shu teased her. He then noticed Su Mir's eyes widen in surprise, her voice a bit hurried yet subdued. You admit we are in a premature romance? Isn't a flower that blooms too early just a metaphor for early love?" Yan Shu fell silent. Su Mir understood him well and was quite astute. She immediately grasped the implications of his words. Nevertheless, he attempted to soothe her, adding with a hint of melancholy, "We are not in a premature romance. What do I have to admit? Teacher Su was merely comforting me after a breakup." Su Mir found this somewhat absurd. She could easily imagine how teacher Su would comfort Yan Shu. After all, she was an excellent teacher. Thus, she hesitated to say, "You shouldn't deceive the teacher like this." "Wait, I'm not deceiving her." Yan Shu felt somewhat wronged. Should I admit to being in a chaotic early romance? But it hasn't even started yet. As he spoke, a mischievous smile broke across his face. "Then will you agree to be with me now? I will immediately go to teacher Su and confess our premature romance." Su Mir responded with a bemused expression. "Is your skin made of bricks? How can you be so thick-skinned?" She turned her small face away. "Run faster. Is it appropriate for a boy to run so slowly?" Observing her serious expression, Yan Shu couldn't help but laugh, muttering softly, "So fierce." He then quickened his pace, only to hear someone call from behind, "Wait." Yan Shu turned to look at her. Extending his hand, Su Mir, however, did not meet his gaze. Her expression remained unchanged as she placed the candy she held into Yan Shu's outstretched palm, then said sternly, "Go run." Yan Shu felt her soft fingertip brush against his palm and glanced down to see a strawberry milk candy resting in his hand. He had given her a large white rabbit candy, and she had reciprocated with a strawberry milk candy. Su Mir was responding to him in her clumsy way, conveying, "I do not dislike you. I will respond to your affection equally, or even more." Even though she lacked eloquence and felt shy to express it, Yan Shu understood. Therefore, he clenched the candy tightly and quickly patted her head. "I got it. And by the way, class monitor, your ears are turning red." He then turned and continued running ahead. She could shy away from looking at him, but she wouldn't run far. As long as Su Mir took a couple of steps forward, she could easily catch up with Yan Shu. However, at this moment, her face had flushed from her ears to her cheeks. "Su Mir, you truly are hopeless." Chapter 59. When you plan to pledge yourself? After completing their running exercises, there was a brief respite, and Yan Shu went with Feng Zheng and the others to buy water. The boys playfully discussed whether to go out for lunch, but Yan Shu was indifferent. After all, Su Mir would likely dine with Zhang Xian and the other girls. Eating with a group of boys was rather inconsequential. As they playfully made their way back, they passed by class 3 when a girl dashed out. Yan Shu. Instinctively, the boys turned to look. Feng Zheng even whispered, "Here comes the peach blossom." The girl quickly approached Yan Shu, smiling up at him. "Hello, I'm Li Xian. Thank you for saving me during the trip." Yan Shu remembered. She was the girl who had suffered an epileptic seizure. He smiled and nodded. "I appreciate your gratitude. It was merely a small act. I happened to notice." With that, he prepared to leave. Many were aware of Yan Shu's previous assistance to a girl in distress, So upon realizing she was merely there to express her gratitude rather than confess her feelings, they lost interest in gossiping. After all, it was natural to thank someone who had saved your life. However, Li Xian seemed taken aback by Yan Shu's straightforward acceptance and his intention to leave. She hurriedly followed a couple of steps, quietly saying, could I treat you to a meal? My parents said they want to properly thank you. Having been a doctor before, Yan Shu was accustomed to encountering family members who would offer gifts or red envelopes. Thus, in dealing with this particularly seasoned individual, it became evident that the responsibilities at hand were no longer applicable. He circled around the topic, asserting that it was truly unnecessary. In fact, the ambulance was already on its way, so there was no need for formality. With a nod, he departed. Li Xian felt too embarrassed to follow him. After being turned down twice, the young lady's modesty was palpable. Feng Zheng playfully draped an arm over Yan Shu's shoulder, teasingly remarking, Brother Yan, I just realized you have a bit of a cool demeanor. Well, you were quite foolish in the past, Yan Shu replied earnestly. It's astonishing that you're only now discovering my charm. The surrounding boys erupted in laughter. Feng Zheng retorted, Get lost. Yan Shu joined in the laughter, completely unfazed by the banter. However, he was perplexed by the persistence of the girl named Li Xian. At noon after class, she waited at the entrance of the classroom for him. Initially, Yan Shu had been engaged in solving a particularly challenging problem with Sumi but a few mischievous boys, likely aware that Li Xian was waiting for him, poked their heads in a shout, Yan Shu, a beautiful girl is waiting for you. Another chimed in with a cheeky remark, Why does Brother Yan always have girls waiting for him? What about us? Because Brother Yan is handsome, and you are quite ugly. The group then playfully tussled away. Yan Shu mused, You all are remarkably enthusiastic. Sumi who had been writing her solution on draft paper, paused and glanced outside, noticing a girl peering in at the entrance. She withdrew her gaze, her expression turning cool as she addressed Yan Shu. Are you planning to go out? It's inconsiderate to keep someone waiting. Observing Sumi Oi's indifferent demeanor, Yan Shu chuckled softly, knowing she was feeling a hint of jealousy. That girl is the one I saved at the park. She probably just wants to express her gratitude. I had already declined her invitation. Yan Shu blinked innocently, adding, It has nothing to do with me. I was planning to take the opportunity to invite you to dinner. His straightforwardness and sincerity caused Sumi resolve to falter. The corners of her mouth twitched upwards, though she quickly suppressed it, her tone still laced with acidity. Why not give her a chance? She probably wants to treat you to dinner and has been waiting quite a while. Yan Shu reached out, gently ruffling her hair. Can you guess why I want to give her a chance? I fear that if I steal another glance, someone might drown in a sea of jealousy. At that moment, the classroom was sparsely populated with students scattered about, some sitting, others reclining. Their hushed conversation was barely audible. Yan Shu, gazing into Sumi enchanting eyes, suggested, Would you like to go out and tell her not to wait any longer? He smiled, subtly asserting his claim. What claim? Sumi's voice was soft and somewhat timid. Despite her declaration that they were not yet together, her jealousy seemed to lack a solid foundation. The claim that you belong to me, Yan Shu replied lightly, though I have yet to officially claim my position on your side, in my heart. You will always hold that place. He gently tapped his chest where his heart resided. One could only say that Yan Shu, being slightly older than Sumi understood her all too well, effortlessly softening her heart with just a few words. Sumi felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had been unfair to Yan Shu. Ultimately, under his persuasion, she found herself approaching Li Xian. Li Xian had been hesitating at the entrance, contemplating whether to call Yan Shu out. She genuinely wanted to thank him, but a part of her also entertained the whims of a young girl. After all, being saved from a fainting episode by a dashing classmate felt like the beginning of a romantic drama. Even though she had been turned down, she wrestled with her thoughts and decided to come. To her surprise, she found Yan Shu and Sumi huddled together over a problem. She observed keenly, noticing that while Sumi was focused on her calculations, Yan Shu's gaze strayed from the paper and lingered on Sumi's face. The striking image of a handsome boy and a beautiful girl was too conspicuous, causing her fleeting hopes to dissipate, and she felt too bashful to interrupt. At that moment, upon seeing Sumi emerge while Yan Shu remained seated, Li Xian felt a pang of envy. Sumi slightly embarrassed, addressed Li Xian. Yan Shu 1T joining for lunch. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Xian interjected, "No worries, could you please give him this snack? I simply feel it would be remiss not to express my gratitude." Li Xian beamed brightly, adding, "In ancient times, if someone saved me, I would have to offer myself in return." Noticing Sumi's expression darken, she quickly added with a laugh, "I'm just joking. Please just consider this a token of thanks, and I won't disturb him anymore." Eventually, Sumi took the snack with a stony expression and returned to the classroom, her mind swirling with the phrase, offering oneself in return. How could one possibly offer themselves? Yan Shu, observing her displeased demeanor, grew concerned and asked, "What's wrong?" Sumi placed the snack bag on his desk, saying, "Oh, someone else offering you themselves in return. This is the bride price. No, the dowry." Yan Shu looked utterly bewildered. "What?" Sumi however, did not address his confusion. She merely glanced at his face and muttered indignantly, "If saving someone warrants such an offer, then it should be me." After all, it was Yan Shu who had discovered her in distress on nearly every occasion. So why wasn't he recognized as her savior? Although Yan Shu couldn't quite grasp what was happening, hearing Sumi's declaration of offering herself left him no room for hesitation as he replied, "Sure. When you plan to make that offer?" Sumi Chapter 60. In ancient times, child brides were raised in their own chambers. Sumi regarded Yan Shu's expression, which seemed to escape his lips without thought, with a complex feeling. She opened her mouth. "I was merely saying that. I don't care. I take you seriously," Yan Shu said with a smile. "How did I not think of such an offer? If it comes down to it, I could offer myself to you as well. You've tutored me for so long, and I have no way to repay you." The more he contemplated, the more sense it made. Yan Shu felt he had found a shortcut, a direct route to his goal. "How does that sound? Can I be your child bride? You can keep me in your room, and I promise to be obedient." Before he could finish, Sumi with wide eyes and flushed cheeks, quickly covered his mouth, saying, "Shut up. What are you saying? This is a classroom." Yan Shu found his mouth covered by her soft, delicate hand, and as he gazed at her shy visage, a smile blossomed in his eyes. "Is there anything inappropriate to say? I'm not saying anything scandalous. After all, in ancient times, child brides were kept in rooms, right?" He genuinely wished to be kept in Sumi's room. Yan Shu spoke innocently. Unfortunately, Sumi was a girl well-versed in many stories. While the author of Spicy Rabbit Head, with a touch of sugar, maintained a pure narrative, the comments from readers often took a more risky turn. Thus, Sumi was indeed quite knowledgeable. The moment she heard Yan Shu mention being kept in a room, her mind inevitably wandered to various images. How does Yan Shu even know such things? Moreover, the concept of being kept in a room, with all that it entailed, sounded rather suggestive. Soon, Yan Shu found his mouth covered, watching as her face inexplicably turned a deeper shade of crimson. "Yan Shu, what just happened?" He gently kissed Sumi's palm, only to witness her abruptly retract her hand, covering the spot he had kissed as if it were tainted. Yan Shu reached out and gently touched her adorably flushed face. "What are you thinking? Why is your face so red?" Sumi certainly wouldn't divulge her thoughts to Yan Shu. In a fluster, she stood up. "Let's go eat. I'm hungry." Yan Shu raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. However, he refrained from pressing further and followed the somewhat flustered Sumi outside, his mind still replaying his earlier words. Upon exiting, they found that Li Xian had already departed. Yan Shu let out a sigh of relief. After all, his wife was already upset. It was best to steer clear of the opposite sex for his own safety. Yet, he was genuinely curious about how she had become so enamored. Wasn't his childhood husband's suggestion a better option? No, childhood husband, enamored? Yan Shu's gaze flickered as he observed Sumi ahead of him. He seemed to have guessed the reason for a blush. His wife, perhaps she had read quite a bit in her past life, which explained her occasional cleverness. Almost forgetting, the little white rabbit's exterior belied a rather impure heart. Yan Shu playfully pressed down on Sumi's head. "What do you think about all day long?" Sumi's face reddened further as she swatted his hand away. They were in the stairwell, and since it was empty, she didn't immediately release his hand but instead squeezed it tightly. "Why are you so annoying?" Yan Shu, do you know something? But that shouldn't be the case, right? If he truly knew, it would be quite embarrassing for her. Moreover, how could Yan Shu resist the opportunity to tease her? Yan Shu smiled and reversed his grip, holding her hand. All right, I won't annoy you anymore. Of course, he would not let this opportunity slip. He merely chose not to bring it up at that moment. By evening, after they had completed their night study and were heading home, Su-mi had almost forgotten the incident. Her mouth full of the strawberry milk candy Yan Shu had just given her, the very piece she had gifted him that morning. Yan Shu had claimed he was suffering from a toothache, which led him to give all his candies to Su-mi, cautioning her not to indulge excessively. Sitting in the back seat of the car, with candy in her mouth, Su-mi's voice was somewhat muffled. How come you have so many candies? To quit smoking. It leaves a bland taste in my mouth, Yan Shu sighed, feeling a twinge of pain in his teeth. Su-mi fell silent for a moment, realizing that it had indeed been quite a while since she had detected the scent of smoke on Yan Shu. Although faint before, it was now absent. Her eyes crinkled with a smile. Why are you quitting smoking? Yan Shu turned to meet her laughing eyes, aware that she was feigning ignorance, and leisurely replied, for a certain childhood wife. Su-mi's face flushed crimson as she suddenly slapped his back, the sound sharp and echoing. Concerned, she quickly inquired, I'm sorry. Does it hurt? In truth, it did not hurt. It merely sounded loud. How much strength could such a petite figure like Su-mi muster? Yet, Yan Shu feigned a dramatic wince. As expected, Su-mi's hands anxiously began to explore his back, the lean frame of a boy her age undoubtedly eliciting concern. Does it hurt? Her voice carried a blend of annoyance and caution. Yan Shu, pulling the car over to the roadside, turned to look at her, catching the unmasked concern in her eyes. He smiled softly, just teasing you, it doesn't hurt. Su-mi shot him a glare, retorting, who told you to spout nonsense? Yan Shu raised an eyebrow. How did I spout nonsense? You just mentioned something about childhood wives. Did that mean she was the one he was referring to? Su-mi regarded him with a hint of pride. Are there others? Any other childhood friends? It seemed she was the only one who fit the bill of childhood wife. So, did Yan Shu dare assert he wasn't talking about her? He didn't dare. He was indeed speaking of her, and at that moment, her proud demeanor struck him as utterly endearing. He elongated his tone before finally saying, I was talking about you. You refuse to acknowledge that I am your childhood husband, so I can only imagine you as my childhood wife. Yan Shu even articulated the thoughts swirling in his mind. In some cultures, a childhood wife was to be kept within the confines of the home, forbidden from studying, but he would attend school and return a teacher, making her sit on his lap while she learned. If she excelled, he would reward her with candy, but if she faltered, there would be punishments. Oh, in his room, where she couldn't go anywhere. He had said nothing overtly explicit, yet Su-mi had conjured an abundance of imagery in her mind, her face aflame, even forgetting to ask him to cease. How could he be like this? Chapter 61. I will accompany you to university. Please don't leave. Yan Shu had initially intended to tease her, but as he spoke, vivid images began to form in his mind. Suddenly, they both fell silent. At that moment, they stood beneath a tree by the roadside, with students occasionally passing by after school. The dim yellow light of the street lamp filtered through the treetops, casting a flickering glow on their faces. Yan Shu could still discern the crimson hue on her cheeks, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. He cleared his throat softly. Let us head back. I was just saying that casually. He genuinely sought to amuse Su-mi, yet he hadn't anticipated feeling quite embarrassed himself. Furthermore, this matter couldn't be pondered too deeply. Otherwise, he would risk public humiliation. Yan Shu reiterated, let us get in the car and go home. Su-mi's face was also somewhat flushed as she lowered her head, mumbling a soft okay. She dared not let Yan Shu know what thoughts had crossed her mind, nor did she want to meet his gaze, thus failing to notice his unusual demeanor. During the latter part of the journey, both harbored unspoken thoughts, leading to a silence between them. Upon reaching home, they exchanged a brief goodnight before retreating into their respective rooms. Yan Shu was pleasantly surprised to find his parents at home, seated together watching television without any quarrels. They turned to him as he entered. Compared to his relatively harmonious relationship with Yan Cheng, his bond with Liu Ye had always been rather ordinary. In his past life, Luya was a career-oriented woman, her focus rarely on family, and many hurtful words had emerged during her disputes with Yan Shu. However, perhaps because of this, she had strongly opposed his marriage to Su Mir in his previous life, likely feeling she lacked the standing to object due to her lack of involvement in his upbringing. There could be other reasons as well. When it came to the topic of children, she had even joined forces with Yan Shu to persuade Yan Shu, suggesting that with today's technological advancements and medical progress, there were always alternative solutions. Thus, Yan Shu's feelings towards Luya were quite complex. Naturally, after his rebirth, those feelings had settled into a more neutral state. Upon noticing his return, Luya called out, "Yan Shu, come here, we need to talk." Yan Shu initially thought she would bring up their divorce and with whom he might end up, and as he walked over, he said, "Don't ask. I'm of age now, and if you two divorce, I won't go with anyone. For now, I won't be moving out." Divorce? Who's expecting their parents to get divorced every day? Yan Shu scolded, casting a wary glance at his wife, fearing she might actually entertain their son's comments about divorce. It was rare for them to have a more harmonious relationship lately. Yan Shu felt a bit speechless. Was this what he had brought up? It was indeed during their daily quarrels that such words were uttered. However, at this moment, he refrained from retorting and instead settled into the nearby single sofa. What was there to say? Luya presented a file folder containing several foreign universities, urging him to take a glance. Yan Shu paused momentarily, his gaze fixed on the folder without moving. Did this occur in his previous life? He couldn't recall. Back then, he would never have entertained the idea of conversing with his parents at this juncture. Yan Shu exhaled deeply, pondering the implication. Luya, with a look of helplessness, remarked, "Given your academic performance these past few years, it's unlikely you would gain admission to a prestigious institution domestically. It would be wiser to study abroad for a few years and then return to join the company." "I will not study abroad," Yan Shu interjected calmly, reiterating to Luya, "I will not study abroad, and besides, I'm only in my second year of high school. There is still a year left." Yet Luya's assertive nature led her to interrupt him, expressing her discontent. "But what difference does a year make? With your grades, what can be changed? Spending 3 or 4 years abroad would only benefit you. Otherwise, you might as well enroll in an ordinary university and choose a trivial major to coast through for 4 years. Had the 18-year-old Yan Shu been in this situation, he would have reacted explosively. Yet, the current Yan Shu listened quietly to his mother's words. Yan Shu, sitting nearby, sensed that her tone was a bit harsh and murmured, "You shouldn't speak like that. Let us discuss this calmly." Luya glanced at him, but softened her tone. "If your grades were on par with Showard was, I wouldn't worry. But can you really look at your grades?" Yan Shu, concerned about his son's pride, quickly added, "Actually, the scores from the entrance exam were quite similar. It's just that over the past few years, our son might not have been fully committed." Contrary to what Yan Shu expected, Yan Shu did not become angry. Instead, he replied, "Mom, Dad, I understand your concerns about my grades. Recently, I've been studying diligently, and with a year left in my senior year, you'll see my progress in the upcoming finals." Yan Shu picked up his backpack and stood up, stating firmly, "My position is clear. I will not study abroad. I have already set my sights on my university goal. You can rest assured that I won't bring shame to you." With that, he bid them good night and returned to his room. His calm demeanor was unexpected for the couple. It wasn't until they saw his door close that Luya spoke up. "When did our son's temper improve?" He used to storm off with just a few words exchanged. Yan Shu frowned slightly. Actually, he has been quite composed lately, hardly losing his temper at all. In fact, he has barely lost it at all. Has the rebellious phase passed? The couple exchanged glances, then quickly averted their eyes. Back in his room, Yan Shu tried to recall if, in his previous life, his parents had considered sending him abroad during his second year. He had no recollection, but he knew that given his past attitude, he would have outright refused without a second thought. Yan Shu set his backpack down and headed for a shower. It wasn't a significant matter, as he was resolute in his decision not to study abroad. There were no Shao Erjuos overseas. Meanwhile, Sumi sat at the dining table, sipping the soup her parents had left for her while listening to their conversation. Su Wang suddenly mentioned, "By the way, I ran into old Yan today. It seems he wants Yan Shu to study abroad after graduating from high school. With his grades, it's probably quite uncertain." "Really? Are they willing to do that?" Huang Yi's voice brimmed with surprise. A child abroad. She glanced at her daughter. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. What's wrong with Xiaoerdua? She looks unwell. Is she feeling all right? The atmosphere grew tense. Suwang also looked over, rising to inquire, What's the matter? Sumier lifted her slightly pale face. I'm fine, Dad. I'm just a bit full. Is Yan Shu going abroad? Her parents would never allow her to go abroad. If you're full, then don't eat. That's enough, dear, they reassured her. All right, as long as you're fine. I'm going to take a shower now. You two should get to bed early. Good night. Sumi hurriedly grabbed her backpack and dashed in her room, unconcerned about her parents noticing her unusual behavior. Just as Yan Shu emerged from the shower, he noticed his phone vibrating. Approaching it, he was taken aback to see Sumi unusually initiating a video call. Hesitating for even a second would be a sign of disrespect towards himself. He answered immediately. The moment Sumi's face appeared on the screen, she declared, Yan Shu, I will accompany you to university. Don't leave. Chapter 62. Yan Shu sometimes felt that her very breath held a fatal allure for him. Caught off guard, he nearly blurted out, Leave for where? Yet he quickly regained his composure. Observing Sumi's face on the screen, her anxious eyes fixed on him. Yan Shu sighed and slowly spoke. Did your uncle and Anne inform you of this? While it is true, I am currently not dressed and standing here. Your lack of reaction is quite damaging to my self-esteem. Only then did Sumi realize that Yan Shu was indeed shirtless, his hair still damp. It appeared he had just finished showering. Her face flushed intensely. Her hand trembled as she instinctively lowered the phone, hoping to obscure her face. However, she had been called to drink soup as soon as she got home, leaving her no time to change or shower. She was still in her school uniform. The buttons at the front likely undone upon returning home, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, her long neck and pointed chin visible. To be fair, this was not particularly revealing. Some girls would even leave 2 buttons undone. How revealing could a school uniform be? Yet to Yan Shu, Sumier was fundamentally different. It would be no exaggeration to say that he sometimes found her very breath to be irresistibly captivating. This was largely due to his less-than-pure intentions. And the torment of being able to see but not touch had been quite excruciating. Thus, the sight before him made him involuntarily gasp. But he was quickly interrupted by the flustered and flushed Sumi. Are you put on some clothes? What sort of behavior is this? Ultimately, she could not bear to hang up, eager for answers, justifying herself. We used to shower together when we were little. What's there that we haven't seen? No, the little bean from back then is not the same as now. Yan Shu's teasing retort dispelled any romantic notions she had conjured up. You really know how to deflate my ego. Yan Shu chuckled as he reached for a nearby robe to drape over himself. He placed the phone on the bed, adjusting it to capture an upward angle. Previously, the view had included his face, neck, and shoulders. Now, with the upward angle, Sumi clearly saw Yan Shu's bare upper body, the faint outlines of his muscles becoming visible. Sumi felt a bit scandalous, but quickly took a screenshot. After all, Yan Shu had 6-pack abs, though the definition wasn't quite pronounced yet. Feeling a pang of guilt for her actions, she covered her face with one hand, silently blaming Yan Shu, thinking he might have done this on purpose. What a rogue. Yan Shu certainly hadn't intended for this. It took him barely a minute to put on a shirt. Little did he know the whirlwind of thoughts racing through his wife's mind. He merely gazed at Sumier, who sat quietly across from him, her face obscured. Did you forget to turn on the air conditioning? It feels rather warm, doesn't it? Your skin is flushed. Sumier simply replied with a nonchalant "oh" and deceitfully stated, I suppose so. In truth, her parents had already activated the air conditioning in her room before she returned home. Unable to articulate the reason behind her blush, she urged Yan Shu, Are you truly leaving? The mere thought of it made her anxious. There was still a year left, and with some effort, it was achievable. Don't you want to study medicine? There are excellent schools in the country. Yan Shu, I cannot accompany you abroad. Her voice dwindled on the last sentence. I'm not well, and my parents would never be at ease. You don't wish to be with me anymore? Upon hearing her despondent tone, which echoed the feeling of abandonment, Yan Shu's heart softened in an instant. Although he initially intended to exploit the situation for his own advantage, He found himself utterly powerless whenever her emotions wavered. At that moment, he felt a pang of compassion, abandoning all thoughts of self-interest. "I won't go abroad," he stated decisively. And in the next moment, Su Mier's face reappeared, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she looked at Yan Shu. "Really?" Yan Shu sensed that Su Mier was gradually discovering how to navigate his emotions. This delightful expression melted his heart completely. "Yes, truly. My parents mentioned it tonight, but I refused. I won't be going abroad." He chuckled, observing Su Mier's evident joy. "What will you do if I leave? I'm still striving for a permanent position, and I certainly won't be going abroad." Su Mier's heart began to race, yet she made an effort to maintain her composure, her smile and the twinkle in her eyes betraying her true feelings. "That's good to hear. Rest assured, I will truly help you with your studies, and besides, you are quite intelligent." This was not mere flattery from Su Mier. Yan Shu indeed grasped concepts swiftly and was adept at applying them. Although the final exams were yet to come, Su Mier felt confident that, based on Yan Shu's usual demeanor, his results would surely be commendable. Yan Shu nodded. "I believe so." Suddenly, he recalled that there was just over a week until the finals. "Do you remember what you promised me as a reward if I perform well?" Upon hearing him mention this, Su Mier's earlier caution resurfaced. "I remember. Have you thought it through?" "Indeed," Yan Shu replied with a smile. "I wish the finals would arrive sooner." Su Mier regarded his expression skeptically. "How can you be so certain you'll excel? As long as I don't perform worse than before, you'll surely reward me, won't you?" he retorted. Su Mier acknowledged this. If he did poorly, she would likely fear for his feelings and still reward him. Alas, she found herself lacking principles when it came to Yan Shu. Ultimately, when the call ended, Su Mier still hadn't inquired about the reward Yan Shu desired. Ironically, she, the one meant to bestow the reward, felt a surge of anxiety and anticipation instead. Such a perplexing emotion. Meanwhile, Yan Shu was in high spirits, buoyed by Su Mier's immediate plea for him to stay. She had a way of inadvertently deepening his affection for her. There was no need for her to make a conscious effort. Her kindness and concern for him appeared to be instinctual. In his youth, Yan Shu had been rather oblivious, but now he felt a profound joy watching her. This girl seemed to harbor only him in her heart and mind. Who wouldn't cherish the feeling of being irreplaceable? Yan Shu was no exception. However, it appeared that the day's topic had been too erratic as he struggled to sleep well that night. He woke early, sighing as he got out of bed. Even while hanging clothes on the balcony, his mind wandered, thinking, if only Su Mier were truly my childhood bride. Unfortunately, it seemed that such a notion was no longer permissible. What a pity. Chapter 63. Are you secretly dating Xiao Erdwa? Before long, it was Friday, and the exams were just around the corner. As Yan Shu and Su Mier entered the classroom, they were greeted by the sight of their classmates engrossed in intense review. It was truly remarkable. Just yesterday, everyone had been so carefree. In a single night, their demeanor had transformed. As expected, the approach of finals prompted a shift in attitude. This made it nearly impossible for Yan Shu to approach Su Mier during study sessions, as she was surrounded by a plethora of inquisitive peers. It wasn't just Su Mier who attracted attention. The academically gifted students in the class were similarly encircled by admirers. After each class, they were inundated with questions. After all, this was a prominent school, and the pressure was palpable, especially with parent-teacher conferences looming and their impending transition to the third year of high school. Who wouldn't desire to achieve excellent results? This situation persisted until the exams drew near. However, Yan Shu's experience was different. Every day, Su Mier would return home and prepare extra lessons for him, ever since she promised to help him gain admission to a reputable university. Yan Shu sensed that his wife had become more stringent in her tutoring. Previously, when he occasionally slacked off on his assignments, Su Mier would chide him but ultimately allow him to indulge in playful antics. Now, however, things had changed. On Sunday, the two were once again studying in Yan Shu's room. The door was open, and Yin Cheng was in the study, engrossed in his writing, ensuring the entire house was enveloped in silence. Yan Shu had just completed 2 math worksheets while Su Mier diligently worked on her English exercises. Her handwriting was exquisite, and even her English was beautifully penned. Yan Shu found himself staring at Su Mir, lost in thought. Suddenly, she turned to him. Finished? Upon realizing she had finally acknowledged him, he couldn't help but smile. Yes. He pushed the worksheet toward her, his gaze fixed intently on Su Mir, thinking, now that I've finished, can I hold your hand? Su Mir glanced at the untidy scrawl on his paper and sighed inwardly. He was perfectly capable of writing neatly, but insisted on being sloppy. After all, Yan Shu had attended calligraphy classes with her when they were younger. Yet Su Mir refrained from commenting, simply placing a book titled 3500 Disordered Vocabulary for College Entrance Examination into his outstretched palm. Yan Shu stared at the book in disbelief, laughing in frustration. Why didn't he ask for this? Su Mir, fully aware of his true desire, had always willingly placed her hand in his whenever he reached out for it. But now, with finals approaching, she felt anxious. She needed to ensure that Uncle and Aunt saw Yan Shu making progress in his studies, so even if he didn't go abroad, he could still get into a good school. Thus, with a serious expression, she instructed him, focus on your studies. Finals are approaching. Yan Shu, observing the stern look on Su Mir's face, felt as though he had glimpsed a beacon of justice. It was evident that his expression was one of utter despondency. Yet, Su Mir, despite her seriousness, softened her tone. Weren't you discussing with Feng Zheng and the others about where to go during the summer? Yan Shu's eyes lit up. To the seaside. Are you coming? However, he worried that Uncle and Aunt might be concerned. Despite his words, he gazed at her with eager anticipation. If your total score exceeds 500, I'll go with you. I'll tell my parents. Su Mir believed in encouraging education, although Yan Shu wasn't a child anymore. He still possessed a certain childlike innocence. In truth, Su Mir occasionally perceives a certain contradiction in Yan Shu. While he exudes an air of maturity and security, there are moments when he appears to be nothing more than a child who has yet to grow up. Nevertheless, she has likely discerned the nuances of interacting with him. Yan Shu let out a hiss of amusement, regarding Su Mir with a bemused expression. My midterm score is merely 293. Isn't that a rather unreasonable expectation? Upon mentioning the score of 293, Yan Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Su Mir, upon hearing this, became expressionless. That was due to your absence in the comprehensive exam. Otherwise, you could have easily surpassed 300, wouldn't you agree? In fact, 500 isn't that far off, is it? With that, she bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Employing her charms, Yan Shu felt that, having not taken an exam in quite some time, he ought to leave himself some leeway for unforeseen circumstances. What if I score over 400? Su Mir continued to smile sweetly. That would indeed be progress. I recall my father mentioning an uncle who runs a farmstay in the suburbs. We could spend a day there together. A romantic day trip from the seaside to the farmstay. Yan Shu tightened his grip on the book in his hands. All right, I understand. I will definitely score above 500. He then turned seriously to focus on his vocabulary. Hearing Su Mir stifle a laugh, he turned back to her, his eyes twinkling with mirth. He had intended to make her smile. Yan Shu gently pinched her cheek, reassuring her, rest assured, I will study diligently and take you to the seaside. Su Mir's cheeks flushed, yet her gaze held a delightful smile as she gazed at Yan Shu, softly murmuring, you'd better keep your word. All right, Yan Shu replied softly. Meanwhile, Yin Cheng, who had just stepped out to refill water, happened to glance into Yan Shu's room. What? What did he see? Was his son actually pinching someone's cheek? And smiling so tenderly? Yin Cheng's face was a picture of astonishment as the recent changes in his son flashed through his mind. He had previously entertained doubts about whether this lad was in a relationship. After all, he understood the feelings of striving for someone you like, having gone through that age himself. However, he had never imagined that the object of his son's affections would be the neighbor's daughter. So that explains their sudden closeness. They go to and from classes together, study together. Yin Cheng felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed the two were engrossed in their studies again, causing him to question whether he had overthought the situation. Perhaps their familiarity stemmed from growing up together. It was not that he looked down upon his son. After all, the boy was reasonably handsome. But compared to the remarkable girl next door, he felt he had nothing to boast about. Yin Cheng stood there like a statue, caught in his thoughts. Upon turning his head, Yan Shu spotted him and was startled. "Hey, Dad, why are you just standing there?" "It's a bit creepy." It was merely a casual complaint. But as Su Mi-er turned to greet Yin Cheng with a hello, "Uncle," Yan Shu took 2 cups of water and headed outside. Yin Cheng smiled at Su Mi-er, saying, "Don't mind me. Please continue with your test." He then followed his son into the kitchen. As Yan Shu was about to pour the water, he reached out for his father's cup just as Yin Cheng casually remarked, "If you have nothing to hide, why are you so jumpy?" Yan Shu paused momentarily, glancing at his father. They were now nearly the same height, yet Yin Cheng wore a serious expression that exuded an unspoken pressure. "Be honest. Are you secretly dating Xiao Erdwa?" Chapter 64. "Look at you, Yin Shu, with your thick brows and large eyes. Dating the girl next door?" Yin Cheng's expression was indeed grave, and Yin Shu recognized the seriousness in his father's demeanor. He adopted a more earnest tone, shaking his head. "No, we're not dating." Just as Yin Cheng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his son continued, "But I am pursuing her. She hasn't agreed yet." Yin Cheng. He stared at Yin Shu, momentarily at a loss for words. His son's excessive honesty was disconcerting, especially since the response was not what he had hoped for. "What nonsense are you talking about? That's Xiao Erdwa. You two grew up together. Our families have a good relationship." Yin Shu remained calm in the face of his father's evident irritation. "Dad, I understand your concerns, but I genuinely like Xiao Erdwa. We will get married." "What do you mean, married? You're only how old?" Yin Cheng never anticipated that, having reached adulthood, he would find himself feeling the urge to reprimand his son. He took a deep breath. "You're both only 18. Life is long. The feelings you think are love may not be genuine. Perhaps it's merely the result of your proximity. Xiao Erdwa is quite mature. She hasn't accepted you." Observing his father's evident disbelief and inability to accept his words, Yin Shu felt a sigh welling up within him. This was precisely why he had chosen to keep things under wraps, to avoid raising their suspicions. He knew that, in the eyes of adults, the affection of someone his age and the notion of marriage held little credibility. Yin Shu was aware of this, realizing he had nothing to offer at 18. Yet, he was not truly just an 18-year-old. At that moment, he chose not to engage in a debate with Yin Cheng. In a world of adults, words hold little weight if not backed by action. Yin Shu cast a glance toward his room, realizing that Su Mi-er would likely emerge soon. "Dad, I understand what you want to say, but I am making an effort, as you can see." Yin Cheng's expression darkened. "I won't interfere with whom you like. But this is Xiao Erdwa. I fear you are acting on impulse, and what if you two actually end up together? You are both only 18. The future is uncertain." After all, the 2 children had grown up together. In the eyes of their parents, were they not akin to family? Family bonds are often more robust than youthful love. What if they were to break up? How would their families maintain their relationship? The thought alone made Yin Cheng feel as though his head would explode. "All right, I understand. Dad, but I really like her." Yin Shu's voice was low, akin to how his father felt about his mother. He knew full well that they argued daily, yet he still had no desire for divorce. "I understand that being together might result in certain consequences, but I am confident that my feelings for her will remain steadfast." He refrained from declaring love at that moment, not because his feelings were lacking, but out of fear that such a declaration might drive Yin Cheng to madness. The thought of holding a family meeting sent shivers down his spine. He feared that Uncle Su might even move away overnight. Yin Shu added, "Dad, I am your son. My emotions are as devoted as yours." Yin Cheng sensed something amiss, feeling as though his son was trying to pull a fast one on him. Just then, Su Mi-er peeked her head out of the room, looking rather adorable. Her big, bright eyes fixed curiously on the 2 of them, and from a distance, it was difficult to discern her expression. She assumed they were simply chatting. Su Mi-er politely inquired, "Uncle, could we chat later? I need to discuss a few questions with him. I have to go out with my parents soon. Today we're going to Grandma's for dinner." Observing the well-behaved Su Mi-er, Yin Cheng indeed found her quite endearing. He shot a glare at his bothersome son, signaling that they would discuss the matter later, and then forced a smile towards Su Mi-er, saying, "You two focus on your studies for now." As he watched his son, the little rascal, strut over with 2 cups of water, Yin Cheng's thoughts were resolute. There would be no daughters if a second child was to be born. Look at Yin Shu with those pronounced brows and large eyes. and yet he dares to indulge in the fruits of his own backyard. But this insufferable brat is indeed his flesh and blood. Ultimately, Yan Shu found himself on the balcony, smoking 3 cigarettes, struggling to quell the rising tide of frustration within him. In truth, Yan Shu was at a loss as to how to convince his father. The main challenge was how to persuade him to act as if he were completely unaware of the situation. He understood that outright denial would have been the best approach. Yet he was unwilling to deny his feelings for Sumire. Though she would never know, the mere thought of her discovering that he had denied his affections was unbearable. She likely wouldn't voice her disappointment, but it would surely wound her heart. Besides, Yan Shu had not uttered a word of denial. They were not officially together, and he was indeed still pursuing her. It was likely that his father's wrath was directed at him, rather than the initial reaction, which had been concerned for Sumire's health. If given another chance, Yan Shu wished to shoulder all burdens himself, allowing the little one to simply enjoy their time together. Sumire noticed Yan Shu's distracted demeanor and, filled with concern, asked, "What's wrong? Did Uncle say something to you?" Yan Shu turned to her and smiled. "It's nothing. Just a minor argument." Previously, it was not uncommon to hear Yan Shu and Uncle Yan bickering. Sumire wanted to say something, but felt it inappropriate. Having always been a well-behaved child with doting parents, she had not experienced the need to argue with them. However, she was not like the neighborhood aunties who had lamented about having a rebellious child like Yan Shu as a misfortune. It seemed to her that children were always expected to be in the wrong during disputes with their parents. Yet, Sumire distinctly remembered that Yan Shu was not like that. He should not be the rebellious child they spoke of, ignoring parental advice. Perhaps her bias was at play. Regardless, she felt that disputes could not be solely attributed to one party. Sensing her frown, Yan Shu, after a moment's hesitation, dejectedly remarked, "I'm sorry. I seem to have forgotten how to comfort you." Seeing her downcast expression only made Yan Shu find her endearing. "It's all right. If you really want to comfort me, how about a kiss?" The latter was meant to lighten the mood. He did not wish for Sumire to be affected by his troubles. Sumire froze for a moment, realizing she had never initiated a kiss with Yan Shu. He had kissed her forehead, cheeks, and hands. Yet the memory of his touch lingered vividly. She averted her gaze, her heart racing. If you can still joke, then you probably don't need comforting. She pondered whether she should reciprocate in some way. As chapter 65 unfolded, Yan Shu was blissfully unaware of Sumire's thoughts. He had merely intended to tease her, hoping she wouldn't discover his own musings. Since Sumire was to have dinner at her grandmother's house, she had to leave around 4 in the afternoon. Before departing, she intended to inform Yan Shu, only to find him absent from the living room. Yan Shu glanced towards the study and said to Sumire, "He is probably busy writing. I'll let him know later. Enjoy yourself." Sumire nodded, her hand already on the doorknob, her heart racing, her gaze uncontrollably fixed on the study. I'm feeling a bit nervous about this mischief." Yan Shu noticed her unease just as she reached out and tugged at his collar with unexpected force. It was a hot day, and he was merely in a short-sleeved t-shirt. The sudden pull felt as though his shirt might stretch out of shape. Yan Shu bent slightly toward her. "What's the matter?" Before he could finish his question, he caught a whiff of her fragrant body wash, reminiscent of camellias, although that was not the focal point. What truly mattered was the soft, shy kiss that landed gently on his cheek. Yan Shu was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated Sumire would kiss him, even if just on the cheek. He thought such a delightful occurrence would be a reward for achieving good grades at the end of the term. Yet, this reward had come early. In truth, Sumire's actions were swift, taking no more than a minute. She was so nervous that it felt as if her ears were ringing. After the kiss, she quickly retreated, not daring to meet Yan Shu's eyes. "Goodbye," she exclaimed, before turning and hastily leaving, failing to close the door behind her as she dashed into her own home. Yan Shu remained in a slightly bent posture, watching her flustered figure scurry away like a startled rabbit, not even daring to glance back before she shut the door. A smile crept onto his face, and he straightened up, brushing his fingers against his cheek, where the warmth of her lips still lingered. He chuckled, contemplating whether this should count as an extra reward for his upcoming exams. Would a proper kiss be too much to hope for? Imagining her startled expression made him feel a sense of anticipation. His earlier gloom seemed to dissipate, becoming lightened by the thought of Su-mi. Moreover, among his four parents, Yin Sheng was currently the one he believed he could persuade most effectively. After all, in Yin Sheng's eyes, he was merely a mischievous rabbit yearning for forbidden fruit, while Su-mi was an innocent little flower. During dinner, Yin Sheng ordered takeout, having no desire to cook. The father and son duo quietly consumed their meals. After much internal struggle, Yan Shu finally broke the silence. Yan Shu, just as Yan Shu finished his last bite of meat and set down his chopsticks, he turned to face his father. Yan Sheng, incensed by Yan Shu's demeanor, demanded, "Don't you have anything to say? I already expressed what needed to be said this afternoon." Yan Shu replied honestly, "If I say more, you might just lose your temper. And, I can indeed lose my temper." Yan Shu took a deep breath, attempting to maintain his composure. "Let us reason through this. You've known Xiao for so long. How suddenly have you developed feelings for her? Could it be merely a fleeting illusion? But I liked her back in middle school," Yan Shu asserted seriously. "Though I was awkward then, and didn't he realize it was love?" Yan Shu sighed. "I don't want to discuss it anymore. It's impossible to have a rational conversation today." Before he could continue, Yan Shu interrupted, "Dad, if you think that way, I haven't even pursued her yet. I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. What if you get worked up before I even have the chance to pursue her?" Yan Shu retorted, "Get lost. Are you implying that you must like her?" He said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid of getting your legs broken?" "Dad, if it were something that could be controlled, it wouldn't be love. If you could simply say let go and let go, you and Mom wouldn't still be at this standstill." Yan Shu's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Yan Shu felt as though his heart was being pricked by a hedgehog. "Listen to yourself. Is this even a sensible conversation?" However, he indeed has a point. In that moment, Yan Shu found himself at a loss for words to counter. Yan Shu, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, allowed his voice to wane. "Dad, I understand that given my current state, you probably won't believe me when I say I like you." Yan Shu, witnessing his son's demeanor, felt a pang of compassion. It seemed inappropriate to so bluntly dismiss his child's feelings. He sighed heavily, rose to his feet, and remarked, "I need another smoke. My head is buzzing. I feel like you two are more like siblings, and you claim to have feelings for Xiao duo." "Wait, Dad, what on earth are you thinking?" Yan Shu exclaimed, exasperated. "Xiao duo and I are nothing more than childhood friends, certainly not siblings. If it were that way, it would be unbroadcastable." Yan Shu rolled his eyes. "I know. I just said that offhandedly." He scrutinized his son, a hint of disdain in his gaze. "If my daughter were to choose someone like you, no way." Yan Shu retorted, "Don't you see the flaw in that logic? I am your son." Yet, Yan Shu, in his current state, found fault in every aspect of his son, undoubtedly believing that Xiao duo would feel wronged if she were to end up with him, which was precisely what Yan Shu desired. Yan Shu, unwilling to engage further with his unfortunate son, lapsed into silence for a considerable time before sighing and shaking his head. "As for your feelings for Xiao duo, I shall remain oblivious. She probably wouldn't even be interested in you. I've been overly concerned." With that, he instructed Yan Shu to tidy up the table while he retreated inside. Yan Shu exhaled in relief, aware that this was only a temporary reprieve. Yan Shu would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on their relationship moving forward. Nevertheless, it was a relief that Yan Shu would not blame Xiao duo for now. Ideally, his parents would have another child, a brother or sister, thus resolving the greatest issues they had encountered in their previous lives. It would also provide a means for his somewhat awkward parents to address fundamental issues, a far better approach than considering a second child after the age of 50. As in the past, Yan Shu recognized that this was not the most effective solution, nor had the problem been resolved, but at least it aligned closely with his expectations. Meanwhile, Su-mi found herself somewhat distracted throughout the evening, sitting in the courtyard after dinner. Su Wang emerged with 2 apples, handing one to Su-mi. "What is on your mind?" "Thinking about Yan Shu." Su-mi was taken aback. "Dad, do you know?" Chapter 66. "All right, then let us be together." Su-mi tightened her grip on the apple, her voice subdued. "What do you mean by that, Dad?" Su Wang, believing he had surmised correctly, chuckled. "Last time I spoke with your mother, I sensed something amiss with you. You two seem to be getting along quite well. Are you worried about Yan Shu going abroad?" Realizing that was the subject at hand, Sumir felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though her parents treated her kindly, she sensed that if they were to learn of her relationship with Yan Shu, it would be quite a challenge. I asked Yan Shu, and he said he isn't going abroad. Sumir said, taking a bite of the apple, as her mother insisted they each have an apple daily. Su Wang was somewhat surprised, but then smiled. Well, the old Yin couple is indeed anxious. I've noticed Yan Shu has been doing quite well lately. Sumir gazed at her father, her mouth stuffed with apple, resembling a cute little squirrel munching on pine nuts. Did her father also think Yan Shu was improving? He wasn't so terrible after all, was he? Su Wang, being a teacher, was accustomed to considering his students and did not dwell much on Sumir's words. Naturally, children of this age possess boundless potential. He recalled Yan Shu being very well behaved as a child. Perhaps it was just a boyish nature. Hearing her father praise, Yan Shu brought joy to Sumir's heart. After their conversation, she sent Yan Shu a message. My dad thinks you are great. The future holds infinite possibilities for you, so don't be unhappy. Our family likes you. Yan Shu smiled as he read the message, touched by the sensitivity of the little girl. Even while out having fun, she kept her thoughts on him. After Sunday, they would return to classes. As the examination week approached, it felt as though the very air had solidified around them. Following the college entrance examinations, the campus seemed significantly emptier. The pressure suddenly descended upon them. After this final exam, their second year of high school would conclude, and the next assessments would be the first mock exams for their senior year. The exams were scheduled for Wednesday, spanning 2 consecutive days. Once completed, they would be granted a break. The affiliated school assigned classrooms based on the previous year's rankings, ensuring that Su Mir, among the top few in her grade, would not be in the same building as Yan Shu, who ranked toward the bottom. Su Mir felt a twinge of concern for Yan Shu. But with so many students in the class, she refrained from expressing too much, merely wishing him good luck for the exams. Yan Shu, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, smiled at her. I'll be fine. I'm just waiting to go to the beach with you. Sumir felt more anxious than she did for her own exams, yet was unexpectedly soothed by Yan Shu's confident demeanor. The examinations spanned 2 days, and by the time the final comprehensive subject had been completed, Yan Shu found himself in a daze. For a brief moment, he was transported back to the college entrance exams. This particular examination room was the worst, with many students submitting their papers early, and the teachers were too indifferent to intervene. Thus, Yan Shu was essentially the last to exit the examination hall. As he stepped out of the classroom, he saw Sumir waiting at the door, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Despite their separate testing buildings, she had come to greet him. Did you finish early? He inquired as he took her backpack. 5 minutes early, Sumir replied, her face taut but her eyes sparkling with a sense of relief. I just wanted to see if you ran off ahead. After all, during the midterm exam, Yan Shu had missed the test entirely, which was a rather infamous blunder. Yan Shu chuckled lightly. I don't care. I'll just pretend you came to pick me up. Let us go. I've made plans to eat with Feng Zheng and the others tonight. Originally, it was a gathering of boys, followed by a trip to the arcade. But a few of them, who had girlfriends, hesitantly asked if they could bring their partners along. With summer vacation approaching, some of them, not locals, would likely return home, entering into long-distance relationships with their girlfriends. Ultimately, the organizer, Feng Zheng, begrudgingly agreed. Sumir, upon learning this, hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't go. They're bringing their girlfriends. At this point, they had reached the ground floor, passing by classmates who were joyously welcoming summer vacation. Yan Shu halted, looking at her earnestly. Do you mean what you say? Sumir nodded, of course. Then you said that after the exams, I could finally express my choice. Yan Shu's gaze softened as it lingered on her startled face. You should already know my choice. My feelings have been quite evident lately. I won't be with you. I truly like you, Sumir. If it weren't for the fear of scaring you, I would have replaced like with love. In that moment, Sumir's ears seemed to filter out all surrounding sounds, leaving only the words, I truly like you, Sumir. The boy before her was both familiar and slightly strange. They had grown up together, squabbling and stumbling through childhood, and had almost become strangers. They had both clumsily harbored feelings for each other in secret. Now, the boy she had secretly liked for so many years stood before her, declaring his feelings. Sumir realized she shouldn't overthink it. They were still so young, weren't they? She considered herself a pessimist. Her health issues had indeed hindered her capacity for optimism. Yet, Yan Shu had a way of stirring boundless joy and unwavering resolve within her, as he did now. Yan Shu had made his final choice known. Su Miyer's hand, resting beside her, stirred slightly before gently grasping Yan Shu's backpack strap, reminiscent of their childhood days when they walked home together after class. "All right, let us be together." Su Miyer spoke softly, not merely in volume, but imbued with a sense of ease. She chose to bask in the present moment, allowing herself this indulgence, knowing her usual obedience warranted a solitary act of rebellion. Hearing the answer he longed for, Yan Shu sighed in relief, intertwining his fingers with Su Miyer's amidst the throng of passing students. He whispered, "I've finally been promoted. I am truly happy, my girlfriend." At the utterance of "my girlfriend," Su Miyer felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her, her long, delicate lashes trembling with emotion. Yan Shu was filled with joy, yet he refrained from teasing her too much, concerned for her well-being. Ultimately, he led her forward, now with a legitimate reason to invite her to dinner. The sunset cast elongated shadows of the duo, their excitement for the summer break subtly entwined with the exhilaration of their newfound relationship, a secret discernible only to them. However, Feng Zheng, amidst couples strolling in pairs, caught sight of them and, seeking solace, inquired, "Yingu, bringing a partner, huh?" "The childhood friend doesn't count as a partner," he mused. At least he wasn't the only lone wolf. Moreover, reflecting on Yan Shu's unrequited affection for someone else, he felt a little less burdened by his own single status. Yet, Yan Shu merely smiled, replying, "She is indeed my partner." Feng Zheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? What do you mean? Is this world truly so cruel?" Chapter 67, A Passing Mark Boyfriend. Feng Zheng processed Yan Shu's words and was left speechless, his exclamation catching the attention of nearby boys. Lowering his voice, he stammered, "Wait, the vice class monitor? Is it you?" His voice trembled with disbelief. He had always thought Yan Shu's pursuit of the vice class monitor was futile. That was the vice class monitor, who had always been polite and reserved, never allowing anyone the opportunity to confess their feelings. Fine. Although it was evident that Su Miyer harbored a special affection for Yan Shu, Feng Zheng had always believed that someone as sensible and demure as Su Miyer would engage in early romance. Observing Yan Shu's smug expression, Feng Zheng felt like a fool for having previously teased him about his unrequited love. "We agreed to be single together, yet you chose to pair up, leaving me alone in my solitude, didn't you? Yan Shu, you are ruthless." Su Miyer, feeling a bit bashful, glanced at Yan Shu, who was also looking at her, and nodded, "Yes, I'm indeed a partner now." Feng Zheng sighed, "Let the world devoid of singletons be obliterated." Yan Shu chuckled, patting Feng Zheng on the shoulder, and in a rare good mood, refrained from teasing him, announcing, "Tonight, dinner's on me." The others perked up at the mention of a meal, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Dinner? Yingu is treating us?" "Thank you, Yingu. You are generous." Aside from his interactions with Feng Zheng, Yan Shu had not explicitly stated his relationship with Su Miyer. The dinner comprised mostly boys, culminating in a choice of a barbecue buffet. With 10 participants in total, 7 boys and 3 girls, so it was understood that Yan Shu wouldn't actually be footing the bill. Although Yan Shu was indifferent, the group insisted on splitting the costs and agreed that upon returning to school next semester, Yan Shu would treat them to a meal. Yan Shu, smiling, acquiesced. Feng Zheng remarked, "You are so happy. You can't even imagine the joy, especially since you don't have a partner." Yan Shu smiled in response. "The wheel of fate turns well. I should have teased you so mercilessly." Su Miyer playfully tugged at Yan Shu, forming a childish pout. Yan Shu couldn't possibly disregard his girlfriend's feelings, so he relented. Su Miyer was not particularly outgoing. Fortunately, the girlfriend of their classmate, Luo Yulin, was a vivacious girl who initiated conversations among the 3 girls. However, Lin Ping's girlfriend did not regard Su Miyer favorably. The reason was simple. Lin Ping had pursued her, yet she was aware of his past affection for Su Miyer, which he had confessed. It was said that his confession was skillfully rebuffed by Su Miyer before he could even finish. This situation had already been quite irksome for her, and she anticipated Su Mi's presence today. Although Lin Ping was currently on good terms with her, the sight of the lovely Su Mi inevitably stirred feelings of jealousy and insecurity within Li Su. Su Mi, being a sensitive girl, quickly sensed Li Su's disdain. Yet, unless in the presence of Yan Shu and her family, Su Mi would never be a pushover among others. Then Li Su deliberately questioned, "Hey, Su Mi, I heard you rarely talk to boys. Why are you out with a group of them today? Doesn't that contradict the rumors?" Several boys returning with plates of meat halted in their tracks. Yan Shu glanced at the visibly awkward Lin Ping, whose expression had turned somewhat cold. Lin Ping felt genuinely embarrassed, realizing that his girlfriend was sensitive about his past affection for Su Mi. But honestly, harboring feelings for Su Mi was quite normal. Wasn't it? She was beautiful, and while she may seem aloof, she seldom refused help when needed. Even when she turned him down, she was considerate of his feelings. She was genuinely a girl who was easy to like. Lin Ping stammered, but Yan Shu had already moved beside Su Mi, suggesting, "Shall we switch tables? This seems to be affecting our appetites." He cast a glance at Li Su, who appeared uncomfortable due to their presence, reminding himself that she was someone he brought along. Before he could finish his thought, Su Mi interjected, "I indeed rarely converse with boys compared to girls, but that doesn't imply I am unsociable. All the boys here are from our class. Why is my presence here any less justifiable than yours?" Su Mi maintained a calm expression, adding, "As for the relationship between Luo and Yulin, many in our class are aware. This is Li Su's first encounter with it, I believe." Li Su's face fell further. She had only recently begun dating Lin Ping. This was her first time meeting his friends. Yet, she never anticipated Su Mi would be so articulate. Lin Ping hurriedly attempted to smooth things over. "Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is my girlfriend, Li Su. I formally present her." She exchanged a knowing glance with a boy she was on good terms with. The boy chuckled, suggesting, "Does that mean I have to treat you to some milk tea today?" Amidst the playful banter from the other boys, Yan Shu leaned in and quietly asked Su Mi, "Are you all right?" Su Mi glanced at him and softly retorted, "Isn't that a bit harsh?" It wasn't that she particularly disliked Li Su. Rather, it was her tone that perturbed her. Su Mi had never been one to be easily intimidated. In fact, she had completely forgotten that Lin Ping had once harbored feelings for her, until he flashed her an apologetic smile. What truly unsettled Su Mi was the thought of Yan Shu perceiving her as unkind. If he truly believed that, she would find Yan Shu exceedingly unbearable. Let him go and date himself. Yan Shu reached out to tousle Su Mi's hair, being careful not to mess it up. Of course not. He looked incredibly handsome. Just like when you argued with other kids for my sake when we were little, it was impressively charming and utterly endearing, now belonging to me. Everything about Su Mi constitutes the essence of Yan Shu's affection. Su Mi's expression softened a little, and the little test she had in her heart dissipated. She smiled coyly. "All right then, you pass for now, my boyfriend." Yan Shu feigned a look of grievance, just barely passing. He then grinned at her. "Is there a reward for passing?" Chapter 68. Can I have a hug, my girlfriend? Of course, in a public setting, there were no rewards to be had. However, the mere mention of boyfriend instantly uplifted Yan Shu's mood, which had been dampened by the oblivious remarks of others, and this joy lasted throughout the evening. Li Su seemed to say nothing, yet her sarcastic remarks were undeniably discomforting. Lin Ping awkwardly guided her to another side, initially intending to sit with Yan Shu and the others, thinking 3 girls together would minimize awkwardness, but it turned out to be even more uncomfortable. Eventually, Feng Zheng joined them, mumbling, "We've lost our chance." Chun Feng hadn't come today. His home was outside the city, and he went straight home after the exam, saying his parents missed him. Although Yan Shu remained silent, it was evident that the program was also in a romantic relationship, especially since his girlfriend was discreetly pinching him under the table, likely engaged in some playful banter about real-life couples. The program felt enlightened. He poured a glass of cola for Feng Zheng. "Here, cola with bubbles. Too bad it's not sour." Feng Zheng looked shocked, feeling insulted. He abruptly stood up, declaring he was going to fetch some beer. Luo Yulin, gazing at Su Mi, remarked, "You were just so cool. I always thought you were just a pretty but aloof girl, but when Li Su said those things, I was completely taken aback. I mean, even if you don't like someone, is it necessary to be so sarcastic? Isn't that embarrassing for your boyfriend? It was incomprehensible. However, witnessing zu es retort was immensely satisfying. The beautiful girl seemed capable of defending herself without the need for her knight in shining armor. Sumier felt a bit bashful from the compliment. I was in the debate club in middle school. I just didn't continue in high school because I felt too busy. Yan Shu added with a laugh. Debate club president, the cold-faced charming killer. Sumier playfully swatted him. Shut up. Yan Shu placed his hand over his mouth, mimicking a zipper gesture, indicating he understood. Luo Yulin collapsed against the program, whispering, "Oh, so cute. Childhood sweethearts." At that moment, Feng Zheng returned with the drinks. I shouldn't have come back. Overall, aside from the initial awkward moment, the meal was quite enjoyable, except for Feng Zheng. However, Yan Shu chose not to join them at the arcade, partly to avoid seeing Li Su, but more importantly, he knew it would be too noisy for Sumier. Besides, he had long outgrown the phase of enjoying arcade games. So after bidding their farewells, they parted ways. Once a little distance had been gained, Yan Shu took Sumier's hand, finally able to hold his girlfriend's hand openly. What a delightful feeling. Sumier instinctively looked around, noticing they were still in their school uniforms, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, upon seeing a couple in uniforms embracing ahead, she realized she was being overly anxious. Yan Shu noticed her silence and turned to ask, "Don't you like holding hands?" Although he asked, he showed no intention of letting go. Sumier had likely figured out Yan Shu's ploys by now. If she expressed dislike, he would surely feign disappointment and release her hand, ultimately making her relent. Each time, she was aware of his intentionality, yet she always fell for it. Thus, she shook her head and said, "No, I just momentarily didn't know what to say. How do you think your exam went?" What a dreadful topic. Yan Shu thought about suggesting they change the subject. Who asks about exams on a date? Yet, seeing her earnest gaze, he sighed, "It went okay. I think I should be able to take you to the beach." Sumier smiled back, so confident. "What if you don't do well?" Yan Shu was somewhat surprised. Sumier had always been more anxious about this exam than he was. She had never asked what would happen if he didn't do well before. Yet, given her relaxed tone, she seemed to want to say something. So, Yan Shu followed her lead, asking, "Then what if you don't do well?" Sumier blinked. "What else can be done? The exam is over. If it doesn't go well, we won't go anywhere and just stay home to study hard. I'll strive to do better next time." Yan Shu chuckled. That's quite miserable. He knew Sumier couldn't think of anything more severe as a punishment. Then Sumier added, "Now that I'm your girlfriend, can I manage you?" "You can manage me any time. It was you who didn't want to manage me before," Yan Shu replied, his voice tinged with mock sorrow. Sumier had a profound understanding of his theatrics and asked nonchalantly, "Will you listen to what I say?" "Of course," he answered without hesitation. "If I don't listen to you, who else would I listen to?" Then he saw Sumier smile, a sweet smile that filled him with foreboding. Naturally, her next words were, "Then you need to complete 100 vocabulary words every day after finishing your exercises." Yan Shu. Did he just appoint himself a tutor? Sumier noticed his shocked expression and added softly, "Otherwise, there won't be any kisses or hugs." They had really had any formal kisses or hugs yet, saying that made Sumier feel a bit shy. However, she knew that regardless of Yan Shu's results this time, he would need to work even harder to get into a good university. There was only a year left in high school, and while he progressed, others would too. With a weaker foundation than others, he would have to run faster. Nevertheless, she would always be by his side. Upon hearing her speak so earnestly, Yan Shu felt his face heat up. Is this really happening? If that's the case, I'll just memorize 200 words. Yet he pretended to look troubled. Isn't that a bit harsh? He gazed at Sumier, pondering the fact that they had only just begun their relationship, and yet he had not even had the chance to share a kiss or an embrace. Was it already a matter of achieving certain goals before indulging in such affections? Was this not somewhat utilitarian? As he spoke, a slight furrow creased his brow, suggesting his displeasure. Sumier reflected on this and realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. Was she perhaps being a killjoy by bringing this up? With a heavy heart, she apologized. "I'm sorry, I seem to have dampened the mood, didn't I? That wasn't my intention. I just want you to do well. If you dislike, I don't dislike it, Yan Shu interjected, his voice tinged with laughter. I understand you mean well. But may I request a hug from my girlfriend before this rule takes effect? Sumi-er was momentarily taken aback as she looked up at him, who had already opened his arms wide. Can I have a hug? My girlfriend? Her eyes brightened. The earlier gloom dissipated in the light of his smile and outstretched arms, rendering her earlier emotions insignificant. Without hesitation, she stepped into Yan Shu's embrace. Chapter 69. You just lean in and that's a kiss. Yan Shu's arms tightened slightly around her, feeling her warmth. They were still in the shopping mall, and passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at the couple clad in their school uniforms. Yet at that moment, Yan Shu was not concerned about the onlookers. He was cautious not to hold her too tightly, fearing that a little pressure might make her disappear. You have no idea how long I've waited for this hug, he murmured softly, almost inaudibly. Even Sumi-er, enveloped in his arms, could barely catch his words, only the sound reaching her ears. She tilted her head in confusion. What did you say? Yan Shu merely smiled at her, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I said you smell and feel just as delightful as I imagined. In response, she playfully pushed his face away, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. His hands instinctively tightened around her. Just a little longer, please. Don't be a rogue. We're in a mall. She protested, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Try to mask it with feigned anger. Although she complained, she still allowed him to hold her. Her stubbornness only added to her cuteness. Yan Shu chuckled, all right? Then I'll hold you in silence. Eventually, Sumi-er felt herself blushing. After all, she was still a young girl, unlike Yan Shu, who had the audacity to tease. She gently nudged him away. Seeing her react, Yan Shu relented, taking her hand as they made their way home. Sumi-er sat in the back seat of Yan Shu's bike, which he rode steadily. The summer breeze was warm, causing her school uniform to cling to her skin. She observed the lean physique typical of boys her age in Yan Shu. A wave of nostalgia washed over her. The final exams were over, and here she was, sitting behind Yan Shu, reflecting on the past semester. Walking into that internet CAF that day had undoubtedly been her best decision, for it had brought Yan Shu into her life. A smile crept onto her lips at the thought. Resting her forehead gently against Yan Shu's back, she playfully complained. You are so thin. Yan Shu, focused on writing, replied with mock indignation. I am not thin. I have six-pack abs. This is called looking slim in clothes. But muscular when undressed, you know? Sumi-er stifled a laugh as she nestled against him. Of course I know. I've seen them. She feigned disdain. You just boast too much. Ah, you little girl. Yan Shu, hearing her dismissive tone, seized her hand and guided it to his abdomen. Feel this. Originally, he thought Sumi-er would quickly retract her hand out of shyness. But to his surprise, her soft hand boldly roamed over his stomach a few times, asserting, I can't feel anything. Just because you say you can't doesn't mean it's not there. You've ignited a fire in me. He inhaled sharply. Wait, that fire needs to be acknowledged. At that, her hand froze momentarily, as if it had indeed been scorched, and she quickly withdrew it. The once chatty girl fell silent, her demeanor suddenly meek. Yan Shu couldn't help but chuckle at her sudden shift. After writing for a while, he broke the silence. Why so quiet? Just focus on writing. What's there to talk about? Sumi-er replied in a small voice. Yan Shu laughed at her dry tone. You know I'm the one writing. You were the one who was touching around just now. It was you who pulled my hand to your stomach. Sumi-er retorted, her indignation flaring up. And what's wrong with touching my boyfriend? Yan Shu nodded. Nothing at all. It's only right. Can a boyfriend request a little more touching? Yan Shu, don't be a rogue. I'm not. It's just that some people have impure thoughts. You're talking nonsense. I'm as pure as a bunny. The young couple, newly in love, seemed unchanged, with Sumi-er still tutoring Yan Shu, perhaps even more rigorously than before. They studied with the door open, and each time Yan Chung barged in, he only saw their earnest silhouettes. This made him begin to believe his son's claims. He worried that his son might become so enamored with Sumi-er that he would strive to become a top student just to impress her. If that were the case, he wouldn't even dare to intervene, and would have to reward Sumi-er with a generous gift. Only Yan Shu was aware that things were indeed a bit different. For instance, after finishing their exercises, he would receive a soft hand in return. When he dropped her home after tutoring, they would share a brief embrace. Yan Shu wished to take their relationship a step further, but considering it was Su Mi's first love, he didn't want to appear overly eager. The first kiss should be a moment of perfect timing and harmony, leaving behind a beautiful memory. At that moment, his father would unexpectedly appear at odd times and places, truly making things complicated. After sending Su Mi off, Yan Shu turned to see his father, Yan Chung, glaring at him from the study door. No wonder Su Mi had left him with a serious expression after discussing a couple of formulas. Dad, isn't today your anniversary with Mom? Why aren't you getting ready? Yan Shu asked, exasperated. Yan Chung clicked his tongue. What's there to prepare? Your mother said she might be working late. So, if she's working late, wouldn't it be nice for you to go wait for her beforehand? Imagine how touched she would be to see her husband with flowers and a reservation for dinner when she finishes work. Don't old couples deserve romance? Yan Shu regarded his father with disbelief. Old Yan, marriage issues aren't solely your mother's fault. You might have a part to play in it too. With that, he shook his head and retreated to his room. Yan Chung stood there, astonished. What did my son just say? But it sounded quite reasonable. Do old couples not need romance? No wonder he and his wife are on the brink of divorce. After about half an hour in his room, Yan Shu heard his father leave. At the same time, he received a notification of a bank transfer from his father, along with a message that read, Dinner is on you tonight. This was absolutely splendid. Yan Shu opened his pinned messages. Darling, are we going out tonight? I have heard the new roller skating rink has opened near Huangshi Road. Shall I take you there after our meal? At that moment, Su Mi, her cheeks flushed, was on the phone with Zhang Xian, listening to her uttering bold words, urging her to take the initiative and kiss him. If he's not tall enough, just tiptoe. Seize the moment, Mir. Her excitement was palpable. Su Mi finally managed to interject, but there was no but, my dear. Who says women are inferior to men? What is wrong with the first kiss? Just go for it and kiss him. Is that how one interprets the notion of women's inferiority? Su Mi internally protested, realizing she shouldn't have consulted Zhang Xian about this matter. Chapter 70. Couples photograph. The situation unfolded as follows. They had been together for nearly a week. Su Mi guessed that their exam results would be released in the next couple of days. Ever since they became a couple, she often felt Yan Shu's gaze lingering on her face. To be precise, it was directed at her lips. Once, he even reached out and gently touched her lips. Each time, Su Mi felt a surge of nervousness, fearing he might kiss her at any moment. Although she had mentally prepared herself for kisses and embraces, which were inevitable, she was still anxious. However, while she was ready, Yan Shu had yet to make a move. Su Mi, being quite sensitive, couldn't help but recall how she had reacted when Yan Shu confessed his feelings for her. Was he overly nervous because he considered her a fragile doll? The thought made her somewhat uneasy. She yearned to be seen as an ordinary girl in Yan Shu's eyes and did not want him to appear excessively anxious around her. Suddenly, a whimsical idea struck her, and she messaged Zhang Xian, I have a friend who recently started dating her boyfriend. Is it normal that they haven't kissed yet? The clumsy opening line of I have a friend could hardly deceive Zhang Xian, who promptly called her, exclaiming, Mir, are you with Yinga? Her tone was noticeably excited. Su Mi could only manage an embarrassed but Zhang Xian didn't give her a chance to respond. She quickly interrupted Zhang Xian, who had been urging her to take the initiative, saying, but I'm too shy. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, attempting to calm her excitement. Mir, do you know the biggest difference between you and a confident woman? Do you realize how striking your appearance is? Aside from your height, you embody the image of a cool, composed woman. And now, you softly tell me you're too shy? That's just unacceptable. It's utterly adorable. Zhang Xian thought to herself that it was fortunate Yin Gu wasn't blind. Anyone who wouldn't fancy Su Mi was truly blind. Hearing her enthusiastic words, Su Mi hesitantly asked, should I be a bit more assertive then? Of course. Zhang Xian's tone was resolute, even tinged with excitement. If you apply just a fraction of your decisiveness with others to Yin Gu, how could he possibly take advantage of you? That would be impossible. Zhang Xian believed that Yan Shu owed her more than just a meal for this. They would need to have a proper celebration at their wedding, with the bride and groom needing to be present for the feast, right? That wasn't too much to ask, was it? Zhang Xian envisioned the scene of Su Mir, exuding confidence, passionately kissing Yan Shu, and she couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Could she sneak a peek at that? Su Mir sensed something was amiss, but her trusting nature often led her to be overly compliant with those familiar to her. Thus, after being persuaded by Zhang Xian, she found herself agreeing with her reasoning. Yan Shu always teased her, knowing she would blush. Was he really like that? Reflecting on how others perceive her versus her demeanor around Yan Shu, Su Mir decided that Zhang Xian was right. She needed to rise to the occasion. She couldn't let Yan Shu dictate every moment. So, when Su Mir saw Yan Shu's message, she replied, sure. It conveniently eliminated the need for her to concoct an excuse to invite him out. Wherever they went, there would surely be secluded spots for a little wall slam against Yan Shu, right? Su Mir's eyes sparkled with excitement, viewing this as a small adventure her heart could withstand. Moreover, Zhang Xian's motivational words inspired her. Perhaps she might witness Yan Shu's surprised and flustered expression. Just a thought made her smile. That evening, when Yan Shu noticed Su Mir had yet to respond, he went to take a shower. Upon his return, he found her message waiting for him, along with one from Zhang Xian saying, no need to thank me. Yan Shu felt somewhat perplexed. Perhaps it was a message sent in error? He didn't reply, merely confirming their outing time with Su Mir, who mentioned she was off to shower. Yan Shu then decided to tackle some practice papers, as he still desired to attend the same school as his girlfriend. While working on his papers, Yan Shu's phone buzzed several times, displaying messages from acquaintances he had met during a previous outing with Jean Lily. They had once been in frequent contact, but when they realized he was ignoring their messages, they ceased reaching out. Presumably, Jean Lily had informed them of their breakup, though he was unsure why they were now contacting him again. Having completely forgotten about them, he had not deleted their numbers. Now, upon seeing their vulgar messages, he felt it was indeed necessary to cut ties. In truth, there was nothing wrong with their inquiries. They merely lacked decorum in asking why he hadn't been out to socialize. They suggested gaming sessions or all-night outings at internet cafes. Most of these individuals were either early entrants into the workforce or simply coasting through school. Their interest in Yan Shu stemmed from his previous generosity. When he had decided to repeat a year, they had reached out, but once they saw him genuinely committed to his studies, they dispersed. Yan Shu had no intention of engaging with them now. Given time, they would likely fade away. As he finished gathering his things and stepped outside, he noticed Su Mir emerging from the opposite door, clad in a white t-shirt and a small skirt, her hair styled in a voluminous high ponytail. She appeared youthful and beautiful, her already delightful features rendered even more exquisite, while Su Mir looked lovely in her school uniform. Her casual attire undeniably drew Yan Shu's attention more, accentuating her figure beautifully. She seemed to be growing taller, and the high-waisted skirt highlighted her long legs perfectly. In mere seconds, an array of compliments flashed through Yan Shu's mind, and he could only smile and say, "You look stunning. We make a great pair." He, too, was dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, although such a combination was rather common in summer. Su Mir felt delighted by his praise and the sense of compatibility he expressed. Yan Shu took her hand, and perhaps because he had just come from an air-conditioned room, his hand felt merely warm in the summer heat. He murmured, "Don't get too cold. You're not standing in front of the air conditioning, are you?" Su Mir obediently nodded. "I understand." The sweet demeanor of the young girl only made Yan Shu want to tease her more. When they reached the elevator, he held her hand as they stepped inside, where a mirror reflected their figures. Yan Shu smiled and suggested, "Shall we take a photo?" Su Mir gasped, but before she could react, he wrapped an arm around her waist, and her body instinctively leaned into his embrace. "Look at the mirror," he said. Su Mir raised her gaze, and in the mirror, she beheld a tall, slender young man gently cradling a petite girl in his arms. A smile played upon his lips as he leaned down to plant a kiss on the girl's exposed neck, causing her to part her lips slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. The moment was captured in a snapshot. Chapter 71. No vermilion birthmark, no white moonlight, only little green plum. Yan Shu was quick in his movements. As soon as his lips left Su Mir's neck, she instinctively reached up to cover it, feeling a rush of warmth spread from where he had touched her. At that moment, she was still enveloped in his embrace. An inexplicable sense of rivalry surged within Sue Meir, mingled with frustration at her own blushing reaction to his teasing. Zhang Xian was right. One cannot remain perpetually passive. Can they? What are you doing? Sue Meir inquired, glancing at Yan Shu through the mirror, their eyes locking in reflection. I'm just taking a photo, Yan Shu replied innocently. Ding! The elevator arrived at the ground floor. Their lingering gazes broke apart as Sue Meir stepped back from Yan Shu, who straightened himself slightly. After all, they had lived in this neighborhood for over a decade, and such overt displays of affection were hardly appropriate. As the doors opened, a group of women accompanied by their grandchildren entered, greeting the pair with cheerful smiles. Out for a bit of fun? They asked. Both nodded obediently. One of the women remarked, You two are dressed like siblings today, looking lovely. Both children are quite handsome. Wait, didn't I remember Meir being older than Yan Shu? Oh, it's all the same. Siblings and cousins look alike, don't they? These two have grown up together and are starting to resemble each other. Once the women and children departed, Sue Meir's embarrassment began to wane. Yan Shu noticed her slight frown and glanced down at her attire before looking back at her. Asking softly, Do we look like siblings? Yan Shu reached out to touch her high ponytail. Not at all. They probably didn't consider their also a thing called couple resemblance. We fit that description. He gently tugged at her ponytail. Don't be upset. Let us go. Sue Meir, following his gentle motion, lifted her gaze to meet his, finding comfort and warmth in his eyes, which brightened her mood. As they walked, an uncle approached and called out, Yan Shu, don't bully Meir. At your age, fighting is childish. Sue Meir quickly interjected, No, uncle, we're just playing. Yan Shu sighed, muttering, See, this is the downside of living here so long. Everyone knows us. He glanced at Sue Meir. It feels like our relationship is akin to that of an underground organization. They had previously discussed the matter of their relationship, reaching a consensus that it was not yet the appropriate time to go public. After all, being discovered could lead to numerous complications. The day they reached that conclusion, Yan Shu had not yet had the chance to ask her, when Sue Meir, with a troubled expression, questioned him, Do you feel wronged? At that moment, Yan Shu pondered whether Sue Meir perceived him as overly indulgent, reflecting on his own perceived fragility in her eyes. Nevertheless, he was rewarded with a spontaneous embrace from her, which felt like a small victory. As they exited their apartment complex, they encountered several neighbors along the way. Since he intended to teach Sue Meir how to rollerblade, Yan Shu opted for a taxi instead of riding his bike, prioritizing her safety. After all, he wanted to minimize the risk of her getting hurt. If she were to fall while biking, it would be far more painful. The dining venue was chosen as Huangshi Road, as it was conveniently close. However, it seemed that Yan Shu had overlooked the day's omens, for they unexpectedly crossed paths with a group of individuals from his past, the very ones who had messaged him earlier that afternoon. After their meal, Yan Shu and Sue Meir headed to the roller rink, but before they could enter, they spotted a few individuals smoking at the entrance. Yan Shu instinctively pulled Sue Meir to the side, aware that she was sensitive to cigarette smoke. Yet, one of the men looked up and recognized them. Hey, isn't that Yan Shu? Here to have some fun? One of the boys called out, raising an eyebrow, and the others turned to look. Yan Shu's expression soured. He was reluctant for Sue Meir to interact with these individuals, as they served as reminders of his troubled past. Upon hearing them call out his name, Sue Meir anxiously grasped his wrist. Yan Shu clasped her hand in his, responding to the lead boy, Bingge. The man, older than the rest, appeared to be in his 20s. He scanned Sue Meir before returning his gaze to Yan Shu, grinning. A new girlfriend? Huh? I heard from Lily that you had a crush on someone. Was it a vermilion birthmark or a white moonlight? Seems you have a good girl type now. Sue Meir's expression darkened further at the mention of previous relationships. How many more exes and past loves must she contend with? Yan Shu chuckled lightly. Bingo. You're joking. There's no vermilion birthmark or white moonlight. It's always been her. As for my past with Jean Lily, that's behind me. He intended to leave it at that. Fortunately, the group showed no malice towards them. They regarded the compliant students with indifference, perhaps acknowledging Yan Shu's past loyalty. Bingo waved dismissively, "Who would bother with you kids playing house? Enjoy yourselves." Yan Shu breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Su Mir with a hint of regret. "I didn't realize this area was non-smoking. Let us find another spot." Su Mir, still processing Bing Ji's words, was less inclined to skate. Eventually, Yan Shu led them away. As they strolled along the street, a silence enveloped them. Yan Shu was vexed by his own carelessness, while Su Mir misinterpreted his demeanor as nostalgia for his past loves. When they reached a corner, Su Mir halted, prompting Yan Shu to stop beside her. "Are you tired?" he inquired. "What s with the vermilion birthmark and white moonlight?" Su Mir directly questioned. "Yan Shu, I'm not one to hold back when it bothers me." Yan Shu met her gaze, her beautiful eyes glimmering under the streetlights, reflecting a hint of vulnerability. Suddenly, he smiled and pulled her into his embrace. "There's no vermilion birthmark or white moonlight. It's all you." He explained that during their first outing with Jean Lily, they had played truth or dare, and the question posed was whether he had someone special like a vermilion birthmark or white moonlight. His first instinct had been to recall the dream that had awakened his feelings. "Well, sort of," he admitted. "What type? Someone as fiery as Lily?" Someone from the group had teased. Yan Shu replied quietly, "No, someone very obedient." Thus, the rumor had taken shape. After hearing Yan Shu's explanation, Su Mir fell silent, her thoughts swirling. Yan Shu, feeling a twinge of concern, looked down at her. "What's wrong?" "I truly don't have anyone else. I only have my little green plum." As he reached to lift her chin, she unexpectedly pushed him back with force. Caught off guard, Yan Shu stumbled against the painted wall outside a CF, discomforting him, yet he instinctively shielded Su Mir with his body. "Are you all right?" he began, but before he could finish, he noticed Su Mir leaning in, closing her eyes, approaching him. Chapter 72. Little Ear, this is what they call kissing. Yan Shu's initial reaction was one of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to console her. When he spoke those words earlier, he had indeed been thinking of Su Mir. Yet now, trying to explain felt entirely different. To his surprise, a sudden twist had occurred. He made no attempt to retreat. After all, it was Little Ear before him. How could he possibly shy away? Yet, due to her eyes being shut, the kiss ultimately landed gently upon his chin. Su Mir was anxious, pondering from the outset how to seize an opportunity to pin him against the wall. However, she found herself unexpectedly confronted by a group of soldiers instead of an opportune moment. Nothing particularly dreadful transpired, but she inadvertently overheard some remarks that left her feeling regretful, not for lacking faith in Yan Shu, but rather for the lingering sense of yearning in her heart. What if Yan Shu had not accompanied her home that day? Would they have missed yet another chance? When would they next find the opportunity to walk together? This thought jolted Su Mir into a haze, leading her to realize that any time and place would be perfect as long as they were together. Wouldn't it? Yet, still shy, she chose to keep her eyes closed. But upon the actual contact, she sensed that the sensation felt somewhat amiss. She cautiously opened her eyes to meet Yan Shu's surprised gaze, adorned with a smile, the upward curve of his lips strikingly handsome. Su Mir's face instantly flushed crimson. It seemed she hadn't truly kissed him after all. In that moment, her courage faltered, and as she began to retreat, her waist was unexpectedly seized. The instant his soft lips departed from her chin, Yan Shu could almost predict her intention to flee. But could he let this little girl escape? Absolutely not. With a smile dancing in his eyes, he mused about the peculiar atmosphere of the day, feeling slightly distracted. He gently lowered his head, their foreheads touching, their noses brushing against one another. Yan Shu noticed her eyes reflecting shyness, embarrassment, and a hint of stubbornness, which kept her from evading him. Their breaths intertwined. Passers-by might assume they were a young couple engrossed in tenderness, yet only they understood the distance still separating them. Yan Shu sensed her breathing becoming somewhat erratic. He couldn't bear to let her go, letting out a sigh at her timidity. Before he could finish his thought, the girl he had just described as timid suddenly leaned in, swiftly pressing her lips against his. Her soft lips tasted reminiscent of strawberry milk. In that instant, a peculiar WeChat message from Zhang Xian flashed through Yan Shu's mind, and he began to piece together the situation. Reacting instinctively, He wrapped his arms around Sumi-er's waist while his other hand instinctively moved to her heart-s location. But this action led to a misunderstanding for the already nervous Sumi-er. She grasped his hand, abruptly bringing the brief kiss to an end. Yan Shu, she exclaimed in frustration. Why are you still groping around? Yan Shu, bewildered, pondered. What? We barely even kissed yet? He gazed at Sumi-er's wary expression, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. I merely wanted to check your heartbeat. But, judging by this reaction, it seems there's no issue. Suddenly, he remarked, little ear, your eyes are sparkling like the Milky Way. Sumi-er paused, and then she witnessed Yan Shu tenderly lowering his head to kiss her lips. Unlike her tentative peck, Yan Shu's kiss was genuine, a gentle yet forceful invasion that brooked no refusal. Sumi-er found herself unable to hold on to his hand any longer, her palm pressing warmly against her heart. The owner of that hand was delicately kissing her. Sumi-er's eyelashes fluttered nervously as she recalled that kissing typically required closed eyes. Finally, she shut her beautiful eyes, filled with the shimmering light of the stars. Yan Shu knew how to kiss and understood what kind of kiss Sumi-er favored. Thus, she soon found her legs turning to jelly from the intensity of the kiss. Yan Shu's arms held her waist firmly, while his other hand rested over her heart, cautious not to elicit too much excitement, as her heartbeat raced far beyond its usual pace. As he withdrew from her lips, a sheen of moisture lingered upon them. He gently placed a kiss upon her closed eyelids, whispering, little ear, this is how kissing is done. The trembling lashes slowly opened. Yan Shu gazed into her glistening eyes and murmured, now, they shine with the misty light of the Milky Way, still so beautiful. To Yan Shu, Sumi-er had always been stunning. She buried her face in his chest, feeling embarrassed. Had she not followed Zhang Xian's advice? Yet, why did the outcome deviate from her expectations? Her eyes brimmed with disappointment, and she couldn't help but wonder how Yan Shu seemed so adept. Hadn't he claimed he hadn't done anything with Jean Lily when they first got together? Was it true that boys were somehow innately skilled in such matters? Nevertheless, the thought of how delightful kissing Yan Shu felt caused her to inch closer into his chest, feeling shy as if she were stealing the bell. What was she thinking? Yan Shu embraced her, providing a perfect cover for his own embarrassment. After all, they were still beside the road, with pedestrians occasionally passing by. To Yan Shu's surprise, Sumi-er had chosen such a public location for their intimate moment. Wouldn't her nature typically lead her to seek a secluded corner? Neither spoke as they quietly held each other. After a considerable time, Sumi-er finally murmured, are there people nearby? Unable to contain his laughter, Yan Shu replied, you plan to stay like this if there are? Sumi-er responded softly, her tone firm. If there were people, she would remain as is. Yan Shu's hand gently rested on her head, bemused by her shyness yet audacity to wall him and kiss him here. Sumi-er suddenly lifted her head. Had he not dodged quickly, she might have bumped her chin against him. Looking into his eyes, she protested, this can't be called a strong kiss, can it? Feeling a touch guilty, her voice dwindled. Didn't you return the kiss too? Her words were muddled and unclear. Yet, Yan Shu understood, nodding in acknowledgement, yes. I kissed you back. His smile was radiant. Fortunately, you took the initiative. Otherwise, I would have struggled to find an appropriate reason to kiss you. So tell me, what made you so bold all of a sudden? Sumi-er glanced at him and swiftly diverted her gaze. I just suddenly wanted to kiss, is that not allowed? Saying this, she quickly stood on her toes and planted a kiss on his lips, this time with approval. Flushed yet feigning composure, she declared, is it not permissible for me to kiss my own boyfriend? Must I find an excuse? Yan Shu's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, wow, Sumi-er, you're too adorable. Chapter 73, because Sumi-er truly adored Yan Shu. All right, kisses are absolutely warranted. Yan Shu spoke with a laugh, gently caressing her cheek. Please don't be upset. You can tease me however you like. Sumi-er felt a twinge of naughtiness. Hearing Yan Shu's words felt somewhat suggestive. Her heart raced, but it wasn't to the point of distress. It simply felt like the normal flutter of a girl who had just kissed her boyfriend, right? Noticing her flushed silence, Yan Shu dared not tease her further. After embracing her for a while, he softly remarked, little ear, I'm quite happy. Sumier looked up at him, seeing the unmasked joy and mirth sparkling in Yan Shu's eyes from the very beginning. Mr. S lips curled slightly upwards as she said, I'm also you, so please do not be unhappy. Everything is past. YNSH was aware of her sensitivity to his emotional fluctuations, yet he was somewhat astonished that, despite her own recent discontent, she could still perceive the changes in his mood. Unable to resist, he leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, murmuring, As long as you are not unhappy, I shall remain content. He paused momentarily, then candidly broached their shared past for the first time, asking, Have you seen BNGEG and the others? There was a time when I was one of them, and I fear you might recall that version of me. At this, YNSH let out a self-deprecating laugh, admitting, I worry you might suddenly deem me a terrible person, unworthy of your affection. The light in Mr. S' eyes shone brightly, even more luminous than the street lamps, as if her gaze contained a miniature universe. Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable weight. But YNSH, I have always understood the entirety of who you are. She regarded him with an expression that hinted at her dissatisfaction. YNSH, whom do you look down upon? My affection for you surpasses what you might believe. With a smile gracing her lips, she continued, Do you know why I persisted in seeking you all this time? It is because I know you will only frequent those few internet cafes, ensuring I can always find you. Each time I enter, you emerge, never allowing me to linger within for too long. Though he wore an impatient expression, he would not permit anyone to overstep boundaries with her, even if his tone was brusque. Mister, you should return. This is no place for a well-behaved child like you. Mister understood that YNSH was merely a child waiting for someone to take him home. It mattered not that his parents had forgotten. She remembered. Many perceive the rebellious phase as a triviality, a result of idleness. Yet, Mister disagreed, without experiencing it. One should refrain from passing judgment. Regardless, she knew that YNSH, even in what was termed a rebellious period, remained the same YNSH she had known for over a decade. He was the boy who held her hand on their way to kindergarten. The one who fought other boys for her sake, bleeding yet declaring, Why are you crying? It looks ugly. He was the one who, after being scolded by his father, vowed, if they bully Mister again, I will hit them. He had always been YNSH. Mister, sensitive and precocious, remembered all of this. For her, childhood sweethearts were not merely a description, they were an action. For over a decade, YNSH had fought countless battles for her, repeatedly calling out, Little Ear, a name only he could use. He had always been her protector. Thus, she often sneaked out of her home to find the boy who awaited someone to take him home. If you remain the same, I shall seek you out again. YNSH, I am your little childhood sweetheart. I will bring you home. You protected me. It is only right that I now protect you. Affection is reciprocal. YNSH's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In a past life, he had thought her foolish. Yet he could not help but anticipate the moment she would seek him out. He refrained from changing internet cafes, opting for those that were less chaotic. Whenever new cafes were suggested, he would irritably reply, lazy. It dawned on him that Mister understood him more profoundly than he had imagined. They stood at the street corner, pedestrians passing by on the sidewalk. YNSH blinked, feigning exasperation. What should I do, little ear? You are about to make me cry. Mister reached out, her fingers brushing near his eyes, but not touching. Do not cry, or I shall not know how to comfort you. I have always been clumsy with words. YNSH grasped her hand and gently pressed it to his lips, assuring her, all right, no tears. Let's go home. Yet, Mister remained motionless, her lips pressed together. YNSH looked at her in surprise. What is it? Mister's expression turned slightly awkward. My foot has gone numb. YNSH replied, You have a numb foot, but remained silent while standing? He chuckled helplessly, squatting before her and lightly touching her delicate, slender calf. Which one? Mister winced softly. It's numb. Do not touch it. Her voice trembled. YNSH's hand brushed against her smooth skin, instinctively rubbing gently. Sensing Mister's desire to retreat, her soft hand found its way onto his shoulder. YNSH, her voice, took on a different tone, imbued with shyness and trepidation. YNSH looked up, noting the slight flush on her face. an indication of her discomfort. Her legs were sensitive. His throat tightened, and he finally released her hand, turning his back to her. "Shall I carry you home?" Ex-Mister hesitated, glancing at her dress, contemplating whether it might appear inappropriate. Though she was wearing leggings and the skirt was not short, she still felt uncertain. Yet, she could not resist bending down, for it mattered not if it was unseemly. After all, YNSH could not see. YNSH felt her soft body press against his back, the fragrant scent of camellias lingering around them. Perhaps not the camellias themselves, but rather the fragrance that became delightful in her presence. He stood up, carrying ex-Mister, letting out a playful click of his tongue in discontent. "You are so light." He began walking with her, teasing, "Fortunately, you are not wearing a short skirt today. Otherwise, I would have to princess carry you. Everyone would be staring at us." Ex-Mister's small face rested against YNSH's shoulder, and with a slight turn, she could see his face before her. "Not many people are watching," she murmured. "Let them look. May they envy us. What is there to envy? I carry my entire world on my back, and they have yet to find theirs." YNSH sounded somewhat corny. Ex-Mister's voice was soft and hesitant. YNSH chuckled lightly, readily admitting, "I learned these cheesy lines online. But my feelings for you are genuine." Ex-Mister's smile deepened as she tightened her embrace around him. "I know. It's akin to how I do not favor sweet talk. Yet I enjoy every word you utter, even if they are cheesy." For ex-Mister truly adored YNSH. Chapter 74. Let Your Bikini Tutor You. As ex-Mister had anticipated, the results were released the following day. Teacher X directly posted them in the class group. Around 9 in the morning. She opened the message and began searching for YNSH's name by scanning the scores in descending order. It was a reflex, her confidence wavering. She scrolled up, finding scores over 400 without encountering his name. Gradually, ex-Mister's smile returned, and her heartbeat steadied. Upon reaching the scores beginning with 5, she finally spotted YNSH's name. Total score, 520. YNSH is amazing. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a call from YNSH. He had been reminded by F.ing.ZH.ing about the results coming out today. To be honest, YNSH had not seen the results yet. And F.ing.ZH.ing's incredulous voice rang through the line. "No way. YNSH, how do you feel about this score? Even with the halo of a top student, this is absurd. And how come you're already beating me?" YNSH interrupted him. "Get to the point. How many points?" He hardly registered F.ing.ZH.ing's reaction to the score. His initial thought was how perfectly suitable this score would be for a confession. It was also a score that could allow him to take little ear out for fun. As F.ing.ZH.ing continued to exclaim in disbelief, YNSH casually replied, "We'll talk later." "Wait, you hung up." And we haven't even arranged to play basketball yet. The call was still ongoing, as Yan Shu and Su Mir had just connected. She chuckled and announced that the scores were out. Su Mir's voice resonated from the other end, filled with admiration. "Yan Shu, you are truly remarkable." At that moment, Yan Shu had just opened the score sheet, and the first name she saw was Su Mir, with a total score of 731. Yan Shu smiled, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Have you looked at your own score?" Su Mir fell silent for a moment. "Not yet." "How can you praise me when you haven't even checked your own results?" Yan Shu's voice was relaxed, but 520 is a rather romantic score. "Don't you think?" The girl on the other end paused, then slowly responded with an "oh." Yan Shu raised an eyebrow, regretting that she hadn't chosen to visit in person rather than call. "Are you blushing?" "No." Su Mir quickly denied it. Yan Shu nodded knowingly. "All right, I see. You are blushing." Su Mir bit her delicate lips softly. "Yan Shu, you are so annoying." Yet, she was indeed flushed, internally scolding herself for being so easily flustered over his mere words. Yan Shu hurried to soothe her. Okay, not blushing. It's me who is blushing. But little ear, we had a deal. I scored over 500. Su Mir replied, "I will tell my parents." "Where are we going? For how many days?" Yan Shu's expression brightened instantly. After both of them began working in their previous lives, they had been busy, and the time they could spend together was scarce. It was rare for them to even have a day at home together, let alone go out for fun. Now, the prospect of going out with Su Mir genuinely thrilled Yan Shu. "How about we depart the day after tomorrow?" 3 days and 2 nights. Let us go to H-City. There's a beach not too far away. We can take the high-speed train. Yan Shu's buoyant tone lifted Su-mi's spirits, and a smile crept on her lips. All right, I'll tell my parents tonight. Su-mi faced little resistance from her parents. Although they were somewhat worried, the duration was short, and with Yan Shu accompanying her, they quickly relented. However, for Yan Shu, it was a bit awkward having a confidant like Yan Cheng. Who are you going with? Yan Cheng inquired, glancing at his son. He had been quite pleased with his son's score, which had at least started with a 5, but was taken aback when his son mentioned traveling with little ear. Is it appropriate for a boy and a girl to go alone? Luya, who rarely had dinner at home, shot Yan Cheng a look. Why are you so loud? Your son hasn't finished speaking yet. This time, Luya's attitude towards Yan Shu going abroad softened somewhat due to the impressive scores. After all, who would willingly let their son suffer if they could avoid it? Yet, the previous score of just over 200 was indeed unacceptable. Yan Shu added with a grin. Little ear, there are also Feng Zheng and a girl named Zhang Xian from our class. They're all classmates. Yan Cheng responded with an O, his gaze meaningful as he looked at his son. Yan Shu met his gaze calmly. Yan Cheng began to doubt whether he was being overly sensitive. Perhaps the kids were simply going out to have fun? Eventually, understanding was reached. That evening, Su Wang approached Yan Shu, requesting him to take good care of Su-mi. Honestly, both her mother and I are a bit uneasy, but it's rare for her to want to go out with her classmates. She's growing up. It's her own body. Yan Shu listened patiently and assured him that he would watch over little ear closely. After returning home, Su Wang reflected that Yan Shu seemed to have matured significantly and appeared quite reliable. However, Su-mi pondered over the chat history on her phone. Thinking mature? Not all. Her expression turned somewhat awkward as she quickly found an excuse to retreat to her room, fearing her parents might notice something. Meanwhile, Yan Shu was staring at the chat records, eagerly awaiting a response. The last 3 messages were sent half an hour ago. Just as he sent them, Su Wang had arrived, and Yan Shu initially thought he had been caught being flirtatious. But that was not the case. His phone lay there with 3 ignored messages. Little ear, we're going to the seaside, the summer seaside. So, can you swim? Yes, in a swimsuit. But you must not wear a bikini. I will get jealous. Throwing a tantrum, JPG. Half an hour passed without a reply. Yan Shu sighed and honestly apologized. Sorry. I was joking. Please reply to me. No response. Are we still studying tonight? The other party was typing. A minute later. I'll just have your bikini teach you. Thinking of the seaside and only remembering the bikini. Su-mi tossed her phone aside and gazed at her open wardrobe. She had visited the beach with her parents before, but she didn't own a bikini. Her swimsuits were rather conservative. Yet, perhaps due to Yan Shu's words, she felt a rebellious urge, picking up her phone again to text Zhang Xian. Are we going shopping tomorrow? I want to buy a swimsuit. Zhang Xian quickly replied with an OK emoji. I want as well. Let us wear the same one, Mir. At the beach, we must have bikinis. Yay. Su-mi found Zhang Xian's message amusing, yet hesitated, glancing down at her figure. Would she look good in a bikini? Her legs weren't long enough, though her waist was somewhat slim. But wasn't it said that boys prefer a D cup? Did Yan Shu like that too? Chapter 75. Shipping the true CP is sweet. Yan Shu indeed liked it. After all, when they were in a relationship in a previous life, Su-mi had been a D cup. Ahem, actually she was still great now. And as long as it was Su-mi, Yan Shu liked her in any form, though this Su-mi was still unaware. That night, Yan Shu really did have a dream, where Su-mi, clad in a bikini, was tutoring him by the seaside. The beach was deserted, just the two of them, in a setting where they could do as they pleased. Ultimately, the result was quite embarrassing for him. Upon waking, he wanted to invite someone to study. Yet Su-mi told him she was going shopping with Zhang Xian. Yan Shu thought, is she still upset about yesterday? However, this notion was shattered by noon when Zhang Xian sent him another message. Yinggu, although I'm a girl, I truly envy you. Yan Shu replied with 3 question marks. Yet Zhang Xian insisted on keeping it a secret. Honestly, this half-formed conversation would have earned a reprimand from Yan Shu if it were Feng Zheng. But Zhang Xian was different. She was the kind of girl that Yan Shu felt guilty for not treating to a meal, so he had to endure it. Though he could guess a bit of what was going on, especially since they were heading to the beach tomorrow, and Su Mir was out shopping with Zhang Xian, who texted him about being lucky. TSK, that was a little too easy to guess. Yan Shu felt a spark of anticipation. The next morning, Yan Cheng drove the two of them to the high-speed train station to meet up with their classmates. Throughout the journey, Yan Cheng gave numerous reminders, primarily instructing Yan Shu not to get too lost in his own fun and to keep an eye on Su Mir. Su Mir felt that Uncle Yan was warning her to watch out, not to indulge Yan Shu too much, and to learn to say no. It felt a bit strange, but Su Mir had always been obedient to her elders, so she simply responded with a polite okay. Upon arriving at the high-speed railway station, an unexpected addition joined the group, Luo Yulin, the girlfriend of the program's protagonist. Both of them shyly explained that they hadn't informed the others in advance due to Luo Yulin's prior uncertainties. Su Mir held a favorable impression of this young lady, and Zhang Xian proved to be quite amiable as well. The three soon found themselves engrossed in conversation. Generally, in such situations, if the girls are unperturbed, the boys are naturally agreeable. However, once they boarded the train, Zhang Xian mused aloud, "But wait, Zhengge, it seems we are left out." Being in pairs, was it not evident that they were indeed the odd ones out? Feng Zheng wore a face of mock despair, quipping that they were the sort to trail behind couples. Taking photographs. Let's just settle for sitting together. Su Mir felt a twinge of embarrassment, but before she could speak, Zhang Xian had already cheerfully taken a seat beside Feng Zheng. Yan Shu cast a knowing glance at Su Mir, suggesting that now she had no choice but to sit with him. Su Mir met his gaze but refrained from responding. It was only after the train had departed that Yan Shu inquired, "Are you still upset?" Su Mir wore an expression that conveyed confusion. "Why would I be upset?" Yan Shu raised an eyebrow. "You've ignored me all day." As he spoke, he took hold of her hand resting beside him. Su Mir shifted slightly, and Yan Shu, thinking she intended to withdraw, tightened his grip. "I was wrong, I won't do it again. I truly dislike bikinis, I swear." To his surprise, Su Mir merely entwined their fingers together, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Oh, you dislike them? Then you better not look later." "Huh? What do you mean? You actually brought one?" Yan Shu's voice rose in pitch, only to be pulled back by Su Mir, who whispered, "I was just teasing you." Who would willingly let their girlfriend wear a bikini for others to see? Although the current era champions freedom of attire, who could entirely shed their possessiveness? Yan Shu had initially thought he would merely tease her, but now, the image of Su Mir donning a bikini along the beach, her porcelain skin gleaming under the sun, her alluring figure drawing the gaze of onlookers, was too much to bear. No, that simply won't do. Yet Su Mir had already plugged in her earphones, disregarding him, a smile lingering on her lips. It seemed the tables had turned, with Yan Shu often being the one to tease her. He intended to say something further, but Su Mir had already popped a candy into his mouth, softly declaring, "I'm going to take a nap. I didn't sleep well last night." Her voice was sweet and endearing, akin to a gentle pout. By the time Yan Shu glanced back, her eyes were shut, the candy still a tangy lemon flavor. Watching the smile at the corner of her lips, he couldn't help but return it, her little ears a deliberate tease. However, that was of little concern to him. He had ample means to ensure she wouldn't wear any swimwear outside. 3 hours later, they arrived at their destination via high-speed train. While it wasn't particularly close, at least it was a direct route. They departed at 9 and arrived precisely at noon. Being young, they hardly felt fatigued, promptly indulging in some culinary delights near the station before heading straight to the beach, where their hotel was conveniently located. Initially, Yan Shu harbored concerns regarding Su Mir's endurance, but she appeared quite content, her complexion lively. "I'm fine, Yan Shu. I'm not as fragile as you think." Their exchange caught the attention of the other four, who suddenly recalled Su Mir's health issues. Zhang Xian exclaimed in dismay, "If you're feeling unwell, please let us know. You don't need to accommodate us." Su Mir, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It's you all who don't need to accommodate me. I'm perfectly fine. If I were unwell, I wouldn't pretend otherwise." After repeated assurances that she was genuinely all right, the group finally felt at ease. They had initially booked 2 rooms. 3 boys would squeeze into one, while the 2 girls would share the other, which was just right. However, with the sudden addition of 1 more person, the program arranged a separate room, leaving Yan Shu feeling a tinge of envy. Sumi too cast a quick, bashful glance at Yan Shu. Yet, it was apparent they couldn't share accommodations. What would Feng Zheng and Zhang Xian do? Ultimately, the boys and girls opted to stay in separate rooms. Upon their return, they had no intention of resting. They agreed to drop off their belongings and swiftly change into swimwear for an excursion to the beach. At this moment, Sumi hesitated while gazing at the 2 swimsuits she had brought. Although she had purchased them and playfully teased Yan Shu, she felt a bit shy about wearing them. Zhang Xian changed quickly, donning a cover-up that wasn't too revealing. When she emerged to find Sumi standing hesitantly by the bed, she chuckled, "Darling, this isn't a real bikini. You're being too bashful." Sumi flushed slightly at her words, grabbing her swimsuit and retreating to the bathroom. "I am not." Zhang Xian sighed. "Yinggu is so lucky. I'm feeling envious." Moments later, she received a message from Yan Shu. Upon reading his text, Zhang Xian resolutely declined for the first time, stating, "Yinggu, that's inappropriate." Standing at the door, Yan Shu was unfazed. "You're not letting me in, but I didn't ask you to come out. I just want to take a peek. Aren't you here too? If you wear those little ears, I'll see them anyway. It's only a matter of time, right?" Zhang Xian scrutinized his message, realizing he had a point, and he even referred to Sumi as little ears. Shipping this couple was undeniably sweet. Chapter 76, Soft and Timid. The boys could simply throw on beach shorts and head to the seaside, so Yan Shu changed quickly. Once ready, he informed Feng Zheng and waited at the door of Sumi and Zhang Xian's room. He refrained from knocking, not wanting to rush the girls, opting instead to send a message to Zhang Xian. As for why he didn't message Sumi that was a given. He knew she wouldn't open the door. Zhang Xian, usually quite supportive of him, still maintained a degree of vigilance. Thus, Yan Shu spent some time employing clever reasoning to persuade her to let him in. Fortunately, Zhang Xian was dressed. Yan Shu would have felt awkward whether he looked or not. When she opened the door, she pointed toward the bathroom with her chin, indicating that Sumi had just gone in. Displaying a commendable level of caution, she hadn't locked the door, merely closing it. Well, that was understandable. After all, it was a solitary male and female. Yan Shu noted this and felt quite satisfied. Girls should indeed be cautious. He glanced toward the bathroom, wondering how long Sumi had been inside. Must be a while now. She has probably all changed. Zhang Xian chuckled. "I'm telling you, Yinggu, when Sumi walks out like that, she'll attract nearly everyone's attention. I swear." Yan Shu thought to himself that this was most unfortunate. His brow twitched. "Did you really go and buy a bikini?" "Of course not. Sumi is far too shy." Zhang Xian lamented. "With that waist, those legs, that chest, and her porcelain skin. Honestly, Yinggu, I feel it's such a waste if she doesn't wear one. If I had that figure, I'd change 3 times a day." Though nothing had been said, Yan Shu, relying on his memories, had conjured up all sorts of vivid images in his mind. He cleared his throat. "Well, thank goodness she didn't wear one." Zhang Xian let out a small, surprised "oh." Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and Sumi initially thought she had misheard, feeling as though she could hear Yan Shu's voice. She cautiously peeked her head out, only to find Yan Shu standing there, staring at her. Sumi's face turned crimson. "Yan Shu, what are you doing here?" Zhang Xian feigned innocence. "Yinggu said he wanted to see. He thought you two were a couple, after all." Zhang Xian's voice grew softer and somewhat ethereal as she spoke. Sumi caught sight of the smile on Yan Shu's face and was overtaken by an unsettling premonition. Her instincts told her that she would likely not be able to wear the outfit today. Fortunately, she too deemed it overly revealing and preferred not to wear it. Blushing, she turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Please bring me the black swimsuit from the bed." However, Yan Shu had overheard and swiftly seized the black swimsuit, which was rather modest in design, yet he still found it too revealing. He approached, asking, "Let me see your bikini?" At that moment, Zhang Xian wished to capture the scene with her phone, exclaiming internally, "Is this even appropriate? A bikini? Shouldn't something else happen following the plot?" Sumi was now acutely aware of the predicament she found herself in. She wanted to close the door, but Yan Shu had already stepped inside, making it impossible for her to shut him out. His voice dropped to a hushed tone, likely audible only to Sumi. "I just want to take a quick glance." After all, Zhang Xian is still here. Are you going to let me in for a moment, or are we going to remain in this stalemate? He knew very well that Su Mir was exceedingly shy, and at that moment, as he observed her flushed cheeks, he was concerned she might faint from embarrassment. Yet, the delicate white hands that had been pressing against the door relaxed their grip. After all, it wasn't as if she were entirely unclothed. What was there to hide? The bathroom door creaked open, revealing the young girl standing there with her head bowed, her face aflame. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and the pale yellow she wore was a color that could be quite discerning. Thus far, Yan Shu had yet to see anyone but Su Mir who could wear this hue so beautifully. The girl possessed an exquisite figure. Her waist was slender, her legs long, and her skin luminous, seemingly devoid of any blemish. Indeed, she was not clad in a bikini. Even among swimsuits, this particular design featured ample fabric. The entirety of the swimsuit was crafted from a soft yellow silk-like material, which accentuated her curves. The fabric crossed over her chest and extended towards her back, wrapping around her fair skin, culminating in a bow at her lower back, the material draping elegantly. It was undeniably a beautiful swimsuit, and Yan Shu's gaze lingered on the swath of silk, fixated on her back, where he could not see. It was simply too stunning, thus. Yan Shu could not allow someone like Su Mir to venture outside in such attire. Zhang Xian chimed in, Hee, isn't it lovely? I picked it out. Yan Shu turned to her with a smile. It is indeed exquisite. Now, could you please close your eyes for a moment? Su Mir's voice was barely above a whisper. Once you've finished admiring the outfit, give it back to me. I want to wear this. Yan Shu replied affirmatively and stepped into the bathroom. Zhang Xian gasped, no. Yan Gu. Before she could finish her sentence, the door clicked shut. Su Mir's eyes widened, and before she could react, Yan Shu had grasped her arm gently but firmly, pulling her into his embrace. Zhang Xian exclaimed from outside, no? Yan Shu murmured, just 1 minute. Let us converse. The outside fell silent. Su Mir, feeling guilty, murmured, I had no intention of wearing it. Well, it is quite beautiful. Yan Shu's breath seemed heavier now. He pressed a soft kiss to Su Mir's cheek, then, taking advantage of her momentary shock, covered her beautiful eyes with his hand and turned her body, his warm hand resting on her waist. He then lowered his head, placing a delicate pink plum blossom at the location of the bow on her waist. Little ear, I'm rather possessive. Even if it is merely an ordinary swimsuit, I do not wish for others to see it. It belongs to me, Yan Shu spoke, his breath grazing Su Mir's waist. Once deprived of light, the sensations on her skin became remarkably acute. Su Mir felt a shiver run up her spine, a wave of goosebumps enveloping her. Instinctively, she acquiesced, whispering, all right, her voice trembling. A nagging intuition told her that if she did not comply, the repercussions could be dire. Upon hearing her obedient agreement, Yan Shu smiled with satisfaction. His free hand slowly traversed her waist until it gently brushed against the lovely pink blossom. Good girl. Finally, he stood, releasing his hold on Su Mir's eyes. He beheld her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He sighed. What harm have I done? Why do you appear so mistreated? Yan Shu's lips curled into a slightly wicked smile. You act this way, and it only makes me want to tease you more. Su Mir wished to glare at him, yet in that moment, she lacked any semblance of assertiveness. Furthermore, such a Yan Shu emanated an instinctive sense of danger. All she could manage was a meek, I want tea with a swimsuit, soft and timid. Yan Shu could not resist pinching her cheek. Our little ear is so obedient. Chapter 77. Taking you to seek the romance I owe you. The atmosphere in the bathroom was charged with ambiguity, while outside, Zhang Xian was anxiously fixated on her phone. The moment Su Mir emitted the slightest unusual sound, she would burst in. Ultimately, the minute passed just perfectly, and Yan Shu emerged. Inside, Su Mir had not yet comprehended the scene before her when she heard her say, I'm changing my clothes. The door shut once more. Zhang Xian exclaimed, glancing at the black swimsuit still in Yan Shu's possession. Wait, the swimsuit is still here. What are you changing into? Yan Shu, in high spirits, replied, changing clothes, of course. Zhang Xian was taken aback as she beheld Su Mir step out in her new attire. This isn't what we agreed upon. What did Yen Ge do inside? Why is Mir's face so flushed? She's not even wearing a swimsuit. But what could possibly happen in just a minute? Zhang Xian felt as if her CPU might overheat from confusion, unable to fathom what transpired in that fleeting moment. All she saw was Su Mir dutifully complying with whatever Yan Shu instructed her to do. Most notably, her blush had yet to dissipate. The trio did not linger much longer. After all, others were waiting. Zhang Xian linked arms with Su Mir, walking behind Yan Shu, her voice lowered. Mir, why aren't you wearing a swimsuit? Is your upbringing that strict? Su Mir recalled the mark left on her waist when she gazed into the mirror. Yan Shu had indeed been considerate, leaving a trace at her waist that would remain unseen unless one wore a swimsuit or a crop top. Su Mir could only respond awkwardly, no, I just feel a bit shy. But you brought a regular swimsuit, didn't you? Zhang Xian wore an expression of understanding. Our dear Mir, what will you do if you are completely devoured by him? Su Mir's face reddened even further. I have not been completely devoured. I merely lack his audacity. The words she had intended to protest were swallowed back the moment she saw Yan Shu turn towards her, extending his hand. In that brief minute within the bathroom, the sensations and fluttering in Su Mir's heart were likely understood only by her. Zhang Xian watched as her previously indignant friend, upon seeing Yan Shu reach for her, lowered her gaze and gracefully approached him, placing her delicate hand in his. Zhang Xian thought to herself, how frustrating. In the next moment, she pulled out her phone to capture a few images. Indeed, handsome men and beautiful women always look good together, even from behind. Yan Shu was somewhat surprised to see Su Mir obediently place her hand in his. He had anticipated a hint of irritation. Yet, she appeared so docile now. Perhaps she was still blushing? Yan Shu couldn't help but feel that such a Su Mir was simply too tempting to bully further. Luo Yulin noticed that Su Mir hadn't changed her clothes and was somewhat surprised. Glancing at Yan Shu, who was holding her hand, he jested. Isn't your possessiveness a bit excessive? Cheng Yu, vigilant, cast a wary glance at his girlfriend, exclaiming, I already told you not to wear a swimsuit, and then you hit me. You can't say I lack the possessiveness of her boyfriend. His survival instinct was evidently quite strong, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Then Luo Yulin, blushing, playfully smacked him a few times. You talk too much. It was evident that the two shared a very close relationship. They had been together for 2 or 3 years, having even been middle school classmates. Yan Shu noticed Su Mir looking at the two playfully with a hint of envy. He gently squeezed her small hand in his palm and softly reassured her, there's no need to envy others. We will also be together for a long, long time. Until the end of our lives, we will continue to love each other. Su Mir lifted her gaze to him, and a faint smile finally graced her lips as she softly responded with an Feng Zheng dramatically sighed and then looked at Zhang Xian, who was earnestly photographing the two couples. Wait, Xian Mei, are you really taking pictures? Zhang Xian replied with a slight, adding, you just don't understand, do you? It's a long-term investment. If these two couples ever get engaged or married, they will need photos. It's a guaranteed profitable venture. Feng Zheng was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Zhang Xian, who was diligently capturing the moment. He marveled, could it be that you were some sort of business genius? Zhang Xian felt she had taken enough pictures, retracting her phone to face Feng Zheng. What else? Documenting beautiful moments while earning a bit of pocket money is not too shabby. At this point, they had lagged behind considerably. Feng Zheng glanced at the couples ahead and lowered his voice to ask, what if they break up? Zhang Xian remarked, I can understand now why Yinggu often beats up Feng Zheng. His mouth really is quite something. Looking ahead at Yan Shu and Su Mir, she ventured, I bet Yinggu and Mir won't break up. No one could see more clearly than she did how cautiously the young girl harbored a crush on Yan Shu. And although she had never been in a relationship, there was a depth of emotion in Yan Shu's unintentional glances towards Su Mir. In all honesty, she was still quite young, only aware that they clearly liked each other immensely. Feng Zheng, however, shook his head with a smile. I'm not betting. Feelings are the most unpredictable. No one can definitively say. The couple ahead turned to look back at the lagging pair, calling out, what are you doing? Come on. In truth, there wasn't too much for Su Mir to do at the beach. She was too timid for activities like jet skiing or paragliding. Indeed, Suemiya couldn't swim. Yet, merely gazing at the blue sky and white clouds could elevate one's spirits, especially that pure blue, which seemed capable of healing all negative emotions. Sitting on a beach chair beneath an umbrella with Zhang Xian and the others' belongings beside her, Sumier felt at ease while Yan Shu was not far away, purchasing drinks. As she observed Yan Shu's silhouette, her friends frolicked nearby in the water. Everything around her felt comforting. At that moment, Yan Shu noticed fireworks for sale in the drink shop, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Excuse me, do you sell fireworks?" "Of course," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. "Why would I have them if I didn't sell them?" Yan Shu, seeking further confirmation, asked, "Can they be set off here by the beach?" "Yes, but you must clean up afterward," the shopkeeper said, eager to promote. "Many young people set them off at night." Yan Shu nodded. "I'll take all of them, but I'll come back to collect them later." When he returned to Sumier with a cup of juice, he noticed her cheeks were flushed despite not having been in the sun much. She was just too delicate. Sumier glanced at the juice shop and inquired, "What were you discussing with the shopkeeper?" Yan Shu smiled at her. "I can't tell you. It's a secret." Sumier pouted. "What's so special about it?" Yet, Yan Shu genuinely kept it from her. I'm angry for 10 minutes. Later that evening, after finishing her shower, Sumier found Zhang Xian absent from their room. Just as she was about to grab her phone to call her, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by Yan Shu's voice. "Little ear, open the door." Suemiya exclaimed, "Oh," and hurried to pull the door open. "What is up?" Yan Shu, smiling, ruffled her hair and said, "Come, I'm taking you somewhere." "But Zhang Xian isn't here. I need to tell her." "It's fine, I know where she is." "Then where are we going?" Yan Shu whispered, "It's a secret. I'm taking you to seek the romance I owe you." Chapter 78. Yan Shu always brought color into her world. Yan Shu's cryptic words only deepened Sumier's curiosity. She recalled how, earlier that afternoon, when she had asked him, he had also smiled and said it was a secret. Moreover, during dinner, when she stepped out briefly to use the restroom, she returned to find everyone engrossed in their phones, and Zhang Xian, who usually preferred to shower first, had urged her to go ahead instead. All in all, it seemed evident that they were conspiring something behind her back. Unable to restrain herself, Sumier asked, "Are you preparing a surprise for me?" "Did Zhang Xian go to help set something up?" Yan Shu replied, "Sometimes having a too smart wife can be burdensome." He sighed, "No, little ear, you're just too clever. It puts pressure on me." Turning to look at her, he added, "But you probably can't guess what the surprise is, can you? Since you already know it's a surprise. It should ease your anticipation a bit, right?" Sumier chuckled at his teasing. "I can't guess, and I won't let myself get too excited." Yan Shu laughed in return, leading her out of the hotel. Sumier curiously asked, "Are we going out?" She had imagined something like a room adorned with balloons and flowers for a confession, and just that thought alone would have made her happy, mainly because it was Yan Shu. Yet, why were they going outside? The evening sea breeze carried a touch of coolness, yet remained humid. Yan Shu remembered to bring a jacket as he led her out. "Put this on. The surprise is outside." Sumier grew even more curious. What kind of surprise is outside? Yan Shu guided her toward the darkened shoreline, and Sumier felt a twinge of anxiety. The sea at night appeared rather unwelcoming. Although there were some lights, the darkness enveloped everything, creating an oppressive atmosphere, as if all the negative emotions accumulated during the day had been unleashed at night. Sumier tugged at Yan Shu's sleeve. "Do we really have to go to the beach?" Yan Shu tightened his grip on her hand. "We don't have to go right to the water. We can stay far away." Leading the noticeably anxious Sumier to the spot where she had sat earlier in the day, Yan Shu glanced at the time. He gently urged Sumier to sit in the beach chair. "Wait here a moment." Then he pulled out his phone, positioning himself in front of her to obscure her view of the sea. Sumier felt a mix of anticipation and tension, wondering what it could be. Yan Shu lowered his head and sent a red envelope in their group chat with the message, "You can start now." After about a minute, he heard the sound, and Sumier exclaimed in surprise, "Look, someone is setting off fireworks." One by one, the fireworks ascended, bursting into vibrant displays in the sky. Sumier's gaze was captivated by the fireworks overhead. Yan Shu pulled her to her feet and directed her attention towards the beach. "Darling, why not look over there instead of just at the fireworks?" Sumi-er felt her ears flush with warmth at the endearing term he used. It swiftly dawned upon her that the fireworks were a surprise orchestrated by Yan Shu, his gift to her. Turning her gaze towards the direction he indicated, she beheld the seaside illuminated by the dazzling display of fireworks, a striking contrast to the small cluster of red roses nestled nearby. As they caught sight of the onlookers, for individuals standing by ignited the fireworks previously planted in the sand. The brilliant sparks cascaded against the backdrop of the vibrant roses, while the fireworks above continued to bloom. At that moment, the four at the seaside dashed away. Sumi-er's eyes sparkled with excitement, unsure where to direct her gaze. Although she recognized the surprise was crafted by Yan Shu, its romanticism and beauty surpassed her expectations, quickening her heartbeat. Ultimately, her focus shifted not to the fireworks nor the flowers, but to Yan Shu's face. Yan Shu enveloped her in his embrace, his eyes brimming with laughter. May I confess now, I adore you, Sumi-er, in a truly profound way. Will you grant me the opportunity to be together? I have committed numerous foolish acts in the past, but I promise to heed your wishes from now on. Will you be my girlfriend? I relish the thought of you guiding me, my little caretaker. No, that's not quite right. With your beauty, you're not just a caretaker, but also the heart of my home. At that moment, Sumi-er's emotions were beyond mere words. His reference to a caretaker was a subtle reminder of Jean Lily's teasing. Yet Yan Shu transformed that mockery into something tender. Fireworks are ephemeral. Gradually, even the most splendid displays must conclude. The cluster of red roses, too, would soon succumb to the encroaching darkness. Fireworks may extinguish, and flowers may wither, yet Yan Shu remained, in her eyes and heart, an irreplaceable vivid presence. Sumi-er heard herself whisper, "All right, even without this confession and surprise, I would still be your girlfriend. Can I continue to look after you?" "Of course," Yan Shu replied without hesitation, "as long as you wish." He leaned down, poised to kiss her lips when, suddenly, Feng Zheng raced over from the seaside, exclaiming, "Damn, this wind is treacherous. No wonder you stood so far away. You did it on purpose." His words were laced with playful curses. Sumi-er felt her cheeks flush and instinctively pushed Yan Shu's face away. Yan Shu retorted, "Feng Zheng, you better keep both eyes peeled tonight." He turned away, gritting his teeth, as Feng Zheng arrived just in time. Sumi-er and Yan Shu could not contain their laughter, erupting in unison. Feng Zheng's face was smudged with ash, a sight mirrored by the other three who had slowly approached. Zhang Xian teased, "Yan Shu, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Such romance is a strain on friendships. You'll easily run out of friends." Cheng Su wiped Luo Yulin's face, who, despite the grime, exclaimed, "But it's truly romantic." Cheng Su gazed at her soot-streaked face and admonished, "No, darling, let us be rational. We are not the protagonists here." Sumi-er chuckled, expressing her gratitude to them. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter at their sooty faces. As Sumi-er laughed, the others found it impossible to resist joining in. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Feng Zheng, amidst his chuckles, admonished, "Damn it, Yan Shu, you better contribute something when I pursue girls in the future." Cheng Su replied, "But I don't need to chase." Zhang Xian reminded, "You'll need to propose someday." Luo Yulin, blushing, interjected, "What are you all talking about?" Sumi-er observed the playful banter among her friends, her gaze lingering on Yan Shu's radiant smile. This was a scene she had never envisioned. She had anticipated her youth to be a mundane journey, plodding through 3 years without excitement. Yet because of Yan Shu, everything had transformed. It was as if a once plain canvas had blossomed into a vibrant watercolor masterpiece. Yan Shu always infused her world with color. As Yan Shu engaged in playful banter with Feng Zheng, he lowered his head to meet Su-miner's bright eyes. He once again covered her gaze with his hand, his voice tinged with playful resignation. "Don't look at me like that. I want to kiss you, but circumstances do not permit it." Indeed, he felt compelled to deal with Feng Zheng. Had he delayed even a second, he would have already kissed her. Chapter 79, I wish to gift you the moonlight of Natsum S. Seiki. Romance had flourished, but the 6 friends now faced the reality of tidying up the aftermath. The vivid red roses swayed in the wind as Sumi-er bent down, gently plucking them from the sand, their thorns having been trimmed, rendering them gentle in her embrace. The others swiftly gathered the remnants, tossing them into pre-prepared garbage bags. "This is a complimentary gift from the boss," Feng Zheng remarked as he collected the debris, marveling. Yan Shu is indeed wealthy. One must realize that fireworks cost not just romance, but also a fortune. Yan Shu, intending to downplay the expense, began to speak but caught himself, muttering instead, "Oh, it's fine. We can save some for later." Sumier shot him a glance, her eyes reflecting sympathy. Yan Shu mentally noted his success for the day. Mission accomplished. My wife is concerned for me. Zhang Xian had already set up her phone on the other side. Rushing over to say, "Enough chatting. Look at the camera." The group of young friends simultaneously turned toward the lens, the camera counting down 3 seconds before capturing the moment. Behind them lay the inky night and the profound sea, yet their faces radiated with brilliant smiles. Except for the two in the center, each of them bore a touch of disarray, with the 3 boys holding garbage bags in hand. In stark contrast, the girl in the middle, cradling the roses, shone with brightness, her smile capable of illuminating the darkest night and brightening Yan Shu's life. On the way back, Zhang Xian shared the photo in the group chat, unbothered about Su Mir seeing it, as she was still engaged in the conversation. She linked her arm with Su Mir's, exclaiming, "I feel I have a great talent for photography." The pictures turned out beautifully. Su Mir glanced at the photo, where she stood beside Yan Shu. The snapshot was a series of continuous shots, and aside from the first image where Yan Shu looked at the camera, his gaze was consistently fixed on Su Mir. At that moment, she looked up, only to see Feng Zheng tugging at Yan Shu's neck, attempting to drag him into the room. He turned back, waving to Su Mir and Zhang Xian. Su Mir waved back, while Zhang Xian entered the room, ready to shower. Before stepping in, she remembered Su Mir's cleanliness obsession, asking, "Mir, do you want to wash first?" Su Mir waved her hand, replying, "No need. You go ahead. You must feel uncomfortable." After Zhang Xian went in, Su Mir saved all the photos and created a separate album titled The Moonlight of Natsum S. Seiki, filled with pictures of Yan Shu and Su Mir. She gazed tenderly at the album's title, her smile sweet. In her previous confession letter to Yan Shu, she had penned the words, "I wish to gift you the moonlight of Natsum S. Seiki." This phrase equated to her feelings of affection. Though Yan Shu had not seen it at the time, Su Mir believed that one day he would come to realize its significance. In contrast to her gentle musings, Yan Shu, upon returning to his room, narrowly escaped an ambush from Feng Zheng. After finally kicking him away, Yan Shu decisively declared, "You're sleeping on this bed tonight." Feng Zheng retorted with a curse, "Get lost." He glanced at Yan Shu's face and let out a couple of impressed sounds. "You've certainly made quite an impression tonight. I mean, if a girl were to pursue me like that, I would undoubtedly be moved." Yan Shu shot him a sidelong glance. "What do you expect? I'm putting on a show for my wife." "Wait, your wife already?" Feng Zheng's tone dripped with skepticism. "Just like that?" At the mere thought of Su Mir, Yan Shu's expression softened. "Of course, she is my wife. Has anyone ever told you that you possess a face that screams playboy?" Feng Zheng quipped. Yan Shu's expression momentarily froze, and with a forced smile that barely masked his irritation, he retorted, "No, but I'm sure someone has informed you that you are quite the nuisance. If they hadn't tea before, they surely will now." Feng Zheng let out an exclamation and promptly dashed into the bathroom. Yan Shu rolled his eyes at the now-closed door, thinking that this person's mouth should be welded shut. He then pulled out his phone to save an image, including a private photo that Zhang Xian had sent him of Su Mir. With a sly grin, Yan Shu saved the picture and sent Zhang Xian a generous red envelope. He then privately messaged Su Mir, "Have you showered yet?" To which she replied, "Not yet. Zhang Xian is in the shower first." Just as Yan Shu was about to ask if she wanted a midnight snack, Su Mir sent another message. "I'm really happy tonight, Yan Shu. I feel like I won tea be able to sleep." Staring at her message, he pondered, "As a reward for making you happy, may I make a request?" "I assure you, it's nothing excessive." "Sure, but no love letters," she replied. Lately, Yan Shu had been contemplating various ways to coax Su Mir into revealing the content of a love letter she had written him long ago. He felt that if he were to die without knowing, He would lie in his coffin with his eyes wide open, unable to find peace. For it would be an everlasting regret. As he gazed at Su Mi's message, he sighed with a hint of melancholy. She understood him all too well. So tell me, why me? Why indeed, Yan Shu? This was the very question Zhang Xian posed to Su Mi as she lay in bed after a shower. There were indeed many who admired Su Mi, and while Yan Shu was undeniably handsome, he was hardly the most exceptional. Su Mi turned to Zhang Xian and replied, because, in his eyes, I am but an ordinary person. A sickly child, no matter how beloved by teachers and parents, is perceived as an outcast by their peers. A reality that becomes increasingly pronounced with age. Teachers would caution, be careful not to provoke Mir. Don't let her get into mischief. Other parents, knowing of her condition, would instruct their children to avoid her and keep their distance. I've never had many friends growing up. No, I've only ever had Yan Shu. In Yan Shu's eyes, Su Mi was simply a slightly fragile friend. He would take her everywhere, unafraid of the mockery from other children, even after they had just quarreled. Yet the next day, he would stand there, expression stern, waiting for Su Mi. This continued throughout middle school. He would grumble about her being bothersome, yet he had never once abandoned her. Su Mi softly remarked, he taught me that I am just like everyone else. If I can't engage in vigorous activities, then I simply won tea. After all, who would want to be drenched in sweat after exercising? Yan Shu would say, little girls are delightful as they are. The discussions about you stem from envy. Su Mi, you are already so exceptional. Let them have a break in sports. Recalling that afternoon when Yan Shu, though awkward, still sought to comfort her, made her smile involuntarily. Zhang Xian, you only met us in high school, so you might not understand. I grew up under Yan Shu's care. He has protected me for so many years. You may only see me chasing after him daily, but you don't see him ever daring to quicken his pace. Yan Shu is also afraid that I will fall behind, that I will be lost. He knows I'm not good at sports. Perhaps he hasn't even realized it. But I have. Chapter 80, Strawberry Milk Candy. Yan Shu, however, is oblivious to the intricate thoughts of young girls. Yet, he could discern the helplessness and disappointment in Su Mi's words. You treat me as an ordinary person. Su Mi's heart condition is congenital. Yan Shu's earliest memory of her illness was when they were children, and she was frightened by a large dog. She was merely 3 years old at the time. Reflecting on her illness, Yan Shu exhaled deeply. Su Mi's condition is treatable, while it may not be fully curable. Surgery could at least correct her heart's shape and restore its function to near normalcy. Now, they await the return of the doctor. In a past life, Yan Shu had been preparing to propose when Su Mi went on a business trip. Regrettably, neither of them got to see that surgery. Yan Shu lowered his gaze, pondering that perhaps this time, he could find a way to take Su Mi to see the doctor after the college entrance exams. As long as the surgery was deemed viable, Su Mi's parents would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. She was, after all, an ordinary girl, yet one who shone brilliantly among the masses. Yan Shu slowly closed his eyes. At least this time, he had an advantage, did he not? The group spent only 2 or 3 days at the seaside before they had to return. The results were out, signaling the imminent start of school. After all, they were about to enter their final year of high school. It seemed they had no right to wait for the 1st of September to begin. The high school entrance exams were notoriously grueling. However, at least they had managed to unwind a bit before returning to the grind. After a 3-day respite at home, it was time to head back to class. In the final year, they would change classrooms, moving directly to the Shanghai building, also known as the Silent Building, where only the seniors resided. During their first 2 years, Yan Shu and his friends would often gaze over at the Shanghai building during breaks. This side remained eerily quiet except during morning study sessions, as the older students rarely ventured out, and even when they did, they hurried past like shadows. It was an atmosphere that felt stifling. Everyone adamantly claimed that even if they became seniors, they would never become like that, utterly devoid of spirit. By the end of the first few days of school, they were already overwhelmed by the piles of papers and the rapid-fire barrage of knowledge from their teachers. Yan Shu had become somewhat of an anomaly. Among students who were constantly scrutinized by teachers, his rapid academic progress earned him rare praise, though it was often followed by the caveat to stay steady and keep pushing forward. Even Teacher Wang from physics had adopted a notably friendlier demeanor. Yet, the kindness of the teachers did little to ease Yan Shu's trepidation towards the impending exams. After all, he had been preparing for this for 3 years. Adding this final year to the mix, it equated to 3 grueling years of high school. Who could possibly comprehend the weight of that, he wondered. For adults, the weariness of studying does not manifest as loud protests, but rather as a lack of energy. Sumir sat beside Yan Shu, quickly noticing his mood. The teachers wasted no time, immediately putting up a countdown to the college entrance exams on the board. They began a relentless barrage of exercises and reviews, putting immense pressure on the students. Even Sumir, who typically adapted well to studying, found herself struggling to adjust at the outset. At this moment, she gazed at the expressionless Yan Shu, whose brush danced across the draft paper with an air of fervor, and felt a twinge of sympathy. Glancing at the scrawled notes, she failed to comprehend their meaning. Sumir retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket, only to recall that he had previously complained of a toothache. Ultimately, she placed a small packet of crispy noodles on Yan Shu's desk. His pen paused, and he observed a delicate hand, akin to a small squirrel gathering provisions for winter, meticulously depositing various items onto his tabletop. Crispy noodles, jelly, energy bars. The numbness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a hint of amusement. He silently watched as she scattered an array of snacks, yet no words passed between them. As she set down a small bag of potato chips and began to retract her hand, he swiftly grasped her soft, fair hand, questioning, "Why is there no candy? Are you withholding the sweets from me?" Sumir cast a furtive glance around, fearful of being seen, and attempted to withdraw her hand. "Let go. Aren't you suffering from a toothache? No more candy for you." However, Yan Shu was unyielding, playfully insisting, "I don't care. I simply wish to enjoy some candy today." Sumir, lacking his audacity, fished a handful of candies from the depths of her bag and placed them on his desk. "There, now release me. It's recess. What if someone witnesses this?" She was keen to avoid being discovered, for if their relationship were to come to light, all their teachers would likely take turns confronting them. With such a conversation looming, she would rather tackle a few practice papers. Her thoughts had indeed drifted into the realm of their final year in high school. Seeing the opportunity, Yan Shu relented, his cheeks flushing as he released her hand with a smile. He then selected a single strawberry milk candy from the assortment, deeming one sufficient. Sumina's face flushed deeper as she beheld the candy in his hand. Earlier that morning, feeling somewhat lethargic, she had tucked a piece of strawberry milk candy into her mouth. In the elevator, Yan Shu had noticed and inquired about her treat. She had replied, "Milk candy." At that moment, she had failed to perceive the mischievous glint in his eyes. For a boost? Indeed, she had murmured as the elevator reached the ground floor. Due to their senior year, they departed earlier than usual, encountering fewer neighbors along the way. Just as they stepped out of the elevator and passed through the security corridor on the first floor, Yan Shu suddenly grasped her wrist. "Do you know an effective way to wake up?" Sumir gasped in surprise, her gaze bewildered as she replied, "I wake up once I reach school." "Well, if you were awake now, you could memorize a few more words in the back seat of my car," Yan Shu asserted with an air of confidence. Sumir yearned to retort that she had already memorized them, but before she could utter a word, he pulled her into the stairwell. Yan Shu, carrying Sumir's backpack in one hand and his own on his back, nonetheless found the ability to embrace her. The suddenness of his action jolted her into clarity. "You," she began, but before she could finish, he leaned down, whispering, "I want some candy too, but my tooth hurts. Just let me taste it." What followed was a kiss flavored with the essence of strawberry milk. As they emerged from the stairwell, Yan Shu savored the sweetness, while Sumir found herself remarkably invigorated. The effect was indeed profound. Upon seeing the strawberry milk candy in his hand, her previously muddled mind was instantly refreshed. She shot Yan Shu an indignant glare and seized all her candies. Yet her heart softened as she left a table full of snacks behind.